Upon awakening from slumber, Alan finds himself transported to another realm, where the emergence of the League of Legends system ignites boundless fantasies within him. However, at that very moment, a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts arrives, leaving him utterly bewildered. What in the world is this? Is this the universe of Harry Potter? The collision of Harry Potter and League of Legends gives birth to an entirely new world. After all, the imagination knows no bounds. Chapter 1. A system that contrasts starkly with the world around him. Alan wears a perplexed expression. The freckled postman from the orphanage, while delivering supplies donated from across the nation, perhaps not that many, also brings him a letter. A letter is not particularly strange. Although Alan attends the worst public school and is generally taciturn, he does possess a handful of friends. In the 1980s and 90s in England, letters remained one of the best means of communication, especially since he could not use the orphanage's solitary telephone for extended periods. What is peculiar, however, is the letter itself. The envelope is crafted from thick parchment, its address inscribed in an emerald green ink. While one might attribute these details to the sender being a fervent antiquarian, he can find no explanation for the shield emblazoned next to the wax seal on the back of the envelope, a capital H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Although his memories have begun to fade, the sight of this emblem immediately conjures the beloved tale of his childhood, Harry Potter. This emblem undoubtedly hails from Hogwarts. As for the prank, do not jest. J.K. Rowling has yet to pen this story, so who would whimsically concoct such a ruse? Yet, this is not the source of his confusion. Rather, it lies in the extraordinary acquisition he has just made upon entering this world. At the tender age of 8, the original owner of this body abruptly awakens to discover he has completely transitioned to a new environment, without any electric shocks, without consuming anything, and certainly without making wishes upon falling stars. The occurrence is so abrupt that when he awakens, he finds himself transformed into an 8-year-old child residing in an orphanage. After numerous failed attempts to find a way back, he reluctantly accepts this new reality, striving to survive in an orphanage in England devoid of the internet, mobile phones, anime, and a plethora of other delights, all while grappling with a bizarre menu that seems to straddle the line between legend and reality. The only thing that sustains him, preventing his psyche from crumbling under the weight of such significant change, is the discovery of the League of Legends system. Upon acquiring the system, he has entertained countless scenarios. Once upon a time, he dreamed of becoming a hero, charming a beautiful maiden, and then retreating to a life of seclusion after saving the world. Once upon a time, he imagined himself as a villain, surrounded by a harem of beauties, only to repent after the hero's triumph and quietly fade away from the world of heroes. Once upon a time, he even fantasized about crossing over into the native land of Valoran in League of Legends after achieving greatness, crafting legends together, ultimately resulting in cries to nerf champions due to his overwhelming strength, earning nicknames akin to those of legendary figures. However, reality has played a subtle prank on him, as he receives a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts. Merlin's knickers. What a jest. These two worlds are leagues apart. While he diligently studies the myriad runes of Rise in an attempt to cast basic spells, the letter from Hogwarts unveils yet another hidden magical realm before his eyes, a world he had gazed skyward at as a child, yearning for a letter to arrive. Now, what was once a childhood dream lies before him. At this moment, Alan is so exhilarated that he subconsciously emits flickering sparks of electricity, evidence of his arduous training in Rise's runic power. Fortunately, this letter appears sturdier than it looks, ensuring that he does not miss the opportunity to enroll in the academy he has longed for since childhood. As for why he is focused solely on Rise's formidable powers, Alan would say it is a poignant yet straightforward tale. In short, 2 words suffice to encompass it all: lack of funds. It is well known that League of Legends offers 3 free champions: Garen, Rise, and Ash. Regarding the free rotation, the system offers no such provisions. Over the 3 years since his arrival, he has made countless attempts, yet the only discovery he has made is that the system does not accept British currency, including modern coins, ancient currencies, or even the euros he has yet to encounter. Of course, the vast knowledge of Rise's runes is sufficient for him. He is utterly incapable of delving into the abilities of other champions, save for the powerful physique inherited from Garen's passive. Thanks to Garen, he has not suffered from bullying during these 3 years, as the welcoming gift for frail newcomers could very well be a toilet. Oh, what of established skills, such as those of Garen, Ash, or Rise? Do you expect an 11-year-old child to wield a heavy sword or acquire a legendary bow? As for Rise's abilities, he understands them, but the issue lies in their execution. To put it succinctly, the skills cost 90 mana, whereas Alan's mana pool. Otherwise, why would Alan spend so long studying runes if not to hone his magical prowess or mana? After calming his exceedingly anxious heart, Alan retrieves a small knife from his pocket and carefully breaks the wax seal. He can even recite the format of the letter from memory. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, First-Class Wizard of the Merlin Order. Dear Mr. Allen, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Included with the letter is a list of supplementary books and a list of items for new students. Aside from a recipient's name being altered, everything else is familiar to him, with the sole distinction being a note attached at the end. Dear Mr. Allen, due to the circumstances of your environment, we are pleased to provide you with a scholarship, which you may exchange for Wizarding Gold at Gringotts in order to procure the necessary items. Enclosed is information regarding Gringotts, located in Diagon Alley, where you can acquire everything you require, and you may also utilize the owls within for correspondence. Furthermore, please note that Diagon Alley is situated behind the Leaky Cauldron. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Additionally, enclosed with this letter is a modest sum in pounds. Well, it seems that Hogwarts has given no thought to the possibility of someone declining enrollment, straightforwardly dispatching the scholarship. After all, who would turn down such a magnificent institution? Chapter 2. The Leaky Cauldron. It is evident that even something as commonplace as an admission letter bears a conspicuous distinction in Hogwarts compared to the Muggle world. For instance, the headmistress of the orphanage, who had resolutely intended for him to continue his education in a public school, upon seeing this letter, unhesitatingly signed the return slip. Without a hint of consideration regarding the peculiarities of an institution that necessitates such wondrous artifacts, nor did she harbor the slightest doubt about this unheard-of school. Clearly, this grave breach of the secrecy laws was cloaked by the unique magic associated with it. Additionally, when Alan, clutching the letter, mentioned the Leaky Cauldron to the driver, the latter's initial skepticism transformed into a dawning comprehension. Evidently, with the assistance of this letter, the driver successfully evaded the enchantments surrounding the Leaky Cauldron. Much like the experience of Hermione's family purchasing books, for they, being Muggles, lacked the guidance of Hagrid, with a defined destination in mind. The formidable driver accomplished his task, and after half an hour, the vehicle halted before a dilapidated pub that appeared on the verge of demolition. After Alan settled the fare, the driver grumbled as he departed, and predictably, under the influence of the enchantment, he would soon forget this location. For the Ministry of Magic upheld the strictest vigilance over this prominent shopping street in London. Upon disembarking, Alan surveyed the shabby establishment before him, a place of considerable renown. It was apparent that the decor was incongruous with its grand reputation. As the original text described, it was both dim and filthy, standing in stark contrast to the two neighboring shops with their clear windows and pristine displays. Standing before such a pub often conjured a first impression of subpar libations, murky lighting, and a pervasive stench of tobacco, accompanied by the garish appearances of barmaids. Alan couldn't help but wonder if there might be inebriated patrons relieving themselves at the entrance. Yet upon reflection, this was no secluded corner. It was a Wizarding World's thoroughfare, and urinating outside this pub might well yield a spectacle akin to a live broadcast. Alan quipped. Perhaps those engaged in such acts could end up in the Daily Prophet? Upon entering the pub, the first figure to catch Alan's eye was the nearly bald proprietor, resembling a deflated walnut. He was vigorously scrubbing a beer mug with a grimy cloth. Merlin protect the soul who might drink from it. In the dim light of the candle-lit chandelier, Alan clearly observed the scant clientele within the pub. A few wizards adorned in pointed hats were engaged in a game of bridge, their glasses brimming with intoxicating beverages, indicating a spirited game. As for why wizards would partake in such a Muggle pastime, that question was best posed to Merlin himself. At another table, two individuals were engrossed in a game of wizardess chess. Though judging by the raucous clamor of one knight, it seemed they might benefit from acquiring a new set, as the knight vociferously exclaimed, "You imbecilic goblin! How could you place me in such a perilous position? Such actions are unbecoming of a noble knight. Do you see that soldier over there? Let him take my place." Alan mused that if he possessed such a chess set, perhaps the fireplace would be a fitting domicile for that fellow. The third and final table was occupied by a man indulging in a cigarette, though Alan discerned that this individual was a faux smoker, for he could clearly see the cigarette he had rolled himself, its diminutive legs scuttling away after being lit. Clearly someone who wouldn't even relish the joy of smoking. As Alan scanned the room, the kind-hearted proprietor had already noticed his presence and raised a hand in greeting. Ah, a new patron. However, It seems the law prohibits you from drinking at your age. Yes? How about a glass of barley juice? Alan endeavored to display the bashfulness characteristic of a child in an unfamiliar place. Responding, sir, I regret to inform you that I do not possess even a single canute. I am a new student at Hogwarts this year, and I must first visit the bank to exchange my currency. How time flies. It is once again the season for new Hogwarts admissions. The proprietor, Tom, patted his nearly hairless head and retrieved a light green bottle from a shelf. With a resounding pop, he uncorked it and poured it into the mug he had just been cleaning, then pushed the cup toward Alan, cheerily proclaiming, "No worries. This one is on me, lad. Hogwarts is a splendid place. Let old Tom celebrate your acceptance." His words were delivered with great flair, and indeed, old Tom was a generous soul. Alan felt a surge of gratitude, yet harbored a strong desire to refuse. However, considering the patrons present, it seemed Tom was the only one capable of guiding him into Diagon Alley, so he boldly raised the glass and downed it in one gulp, akin to swallowing a bitter potion. Yet surprisingly, what met his palate was a slightly bitter yet sweet essence that invigorated his spirit and alleviated a considerable degree of fatigue. One could hardly expect Alan to enjoy a restful night after such a jolt. Marvelous. This is the finest beverage I have ever tasted. Alan unabashedly extolled his praise. Clearly, his words were music to Tom's ears. As the proprietor opened the bar and patted Alan's shoulder with his large hand. "Well done, young man. With such keen discernment, you are bound to excel at school." What connection could there be between drinking barley juice and discernment? How could being perceptive correlate with academic prowess? This was the study of magic, not the training of aviators. Surely, not all bespectacled individuals like Harry Potter were destined to be poor students. Alan silently lamented and then cautiously inquired, "Mr. Tom, might I impose upon you for a moment? I require someone to guide me into Diagon Alley." "Of course, lad. It's but a trifling effort. Come, follow me." Old Tom led Alan to the back door, emerging into a courtyard enclosed by walls. "Now, child, observe closely this way." Tom took several steps toward a corner where a rubbish bin resided, drawing forth his wand and counting. 3 bricks over, then 2 to the side. "Yes, right here. Remember this." "Lad," he began tapping the designated brick with his wand. The brick trembled, shifted, and a small opening appeared, widening until they were presented with a broad archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding, cobblestone street that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Chapter 3. The Versatile Galleon. Diagon Alley rightfully earned its title as the grandest pedestrian thoroughfare in the magical realm, for even someone like Alan, accustomed to the bustling modern commercial streets, found himself captivated by its allure, a fact that filled old Tom with pride, though Alan was tempted to scoff, as his own establishment was so filthy it could be deemed the disgrace of Diagon Alley. Naturally, as a worldly individual, what astonished Alan was not the vibrant architecture or the array of products on display, but rather the peculiar items showcased in a nearby shop, a self-stirring cauldron, which intermittently used its copper-hued little arms to fervently scoop up potions from the side and toss them into the bubbling concoction. It was well known that Professor Snape, having taught potions for an extended period, bore a grudge against every Gryffindor for reasons perhaps tied to romantic entanglements, or perhaps he'd been caught with his trousers down during such pursuits. Alan pondered that this cauldron might diminish some of the animosity he faced in potions class. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he envisioned a scenario wherein Professor Snape, with his trademark sardonic tone, derided him. "Oh, look at our new student. Does he believe he can simply toss ingredients in and wait for them to brew themselves? Like some fool, consider the limitations of your underdeveloped mind. How could potion-making possibly be such a trivial endeavor?" Thus, Alan resolved to politely decline, suspecting that this contraption was as deceptive as Fire's feudal tutorial, a mere illusion of utility, possessing only a modicum of worth, far from the monumental value one might imagine. Otherwise, our esteemed Professor Snape would indeed be facing unemployment. Ignoring the imposing sign above the cauldron, which proclaimed its myriad materials, copper, brass, tin, silver, complete with a model number and features such as automatic stirring and foldability, Alan pressed on alone. As for Tom, who was neither kin nor acquaintance, it was a favor enough to escort him here. After pointing out the location of Gringotts, Tom returned to the pub amidst Alan's expressions of gratitude. Gringotts stood as a towering edifice among the surrounding shops, its pristine white facade gleaming under the sun, adorned with a resplendent bronze door and attended by a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, one of the least reliable magical beings. Goblins, a race prone to occasional rebellions to assert their presence, hold significant sway in the magical world. owing to their exceptional craftsmanship in magical artifacts and their strict adherence to contracts, which may differ considerably from human agreements. Goblins are known to safeguard human wealth, yet they would not greedily seize a single canute. Gringotts serves as their sanctuary, where only the most distinguished goblins are dispatched to work, as it is the closest place to vast treasures. Notably, even during times of insurrection, Gringotts continues its operations, indicating that the cognitive processes of these peculiar creatures are beyond common comprehension. Of course, these matters bore little relevance to Alan, who was currently at the currency exchange window, converting magical currency. 17 silver sickles equate to 1 galleon, 29 nuts to a single sickle, and intriguingly, 5 pounds correspond to 1 galleon, leaving Alan lamenting the convoluted nature of this exchange rate. So perplexing, it was almost tongue-twisting. After a thorough exchange, Alan emerged with a hefty bag of coins, though not all were scholarship funds. It must be noted that with the advent of the system, Alan had also taken on the role of a gallant hero, routinely vanquishing villains and claiming spoils as a matter of course. Upon receiving the coins, Alan eagerly produced a galleon to scrutinize this famed currency. Following a melodious chime, the system promptly notified him, "Congratulations, you have discovered a galleon. Would you like to use it?" At that moment, Alan's expression was likely one of shock, as he had attempted numerous exchanges previously, with the system showing indifference to all other currencies. Who could have anticipated that it would absorb the galleon as a form of currency? Indeed, it was logical for this modified system to utilize magical currency. Thus, without hesitation, Alan chose to use it. Instantly, the previously vacant coin count in the system transformed from 0 to 10, quite satisfactory, as each galleon converted into 10 coins rather than just 1. Ridiculous. Alan scoffed. He recalled Ron's frequent complaints about being unable to afford even a single galleon, while a pound roughly equated to 10 yuan and a galleon to about 50 yuan. In typical games, 1 yuan could be exchanged for 100 points, equating to a purchasing power of 100 coins. Thus, the system had effectively spent 50 yuan for a mere 10 coins. Were 10 coins substantial? He chuckled, familiar with the numerical values from playing League of Legends. 439, 6,300. Indeed, over half of the heroes were priced at 6,300 coins, which amounted to 630 galleons. It is also worth noting that the prize for the Triwizard tournament was 1,000 galleons, suggesting that he could not even afford 2 6,300 priced items. Initially, with a bag full of galleons and sickles, Alan felt quite affluent. However, at that moment, his singular thought was, "I am truly impoverished." Oh, the enchanting Luine. Your knight may have acquired counterfeit currency. Stepping out of Gringotts, Alan gazed at the brilliant sun hanging high in the sky, shimmering like a lustrous galleon, an image that evoked joy. Yet, regardless of one's financial struggles, life relentlessly continues to impose its burdens. Having secured his funds, Alan disregarded the system's recharge notifications and set his sights on his primary destination, Ollivander's wand shop. For wizards, nothing holds greater significance than a wand. Without one, a wizard loses a substantial part of their identity, as the wand is their most steadfast companion. Upon arriving at the only wand shop in all of Britain, Alan was taken aback. In light of the original text omission of many details, this small, dilapidated shop with its peeling golden sign was a far cry from the establishment that all Harry Potter enthusiasts yearned to visit. Were it not for the inscription reading, Ollivander's, EST 382B, C, fine wands and the solitary, faded wand resting on a purple cushion in the dusty window. He might have believed this place was on the verge of closure due to mismanagement. Upon pushing open the well-maintained door, he was greeted by the gentle voice of an elderly gentleman. Ah, yet another eager Hogwarts first year? Mr. Ollivander, an elderly man with pale eyes yet a bright gaze, was perhaps the most remarkable grandparent imaginable. While other grandfathers might merely grant a protagonist an advantage, he has bestowed his gifts upon countless young witches and wizards throughout the past century. The significance of wands within the magical realm cannot be overstated. Indeed, their allure has sparked multiple rebellions among other races, non-member players, striving to wield the wand's power, culminating in the climactic battle of the original tale, determined by the possession of the legendary Elder Wand. Mr. Ollivander possesses an impeccable memory for every wand user and their respective wand types, and his prices are fair, merely 7 galleons. To convert that to RMB, it amounts to roughly 350 yuan. This is a conscientious seller. No longer 998, but just 350 for an Ollivander wand to take home. It is also worth mentioning that Ron's second-year mischief likely warranted his mother's refusal to procure him a new wand. However, we cannot discount Harry Potter's protagonist privileges. as it is difficult to fathom that a phoenix feather wand would only cost 7 galleons, including the wood and craftsmanship. At this moment, Alan stood there motionless, as a self-measuring tape moved with precision, announcing his dimensions from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and head circumference. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander busily retrieved wands from the shelves, clearly taking great delight in his craft. With his capabilities, summoning the wand boxes with a simple levitation or summoning charm would have been effortless. Only someone who genuinely cherishes their art would choose to engage in such laborious methods, rather than utilizing convenient magic. The process of selecting a wand was arduous. One wand after another was extracted from its sealed box, waved, then returned. Yet, Mr. Ollivander displayed no signs of impatience. He treated Harry the same as any other customer. For him, a wand is a matter of faith, and the passage of time is not wasted, but rather a vital step toward perfecting the creation of a wand. Only through meticulous selection can a flawless masterpiece be crafted. As the number of wands on the counter increased, Mr. Ollivander's smile became increasingly pronounced. The more discerning the selection process, the more likely it was to yield the perfect wand that harmoniously matched its user. The exquisite union of an impeccable wand and its chosen master epitomized the art of wand making. How long had it been since he encountered such a fastidious customer? A person who had spent so much time in the craft was indeed a significant figure, though his pursuits were devoid of malevolence. It did not diminish his stature in the wizarding world. A discerning customer, you say? No matter, I ponder, for here, one can surely find the most ideal, the most exquisite wand suited to you. Let me think. I have it. An extraordinary combination, a wand of holly wood, feathered with phoenix plumage, measuring 11 inches in length. Quite splendid and also flexible. As the counter became entirely obscured by wand boxes, Mr. Ollivander cheerfully spoke those words. Wait, why do those words sound so familiar? In an instant, Alan's somewhat dulled mind from the lengthy trials jolted back to awareness. No, this is the wand that belonged to Harry Potter. What a jest. This wand signifies the bond between Harry and Voldemort. How dare he even consider taking it? Yet, the old man's enthusiasm was irresistible. Fortunately, it was evident that this wand did not quite accept him, resting instead upon the table. Then, let's try this one, a precious wand that I might never be able to recreate. This material was sourced during my adventures, a black walnut struck by lightning, paired with a night raven that met its demise alongside it. Truth be told, neither of these materials was particularly suited for wand making, but their magical resonance was so compelling that I could not resist a small experiment. Fortunately, they complemented each other beautifully, 13.5 inches long, resilient. When Alan took the wand that was offered to him, he instantly grasped the meaning behind the phrase "the wand chooses the wizard," for he could scarcely feel the wand's presence. Instead, it was as if his arm had suddenly elongated, as if this wand were an innate part of his being. As he raised the wand, energy surged forth from its tip, creating a brilliant beam of light that illuminated the entire shop. The wand danced through the air like lightning, until he finally set it down. Mr. Ollivander erupted into laughter. Perfect, perfect. The union of wand and master is sublime. It seems I have found yet another wand's true owner. Excellent. Mr. Ollivander continued to chuckle as Alan departed. At the moment Alan pushed open the door, he doffed his hat and bowed, saying, "Sir, remember this. Even in the final moment, the most trustworthy companion remains your wand. Therefore, cherish it. Indeed, it is enough, as you would your second life." Alan turned back to acknowledge him, signaling that he understood, and then exited the shop. This was not a matter of rudeness. Rather, such a perfect wand came with a rather perfect price, 70 galleons. In an instant, Alan comprehended why Ron insisted on using his old wand. This was certainly no trivial expense. However, it was worth every galleon, for unlike many other possessions, some wizards use a single wand for their entire lives. Well, it was a wash, neither a profit nor a loss. After all, he harbored a genuine fondness for this wand. Next was merely the acquisition of textbooks and clothing, along with purchasing potion ingredients and equipment. As for an owl, he mused, that was unnecessary. Alan doubted his muggle friends would embrace such a novel method of correspondence. And as for the wizarding community, he had no acquaintances to speak of. Thus, the purchase of an owl was not imperative. Indeed, it was not a matter of finances, but rather a lack of need, Alan reassured himself. Yet, even without the need for an owl, Alan had to make a trip to the pet shop. There was no alternative, as the school would not accept any other means of communication. And after preparing for so long, it would be rather embarrassing if the school thought he was not planning to attend. Before setting off, he faced a minor dilemma. where to place his wand. You see, holding a wand while walking is akin to wielding a firearm. Yet Alan found no suitable place to stow it. Reluctantly, he held the wand loosely in his hand and continued on his way. Perhaps I shall ask Madame Malkin to create a dedicated space for wand storage. Yes. Alan silently mused. Chapter 5. The shopping concludes. The crafting of robes is a lengthy and lavish endeavor. The former is self-evident. The latter is clear, as one cannot reasonably expect a group of teenagers to wear a single outfit for several years. These are wizarding robes, not mere school uniforms that can last 3 years. After voicing his opinions to Madame Malkin, Alan departed her tailor shop and began procuring the books he would need for his studies, along with the materials and equipment required for potions class. At this juncture, Alan felt compelled to lament that scholarship truly was insufficient. Just how frugal could the Ministry of Magic be? From the time of Voldemort until now, the funds had never been adequate. Purchasing potion ingredients was a particularly nostalgic affair. For those processed, magical ingredients bore little distinction from ordinary herbs. In fact, many herbs were unfamiliar to him, and several were used as potion ingredients, such as bezoars and the dung that saved Ron's life. However, compared to the noxious stench of rotten eggs and decaying cabbage leaves that permeated the potion shop, the aroma of the apothecary was positively unbearable. Alan suspected that the shopkeepers must have been using some sort of bubblehead charm. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom how they could endure such a dreadful environment for so long. After purchasing a standard dose of potions and the accompanying equipment, Alan made his way to the bookstore. Unlike the renowned flourish and blots from the original text, Alan entered a second-hand bookstore. This was not due to a lack of funds, but rather because he had never intended to buy new books. After promising to pay the proprietor twice the usual price for second-hand books, he received permission from the pipe-smoking owner to rummage through the dusty piles of second-hand books in search of newer editions. This was a daunting task, especially since the books had not been categorized. Clearly, the owner did not regard these books highly. They may have been collected by the pound or bagful. After all, the resale price was hardly more than a quarter of the original price, and such meager profits were insufficient to warrant much care from the owner. The books were broadly divided into piles by grade, yet Alan could not guarantee that any of those would not be intermingled with books meant for other years. After all, based on the owner's indifference, it was evident that such meticulous classification was beyond their capability. It is worth mentioning that Alan often suspected the owner of also selling dark arts books, as during his selection process, several wizards who had clearly surpassed their school years came in to purchase books. After the owner produced a paper bag containing 2 or 3 books and received a considerable sum in return, those coins could easily have covered Alan's current pile of selected books. But what was that to him, compared to the impending troubles? A few dark arts books were hardly significant. As for the other books, well, one must be tolerant and adopt a critical perspective. Yes, indeed. Organizing the books was a tedious process, as Alan needed to flip through each one to ensure that the textbooks were free from missing pages, vomit stains, or erratic doodles. Naturally, if any notes were included, that would be even better. As for the half-blood prints, well, that would be nothing short of perfect. However, it was evident that the last aspiration was merely a fanciful wish. Very few books with decent notes were to be found, while the rest could only be described as maintaining a reasonably good condition. However, this was evidently not the entirety of the matter. Alan could not always afford such ample time to indulge in treasure hunting. He had perused other books, as long as they were not mere trifles for passing the time, and had managed to select a dozen or so volumes that contained notes or were in particularly good condition, preparing to take them with him. This was not like the leaky cauldron, which could provide an hour service. The whimsical shopkeeper clearly lacked the inclination to broaden his business. Yet, as he approached the counter with an armful of books, even the proprietor was taken aback, clearly surprised by the sheer volume of his purchase, especially after Alan paid double the price, as he had expected him to select just one. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate occurrence. After all, who would frown upon a handful of shiny galleons? With a smile, the shopkeeper calculated the total, lit a cigarette, and remarked to Alan, "You have quite the discerning eye. That will be 7 galleons, 13 sickles, and 6 nuts. I shall waive the nuts, so it comes to 7 galleons and 13 sickles." After Alan provided the necessary funds, the owner cheerfully produced a paper bag, stuffing it among the stack of books, and flashed a peculiar grin. "A gift. This isn't typically for a child of your age, but you certainly seem a bit older, don't you?" What a joke. Alan felt a surge of indignation. Was he truly such a person? However, he was not adept at rejecting kindness, so he returned a pure smile and exited the bookstore, laden with his trove of books. He swiftly retreated to a corner, tucking the added paper bag into his cloak, determined to critique this book thoroughly upon his return. Initially, he had not intended to purchase so many tomes, but it seemed that plans were destined to change. After all, each book appeared intriguing enough to warrant his attention. This necessitated an immediate purchase of a box, for he could not possibly carry such a haul back otherwise, especially since he had conveniently stored his potions at the counter. Fortunately, the luggage shop was not far, and the prices were quite reasonable. However, one could not escape the reality that one gets what one pays for. This box merely possessed a spell for spatial expansion, with an effect limited to about double the size. Not to mention, it paled in comparison to the enchanted trunks that boasted their own spatial compartments, like Hermione's self-made shrinking bag, which was still dwarfed by Hagrid. Yet, from a look of inquiry on the clerk's face as he helped him pack the books into the box, Alan felt a sense of satisfaction in having foreseen the necessity of organizing the books. Next, it was time to visit the apothecary to collect his potions and complete his shopping task. Regrettably, the system did not emit a triumphant chime to announce the task's completion and reward him with a powerful artifact or some such, and Alan scoffed at the system's unreliability, akin to the flashy and untrustworthy vendors outside. After accomplishing all this, Alan realized he had forgotten one critical detail. He had yet to retrieve his school uniform. With the box in tow, he hastened toward Madame Malkin's shop. He had assured her that he was merely stepping out to shop and would return shortly. But he had lost track of time while meticulously selecting books. A glance at his watch revealed it was only 3 o'clock, and Alan let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't too late. However, when he raised his gaze to the sky, he discovered the sun was already beginning to set. Damn it! The magical influences of Diagon Alley had rendered his watch useless. By the time he arrived, Madame Malkin was preparing to close her shop, but upon his sincere apologies, she readily forgave his lapse in time, understanding that he was a novice wizard newly introduced to the magical world. Yet, as he was trying on his robes, a paper bag slipped from his grasp, landing with a thud on the floor. Merlin, madam, I can explain this. Chapter 6. It is time to embark on a new adventure. Just when Alan thought his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, Madame Malkin picked up the paper bag with an expression of indifference, casually handing it back to him while gently admonishing, "Oh, while it is indeed safe to carry things close to oneself, it can sometimes lead to a few mishaps, and I dare say, wizard robes are not the best place to conceal items, are they?" "You do you," Alan silently retorted, before outwardly expressing his gratitude to Madame Malkin in the most sincere tone he could muster. He nearly forgot he was in 1990s England and not in some outdated modern era, where carrying a wrapped book might provoke undue suspicion. After retrieving his school uniform, Alan swiftly borrowed an owl from the pet shop to send his return receipt to the school. Thus, his escapade in Diagon Alley could temporarily be deemed complete, at least until he acquired a new source of funds, for he could no longer afford the delights of Diagon Alley. After savoring a cup of pumpkin juice, Alan departed the Leaky Cauldron. However, as he prepared to settle his bill, Old Tom decisively refused, claiming it was his treat today, and no payment was necessary. No wonder his pub was so lackluster. With such generous expenditures, it was a miracle it was still profitable, but the man was indeed kind-hearted. Alan mused as he exited the Leaky Cauldron, much like when he had arrived. The only difference being that he now possessed an entire box of wizarding supplies and a wand. If the contents of his box were to be revealed, he suspected he could very well end up in Azkaban. One must admit, even though the Leaky Cauldron was merely a wall away from the 2 neighboring shops, as Alan traversed that distance, he felt as if he had crossed the threshold into an entirely new world. The air of London, steeped in the weight of its imperial past, enveloped him completely. Alan hailed a taxi. After all, one could not expect the magical influences to facilitate the establishment of a subway or bus station here, especially with the surrounding shops on the brink of closure. Perhaps this was a different kind of cursed fate. As the driver raised the vacant sign once more, Alan knew he had arrived at his destination, the orphanage. This area was undeniably one of London's poorer districts. One could hardly expect an orphanage to be situated in a prosperous neighborhood, where land prices were far beyond its means. Alan had spent 3 entire years in this orphanage, and he was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny, including where to find climbable low walls, where small passages could be traversed, and corners suitable for concealing items best kept out of sight. In fact, with the system's assistance, he had uncovered a hidden passage concealed by the largest gang of children in the orphanage. It was an air raid shelter constructed during the war, long forgotten with the passage of time, yet rediscovered by this motley crew of youngsters. Alan was not part of any gang. The only little sister he had grown close to had been adopted in the 2nd year after his arrival. This was not to say he had not cared for her. In reality, He had bested 5 other children to secure her that opportunity. Despite the system's aid, he had been unable to provide for his little sister in the orphanage. Especially in terms of education, they had only 2 options: the most dismal public school or the strictly governed church school, neither of which were conducive to being adopted. Alan had conducted his own investigation, and upon confirming the identity of the adoptive parents arriving the next day, he had decisively dealt with the fellow who had exploited the headmaster's secret to threaten this opportunity, along with his 4 accomplices. He even returned the stolen proof of his land sale to the headmaster. Thus, after enduring a fortnight of confinement as a consequence, his little sister was successfully taken away by her adoptive family. However, the repercussions of this matter continue to loom large even now. For instance, the fellow cowering in the corner before Alan is desperately attempting to make himself inconspicuous, hoping that Alan will overlook him. It is worth noting that, at the orphanage, Alan had gained notorious reputation for toppling the most fearsome gang in order to ensure his sister's adoption. Moreover, he serves as the headmaster's appointed student manager of the public school. "Hey, Rue, perhaps it's time for you to crack a smile?" Alan patted the shoulder of the fellow before him and watched as he forced a rather unsightly grin. "Cheer up, my friend. I found a boarding school outside, and this time I won't have to endure that damned public school anymore." Upon hearing this, Rue was momentarily taken aback, his smile transforming into a more genuine expression. Alan, unable to resist the headmaster's plea, had kept a watchful eye on the dozen or so students in public school who were not allowed to skip classes at will. Although they had not faced bullying within the school, few of these unruly children showed any gratitude. Now, upon learning that the shackles binding him were about to be removed, how could he not feel elated? Observing the group of raucous children nearby who could no longer conceal their laughter, Alan let out a sigh. Well, I've assisted them for so long. What they choose to do now is their own business. Ignoring several small groups that were already whispering about the matter, Alan strolled to his modest room. Alan's room was situated in a somewhat dilapidated 2-story building of the orphanage, tucked away in a corner on the sunny 2nd floor. The environment was relatively pleasant, if one could overlook the cramped space of less than 15 square meters. After placing down his suitcase, Alan did not hasten to delve into the magical knowledge contained within his books. Instead, he rummaged through his suitcase to retrieve a small, shriveled pouch. It was a stark contrast to its previously plump appearance when he had just withdrawn it from Gringotts. Now, it had certainly shed quite a bit of weight. Remaining were 60 galleons, 12 sickles, and less than 3 nuts, alongside a few hard-to-sell trophies and less than 15 pounds in paper currency. This constituted Alan's entire fortune. "Oh, all-powerful system, grant me a lottery ticket, will you?" However, this outcome was foreseeable. The system did not offer such a feature. In stark contrast, after a flash of light, the system dispensed 44 gold galleons. Now, along with the initial 10 galleons, the system boasted a total of 450 galleons. Curiously, this figure coincided precisely with the price of the cheapest hero. Indeed, Alan resolved that it was time to unlock the power of a new hero. Chapter 7. The Final Decision. The Valoran continent is a realm of the divine, where every hero selected into the land of runes wields immeasurable power. As stated in League of Legends, there are no worthless heroes, only inept summoners. However, it is likely that even the wisest sages and greatest seers of Valoran could not have foreseen the events unfolding today, when the power of a hero is inherited. The reasons for the successor selection are not based on preference, proficiency, personality, or even a hero's inherent charm, but rather on monetary wealth. Such a disgraceful act would undoubtedly invite scorn. Therefore, Alan mused, "System, can we lower the price?" Yet, alas, the galleons remained at 450, and the available heroes still numbered 9. 9 is a number of peculiar significance. Aside from 0, every single digit multiplied by 9 yields a sum of 9 when the digits are added together. Thus, 9 is indeed the apex of numbers. Consequently, Alan had the option to choose from 7 heroes. Do not inquire why it is 7. As Voldemort once said, 7 is a number imbued with magic. The 7 heroes were as follows: the Steadfast Hammer of Justice, Kale; the Avenging Angel, Kale; the Blade Master, E; the War Goddess, Sivir; the Star Child, Sorica; the Snowman Knight, Nunu; and the Keeper of Time, Xylian. As for the remaining 2, my apologies, they belong to the category of free heroes. Nunu and the Snowman Knight, whose power is partly derived from armor, were the first candidates to be disregarded by Alan. Among the remaining 5, while Master E possesses formidable strength, he is ill-suited for use at Hogwarts. Would Alan truly wield a wand in one hand and a sword in the other to vanquish gods? Although such an image sounds exhilarating, upon reflection, Alan decisively rejected the notion, thinking Master E let us part ways until I have the funds. Among the 4 remaining heroes, the most powerful are the avenging Angel Kale and the Keeper of Time Xylian, each boasting unparalleled abilities, one being invincible and the other capable of resurrection. It is worth noting that even a powerful figure like Dumbledore could find himself in eternal rest, and even the cunning Voldemort requires Horcruxes to cling to life. The potency of resurrection speaks for itself. While invincibility is a concept that requires little elaboration, its sheer allure is evident. Yet, ultimately, Alan made his choice, the war goddess, Sivir. With Voldemort yet to return, Hogwarts had yet to witness a single sacrifice. Thus, he would not require the abilities of invincibility or resurrection just yet. If, after such an extended period, he still could not accumulate a few galleons, he might as well buy a block of tofu to crash into, lest he continue to embarrass himself as a time traveler. Furthermore, what he presently needed was to enhance his own strength, rather than yearning for flamboyant ultimate skills. He could hardly unleash ordinary spells, let alone a grand finale. While Soraka possesses exceptional healing abilities and a temporary silencing power to prevent enemy attacks, Kale boasts commendable recovery and offensive capabilities. The most essential ability belongs to Sivir, her spell shield. Yes, even if acquiring Sivir's powers rendered the others unusable, possessing this single ability would suffice. Not only does this skill effectively mitigate virtually all single-target attacks, but it also replenishes a portion of magical energy post-block. This alone qualifies as a divine skill. Furthermore, the most critical aspect of this skill is its remarkably low cost. In other words, Alan can now wield this immensely powerful skill. Ding! As Alan's intent manifested, a pale blue shield materialized around him. If one were to glance without careful scrutiny, one might mistakenly believe it to be a shield conjured by the ironclad charm. Admittedly, it may not possess the high rebound damage of the latter, but its defensive capabilities far surpass those of the ironclad charm by countless degrees. The shield's duration is brief, lasting just slightly over a second, but it is more than sufficient. The sole drawback lies in its lengthy cooldown of a full 30 minutes, implying that this skill would primarily serve as a pivotal technique. Charging forward with the shield activated while shouting Sparta would be out of the question. Now, whether it was too early or too late, it was time to sleep. It was a tad too early for slumber, and Alan found the nearly pixelated quality of the television unbearable. Moreover, to avoid disappointing the children who were still celebrating the downfall of the Great Mountain, he decided to remain for a while. However, simply lingering there was not a viable plan. As for the spell book, Alan doubted he would be able to concentrate on it after such an exhilarating day. Even the unknown knowledge could not escape the reality of being merely textbook material. Wait a moment. Alan suddenly recalled that aside from those textbooks, he possessed a certain non-textbook item neatly packaged in a paper bag. Critique. I am engaging in critical reading. Then, half an hour later, Alan emerged with a large bundle of paper. Do not misunderstand. He merely had a nosebleed. Although Alan had not been an experienced individual in his past life, he had nonetheless dabbled in various topics under the influence of the information age, guided by seasoned veterans. Yet, even with some worldly experience, he found himself bowing to the wizarding powers. It is not that our forces lack effort. Rather, the enemy possesses formidable capabilities. One might suspect that even the legendary racing deity of Akina has never encountered such a high-end tome. You must understand, in the wizarding world, artworks come to life. What? Is that not an animated film? Young lad, you remain too naive. When the heroine of the first painting visited the fourth one and began engaging in various indescribable antics, Alan felt a warmth rising in his nose. You wizards truly know how to indulge in merriment. No, wait. It is we wizards who truly revel in such delights. For Alan now counts himself among the ranks of aspiring wizards. Ahem. This book is nothing but drivel, best discarded at the bottom of the box, to be critiqued at leisure. Then a knock echoed at the door to Alan's room. It was Lou. Brother Alan, come quickly. The headmaster is looking for you. The headmaster? What could it be? Academic matters? Impossible. How could there be a flaw in Hogwarts' admission letter? What on earth is going on? However, as Alan queried Lou, he found Lou utterly bewildered. Never mind, I shall find out once I arrive. And with that, Alan dashed off to the common room alongside Lou. Chapter 8. The Final London Patrol. To Alan's astonishment, he had been deceived. There was no headmaster awaiting him. Instead, a gaggle of mischievous children, brandishing candles, greeted him. The moment he opened the door, 2 bouquets erupted before his eyes, ribbons and confetti raining down upon him. While the meager spread of cakes and paltry dishes on the table revealed the truth, This was not an invitation from the headmaster, but rather a farewell party orchestrated by these rascals. Had the plot unfolded as expected, Alan would have been deeply moved, and these children would have subsequently strived to embrace their new lives with vigor. How heartwarming, how delightful. Yet, far from being touched, Alan felt merely exasperated. Who informed these little rascals that he was departing tomorrow? What nonsense! The commencement of Hogwarts was still a ways off. A boy with sandy hair stepped forward, holding a candle. Brother Alan, they say you're leaving to attend a boarding school. And there's nothing we can do but throw you a farewell party, wishing you success at your new school. True, the sentiment was accurate. Yet why did Alan perceive an unmistakable undercurrent of suppressed joy in their words? Glancing at the other children, their expressions radiated elation, while the others wore looks of admiration rather than sorrow. By Merlin's woolen socks. Were these rascals celebrating his departure or throwing a farewell party? Surely they hadn't taken his previous tales seriously. This misguided notion must be corrected. Alan curled his right index finger and delivered a firm tap to the head of the leading boy, who yelped in pain. I start school on September 1st. Today is only August 8th. Alan's words trailed off as a chorus of gasps erupted from the children around him, followed by the sound of wings flapping. Turning his gaze, he beheld a brown owl, its leg tethered with a letter, soaring into view and landing on the table before him. Alan picked up a piece of smoked sardine from a plate and offered it to the owl. Clearly, this delicacy delighted the creature, which quickly devoured the treat before extending its left foot. Alan carefully retrieved the letter. The familiar crest greeted him, yet inside was merely a train ticket, unmistakably for the Hogwarts Express, departing from Platform 9. Once the owl flew away, the children, who had held their breath in awe, finally erupted with comments like, cool, and so awesome. To them, a seemingly tamed owl was nothing short of miraculous. All right, quiet down, Alan commanded, raising his hand to quell the chatter. Though you've miscalculated the date, since everything is prepared, I shall request permission from the headmaster for a rare exception to stay up until 11 tonight. At that, the atmosphere erupted. A 9:30 bedtime felt like imprisonment for these energetic children. Yet, to Alan's surprise, even the most rambunctious among them couldn't last past 10:30, clearly unable to withstand the rigors of their biological clocks. After assisting the headmaster in carrying the youngest children to their rooms, Alan bid the headmaster good night and returned to his own quarters. It was just 11 o'clock, but the night was still young. Despite the multitude of pleasant surprises today, Alan intended to adhere to his usual habits. Even considering his physical development, he maintained his tradition of wandering the streets of London every Wednesday night. As for any lost sleep, he thought, forgive me, Nurse Elsa. With so many dozing during Thursday's theology class, my absence will hardly be missed. The nocturnal London was a wondrous place. Unlike the bustling daytime metropolis, the city at night was intoxicating. The nightclubs and bars, previously shut during the day, infused the city with a unique vitality, a stark contrast to the shadows lurking beneath the vibrant lights. Alan had ventured into those shadows multiple times, yet he had never taken a life. Even without unleashing his skills, the powers bestowed upon him by the system were sufficient for safe passage through these streets. While he had not played the hero, he had certainly dealt with his fair share of robbers, hoping that a night spent in a dumpster alongside their empty wallets might teach them a lesson. However, this evening proved to be fruitless. London's safety was unusually high at this hour. Alan's Wednesday patrols had consistently yielded little success until the final Wednesday of August. By this time, Alan felt a sense of urgency. If he failed to yield results today, it would mean no opportunity to earn galleons through this simplest of means until next summer. As for other money-making methods, he found himself devoid of ideas. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. Yet, it appeared that Lady Luck had chosen to smile upon him today. Just as Alan was about to give up after a fruitless search, a sharp gunshot rang out, followed by a distinct scent of blood, and then a figure sprinting towards him. From a still-smoking gun in the man's hand, it became clear who had just committed a shooting. Without allowing Alan a moment to think, the assailant raised his weapon and fired without uttering a word. This was the first time Alan had witnessed such brutal aggression. Yet it proved futile. With a mere flick of his finger, the bullet hurtling towards him met an azure barrier, shattering upon contact and vanishing as if nothing had transpired. The shield that could withstand even the most fearsome of modified police firearms was still effective against such mundane weaponry. In response to the panicked assailant, a bolt of lightning surged forth, and the confrontation concluded in a mere 3 seconds. The true time-consuming aspect was the process of submerging the assailant in the river. Fortunately, the Thames was nearby, and ample stones lined the riverbank. This encounter proved fruitful for Alan, netting him £1,000, a considerable sum by any measure. As for the aftermath, well, without a body, the police would only discover evidence of a shooting. The fleeing assailant would likely be presumed to have gone into hiding. Even if the Ministry of Magic arrived for an investigation, they would be unable to identify a newly enrolled student, especially since he had not even used his wand. Murder was not a grave concern, particularly when one's adversary had initiated the conflict. The only issue was that, upon calculation, this 1,000 pounds amounted to a mere 200 galleons, equating to 2,000 coins in the system, far from the 6,300 he required. Therefore, Merlin, grant me a few more muggle assailants, preferably those with money. Chapter 9. I may have transcended a false Harry Potter. As the first rays of morning sunlight began to illuminate the ancient fog-laden city, our protagonist, Alan, strode out of the orphanage with a wand in hand and a suitcase in tow, brimming with enthusiasm. Today marked a departure from any previous day. He was bound for a school he had long yearned to attend, Hogwarts. However, Alan's intentions diverged from those of other young wizards. He sought a particular sorcerer, Harry Potter. Harry, unlike his peers, was regarded as a mysterious and invaluable asset at Hogwarts. Upon earning Harry's favor, numerous secrets of Hogwarts would be unveiled to him, including, but not limited to, Hagrid's hut, the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore's office, the Chamber of Secrets, and the hidden passageways of the Weasley twins. Yet, despite waiting for what felt like an eternity, Alan found himself perplexed by the absence of the boy who was supposed to be here. The date was indeed September 1st, and the location was the fabled platform 9 3/4. Yet the one person he anticipated did not materialize. It was one thing for Harry to be elusive, but surely he could not overlook the conspicuous presence of Dudley, his cousin, and Uncle Vernon. As the clock neared 11, Alan resolved to wait just 5 more minutes before departing when a woman's voice interrupted him. "Oh, dear child, are you having trouble finding the station?" As he turned to face the source of the voice, he beheld a plump, kindly woman with a warm smile, flanked by 3 red-haired boys. She was holding the hand of a small redhead on either side. Alan noted that the one on her right was persistently attempting to break free from her grasp, albeit unsuccessfully. Alan bowed slightly and replied, "Oh yes, madam, it seems I cannot find the entrance to the station." At this moment, he recognized the identity of this group. Who else but the Weasley family could produce such a multitude of children? This realization also hinted that Harry Potter was not far behind, as their initial encounter in the original narrative took place here. "Percy, you must take good care of your brothers. Stay at the front," said Mrs. Weasley, turning to face Alan. "Now, children, let us set off." She tightened her grip on Ron, who was trying to escape and join his brothers. "Ron, don't rush. You're still too young," she warned, then glanced back at the twins. "And you too, your father said if you end up in Slytherin, you might as well spend the summer sleeping with the ghouls." "Wait, what? Ron isn't old enough?" Alan was bewildered. One of the trio was not heading to school? What kind of butterfly effect was this? Just a month prior, he had first encountered the magical realm. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The letter was undoubtedly from Hogwarts. And the Weasley family was indeed that Weasley family, but the timing was all wrong. The acceptance letter had not indicated that it was Harry Potter's year to enroll. Good heavens! Alan felt utterly drained. Perhaps he had crossed over into a false version of Harry Potter's world. However, after contemplating that Harry would have to endure 2 more years of bullying at his aunt and uncle's, Alan's spirits lifted considerably. "Harry, it's not that I lack sympathy. Rather, I simply cannot intervene in circumstances that do not harm him." To the boy still sleeping in the cupboard on his stairs, Alan vowed to pray to Merlin on the Hogwarts Express, wishing him a respite from spiders and torment, and hoping he would find ample food to eat. Merlin's bloomers. On the other side of the station lay an entirely new world. Deep crimson steam engines, pristine platforms, and a bustling throng that painted a vivid contrast to the mundane world of muggles. The steam from the locomotives mingled with the chatter of the crowd, while cats of every hue weaved through feet. Amid the cacophony of voices and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls screeched piercingly, responding to one another. Under Percy's guidance, the group squeezed onto the train and found seats. Before they could even stow their luggage, they leaned out the window to bid farewell to Mrs. Weasley, who was struggling to manage her unruly children. Once their belongings were settled and introductions made, Percy began to lecture his younger brothers, clearly relishing his newfound authority as a prefect, though he awaited the graduation of the current head boy. However, unlike the mischievous twins from the original tale, they appeared unexpectedly subdued, leaving Alan astonished. They seemed almost timid, as if fearing something. Consequently, Alan quickly deduced the tradition at Hogwarts of hazing newcomers, silently wishing Ron well. For he had 2 brothers who might exacerbate the situation. It became evident that this pair of siblings could potentially become even more troublesome under the influence of their older siblings. Driven by a typical desire to avoid being the last victim in a long line of pranks, Alan recognized a shared, unspoken agreement among Hogwarts graduates regarding the sorting hat that must never be divulged. This secret even persisted through generations, as no one dared to reveal how the sorting process truly unfolded. All memoirs glossed over this detail, while the older students, upon their younger relatives' acceptance into Hogwarts, would enthusiastically engage in elaborate ruses. Thus, a plethora of tales, akin to the big bad wolf preying on weeping children, were spun, embellished by the unique magical creatures of their world, likely yielding enough material for an entirely new tome. Moreover, the very individuals who experienced the tradition themselves would twist these narratives even further, aiming to ensure that their successors fully grasped the love embedded in such behavior. Alan could not help but appreciate the cunning behind it. As Percy continued to weave traditional tales of deception, Alan wholeheartedly assisted, enhancing the performance with a flair for dramatics. Occasionally, he would interject with his own embellishments. "Oh, Percy, ISNT had said that the mortality rate for first years is as high as 5%. And Percy, did you not mention that one cannot enter without fending off 5 werewolves? My goodness, Percy, might that mean half the students would be eliminated? How terrifying." The conversation flowed seamlessly, as evidenced by the twins' pallid faces. "Is this entertaining?" Alan mused. "Is this not the very definition of entertainment? It is utterly riveting." Chapter 10. The Twins' Transformation Plan. However, the charade could only last so long before the twins caught on, significantly diminishing Alan's rare source of amusement. As the most resourceful pranksters in the magical community, their ability to be fooled for any length of time was a testament to the tradition being upheld admirably. While Percy endeavored to concoct even more frightful tales to scare his mischievous brothers, Alan observed a silent understanding develop between the twins. This revelation prompted Alan to abandon his plan to further embellish Percy's tales, as it was clear the twins had identified the cracks in Percy's narrative. This was no fault of Percy's. For a typically serious individual, his performance in this age-old tradition of deceiving newcomers was commendable, especially considering his opponents had gained a notorious reputation for their pranking prowess within a single year. The twins could proudly declare, "When it comes to breaking school rules at Hogwarts, we corner the market." As Percy racked his brain for the next tale, the twins decided it was time for action. "Wow, Percy, you're quite something," one of the twins exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, though Alan had yet to discern which twin it was. "You should have told us sooner. I had no idea." The other chimed in. "Wait, I think I remember him mentioning that." The brother who had spoken earlier resumed his discourse, seemingly recalling how Percy had once lamented about Charlie's old wand, claiming it couldn't produce a single spell. Indeed, he had even suggested that if it weren't for the wand's shortcomings, his transfiguration wouldn't have resulted in such diminutive pinpricks that he failed to attain an A. Yet, how did Percy, who struggled to transform even a needle, manage to pass the trials set by 5 werewolves? Remarkable. Perhaps those werewolves were so embarrassed by their inability to squeeze through the pinhole that they perished from shame? Oh dear, enough of the chatter. Percy repeatedly interrupted his younger siblings' banter, concocting an excuse to seek out his classmates, and exited prematurely. "Alan, you're being quite excessive. You know perfectly well that Percy was deceiving us from the start." Once Percy departed, the twins redirected their focus onto Alan, their sharp wit quickly deducing that Percy had been duping them, with Alan feigning fear to assist Percy in a charade. However, such a simplistic blame was hardly something Alan would accept. "If I hadn't said anything, wouldn't you have let him deceive you all the way?" Alan replied with a carefree demeanor, shifting the blame onto Percy, successfully executing his strategy. The twins were momentarily taken aback by Alan's words. Indeed, had he not been there to interject, Percy would not have revealed so many inconsistencies, and they would not have discovered the truth so swiftly. Moreover, since Alan was a newcomer to their circle, it was certainly inappropriate for him to directly expose Percy's scheme. Upon reflection, it seemed that Alan was indeed aiding them. The two brothers, having yet to embark on their Hogwarts journey, naively accepted Alan's words and began to engage in light-hearted conversation. As for Percy, well, he could await the affection from his family. "Oh, by the way, Alan, since you're so unfazed by Percy's tales, do you happen to know about the sorting?" George suddenly felt intrigued, as Alan's demeanor suggested an insider's knowledge, devoid of any trepidation. This question caught Alan off guard. He not only understood how the sorting worked, but was also aware that if one strongly requested a specific house during the sorting, it could be arranged. Yet, he could not divulge such information. What a jest! If he spoke of this, Dumbledore would undoubtedly learn of it within days. a boy of Muggle descent, reminiscent of Voldemort. Knowing the secrets of Hogwarts sorting, would Dumbledore not regard him as a potential Horcrux and eliminate him without hesitation? Nevertheless, faced with the question, he could not evade it and resorted to the storytelling skills he honed while entertaining children at the orphanage. Fabricating a tale that even he could believe, I have perused numerous introductory texts about Hogwarts, reminiscing about the diverse experiences within the various houses. Many students have found themselves in awkward situations due to a lack of ability. However, expulsions are exceedingly rare, predominantly occurring due to cheating. Therefore, I surmise that the sorting must be quite simple. Otherwise, the school would not harbor so many inadequately skilled individuals. Moreover, given that they have not been expelled, it seems the atmosphere within the school is rather pleasant. Thus, the supposedly terrifying sorting is merely a ruse to mislead newcomers, akin to the welcoming ceremonies in Muggle schools. That does seem quite reasonable. Hearing you say that alleviates my concerns. As he spoke, Fred visibly shed his last remnants of worry and appeared revitalized. By the way, Alan, you mentioned Muggle welcoming ceremonies. What exactly are they? George inquired with keen interest, fiddling with his wand. There is no taboo surrounding this. Bullying exists even at Hogwarts. Otherwise, how do you think Snape came to despise Harry's father? But then again, one wonders what misdeeds Snape committed to be bullied to such an extent, to be jilted, and then to shield the son of his tormentor. The level of suffering is truly unparalleled. Yet, why did George and Fred's eyes light up at the mention of school bullying? Hey, that's illegal. Do you think the Jews suffered so horrendously at the hands of the Fuhrer for no reason? It all traces back to the bullying they faced back in school. At this moment, Alan felt fortunate that he had merely mentioned school bullying. Given the twins' inherent goodness, they would disdain to engage in such acts. Had he discussed the intricacies of deduction, it would have been disastrous. Just imagine if Alan had just referenced Conan. What chaos might ensue? You best not provoke us. We, the twin brothers, have absorbed over 700 episodes of Conan from our esteemed classmate Alan, mastering over 600 methods of pranking, proficient in more than 200 techniques for trap setting, familiar with 100 types of prank tools, adept at crafting various alibis, and skillfully utilizing smoke bombs, transfiguration wands, dung bombs, vomit candies, and an array of other implements for mischief. Remember, don't cross us, or you'll find yourself entangled in a web of pranks before you even realize it. Might this lead to the emergence of an evolved ultimate prankster duo? Good heavens, envision the scenario. The aging Fae, once the lifelong nemesis of the twins, initially lacking in skill and subjected to their relentless pranks. If their pranking techniques were to evolve, oh, what a touching scene that would be. Regardless, there had been no reports of the twins pranking their friends, and Alan resolved to share the tale of the moving Grim Reaper with them someday. Chapter 11. The Hogwarts Express in Motion. Conversations with George and Fred proved to be far more delightful than Alan had anticipated. Even if much of what they discussed echoed what he had read in that series, he found himself utterly captivated, realizing in that moment that he was not merely confronting a pre-scripted narrative but rather a vibrant, new world, the Wizarding Realm, of which he had only glimpsed a fraction. Fortunately, the twins shared a profound interest in Muggles, guided by their father, which enriched their dialogue immensely. However, there was a slight issue. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation had veered off course, as Alan inadvertently found himself discussing Muggle April Fool's Day, prompting the twins to reciprocate with tales of various wizarding pranks, such as facial blisters, incessantly oozing snails, and biting books. As Alan introduced a mysterious Oriental artifact, known as the Immortal Unveiling Garment, the sound of trolley rolling by interrupted them, followed by a knock at the door. The compartment door swung open to reveal a charming woman with dimples, who cheerfully inquired, "Dearies, would you care to purchase some snacks?" Though the system was notorious for its avarice, this did not imply that Alan lacked funds. Compared to the exorbitant prices of the system, the cost of these treats was trivial. After gathering an assortment of his favorites, Alan exchanged 1 galleon and 3 sickles for ownership of these delights, the only regret being that when he inquired about sunflower seeds, drinks, and bottled water, the vendor looked utterly bewildered. One must admit that the confectionery crafted by wizards was truly imaginative. Just look at the items Alan purchased. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, blowing bubble super bubblegum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and 3 bottles of pumpkin juice. The chocolate frog had long been one of Alan's coveted confections, renowned as one of the most famous sweets of the Harry Potter era. As a self-proclaimed foodie, how could he possibly let this treat slip by? With 3 resounding pops, Alan placed the open bottle of pumpkin juice in front of George and Fred, exclaiming, Come, let's feast. I feel positively famished." However, George and Fred appeared slightly flushed, hesitating to partake. Alan quickly discerned their concern. Like their younger brother, these twins had little pocket money, and their youthful pride prevented them from accepting charity. As they shyly retrieved sandwiches, Alan snatched one away, taking a hearty bite. He had to admit, Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills were quite commendable. How could he not bring out delicious food beforehand? George, you are quite the trickster. Alan began his mock accusation. No, that was made by my mother. Fred attempted to elucidate, yet found himself at a loss for words. Oh my goodness, how I envy you all. The meals prepared by your mother are simply exquisite. Just as he sought to conjure an excuse, Alan preemptively interrupted him. Thank goodness. I was just thinking that indulging solely in these snacks would be unfair to my stomach. Luckily, you have sandwiches. Otherwise, we would have been left to survive on mere snacks today. This statement was mumbled by Alan, who had already consumed more than half of the sandwich. He was certainly not speaking in jest, for no store-bought food could ever compare to a home-cooked meal. In the eyes of the children, exchange was the most effective principle of equivalence. Once Alan devoured their sandwiches, they felt no compunction in snacking on candies. Thus, a veritable snack fest unfolded in this small compartment. Notably, when a chocolate frog revealed a card that Alan could not decipher, the two brothers nearly lost their minds, even foregoing their candies, and were seized by an urge to boast to their contemporaries. Alan, however, remained unfazed. Youngsters, in my day, I was an expert in consuming 108 generals. You are still too naive. This is a complete ruse by the suppliers, and I have seen through it. I must admit, this card is remarkably exquisite. Perhaps I should consider collecting them as well. Ultimately, Alan's intentions were shelved, as the brothers eventually triumphed over their desire to flaunt, albeit with good intentions. This was primarily due to the remarkable artifact from the East that Alan had described, which they interpreted as the most powerful wizard. Alan was powerless to clarify, as his vocabulary failed to convey the essence of a celestial being to the twins. An artifact capable of influencing even the mightiest of wizards was undeniably captivating, hence their fascination with such a mystical object. However, Alan's explanation left them slightly disheartened. He described the celestial garment as being made from the fuzz of peaches, which, after being washed and dried, was transformed into what was termed celestial garment. Once dried, this peach fuzz became nearly imperceptible. However, when applied to the skin, it would provoke an itching sensation so intense that one might scratch away a layer of skin. Yet, this seemingly destructive artifact was met with unanimous disdain from the twins. This is far too easily dispelled. A simple cleaning charm would render it utterly vanquished. George began to complain. Indeed, not to mention the method of release is far too antiquated. It must be done surreptitiously, which is quite bothersome, another chimed in. Nevertheless, the effects do sound promising, do they not? I have an idea. We could provide those peach fuzzes with a little assistance to make them less easily removed. Precisely. Such an effect, akin to a malevolent curse, would surely be impervious to any restorative magic they mused. In truth, this seemed to be a perfect ingredient. As for the method of release, they felt it warranted further exploration. This could lead to a monumental invention. Alan was already breaking into a cold sweat, sensing he had inadvertently sparked something significant. Silently, he offered a blessing for Percy, as the twins' discourse veered dangerously close to their brother who had attempted to intimidate them. If things went awry, it was likely this enhanced prank artifact would be first tested by him. May Merlin protect you. Percy. Alan, do you know about automobiles? I have one at home. How about we take a drive sometime? The twins had concluded their preliminary discussion and recalled Alan, whom they had almost overlooked. That highly featured magical car? Alan perked up, resuming his conversation with the twins. Chapter 12. The final destination, Hogwarts. Just as Alan and the others were engrossed in their lively discussion, the sudden caw of a raven abruptly interrupted their conversation. The twin brothers instinctively sought the source of the raven's call, soon discovering the culprit nestled in Alan's cage. A raven? George expressed mild surprise, then whistled before turning to Alan. Cool. Is this your pet? When Alan nodded, George eagerly approached the cage, observing this unique pet. Its glossy feathers and lively eyes attested to its good health, though George was slightly discontented when the raven, upon noticing him, merely blinked lazily and turned its back, leaving him with nothing but its rear. Fred, slightly anxious, inquired of Alan, Alan, what prompted you to suddenly decide to keep this creature? After all, ravens are the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Alan shrugged, exuding a sense of resignation. I had no choice. This fellow has been with me for quite some time. It's a bird, just like an owl, and since I don't need it to deliver parcels, I might as well keep it instead of an idle owl. Fred, don't be such a downer. Do you think this is one of those fairy tales our mother told us to deceive us? George retorted unhappily, dismissing the notion of those tales meant to fool children. All right, I must concede it is indeed quite cool, Alan. What is its name? Fred abandoned his concerns and redirected his inquiry to Alan. Why are you asking me? I have no idea. Alan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is not a pet. It's a hero ability from a system. The Harbinger of Doom, Frederick, colloquially known as the Scarecrow, was summoned after Alan opted to activate this hero ability. This raven, akin to a pet, now lingered by Alan's side. This necessitated an expenditure for a cage, which was no trivial expense. Though he could sense the raven's position and emotions and knew it would not fly amiss without his command, a cage was still essential. Otherwise, what would it signify to have a raven perched on his shoulder in the streets? As for why he chose the Scarecrow, Alan could concoct a plethora of reasons. The Scarecrow possesses magical immunity, fear, and healing abilities, making it a quintessential hero. In contrast, all other heroes of the same tier are inferior, and he had become somewhat extravagant with his newfound wealth. However, the true reason was singular. He had inadvertently selected the Scarecrow due to a slip of his hand, and the confounded system lacked a return key. He had mistakenly chosen the Scarecrow, and that was that. Originally, he could have purchased 4 heroes at 450 gold each with his 2,000 gold. Yet, after acquiring the Scarecrow's powers, he abandoned the notion of activating another 450 hero, opting instead to hoard his gold. Firstly, he discovered that merely possessing 5 heroes' powers had temporarily saturated him. These were not ordinary heroes, but embodiments of power forged through trials. Even utilizing just a fraction of their abilities was sufficient to satiate his current physical state. Of course, Alan estimated that it wouldn't be long before he adapted to the influx of new powers. Secondly, he realized that compared to the 450 heroes, the inherited powers of the Scarecrow seemed to possess a slightly greater magnitude, akin to the difference between a trial version and the full product. The items may be identical, yet the quantity was significantly greater. Thus, the system was indeed a pitfall. Despite all heroes being remarkably powerful, their price discrepancy led to a dilution of their strength. Thirdly, he aspired to obtain the powers of 2 heroes, Quinn, the Wing of Demacia, and Swain, the Strategist Commander. The commonality between them was their affinity for birds. The former's synergy with the Demacian falcon, Harlow, was unparalleled, while the latter, like the Scarecrow, was adept at manipulating ravens. The thought of amalgamating the powers of these 3 was almost beyond Alan's imagination. Currently, however, Alan found himself in a position where all calculations had been made, akin to a person waiting for the lottery results. In other words, he was out of money. Truly, what a woeful tale. Then, Alan was jolted back to reality by Fred's voice. Alan, what is its name? It looks so impressive. Still lost in thought, Alan blurted out, Harlow. Sensing the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Alan, the once proud raven turned its head. Harlow? George attempted to call out to the raven, yet was met with disdain. He then turned to Alan and inquired, what a peculiar name, but surprisingly melodious. What does it mean? Harlow signifies courage. It was originally the name of a falcon. One of the mightiest beings, Alan explained. Thus, I have bestowed it upon this raven. Alan could distinctly sense the joy radiating from the raven. Clearly, it was fond of its new name. Overall, Alan felt reasonably satisfied with the strength of the Scarecrow. While it may not compare to the heroic power that could be quantified by absolute values of 450 gold coins, it certainly ranked among the elite within the realm of 1,350 level heroes. The heroes available for purchase at 1,350 gold coins included the likes of Pride of the Leader, Fury of the Storm, Lava Behemoth, Evil Sorcerer, Morning Mummy, Widowmaker, Alchemist, Harbinger of Doom, Bull Chief, Undead War God, Mace Cannon, Fallen Angel, and Zon Madman. Alan had initially dismissed the Pride of the Leader without question. Do not ask why. But if you dare, pose the question of who is more unsightly, Echo or the Troll. Most would deem a toss-up. The remaining heroes with racial advantages, such as the Lava Behemoth and Bull Chief, were also eliminated from consideration. Among the remaining heroes, the power of the Evil Sorcerer was not one Alan dared to wield recklessly. Should it indeed require slaughter to accumulate strength, he would rather abstain. Believe it or not, Dumbledore had to eliminate Voldemort before he could deal with him. Each of the remaining heroes possessed unique strengths without glaring weaknesses. While the Alchemist might significantly enhance his potions class performance, Alan felt no regret in not selecting him, as the others were equally arbitrary. During the remaining time, Alan engaged in various pranks with the twin brothers, intending to extend his apologies to Percy, and continued discussing the viability of Muggle tricks, such as placing notes on someone's back with his twin brothers. As Alan inadvertently glanced out the window, he realized the sky had gradually darkened. Underneath the deep purple sky, hills and forests began to draw nearer, while the train's speed gradually decreased, indicating their imminent arrival at their destination. Chapter 13. Crossing the Lake. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it is delivered to the school, announced the train's intercom. At that moment, Percy, who had earlier vanished, returned to urge his younger brother to change into his school uniform, as their mother's words evidently held significant sway. Alan mused that, compared to the twin brothers, Percy seemed the one in greater need of care. Having had the opportunity to try on the uniform beforehand, Alan donned it with ease. Only needing minor adjustments to his accessories, one could hardly blame him, as he was not accustomed to robes like the Weasley family. As the train gradually slowed to a halt, the passengers began to jostle one another, eager to disembark onto a dim and cramped platform. The night had already descended, and the weather in England in September was far from hospitable. The cold winds sweeping down from the mountains served to cool the excited brains of the first-year students. However, this was merely the beginning, for as Alan caught sight of the nearly 2-meter-tall lantern-bearer, he suddenly recalled Hogwarts' welcoming tradition of sailing into the school. Typically, when one thinks of rowing, it conjures images of sunlit summer afternoons, where a group of singles or a couple of lovebirds glide across a small lake in a modest boat, joyously paddling through the gentle waves, savoring the heat of the summer sun, a scene that evokes longing. But what of Hogwarts? Under Hagrid's guidance, a throng of both exhilarated and anxious newcomers stumbled down a steep and narrow path. Notably, aside from the lantern in Hagrid's hand, there was no other source of light, which led Alan to question what sort of protective enchantment was at work. For it was hard to imagine that a path easily navigable for Hagrid appeared steep and narrow to them, the students. After rounding the final bend, Hagrid raised his lantern high, and simultaneously, Alan heard his classmates ahead emit a collective gasp of awe. He hurried forward, and in the flickering dim light, he beheld the castle he had longed for in his previous life. Set against the backdrop of a lake that embraced half of Hogwarts, stood a majestic castle perched upon a hill, its towers piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling under the stars. Under Hagrid's direction, the group quickly organized themselves in small boats at the water's edge. Naturally, Alan, along with the Weasley twins, shared a boat, accompanied by a timid girl. Initially, the three had intended to share a single boat. However, as they prepared to set off, the girl approached and, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, made her request. "Hello, I'm Angelina Johnson. May I share a boat with you?" Angelina Johnson? Alan felt a sense of familiarity with the name and chuckled at his own confusion. It was only natural for him to recognize most students in the school, aside from a few 6th and 7th years who were unlikely to appear in the original storyline. The trio couldn't possibly refuse the request of a young girl. So at Hagrid's command, the fleet of boats carrying the first years glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake, speeding swiftly enough that the damp wind successfully whisked away the last remnants of warmth from the train. As their boat journey progressed, the towering Hogwarts loomed ever closer. Following Hagrid's instruction to lower their heads, the small fleet of boats traversed through the ivy-draped opening at the cliff's face, arriving at a concealed, open entrance. Ultimately, they followed a dark tunnel that led them beneath the castle, reaching what resembled an underground dock, concluding their aquatic journey upon a surface of gravel and small pebbles. After Hagrid counted the number of first years, they ascended a rocky tunnel illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, finally emerging onto a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. Before them lay a stone staircase with nearly 100 steps, leading to a large, imposing oak door, the entrance to Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door, which swung open with a creak. The figure who appeared was a tall, slender witch clad in a striking green robe, her serious demeanor indicating her authority. "These are this year's first years. Thank you, Hagrid. Your duty is complete. I shall take it from here," she stated. Without hesitation, Alan surmised that this qualified individual welcoming the newcomers was Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress. It was then that he finally recognized the timid girl, Angelina Johnson, who was destined to become a key teammate of Harry Potter, a Quidditch chaser, and the captain of the Gryffindor team in Harry's 5th year, a bright, confident girl known for her decisiveness. This revelation astonished Alan. What had transpired to transform this shy girl into someone so different? Wait. Alan suddenly recalled another significant detail about this girl. She was Fred Weasley's partner at the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament when Harry was in his 4th year and Fred was in his 6th. This seemed rather intriguing. Alan cast a curious glance at the excited twin brothers, and Fred, in an absent-minded manner, sneezed and mumbled, "Oh, George, I think I've caught a cold. Wishing you joy, Fred. Since I am here, I shall not allow you to falter in the final battle. May this change, however slight, not be a trivial matter for Ginny, the little girl, as she may soon capture the heart of this mischievous boy, utterly oblivious to love. As for George, fret not. Lee Jordan is a commendable lad. After all, the FFF group has proclaimed that the opposite sex exists solely for procreation, while true love resides in same-sex bonds. Just then, a series of sneezes erupted from the crowd, accompanied by George's voice. "Oh, Fred, it seems you were right. This wretched weather indeed invites colds." The ensuing 3 sneezes evidently caught Professor McGonagall's attention as she waved her wand, causing the flames of the torches adorning the surrounding walls to flare up several times their original size, effectively silencing the murmuring students. "All right, newcomers, welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall declared. After a brief pause, she continued, "Follow me." Chapter 14. The sorting begins. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the throng of first years traversed a magnificent marble staircase, leading directly to the Great Hall. As they progressed, the cacophony of voices within the hall grew increasingly palpable, and in this charged atmosphere, Alan could distinctly perceive the surrounding excitement gradually morphing into anxiety. Clearly, the notorious Hogwarts prank weighed heavily on every heart, save for Alan, the time traveler. Even the twins, whom he had previously reassured, exhibited a hint of trepidation. Being expelled from Hogwarts in the heart of England, where it reigned supreme, was a disgrace second only to being mute. However, Professor McGonagall showed no inclination to elucidate matters, and the group, laden with apprehension, followed her along the stone-paved floor. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into a small, empty chamber at the far end of the hall. The newcomers surged in, jostling together, nervously scanning their surroundings as they sought solace in one another. At that moment, Alan felt a tug at his sleeve. Glancing down, he discovered that it was George, one of the twins, clearly in need of some comfort. Yet, before he could utter a word, Professor McGonagall began to speak. "Silence," she commanded. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure hours in your house common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to your house. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence in front of the entire school. I suggest you take this time to tidy yourselves up and appear presentable." Under the piercing gaze of Professor McGonagall, the group hastily adjusted their appearances, desperately attempting to smooth out non-existent wrinkles. "Once they are ready, I shall fetch you," she stated calmly after surveying the room. "While you wait, please maintain silence." It was evident that her words fell on deaf ears, for shortly after her departure, George resumed the conversation that had been interrupted. "Alan, do you possess any insider information? If so, please share it, so we need not continue our worrying." Clearly, this topic piqued the interest of the surrounding first years, as Alan could discern their barely concealed concern. However, Alan had no intention of divulging this tantalizing mystery. Regardless of how he came by his knowledge, he preferred to keep it to himself, for his heart was aligned with the upperclassmen, enduring the same anxiousness they had once felt. Of course, although Alan had never experienced such anxiety, it did not prevent him from relishing the spectacle. "George, I am merely speculating. Nearly every book fails to mention the sorting. How could I possibly know?" Just as George prepared to inquire further, Professor McGonagall entered, opening the door. "Now, in single file, follow me," she instructed the first years. They lined up and entered the Great Hall, where 4 long tables were already filled with students, leaving only the seats closest to them vacant, clearly reserved for the newcomers. Alan observed that nearly everyone wore smiles. As the disarray of the first years provided ample fodder for conversation among the upperclassmen, many of whom might have reminisced about their own inaugural experiences. However, Alan was certain that no one would willingly admit to having been frightened. It was safe to assume they would all boast of how astutely they had seen through the facade. Taking advantage of the delay, Alan began to scrutinize the opulent hall. The nearly transparent ceiling directly revealed the extraordinary nature of this grand institution, with candle chandeliers cascading down as if suspended in the very sky. Thousands of flickering candles rivaling the starlit expanse outside, devoid of any wax drippings or soot that might betray their magnificence. As Alan's gaze shifted to the tables, He was captivated by the golden tableware, but wisely averted his eyes. Even the most audacious of thieves would likely shy away from such treasures, for they had likely aged as long as Hogwarts itself, and perhaps bore countless enchantments. Under the influence of magic, a four-legged chair was maneuvered by Professor McGonagall to position itself in front of the newcomers. Then, the most renowned and tattered hat was placed upon the chair by Professor McGonagall. This was none other than Gryffindor's very own sorting hat, imbued with the wills and blessings of the four founders. To be honest, in terms of artifacts, it was likely that Gryffindor's sword, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's ring, and Ravenclaw's diadem could not compare to this tattered old hat, for it was a relic shared by the four founders. Alan would even venture to assert that even if one were to combine the four aforementioned artifacts, they would scarcely be worth the sorting hat, which was the very foundation of Hogwarts. That said, even Voldemort, if he were to comprehend the origins of this hat, would never consider it as a Horcrux, never having been washed since the school's inception and annually subjected to the antics of unruly children. Soon, the hat concluded its introductory song, which Alan suspected might receive slight modifications each year, serving as its own form of entertainment during moments of solitude. As the final note faded, Professor McGonagall rose from her seat and retrieved a scroll of parchment. "I shall call your names. When I do, you will don a hat. Take a seat and await your sorting." Thus, the sorting ceremony commenced. Chapter 15. The sorting concludes. The sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, and as anticipated, the twin brothers were sorted into Gryffindor, sitting at the table while ignoring Percy's admonitions, casting encouraging glances at Alan. Clearly, they hoped for his inclusion in Gryffindor as well. However, Alan could only offer them an apologetic smile. What a jest! He was well aware that the majority of the upperclassmen were familiar with Gryffindor. It wasn't as if they couldn't visit, having finally arrived at Hogwarts. Why not seek something fresh? To be frank, if there were no restrictions on house selection, he would undoubtedly choose Slytherin, reveling in the challenge of defeating Voldemort alongside a cadre of Death Eater's offspring. Now, that would be the epitome of difficulty. However, due to his lineage, it was apparent that Alan could not aspire to Slytherin. Thus, he found himself compelled to select from the remaining three houses. Opting for Gryffindor would inevitably mean facing Severus Snape's relentless scrutiny and enduring 2 years of defeat, a daunting prospect for someone like him, who, prior to Harry, lacked any protagonist advantage to amass points and secure victory against the Weasley twins. While he personally was indifferent to such accolades, the elation of the headmaster and the significance of the House Cup were undeniable. Furthermore, losing would entail a period of collective mourning with a group of peers. How could one remain cheerful under such circumstances? Yet, honestly speaking, even devoid of these considerations, he would still choose Hufflepuff. Those foolish mortals, do they not realize the implications of their self-satisfied choice? They must understand that Hufflepuff is home to a culinary sorcerer. Just imagine, the common room is adjacent to the kitchen, while students from other houses ponder whether to indulge in biscuits or cake. A mere 2 or 3 steps lead to the kitchen. Upon declaring their intentions, the enthusiastic house elves would promptly present delicious, steaming dishes. What a privilege that is. Not to mention the magical recipes that may have been passed down within Hufflepuff. Truly a paradise for food lovers. What a Voldemort. Does Alan truly need to worry about him? Graduates from Hufflepuff are not lacking in combat prowess compared to their peers. Besides, Gryffindor's resistance against Voldemort was bolstered by Harry's protagonist aura. With the system at his disposal, Alan had no intention of following Dumbledore's conventional path. He had yet to meet Harry, but he had enjoyed delightful conversations with the twins and had no intention of letting these lively brothers meet their demise. He was not an old man. Here, he was a main character. However, just as Alan resolved to make his choice, Professor McGonagall called his name. Thus, the newly emboldened protagonist was compelled to wear a hat that had not been washed since 993 AD. The sorting hat, upon first being placed on his head, remarked in a faint voice, a rather impolite newcomer, yet undeniably courageous. Perhaps Gryffindor? After Alan fervently expressed his desire to join Hufflepuff, the sorting hat acquiesced, its whisper transforming into a resounding proclamation. Hufflepuff. As Alan removed the hat, he respectfully placed it down, despite its unsightly state. There was no doubt that it represented Hogwarts more than the castle itself. After all, the castle was merely a structure, while the sorting hat embodied the very philosophy of Hogwarts' educational ethos. After bowing to the professors, Alan exchanged reassuring glances with the astonished Weasley twins while smiling as he made his way to the Hufflepuff table, which had just fallen silent from applause. Clearly, the newcomers were met with a warm welcome. Shortly after Alan took his seat, the sorting ceremony concluded. Notably, Angelina Johnson, the once timid girl, was now seated beside Fred, cheering him on, while Alan mused, popcorn and cola in hand, as he watched their affectionate rivalry unfold. After Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat back, Dumbledore rose from the central golden chair at the staff table. With a beaming smile directed at all the new students, he opened his arms wide, his voice exuding warmth. "Welcome, everyone. Another new academic year has commenced. While we bid farewell to some, it brings me great joy to see so many new faces. There's no greater delight than this. Now let's enjoy our feast." As his words echoed, the tables filled with an array of delectable dishes, causing Alan to feel a surge of concern for the house elves. They were simply marvelous, and he feared he would soon find himself requesting their assistance in the middle of the night, a concern for his future weight management. Nevertheless, if you were to ask a house elf to prepare dishes like fish-flavored shredded pork, mushu pork, or kung pao chicken, would they acquiesce? It was an intriguing question, though perhaps not one suitable for dining conversation. Despite the abundance of food, the 7 years of Hogwarts students had been famished throughout their train journey, and the speed at which forks and knives flew was significantly enhanced by their hunger. As the students feasted, the tables were soon cleared, the food vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. What lay before them now were lavish desserts. Ice creams of every flavor, apple pie, treacle tart, chocolate souffle, fried jam donuts, wine-soaked fruit pudding, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding, everything conspired to give Alan the illusion of a buffet. With the aid of the food, the new students engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere remaining vibrant until the sudden disappearance of the desserts. With the last dessert vanishing, various utensils also disappeared, leaving the table as pristine as if it had just been set. Concurrently, Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the dining hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all satisfied. Now, I would like to present a few important announcements. Firstly, I must remind our first-year students that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits. Secondly, Mr. Filch has requested I remind everyone not to use magic in the hallways during class breaks. Thirdly, the tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students interested in joining their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, Mr. Filch has issued bans on several items, and interested students may inquire further." Dumbledore paused, allowing everyone to absorb the information before declaring loudly, "Now, before you retire for the evening, let us sing the school song together." Under the guidance of Dumbledore's magical subtitles, the entire school sang the rather embarrassing school anthem. Thus, the Hogwarts opening ceremony came to a close. Chapter 16, The Hufflepuff Common Room. Under the guidance of upperclassmen, Alan and a group of first-year Hufflepuff students descended from the dining hall, traversing the marble staircase and turning toward the door on the right, halting before a cluster of neatly arranged wooden barrels. The leading upperclassman paused, pondering for a moment before everyone noticed him bending down to rhythmically tap the second-to-last barrel, producing a crisp sound. As he tapped, he whispered the password, and upon completing his actions, the lid of a large barrel next to him swung open. "Remember my tapping pattern and the password. This semester's password is Helga Hufflepuff. Of course, you could try using the wrong password or the wrong barrel, though I wouldn't recommend it." The leading upperclassman chuckled. "But you must admit, every year a few unfortunate souls end up in the vinegar barrel for various reasons instead of the common room." As they climbed down through the barrels in succession, Alan found himself entering a vast, circular space. It appeared to be an underground chamber, with walls resembling earthy materials. Yet, thanks to magic, the soil seemed to be separated from the interior by a transparent barrier, in no way detracting from the room's warmth. The ceiling was forcibly divided by a circular roof, allowing the moonlight from outside to pour in. Evidently, it employed the same magic as the dining hall, suggesting that even underground, this place was not lacking in sunlight. However, it was clear that the decor here, while less grandiose than that of the dining hall, exuded a certain craftsmanship. Alan occasionally spotted delicate, translucent dandelions and swaying grasses used as embellishments. The decor of the lounge is predominantly adorned with bright copper hues, where radiant copper shells are adorned with an array of magical plants, capable of uprooting themselves from their pots to sing and dance. As for their identities, Alan remains blissfully ignorant, yet one thing is certain: none of them are mandrakes. The mandrake is a perilous magical plant, while others sing for coin. Its song demands a life. The haunting melody it produces directly harms the soul, leading Alan to ponder that it is merely the botanical equivalent of a death knell. Beside the expansive fireplace rests an elongated yellow sofa, accompanied by chairs brimming with black cushions. For reasons unknown, Alan feels an uncanny impression that compared to other lounges described in books, Hepzibah's lounge seems to possess a slightly higher magical essence. However, he soon reconciles this thought, recalling that the first batch of house elves at Hogwarts came under Hepzibah's benevolent protection, unlike the persecution faced by other families. Thus, Hogwarts is indeed an enviable environment. Clearly, during the castle's renovation, Mistress Hepzibah had dedicated considerable effort to the construction of her house's lounge, though Alan harbors no objections. At this moment, however, the newcomers yearn not for a communal lounge, but for a warm and comfortable bed. Fortunately, the upperclassmen are well aware of this need. After directing the girls to their dormitories, they swiftly usher the male freshmen into their own quarters. Their beds, similarly adorned in copper, are draped with warm blankets and canopies, allowing them to disregard everything else after a day of fatigue as they succumb to the embrace of slumber. Awakening from a deep sleep, Alan gazes at his 4 roommates who remain oblivious to the morning. Contemplating the infamous labyrinthine staircases of Hogwarts, he ultimately decides against waking them to accompany him. He is not particularly eager for breakfast. Rather, he wishes to seize the opportunity to familiarize himself with the locations of his classes for the day, knowing that breakfast will be available as long as he is not too late. It is noteworthy that Hogwarts boasts a staggering 142 staircases. Some are wide and grandiose, while others are narrow and precarious. Some even shift destinations every Friday. There are instances where a staircase abruptly vanishes mid-flight, requiring one to remember where to leap across. Additionally, numerous doors abound. Unless one politely requests their opening or accurately prods the right spot, they remain steadfastly shut. Some doors are mere facades, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Memorizing the locations of everything proves to be a daunting task, as everything seems to be in a perpetual state of flux. Portraits frequently visit one another, and it is certain that even suits of armor can be seen roaming. However, under Alan's relentless inquiries, a stranger of a senior finally reveals a small tip. Each floor contains at least one staircase that does not move. While it may sometimes require a longer route, it is undoubtedly the most convenient method compared to being lost. As for memorizing the staircases, the fastest record was set by a student from Ravenclaw, who took a full fortnight to explore during breakfast. Alan encounters the twin brothers once more, who appear just as he reaches for a treacle tart. Hey, Alan, how was yesterday? I must tell you, the lounge at Hogwarts is absolutely fantastic. The twins, oblivious to the presence of their new friend, speak with the fervor of seasoned masters, discussing their ascent from bronze to silver rank in a gaming tournament, using every word at their disposal to describe their lounge. Yet, the only term that crosses Alan's mind is child, thinking, Father would be so disappointed in you, he is aware of Dumbledore's office even without visiting it. Where have those adventurous twins, who traverse the forbidden grounds with such ease, vanished to? Why are they transformed into mere boastful youngsters? Should Alan divulge that his lounge is the most luxurious due to the self-serving whims of a certain unnamed Mistress Hepzibah? However, Alan is not one to indulge in such thoughts. He calmly informs the twins, I know where the kitchen is, and it's quite near our lounge. The house elves there are quite hospitable. The twins, feeling somewhat disheartened, eventually clarify their intentions. They wish to discuss the class schedule with Alan. Although the upperclassmen had mentioned that they sometimes share classes, it is evident that the twins, recently having made a new friend, are dissatisfied with this uncertainty and have decided to confirm their classes with him. Alan is touched by their eagerness. However, had he known the true reason behind their abandonment of their newly acquired roommates to seek him out, he might have found it amusing. In the twins' eyes, Alan has already ascended to a senior status in the realm of Mischief Chapter 17, a new beginning at Hogwarts. Ultimately, the Weasley brothers depart with downcast expressions. For aside from herbology and defense against the dark arts, there are no classes shared between Hepzibah and Gryffindor. This might elucidate why Gryffindor harbors the highest animosity towards Slytherin. The two houses share the majority of their classes. Due to Slytherin's pure-blood ideology, Gryffindor is evidently not a viable match, leading these two houses to engage in perpetual conflict nonetheless. This bears little consequence for Alan, as even after years of rivalry, the two houses' troublemakers have not instigated any significant chaos. In contrast, the most trouble has arisen from the misunderstandings of culinary arts among the miscreants of Hepzibah, resulting in a higher number of Muggle-born wizards in Hepzibah, precisely the demographic Voldemort seeks to eradicate. One must wonder what transgressions Hepzibah has committed to attract such calamity simply for the sake of preparing a meal thus, unbeknownst to Voldemort. Another rooted and determined enemy has emerged, one he is fated to vanquish, however. Discussing Voldemort's demise is still premature. After all, there are 2 years until his first attempt at resurrection. Alan believes it prudent to first focus on his own development, aiming for level 6 before contemplating a confrontation with the line-dominating Voldemort, who has yet to place a single defensive ward. After all, defeating him 7 times would lead to inevitable victory. Consequently, after casting a glance at Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor who drones on at the podium, Alan decides to join the others in slumber, accompanying Merlin in a game of wizard chess. Rising too early has left him severely sleep-deprived, and the professor's monotonous tone, reminiscent of the elderly Elsa's lullabies, serves as a double hypnotic spell. It is remarkable that Alan has managed to remain awake thus far. The rhythm of life at Hogwarts is languid, largely attributable to the staircases that lead even upperclassmen astray, refusing to remain in one place. Yet, this does not diminish Alan's affection for life within this castle, as every moment here is ripe with surprises. Clearly, even the most advanced digital television walls cannot evoke the sense of history that lies concealed behind each portrait, dust-laden and rich with stories. No gaming effects can replicate the magic that occasionally flits through the corridors. Following such occurrences, Mr. Folly's presence would soon materialize, raising questions about whether he is indeed as ineffectual as he seems simultaneously. Alan also realizes the unexpected utility of his earlier missteps. For the spell of fear is remarkably effective against the poltergeist, although its efficacy is somewhat diminished without the support of the raven-haired Walu. One can easily imagine the amusement when the poltergeist, hurtling towards you at high speed, suddenly halts as if its neck had been grasped like a duck. Devoid of the companionship and assistance of his friend, the mischievous Peeves, Alan found himself traversing the intricate pathways in nearly half the time. This was indeed a fortuitous revelation, particularly in light of the multitude of first-year students who forsook their breakfasts in pursuit of their classrooms. Prior to the Friday's defense against the dark arts class, Alan had adeptly showcased his prowess before the newcomers, consistently emerging as the top performer in nearly every subject, save for history of magic, where it was hardly feasible for him to doze off most soundly or to attract attention with an occasional snore. He resolutely curtailed this meandering train of thought. It is worth mentioning that, to Alan's astonishment, Professor Snape did not exhibit undue severity towards them. While his acerbic tongue was inescapable, the occasional deduction of points was conspicuously absent. Furthermore, Alan's prior experience in chemistry and his focused study of the potions textbook, magical potions and elixirs, proved invaluable, enabling him to successfully complete classroom tasks and earn 5 points from Snape. However, upon noticing that his classmates displayed no semblance of astonishment akin to that of the sky collapsing, Alan suddenly recalled a significant distinction. Unlike the inherently antagonistic yet love-hate dynamic of Harry's Gryffindor, Hufflepuff possessed little that warranted Snape's enmity. Indeed, Snape was cautious not to target them excessively, for their head of house was none other than Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbology instructor. While each student was equipped with standard quantities of potion ingredients, the primary materials were sourced from Hogwarts itself. Without these essential components, Potions class would undoubtedly become a farce, a testament to the confidence derived from having a reliable supplier. Thus, Alan felt a wave of gratitude towards his house's head. With the absence of deliberate antagonism, Potions class appeared less dreary. However, this reduced the amusement for Alan, as the prospect of seeking trouble with Professor Snape was effectively removed from his agenda. Yet, the most captivating class at Hogwarts arrived on Friday, Defense Against the Dark Arts, renowned for its unpredictability, with even the instructor potentially changing each year. More significantly, unlike Professor Pomona Sprout's herbology class, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was not bound to any house head, thus not constrained by the rigidity that characterized the courses of the 4 heads. The classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts was a vast space adorned with 2 rows of desks facing a raised platform, while a large pile of feather cushions lay in one corner, their presence betraying the considerable effort expended by the house elves amidst the sunlight filtering through the windows. When the time for class arrived, a robust young man with muscle definition so remarkable that Alan suspected he had mistakenly wandered in from a bodybuilding competition entered. His ginger hair framed a countenance that radiated authority. In his left hand, he carried a massive cage covered in red velvet, while in his right hand, he wielded a short wand that resembled a chopstick. With a pronounced accent, he exclaimed, "Good morning, students." However, the diminutive wizards did not appear intimidated by this formidable teacher. After encountering Hagrid, it would be challenging for anyone to redefine the term formidable in their minds, save for Madame Maxime, who maintained a peculiar rapport with Hagrid. Next, take out your wands and textbooks and turn to page 5 of chapter 1. Let us commence the lesson. Every Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts possessed a unique textbook and teaching methodology, and few dare to challenge this norm. The one brave soul who did, Umbridge, was now regretting her past in prison following the war. Notably, even within the unscientific realm of magic, there existed a plethora of skeptics eager to confront the curse left by the enigmatic figure whose name could not be uttered. Dumbledore managed to recruit a new, albeit temporary, defense against the dark arts teacher each year, leading to a collective inquiry into why there were so few foreigners among them. While Alan harbored immense respect for the professor before him, resisting the urge to shower him with adulation, it did not impede his perusal of the tome entitled Common Defensive Spells. Although the previous professors had uniformly succumbed to the ground, one could not deny their unique abilities. Even the bumbling Lockhart possessed a singular charm in the form of the Forgetfulness spell, while Umbridge, the decrepit bat, was adept in curses, as evidenced by the sheer torment she inflicted on others, evident even from a mere piece of parchment. As for the remaining instructors, Snape and Lupin required no elaboration, while the imposter Moody, known as Barty Crouch Jr., was also of exceptional caliber. Alecto Caro, a seventh-year student, succeeded Harry in the following year and was a meticulously selected Death Eater by Voldemort. As for the remaining professors, we could refer to them collectively as the joint professors of Lockhart and Voldemort. It is noteworthy that of these 7 brave souls, only 2 survived, the erratic Harry and the wretched Umbridge, who, after the Dementor's demise, was imprisoned and transformed into a witch. Given her past of tormenting Muggle-born wizards, one can only imagine the kinds of abuse she would endure. Returning to the matter at hand, when the need for wands was announced, a wave of exhilaration swept through the first-year students, far surpassing the excitement of concocting potions or attempting to levitate feathers. In their eyes, spells capable of offense or defense were far more esteemed. In this regard, the imposing professor did not disappoint, as the first incantation he introduced was a commonly used offensive spell, Impedimenta. After thoroughly elucidating the spell's technique and pronunciation, the professor, with an infectious vigor, proclaimed, "As we know, attacks can occur at any moment. It is your reflexes that will be tested. Now, let us welcome our delightful classroom assistant, the Dumb-Bomb Bat." He dramatically unveiled the red cloth covering the cage, revealing a flurry of agitated little creatures, silver bats, their long white fur resembling plush toys. "Ho ho, these are agile little fellows. Your goal is to capture one, though teamwork is essential, as it would be exceedingly challenging to ensnare them individually. If you manage to catch one, I shall consider it a success. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, while these charming creatures do not pose a threat to humans, I have generously fed them an ample supply of fresh fruit beforehand, which may result in a slight side effect. Now, I wish you all the best." With that, the professor, who had yet to introduce himself, swung open the enormous cage and took a few steps toward the door to prevent any disobedient creatures from escaping. To facilitate this, he summoned a silvery barrier at the entrance, though Alan believed he could single-handedly ensure the door remained securely shut even without the spell. As he observed the bats soaring through the air, Alan casually cast an impediment jinx, setting himself apart from his peers. He grasped the nuances of spells that required minimal magical energy almost instantaneously, as his magical reserves far exceeded those of his fellow students, and his experience was vastly superior to that of the first years. The system had endowed him with far more than mere skills. However, to his surprise, the bat he targeted continued to glide effortlessly through the classroom, and his spell failed to even ruffle its fur. Excellent spell. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Yet, as you can see, an unstruck spell is akin to no spell at all, my child. Keep striving. The voice emanated from the professor, who stood leaning against the door, observing with a smile the group of students attempting to capture bats. His only flaw was that even while leaning, he occupied 2/3 of the doorway, lacking any semblance of elegance. As Alan endeavored to enhance his skills, several others finally succeeded in casting spells, earning points of 4, 3, 2, and 1, respectively. Ultimately, Alan accurately anticipated the flight path of a slightly slower bat, which had been struck multiple times. A precise incantation struck the unfortunate creature. However, rather than crashing to the ground with a thud, the professor's spell gently caught the hapless animal, guiding it back to its cage while it remained unconscious. It was a flawless execution, an exhilarating game, indeed, worthy of a heptaclaw. The professor appeared somewhat exhilarated, leading to Alan's invitation to exit the classroom. Notably, neither the twin brothers nor Alan's roommates wished to partake in the fruits of the task. They resolutely decided to rely on their own strength to subdue the errant bats. However, they soon regretted their initial recklessness. Shortly after Alan's departure, the well-fed creatures commenced their most significant activity following mating and feeding, defecation. This spectacle left Alan watching in trepidation, for the aftermath was evidently far more complex than the ever-cheerful professor had suggested, instilling within him a vague sense of dread. At that moment, the classroom was not only filled with flitting bats, but also with an array of unwelcome surprises. Perhaps the upperclassmen possessed spells capable of warding off such chaos, but for the freshmen, it was merely a comical situation. The house elves blessed their toil. Yet, Alan harbored no fear. Even if he had failed to strike a bat, he could have unleashed a wide-ranging thunderbolt to incapacitate them, effectively eliminating a multitude of adversaries that would neither aid nor explain his burgeoning prowess. As for now, he thought, good luck, classmates. Chapter 19, The Aftermath of Class. It was a lesson imbued with flavor. Nevertheless, Alan was exceedingly pleased. When is a bottle of water most refreshing? One instance is in the scorching desert, when thirst gnaws at your very being. Another is while sheltered beneath a tree, watching the beleaguered first years stand at attention, drenched in sweat under the blazing sun. In a similar vein, though standing outside the classroom was far from the comfort of a sofa in the lounge, Alan found this period immensely enjoyable. Under the tacit approval of their new teacher, Alan's delightful classmates began to experiment with various methods to subdue the unsanitary creatures, having discovered that offensive spells were far more challenging to master than anticipated. The professor's requirement was not merely to cast a spell, but to strike a nimble bat in flight. Thus, after several failed attempts, they resorted to using any throwable objects at hand to attack the bats. Naturally, the most accessible resource, textbooks, became their weapon of choice. Consequently, the classroom transformed into a chaotic celebration akin to a senior graduation party, with books flying through the air. However, this proved futile. How could the swiftly flying bats be hit by books that were inherently slower? Contrary to their expectations, the seemingly adorable yet mischievous creatures became incensed by this behavior. Although, as the professor had noted, these little beings possessed no aggressive tendencies, it did not hinder them from retaliating with astonishing precision. The young wizards below were left feeling utterly despondent, for they were far from mastering the intricate art of spellcasting. And common sense dictated that when gazing skyward, one must tilt their head back. Thus, upon the emergence of the first brave soul to succumb to the chaos, the remaining young wizards unanimously abandoned the notion of casting spells and resorted to a final struggle with their textbooks. They could swear that even in the most terrifying of Professor Snape's classes, the sound of the bell signaling the end of class was not nearly as melodious. They found themselves incapable of marveling at the professor's remarkable skill in ensnaring the diligent little creatures still at work. When the tumult subsided, the burly professor, with his unwavering smile, which nearly all the young wizards later deemed devilish, and ardent voice, announced the end of class, prompting the students to feel as if they had heard heavenly music. Oh, by the way, due to everyone's less than stellar performance, I believe we shall forego textbooks for the next lesson. We shall engage in another practical exercise. The professor's voice was filled with enthusiasm. However, the students felt as if they had plummeted abruptly from paradise to the depths of despair. After class, Alan became one of the most popular figures among the two houses, with many first-year girls from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff expressing a keen desire to team up with him in the next lesson. Yet, from a distance, Alan conveyed his apologies. Even the most endearing little girls failed to ignite any impulse within him amidst a sea of unidentified objects. However, his gesture did not incite their ire. After expressing his sincere regrets, Alan's cleaning charm elicited gasps of astonishment from them. This spell rendered him increasingly popular, as even the most intrepid warriors found little joy in returning covered in unknown substances. Nonetheless, after assisting all the girls in their cleansing endeavors, Alan only helped a few boys before ceasing the spellcasting, citing a lack of magical energy to continue. This explanation was rather impeccable. After all, no one would assume that a first-year wizard possessed the formidable magical prowess to assist everyone with such a charm. Of course, Alan noted that the treatment of mischievous boys and little girls was evidently different. Consequently, apart from Alan's roommates and a few fortunate souls, the remaining male wizards had no choice but to return to the common room, besieged by an array of unidentifiable substances. It was rumored that the line for the showers extended well past curfew, as the little wizards sought to cleanse themselves of the lingering odors following the day's events. As the crowd dispersed, the Weasley twins remained alongside a boy whom Alan did not recognize, presumably a friend. "Alan, this is Lee Jordan, a rather splendid fellow," Fred introduced. However, Alan did not hasten to shake hands with the new acquaintance. Instead, he drew forth his wand and cast 3 cleaning spells. "Perfect," George exclaimed, giving Alan a thumbs up. Although today was not particularly delightful, There is no denying that today's professor is a remarkable teacher. Indeed, I never imagined that classes could be this enjoyable before coming to school, Fred added. Meanwhile, Lee Jordan, while shaking Alan's hand, earnestly declared that this new professor was the best he had ever encountered. To Alan's surprise, the twins categorically rejected the notion of teaming up with him, asserting that it would be a crime to waste such a perfect class as this. Alan expressed his confusion, seriously questioning whether the trio of troublemakers had ventured into new realms under the guidance of this teacher. Well then, dear classmates, may Merlin bless you, for the trio of mischief makers has arrived. The impact of this lesson was far greater than Alan had anticipated. Indeed, throughout dinner and even into the weekend, it remained the focal point of discussion among the young wizards. The greatest contributor to this buzz was Peeves, the poltergeist, who could hardly be classified as a ghost. His notoriety as the most famous spirit in the school stemmed solely from his own prowess. Whether it was the departure of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff from the defense against the dark arts class, or the retreat of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, imbued with a blessing buff after their afternoon lessons, they soon encountered the famously humorous ghost shortly after leaving the classroom. As a rather inept poet, Peeves would undoubtedly seize upon this significant material. Thus, after an afternoon of contemplation, a brand new, albeit clumsy, poem emerged, lovingly presented by the self-proclaimed poet Peeves. Behold our little wizards, their minds utterly vacant, noble blood besmirched, brave lions falling into toilets, remarkable wisdom ensnared in muck. And as for the remaining badger, it too, after lamentation, was not overlooked. The illustrious Peeves begins to sing, a bunch of fools among Hogwarts freshers. Chapter 20. The targeted Professor Sigma. As a being inclined towards self-destruction and already deceased, Peeves remained utterly fearless, showing reverence only to Dumbledore and the bloodied Barrow. Thus, only professors could earn him a modicum of respect. This audacity led Peeves to host the premiere of his dissonant poem during dinner. It is hardly surprising that when the song resonated through the hall, nearly every first year blushed crimson as the previously boisterous dinner fell silent, with the most raucous of newcomers suddenly engrossed in the food before them, even neglecting their empty plates, mechanically going through the motions of serving themselves, only to realize their dishes were void of sustenance by the time the cutlery reached their mouths. Fortunately, although Dumbledore did not attend the meal, several professors were present, successfully averting a second rendition of Peeves' song. Otherwise, the freshers might have found it impossible to enjoy their dinner. Professor Sigma, your actions seem rather excessive. Professor McGonagall, having successfully banished the troublesome Peeves, learned from the first years about the events of the day. One must admit that McGonagall's typically stern visage, when enraged, could instill fear in anyone. Thus, the new students finally discerned the name of the professor whose shadow loomed ominously over them. Oh, do relax, Professor McGonagall. As you can see, these young ones have suffered no harm. A little appropriate chastisement can indeed spur them to greater diligence, don't you think? Professor Sigma remarked with a casual demeanor. However, Professor McGonagall attempted to retort, yet her rebuttal was interrupted. Oh, Professor McGonagall, please trust your students. Their potential evidently surpasses your imagination. Today, several students successfully executed spells, and some even completed the class tasks ahead of time. You are evidently too indulgent with them, so please do not disrupt my teaching progress. Professor Sigma's words left McGonagall speechless. Each teacher's course progression was their own affair, much like her long-standing contempt for divination Professor Trelawney, over whom she felt utterly powerless, despite being the deputy headmistress. As he stated, since the novices were unharmed and could perform the most basic spells, there was no issue with the curriculum. Dinner concluded unceremoniously under Peeves' antics, yet none mocked the first years. Professor Sigma was not merely instructing the newcomers, as the defense against the dark arts lesson was interwoven throughout Hogwarts' curriculum. Who could say what he might impart to the older students? Unlike the first years, the older students' defense against the dark arts class commenced in the second week, as the professor claimed that certain teaching materials had yet to arrive. Initially, many were relieved to postpone a week's worth of classes, but now all were filled with dread regarding the unknown materials. Who knew what surprises this newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor had in store for them? This led to the library being nearly overflowing over the weekend, as everyone sought various protective measures. Evidently, they did not wish to end up in the same unfortunate predicament as the first years, especially the upperclassmen, who, enamored with their respective crushes, were particularly unwilling to be seen in a disheveled state. This significantly alleviated the frustrations of Professors McGonagall and Sigma towards one another. However, all of this was of little concern to Alan. After familiarizing himself with the castle's corridors, he began to seek out the secret passages he could still recall. It was a monumental task, as he could hardly remember intricate details of the plots. Fortunately, secret passages often leave traces, and aided by his vague memories, Alan managed to uncover a few usable ones, one of which fortuitously led to Hogsmeade Village. This grand endeavor compelled Alan to seek out the illustrious Marauders map. Regrettably, while he was unaware of when the twins acquired the map, he could distinctly ascertain that the current twins certainly did not possess it, as they had yet to embark on their tumultuous adventures with Fleur. After a weekend of exploration, Alan observed a significant shift in the atmosphere of Hogwarts. The change began in Transfiguration class, where the scheduled lesson involved transforming peas into buttons. However, upon their arrival in the classroom, Professor McGonagall presented a new material, a length of grass rope, thus altering their lesson to transforming the rope instead. This left many prepared young wizards feeling quite out of sorts, and by the end, even Alan barely managed to transform the grass rope into an unsightly assortment of unevenly sized objects. This displeased Professor McGonagall, resulting in an avalanche of homework. Next came herbology, with Professor Sprout introducing material beyond the syllabus, a flower known as the snapdragon, which, when in bloom, exuded a potent fruity aroma and mild anesthetic effect, typically utilized in healing potions. After class, each student was given a small pot of soon-to-bloom snapdragons, with an assignment to observe and write about their usage. Notably, Alan received 10 extra points from the impartial Professor Sprout for assisting with tools. In charms, they learned a nearly useless spell, the noise-making charm, described by Professor Flitwick as a little trick to rid oneself of unwelcome company. The final significant change came from Professor Snape. Under his acerbic tongue, they began to learn how to brew a potion not even mentioned in their textbooks, rumored to be a common remedy for repelling pests. These advanced topics prompted a chorus of complaints from all the first years, who still struggled to reliably cast a shield charm, let alone use this unfamiliar spell to strike down a Nimblebat. However, complaining bore no fruit. The terror of professors when one had not completed their homework was hardly less daunting than a swarm of flying bats, especially when faced with the ire of their head of house. The young wizards preferred to confront the former, particularly after having already faced the latter once before. Yet, while the young wizards bemoaned their plight and struggled with their assignments, they discovered that their dilemmas were resolved with surprising ease. Although the altered courses were complex, upon diligently completing their homework, they found that nearly all classes shared a common theme. They aimed to weaken the agility of those Nimblebats. Clearly, Professor Sigma's lessons had led to a collective enhancement of skills among the students from all four houses. Chapter 21. I am Sigma, your defense against the dark arts instructor. As Professor Sigma aptly stated, other professors cannot disrupt his regular teaching schedule, for it is Dumbledore's prerogative. In reality, compared to the false Moody, who is directly associated with the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. and the 3 unforgivable curses, his teaching content could almost be categorized as innocuous. However, while other professors are powerless to alter his teaching methods, he too cannot prevent them from offering minor assistance to their students. It is important to note that his inaugural defense against the dark arts class was rather indiscriminately punitive, affecting students from all 4 houses, save for Alan. This was an intolerable situation for the 4 house heads. The honor of the academy cannot rest solely upon the shoulders of the students. It equally requires the diligent efforts of the headmasters. Even Professor McGonagall, who is typically selfless, exempted the entire Quidditch team from their Transfiguration homework prior to the match. Similarly, Alan's points were not awarded without cause. Even the most indifferent of house heads would regard a student with newfound respect if only one from their house managed to pass a test that had stumped all the new students in the school. In their endeavor to assist their students, the professors stumbled upon a promising development. The unconventional Professor Sigma had considerably toned down his approach following a collective protest from the faculty. According to the responses from upperclassmen, all classes during that week had reverted to a textbook-based study of various spells. Professor Sigma spent half the class recounting adventure tales, while the other half was devoted to the tedious study of spell pronunciation and focus points, resulting in a lesson that resembled a rather dull history of magic class. Albeit his eloquence far surpassed that of Professor Binns, preventing it from becoming entirely monotonous. This prompted some upperclassmen to contemplate proposing to Headmaster Dumbledore that Professor Sigma be appointed as the history of magic instructor. Some even envied the first-year students, who had already secured a practical lesson, granting them the liberty to wield their wands for free attacks, rendering the otherwise tedious spell practice substantially more engaging. While they entirely disregarded the errant flying objects around them, time flew by, and Friday arrived swiftly. The classroom remained unchanged, the bats still present. Yet the little wizards were transformed. Apart from two who had lost confidence and begged to join Alan's group to secure direct approval, the rest appeared brimming with self-assurance. Indeed, their confidence was not unfounded. The first to pass were the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan, whose flawless teamwork culminated in Lee's precise casting of an obstacle curse that ensnared an unfortunate soul, earning Gryffindor 10 points from Professor Sigma's commendation. The pride and exhaustion evident in the twins, and Lee suggested they had dedicated considerable effort to mastering this spell, particularly in light of the overwhelming workload assigned by other professors. In contrast to the troublemaking trio, many others were far less impressive. Their attempts at casting spells took so long that the bats could have circled the classroom before indulging in a snack. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: everyone had grasped the spell, and the remaining challenge lay in their proficiency. However, this still fell short of the passing standard. Yet the small assistance provided by the house heads began to manifest. The room gradually filled with a mingling scent of potions and flowers, and under this aromatic influence, the response times of the little wizards improved significantly. Students began to hit the now less agile bats, achieving success. As the number of passers approached half, the remaining students could no longer contain themselves and unleashed new tactics, causing the bats to flail chaotically in response to the noise. This led to further successes as the obstacle curse became as effective as a drunken spell, ensnaring the errant flyers, who had become living targets flapping their wings. Thus, before they could initiate their attack, they were all subdued. Clapping resounded as Professor Sigma entered the room. Upon seeing him, nearly all the little wizards turned crimson, fully aware that they had nearly secured their passage through what felt like a cheat. Lacking the spirit akin to football hooligans, these novices felt a wave of guilt wash over them. "Do not bow your heads, children. Clearly, you have all performed admirably," Professor Sigma proclaimed loudly while applauding. Initially, this lesson was beyond the syllabus. Under normal teaching circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for you to achieve proficiency with this spell within 3 lessons. However, you have excelled. Not only has each of you managed to cast the spell, but you have also passed my assessment. It is evident that you received assistance from others. At this, the first years who had just lifted their heads lowered them once more, as Professor Sigma had spoken the truth. "Lift your heads, children. There is no shame in this. No one can accomplish anything without the help of others. We come to school to solve problems. Seeking help from others is commendable. It allows you to absorb the wisdom of those who came before you more swiftly, even if you pass the test under someone else's guidance. It was you who took action, and I believe that the assistance you received will ultimately become your own knowledge, something to be celebrated. Therefore, allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Sigma, your defense against the dark arts instructor." Chapter 22. The wind whispers coldly at the Ishue River. As Professor Sigma introduced himself, the classroom erupted in excitement, with nearly every little wizard fervently applauding. In their eyes, this Professor Sigma was the epitome of an exemplary educator, embodying the very ideals of wizardry. Except for Alan. At that moment, Alan found himself recalling a song. "I quietly watch you show off, never interrupting you." The preceding impassioned rhetoric could easily be classified as a classic in the realm of anime. Yet Alan had no intention of participating in such theatrics. What kind of morally upright professor would engage in such antics in their first lesson? One must uphold the essence of virtue, and what should be cast is not waste, but seeds. Nevertheless, Alan had no intention of interrupting the professor's moment in the spotlight. Faced with someone capable of such audacity on their first encounter, he would not dare to present himself as superior. The professor's prowess was profound, and he held the moral high ground. Alan simply wished to witness what surprises this remarkable professor would unveil for the new students. He prepared his snacks and drinks, ready to enjoy the show. For disrupting the director's arrangement would be a grave sin. The developments of the situation have proven to be quite intriguing. Following a day of defense against the dark arts class, Professor Sigma successfully completed his reputation-enhancing endeavor before dinner, which significantly altered the perceptions of several faculty members regarding his capabilities as an instructor. Initially, they had misunderstood him. In response, Alan merely smiled and chose to remain silent, subsequently embarking on the second week of his exploration of secret passageways. Thanks to the assistance of Hualuo, the raven he kept as a pet, Alan's efforts during the second week were not in vain. The essence of secret passageways lies in their concealment. Without sufficient information, Alan found it exceedingly challenging to locate the hidden corridors, given his limited knowledge of the magical realm. In reality, The passageway discovered by Hualuo was one that Alan had already grasped the starting and ending points of, stretching from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack. Upon uncovering this perilous corridor, Alan decided to abandon his search for the remainder of the weekend and instead immersed himself in the library to compensate for his severe deficiency in magical knowledge. Fortunately, devoid of the unknown dangers posed by the dear Professor Sigma, the library was almost deserted that weekend. As a new week commenced, everything reverted to the state reminiscent of Alan's initial arrival at the school, with even the previously altered courses reverting to their original forms. Professor McGonagall began scrutinizing the students with buttons transformed from beans. However, a shift occurred during lunch, as Alan had anticipated. Professor Sigma indeed wished for the students to acquire skills, yet this did not preclude him from employing the most mischievous methods in his teaching. The Monday afternoon class was designated for the third-year students' defense against the dark arts. Prior to this, Professor Sigma had devoted an entire lesson to instructing the students on the widely applicable shield charm, a spell renowned for its ability to defend against the majority of attacks, making it quite suitable for third-year instruction. Yet Professor Sigma managed to infuse this lesson with a unique twist. As the disgruntled third years entered the classroom, the beaming Professor Sigma announced delightful news to their utter elation. Due to the arrival of his pre-ordered props, they would not need to engage in the exceedingly tedious practice of mere spellcasting. This also indicated that the class would transform into a practical session involving the use of wands, an exhilarating prospect. However, the third years were evidently premature in their exuberance, as Professor Sigma clarified that in order to avoid collateral damage, they would be encountering special attackers. To be precise, the term attackers was somewhat misleading, as they were not living beings at all. Under Professor Sigma's magical alteration, 2 adjacent classrooms had temporarily morphed into a spiraling labyrinthine corridor. The task for the third years was to traverse this corridor while using protective armor to shield themselves from potential attacks. Any student who could reach the endpoint while successfully blocking all assaults would earn 30 points for their house, the highest possible score a professor could award in a week's lessons for the same year. This score was a tantalizing incentive for every student involved. However, not a single brave soul succeeded. In fact, even the most formidable warrior failed to traverse even half the distance. Within the maze, there existed but one item: the sealed cans of herring, a culinary delicacy discovered by Professor Sigma during his own adventures. Inside the maze, these cans were subjected to constantly changing magical flames, each possessing distinct temperatures and sizes. Moreover, these flames would undergo unpredictable alterations upon being triggered by the footsteps of the students. It is well known that canned foods can explode when subjected to high temperatures due to excessive pressure. Notably, herring, regarded as one of the world's foulest foods, emits an odor reminiscent of microwave durian when heated. Thus, under the ever-shifting magical flames, each can of herring became an unstable bomb. Furthermore, it was evident that due to Professor Sigma's recent reputation-enhancing feats, few students had ventured to the library over the weekend to review the spells they had learned throughout the week. The maze's exit condition dictated that students would automatically depart after 3 unsuccessful attempts to cast a shield charm. It is easy to imagine the harrowing experiences endured by the third-year students. Alan learned that 2 of the Hufflepuffs had burst into tears. The plight of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff sparked considerable concern among Slytherin and Ravenclaw. However, at that moment, the Weasley twins had yet to invent their famously popular skipping class sweets. Or else Alan and his peers would have encountered a throng of bloodied Slytherins and Ravenclaws. Even Alan observed that Professors Flitwick and Snape had gathered their students after lunch, evidently intending to provide some extra assistance. Nevertheless, the most effective spell was precisely the shield charm they had been instructed to learn. Alan refrained from reminding them that Muggles possess a tool known as a raincoat that could prove immensely useful, although it was undoubtedly less convenient than a spell for warding off rain. Regardless, the Hufflepuffs had already attended their class. What more could Alan say? Position dictated perspective. Truth be told, as Alan watched the Slytherins and Ravenclaws heading to class, he was reminded of a poem. The winds howl, the waters of the river turn cold. The valiant hero departs, never to return. Chapter 23, A Broth for Cultivating Taste. Wizards possess a divine discipline known as divination. Although few are endowed with this transcendent talent, it does not deter Hogwarts from offering 2 specialized courses, divination and arithmancy. While Alan was uncertain of his own aptitude, he was certain that the song he had recently recalled foreshadowed the fate of those third-year students. One must remember the tale of Jing Ku's assassination of King Qin. 2 paths diverged, one leading to certain demise. That night, the bathrooms of all 4 houses overflowed once more. Fortunately, The four heads of houses had prepared in advance, ensuring that the plan to have the illustrious soul singer Peeves perform another song was thoroughly thwarted. However, misfortune was evidently only beginning. No one mocked the wizards reeking of herring. It was not out of moral superiority, but rather because they lived in fear. Nearly every empty classroom was filled to capacity, and house elves even produced a batch of discarded cushions to meet the burgeoning demand of the students. Almost all teachers assigned minimal homework, allowing their students ample time to practice the spells learned in defense against the dark arts. Professor Flitwick even dedicated half a lesson to assist students in familiarizing themselves with spells that fell outside his curriculum. The experiences of the third-year students clearly indicated that the new defense against the dark arts teacher appointed by Dumbledore was quite the playful instructor, and it was evident that he had only just begun. However, what must come will inevitably return. Even though Tuesday brought a day devoid of defense against the dark arts classes, granting these anxious students a much-needed respite, Wednesday still arrived, much to their chagrin. At noon, a group of utterly exhausted second-year students recounted their harrowing experiences of the afternoon. Although frightening, they paled in comparison to those of their predecessors. They faced a band of mischievous little fairies wielding muggle paint eggs and slingshots under Professor Sigma's wand. These trickster creatures, reluctant to utilize tools they despised, would much rather dangle the little wizards in the air like kites. However, they soon discovered that the implements in their hands were quite agreeable, as the paint pellets splattered upon their bodies in vibrant hues, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic preferences of these little rascals. Each young wizard was assigned 5 little fairies, and their task was to disarm these flying nuisances using the disarming charm. Of course, should they manage to subdue these little troublemakers, Professor Sigma would grant them bonus points. However, the second-year students are not significantly more proficient than their first-year counterparts. Their defense against the dark arts instructor from the previous year was merely one who read from the textbook, leaving little room for substantial learning. Fortunately, the psychological torment inflicted by the paintball exercises has not yet taken a severe toll on them, although a few have persistently failed, resulting in their transformation into rather outrageous hairstyles reminiscent of the Soulmates style. Their exuberant display of vibrant hair colors, ranging from red to orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, suggests that they perceive the afternoon class as rather enjoyable. Nonetheless, no one dared to relax, especially the fourth-year students attending the afternoon class. They felt akin to gamblers with wild eyes, awaiting the roll of the dice from Professor Sigma, where their fortunes depended entirely on fate. As it turned out, their apprehensions were not unfounded. Professor Sigma greeted the students with an infectious smile, displaying boundless energy despite the exhausting morning classes. Standing before all the fourth-year students, he flashed a dazzlingly white smile, which, behind its charm, concealed a voice that sent shivers down their spines. Good afternoon, everyone. As you may know, due to a shortage of teaching materials, we must endure a rather tedious lesson this week. The students below expressed their willingness to continue with such classes. However, fortunate for us, today we have invited some exceptionally interesting little friends to assist us. Perhaps, with their help, we can successfully complete the assessment for this class. According to Murphy's Law, events often unfold in the most unfortunate manner. Thus, as the students had anticipated, Professor Sigma had indeed invited a particularly intriguing group of little creatures, the magical ferrets. These charming, fur-laden beings lead otherwise blissful lives. Unlike other creatures that have faced extinction due to their exquisite pelts, their only limiting factor is their low reproduction rate. Despite the diligent protection of their nests by those who discover them, their numbers remain scarce. Upon reaching maturity, a young ferret ventures out to catch its first meal, leaving its first excretion in the nest where it spent its formative years, thus proving its adulthood. Subsequently, this abandoned nest is reclaimed, and the mixture of the nest and excrement is crafted into a spice that, when burned, can even soothe the wrath of a full-grown dragon. One can only imagine how precious such a product would be. However, the primary reason these remarkable ferrets have not been domesticated is their overwhelmingly foul odor. Aside from a few wizards in Egypt who occasionally attempt to breed these creatures, most wizards maintain a respectful distance from them. Their only means of defense is to emit a swift dispersing green mist that is impossible to contain yet possesses the remarkable ability to penetrate various magical states, such as the bubblehead charm recently learned by the fourth-year students. Professor Sigma's instructions were simple. Enter through the front door of the classroom and exit through the back door to be deemed successful. Furthermore, anyone who could retrieve a pocket watch that he had inadvertently misplaced would earn a substantial bonus of 30 points. Naturally, no one dared to attempt this monumental challenge at the outset. Their sole objective was to emerge successfully. Unfortunately, the ferrets, having been thrust into a new environment, had no intention of coexisting peacefully with the students. After half of the fourth-year students had made their attempts, not a single one had managed to exit without succumbing to nausea. They had to thank Professor Sigma for providing protective goggles. Otherwise, a significant number of students would have been obliged to make a visit to the school hospital. However, to everyone's astonishment, one Gryffindor student succeeded in completing the seemingly impossible challenge. While still retching, he triumphantly raised a dark silver pocket watch, brimming with pride. His secret? A well-timed levitation charm. Applause erupted from Professor Sigma in acknowledgement of his bravery. Well done, courageous Gryffindor. You have earned 30 points. What I wish to convey is that, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges, do not forget to at least make an attempt before uttering words of defeat. Perhaps it is not as daunting as it appears. This statement somewhat revitalized Professor Sigma's dwindling popularity. However, Alan scoffed in response. "Isn't that just motivational drivel? I could easily dispense with that." Yet even Alan began fervently practicing his magic, for Friday was fast approaching, and who knew how Professor Sigma would conduct the class. Chapter 24. The first flying lesson nevertheless. Regardless of how the young wizards felt about the impending lesson the following day, the course must continue. Life is not merely a series of encounters with dark magic defense classes, drowsy history of magic sessions, perplexing transfiguration, spells that always seem to fail, and the acerbic Severus Snape. According to the announcement, this Thursday, the first years would have an entire day dedicated to practicing flight. This was a lesson that could have brought joy to all young wizards, although many would later discover an unshakable fear of heights. However, by breakfast time, the atmosphere at the tables of the various houses was not as lively as in previous years, where excited first-year students might have threatened to lift the roof of Hogwarts with their exuberance. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the upperclassmen. The afternoon would see the fifth-year students attending defense against the dark arts, followed by a mixed class of 6th and 7th years, leaving many relieved that their OWL exam scores had not been exceedingly high. Breakfast was consumed in haste. Although the fifth-year students desperately attempted to slow their pace with their cutlery, time continued to flow at its usual rate. After casting a final, mournful glance at the fifth-year students, the first-year newcomers made their way toward the grand doors of Hogwarts. Flying lessons, of course, could not take place within the castle. Their class was to be held on a well-maintained lawn outside the castle. Upon arrival, Alan noticed that the number of attendees for the class seemed to have increased slightly. In reality, it was not just 2 houses participating, but rather all of the first-year newcomers. At this point, all the first years began to realize something. The flying class they had often discussed was suddenly upon them, especially for those hailing from magical families. They found themselves regretting that they had no time to boast about their previous proficiency with their family-esque broomsticks, let alone to provide an elaborate introduction to their companions about Quidditch. And who was to blame for this sudden rush? That was hardly a mystery. But before they could ponder further, they found themselves engulfed by an excited crowd. This was the first time since their sorting that all the newcomers gathered together, mingling freely. Typically, they would find themselves seated at separate tables during meals, arriving at different times. Young wizards began to cluster with their friends rather than lining up according to their houses. Many of them had forged friendships even before the train ride to Hogwarts. And while the sorting hat had separated them into different houses, it did little to hinder their camaraderie, except for Slytherin. Alan effortlessly greeted nearly all the Hufflepuffs. Known for their amicable nature, the Hufflepuffs found it easy to make friends, especially since Alan had contributed nearly 50 points to their house in less than 3 weeks. However, at that moment, the most popular student among the Hufflepuffs was not Alan, but rather Leon, affectionately dubbed the culinary god by his peers, with many Muggle-born Hufflepuffs among them. It was not uncommon for students to have never encountered a flying broom before, and a few bewildered ones had only just realized the purpose of broomsticks in the Wizarding World. Though there were a few individuals at Hufflepuff who boasted of their flying prowess, they paled in comparison to the credibility of Leon, who, during his initial broomstick ride, was himself preoccupied with the fear of plummeting to the ground. After all, Leon's reputation for honesty had become quite well known during the weekend festivities. To welcome the freshers on their first weekend, the upperclassmen organized a soiree, procuring a plethora of ingredients and an ample supply of butterbeer, thanks to the enthusiastic house elves and the generous funding from Hogwarts. As a member of the Culinary College, Hufflepuff possessed a rich magical heritage regarding food, with nearly every upperclassman having their own unique culinary spells. Leon, who modestly claimed he could merely boil water, was assigned the task of passing ingredients. For a gathering is far more delightful when everyone participates. Consequently, This soiree became the most memorable feast for all attendees. Leon was not exaggerating. He could hardly distinguish between salt and sugar. The convenience of culinary magic, however, became a drawback. Due to its simplicity, they often neglected to scrutinize the ingredients. The banquet, featuring sweet roasted beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, as well as savory apple pie, treacle tart, chocolate mousse, fried jam donuts, and wine-soaked fruit pudding, provided them with an entirely novel experience. Subsequently, Leon was officially crowned the culinary deity. At that moment, the Hufflepuff students surrounding him were even compelled to jot down his words in their little notebooks as he began to share a few beginner tips his father had imparted regarding how not to fall off a broom. In stark contrast to the tales spun by his classmates about evading terrifying vampire bat attacks while flying, Leon's advice was decidedly more practical. It is worth mentioning that Alan harbored serious doubts about the existence of such bat attacks, suspecting them to be mere tales woven from the shadows left by their defense against the dark arts class. When Madame Hooch arrived, even some Gryffindors and Ravenclaws gathered around, much to the envy of those who had been boasting. Then, the magical creatures they faced began to escalate in difficulty. Alan could assure that had it not been for Madame Hooch's timely arrival, the rights to tease dragons with broomsticks might have slipped away from Harry. Following Madame Hooch was a multitude of broomsticks, hovering in a semi-flying state, which gave her the appearance of leading a large entourage. All right, first years, line up according to your house. Madame Hooch's stern tone swiftly transformed the chaotic scene into an orderly queue. The obedient broomsticks, under her command, halted before each first year, then settled on the ground as if they were ordinary brooms. Next, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off. Everyone watched intently, including Alan, who had no intention of spending a day in the hospital, especially due to improper mounting techniques. Pay attention to how I hold the broom, she instructed. Now, place your right hand on the broomstick and shout up. The somewhat disorganized chorus of voices erupted. Only a fraction of the broomsticks responded to the command. Unfortunately, Alan found himself among the majority that did not. However, after several attempts, he finally succeeded. Yet, when Madame Hooch was demonstrating the proper grip, he was once again singled out. Madame Hooch kindly remarked that such a grip would surely land him a visit to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, which would be expecting a surge of business. Chapter 25, The Flying Lesson Incident. Alan remained remarkably composed regarding his lack of proficiency with broomsticks. After all, he was not a prodigy in every discipline. His magical aptitude was commendable enough to surprise him, and he had occasionally pondered what he would do if he struggled with magic like Neville. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that, after being corrected on his technique, his initial attempts at flying were not as dreadful as he had anticipated. Alan diligently followed Madame Hooch's instructions as he maneuvered his broomstick, barely hovering a meter above the ground, and obediently descended as she directed, believing it wise to heed the expert's guidance. Madame Hooch devoted considerable time to correcting their techniques, which led many young witches and wizards to begin whispering among themselves after receiving adjustments. However, correction did not equate to mastery. This was merely the beginning. They were led to a specially designated area adorned with vibrant magical rings. Your task is to navigate your broom through as many rings as possible. For each ring you pass through, I shall keep a tally, and the original ring will disappear. You will find that some rings will only open after you have passed through the preceding one. Each house will send forth one student to utilize a designated flying lane. After 15 minutes, you will land, record the number of rings passed, and then switch places. The house with the highest average number of rings will earn 20 points. Now, each house, step forward in the order you're lined up. Soon, the first student was ready, with 4 young witches and wizards standing at the starting line, awaiting Madame Hooch's command. On my whistle, prepare. 3, 2, 1, go. With the sound of Madame Hooch's whistle, the 4 young wizards soared into the air, racing towards the rings. The first few rings were dauntingly large, easily navigated even with eyes closed, and all 4 students successfully completed the initial challenges. However, as they progressed, the positions of the magical rings became increasingly tricky, resulting in some students having to backtrack and spend considerable time re-navigating, as the subsequent rings would only open after the previous one had been passed. The 15 minutes flew by, and when Madame Hooch blew the whistle to signal the end, they could only watch in disappointment as the remaining rings halted their brooms. During this waiting period, Alan did not remain idle. He practiced at low altitude, striving to find the balance necessary to fully control the broomstick. This was no easy feat, as broomsticks offered far more freedom of movement than motorcycles or bicycles. Yet Alan successfully accomplished this while half of his peers were still attempting their tests. At this moment, Madame Hooch announced that afternoon classes were concluded. However, they need not disperse, as lunch had already been prepared beside the training ground. Following their meal, they could engage in an hour of discussion before resuming afternoon lessons. The dining area was a spacious lawn, laid out with several waterproof mats, adorned with a large bamboo basket filled with an assortment of sandwiches. Yet, the eager young wizards scarcely had time to critique the flavors of their meals, for it was the first time their collective efforts directly contributed to their house's points. Unlike the usual scenario where only the top students earned points, in this moment, each of them bore the responsibility to contribute to their house's score. Thus, before Madame Hooch could officially announce the commencement of their discussion, they fervently began to exchange ideas on how to better control their broomsticks to navigate through the rings. Alan proposed his own strategy, but before he could articulate it, he was met with rejection. Alan, not being familiar with broomsticks is not your fault. You've already performed admirably. Now, take this time to practice so that you don't struggle with the broomstick again. Defeated, Alan had no choice but to request permission from Madame Hooch to practice on his own. This request was readily granted, as Madame Hooch clearly remembered the student who had not performed particularly well. The afternoon session continued. At this point, the faces of the young wizards from all houses, except Slytherin, had lost their earlier cheer. Although Slytherin had the fewest members, they were all from wizarding families of considerable stature. In this contest of calculating averages, Slytherin had the least number of points scored, with nearly all their members having prior experience with flying broomsticks. Naturally, this meant that the Muggle-born young wizards had to perform exceptionally well. By the time Alan took to the field, Slytherin had only one student left. Yet their average score still far surpassed those of the other houses, indicating that the 20 points were almost certainly in their grasp. As Alan prepared to take his turn, a chorus of lamentations erupted from Hufflepuff. Although Alan's performance was well known among the first-year students, it was evident during the session that he was the one severely lagging behind in flying class. Once Alan entered the arena, this inference was quickly confirmed. He couldn't even find his direction. While others began to navigate through the 10th hoop, he seemed to have just found his sense of direction, veering towards the first ring. This left all of Hufflepuff face-palming in disbelief. What a joke. Even if his performance was subpar, it shouldn't be this disastrous, especially considering his usual prowess that had bolstered the entire house. The other houses were in fits of laughter. The other two houses were slightly better off. But Slytherin was in absolute hysterics, truly exemplifying the definition of last place. However, their laughter was soon silenced, because Alan's speed as he flew through the hoops was astonishingly rapid. To be precise, he barely needed to slow down at all. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Alan swiftly surpassed the progress of the three competitors and commenced his own display. The intricate routes seemed to be etched in his memory, and indeed, Alan had memorized them so well that he didn't even need to think as he passed through the rings. Although his broomstick did not fly significantly faster than the others, it appeared as if it had come alive under his command, adeptly navigating every turn with remarkable agility. Ultimately, at the 14th minute, Alan returned to the starting point, not because he was dizzy from flying, but because there were no more hoops left for him to traverse. Applause erupted, accompanied by the once serious face of Madame Hooch, now transformed into one of astonished admiration. Incredible. A flawless performance. This is the fourth student I've witnessed in my decades of teaching at Hogwarts to complete the entire hoop course in the first lesson. Hufflepuff earns 10 points. Alongside Madame Hooch's change of expression were the members of Slytherin, their average score now eclipsed by Hufflepuff due to Alan's outstanding performance. Thus, in the next round, Slytherin's last student, at the outset, began to ascend wildly, a maneuver that would significantly enhance the speed of his broom upon descent. Clearly, he was also prepared to attempt completing the task in one go. However, when passing through the 15th hoop, he mismanaged his speed. Fortunately, Madame Hooch's spell arrived just in time, resulting in only a broken arm. The students were ordered to cease flying, and Madame Hooch escorted the injured child to the hospital wing. From Gryffindor, a voice rang out, "What a reckless fool." They had always been rivals with Slytherin. "What did you say?" "Apologize to Nick for that." Slytherin never shied away from a confrontation with Gryffindor, and a group of young wizards stood up in defiance. Gryffindors, naturally, were not to be outdone and rose in unison. A spell shot from Slytherin towards Gryffindor, and Alan, fearing it was a malicious curse, deflected it with his own incantation. However, his act of friendship incited the ire of the crowd. Nick was quite popular, yet the Gryffindors were already somewhat riled up from their provocation. Thus, spells began flying towards Alan. And then, there was no further action. Even with his family's inherited spells, a first-year wizard remained just that, a first-year wizard. Yet, Endowed with the strength of 5 heroes, Alan's magical prowess far exceeded theirs. He didn't even need to use the magical shield passed down from his mother. To safeguard against Professor Sigma's bizarre examinations, he had self-studied numerous renowned defensive spells. A simple shield charm was sufficient to withstand their feeble attacks. In the eyes of the other young wizards, Alan, fortified by a shield charm, deftly dodged most of the assaults, absorbing the remainder, while Slytherin's chants echoed around him. Stupefy. Obstacle be gone. Petri Ficus Totalis. Alan surveyed the fallen Slytherins, stowed his wand, and clapped his hands. His performance concluded. Alan was a reasonable person. He had resorted to force solely to reason with Slytherin. Therefore, he mused, why did they initiate the conflict if he hadn't done anything wrong? Ding. Victory achieved. Was this the system? In the gaze of countless young wizards, Alan began to vacantly explore the newly opened interface of the system. However, this daze, set against the backdrop of fallen Slytherins, exuded an air of solitary mastery. On the system's interface, a line of small text appeared, depicting a little coin with a balance of 15. Based on the system's tendencies, Alan quickly surmised what this meant. It was the victory coin, akin to a recharge. Albeit the greedy system had shortchanged him by 0. So, system, do wizards have to dig up your ancestral graves for this? Do they have to earn coins through victory? By the way, what was I just saying? That I like to reason? What a joke. If I can take action, I'd rather not babble. Chapter 26. The Aftermath of the Fight. It goes without saying that one can easily imagine Madame Hooch's expression when she returned to find the Slytherins, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly sprawled across the ground. She had just escorted one young Slytherin to the hospital wing, and now upon her return, she found a host of them downed. Were they so united that they needed to visit the hospital together? Before long, she located the primary suspect. At that moment, Alan was still absorbed in the system's newly opened interface, presenting an unmistakable demeanor of a perpetrator. Madame Hooch did not rush to reprimand Alan. Instead, she eagerly began to investigate the state of the fallen Slytherins. Fortunately, none were seriously injured, and there was little need for a hospital visit. However, this did not absolve Alan of culpability. Even though Madame Hooch had learned from the other young wizards that it was the Slytherins who had initiated the confrontation, the gravity of the situation required the attention of the only person capable of addressing it, Headmaster Dumbledore. No one else possessed the authority to handle such matters. After addressing the immediate concerns of the fallen Slytherins, Madame Hooch ordered everyone to disperse, instructing all students to return to their respective common rooms, as she wished to avoid encountering another scene of sprawled students upon her return. As Madame Hooch walked away, Alan exhibited none of the fear she might have anticipated. Despite the mixed opinions surrounding Dumbledore, one could not deny his qualifications as a headmaster, for he consistently endeavored to protect every student, regardless of the circumstances. Upon uttering the password, Butterbeer, the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance parted, revealing a spiral staircase leading upward. After Madame Hooch knocked on the office door, Alan entered to find 4 individuals already awaiting him. Professor Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, and the office's proprietor, Headmaster Dumbledore. When Alan glanced at Snape, he was struck for the first time by a sense of empathy for Gryffindor's predicament, as Slytherin had been thoroughly defeated in Professor Sigma's class, and then faced total annihilation at Alan's hands. This certainly would not please Professor Snape. Professor Sprout's reaction was rather intriguing. It was evident that she was genuinely upset about Alan's overwhelming defeat of all the Slytherins, yet this emotion was clearly intertwined with others. As Slytherin had secured the House Cup for 4 consecutive years, and regardless of the circumstances, Alan had emerged victorious. Professor Dumbledore, I have brought this child as promised. As I mentioned in my Patronus, he has taken down all the first-year Slytherins. I can hardly believe that a mere freshman could accomplish such a feat. Mrs. Hooch recounted with an astonished tone to Dumbledore and the others. However, from my inquiries regarding the new students, it seems that the Slytherins instigated the altercation first, and this child did not engage in any provocative behavior. Clearly, Mrs. Hooch holds a favorable impression of this exceptionally talented student, Alan, as she added. Dumbledore, I believe we should deduct 100 points from Hufflepuff and impose a 3-month punitive detention on Alan. I feel my potions classroom could benefit from an assistant, articulated Professor Snape, his demeanor grave as he proposed his punitive measures. Before Professor Sprout could voice any objections, Dumbledore interjected. Severus, your request seems rather excessive for a child. Dumbledore's gentle voice interrupted Professor Sprout, who had yet to speak. But this child has single-handedly defeated all his classmates. Professor Snape was evidently reluctant to entertain a compromise. Professor Snape, It appears you have overlooked an important detail. It was your students who initiated the attack. Professor Sprout naturally came to the defense of the young ones at this critical juncture. Ultimately, after some adjustments to the punitive measures proposed by Professor McGonagall, a consensus was reached. Hufflepuff's points deduction was rescinded, but Alan was required to undertake a month of labor, albeit not under Professor Snape, but under the supervision of Professor Flitwick. Gryffindor faced a 20-point deduction for their provocation, with Slytherin receiving the same penalty for being the aggressors. Although it seemed unfair to Alan, he did not mind at all. He found the scuffle exhilarating. He relished the opportunity to assert his dominance over these first years, knowing that should his abilities not significantly improve, he would struggle to confront this batch of young Slytherins when they reached their second year. Thus, the thrill of the fight was well worth it. Moreover, Professor Sprout explicitly stated that should Alan encounter any minor issues, he could seek her assistance, and she would gladly support her exceptional student. What more could he say? It was enough. The satisfaction he derived from the brawl was invaluable. Yet, upon reflection, Alan realized that Hufflepuff had been indirectly penalized by 20 points, which meant he did not receive the reward from Mrs. Hooch. Naturally, Alan lacked the courage to confront Mrs. Hooch for those 20 points. He feared that should she become irate, he would end up with more than just a month of detention. By the time dinner arrived, the entire castle was abuzz with news of the incident, which even managed to overshadow Professor Sigma's formidable presence, especially on a day when his class was not particularly terrifying. As Alan entered the dining hall, he was met with the adoring gazes of the Gryffindors, which momentarily made him question his identity as a true Hufflepuff. As the sworn rivals of Slytherin, the Gryffindors were clearly delighted by Slytherin's misfortune, even though it was not their own lions who had achieved this victory. It did not diminish their joy in the slightest. As for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, they too struggled to suppress their laughter at the sight of Slytherin's dominance being challenged. After all, the 4-year reign of Slytherin was not a source of joy for them, particularly for Hufflepuff. Had it not been for Professor Sprout's explicit instructions, they would have undoubtedly welcomed Alan with applause, for he was indeed one of their own. Conversely, the Slytherins regarded Alan with mixed feelings. They respected strength, but looked down upon a pure-blooded muggle like him. Yet, they could not deny the fact that this individual had bested all first-year students. Consequently, if not for the strict prohibition against cross-year skirmishes, Alan would undoubtedly have faced a wave of challenges. Thus, when the first-year Slytherins, led by Bloodman Barrow, entered, it was a necessary measure to prevent any mischief from Peeves, and they were met with a myriad of scrutinizing gazes. Particularly from the upperclassmen who had secured 4 consecutive House Cups for Slytherin, their expressions conveyed a singular sentiment. Son, we are profoundly disappointed in you. Chapter 27. The Power of Role Models. To neither exaggerate nor belittle, it is essential to acknowledge that, in most cases, this serves as an opening remark for either praise or criticism. Slytherin is undoubtedly the strongest house at Hogwarts. Before Harry's arrival, Slytherin had already claimed victory in 6 House Cups, and prior to Dumbledore's seemingly arbitrary point allocations for Harry, they were poised to celebrate a 7th consecutive triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 consecutive victories. Do you comprehend the significance of this? It is enough to summon a dragon or draw a card. There are only 7 grades at Hogwarts. If they succeeded, it would mean that the 7th-year students would have enjoyed their entire Hogwarts experience under Slytherin's dominance. This illustrates the depth of animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin's most formidable cohort had consistently bested Gryffindor from 1st to 6th year, only to be thwarted at the cusp of greatness. At this juncture, the Slytherins, having already secured 4 consecutive victories, were eager to point to the House Cup in Professor Snape's office and then to the first-year students, admonishing them. Look, what is that? That is the glorious legacy we have forged for you. However, no matter how picturesque this legacy may be, it held little value at this moment. The Slytherins could foresee the lengthy period of ridicule they were about to endure. Slytherin, we are of noble lineage. Gryffindor, your first years were completely dominated by one individual. Slytherin, we have claimed 4 consecutive House Cups. Gryffindor, your first years were completely dominated by one individual. Slytherin, our Quidditch team is the best in the school. Gryffindor, your first years were completely dominated by one individual. The Slytherins felt utterly defeated and wished to avoid any further interaction with Gryffindor. Larrick silently expressed approval while continuing to maintain an aloof demeanor. The Hufflepuffs watched the 2 competing houses with amusement, munching on sunflower seeds, and managed to procure a new batch of ingredients from the kitchen, continuing to indulge in Hogwarts resources while strictly prohibiting Leon from approaching. It wasn't until nearly all the upperclassmen had gathered that the Slytherins emerged from the shadows of their first year's defeat. for the older students began to reminisce about the terrifying experiences of the day. Professor Sigma treated all students equally. He did not spare any year when it came to his pranks. The fifth-year students were perhaps the most fortunate, as they were given a relatively normal classroom test, a mixed evaluation, in preparation for the upcoming OWL examinations next year. As long as they had not performed terribly in the spells they had learned over the past 4 years, they could mostly avoid any mischief. Those surprises were not entirely absent. What was truly daunting came from the advanced classes of the 6th and 7th years, where they studied the same spell, the Fiery Resistance Charm, the Ice Armor spell. This was not a commonly used spell, and its defenses were not as robust as that of the Iron Armor spell, but it was exceptionally effective against fire damage, particularly in situations involving dragonfire. Fortunately, Professor Sigma had not managed to acquire the abilities of a fire dragon. Had he done so, it was believed that they would have faced a far more perilous challenge. The students from Hufflepuff, still shaken from the day's events, recounted their experiences to the younger students. However, the creatures that Professor Sigma had procured were no less formidable. The Flameball Mouse, a timid and shy creature that dwelled within volcanic interiors. They bore a squirrel-like appearance, with fluffy tails that even resembled spheres. This deep red, furry creature would undoubtedly be a delight to behold, though its greatest flaw was its extreme timidity. Typically, this would not be considered a flaw. However, they exhibited a peculiar trait akin to that of geckos. When confronted with something frightening, they would abandon their tails, but not simply by severing them. Instead, they would explode, the force rivaling that of an inferno. In the somewhat cryptic tone of Professor Sigma, it was articulated that although the hour was rather late, certain matters still warranted attention, especially in light of the fact that most of the students had begun to find romantic partners. Naturally, to avert any unforeseen mishaps among his pupils, Professor Sigma had provided them with protective measures. They were equipped with a potion, once employed to extinguish the fiery breath of dragons, renowned for its efficacy and affordability. However, the drawbacks of this potion were glaringly apparent. Its taste was reminiscent of low-grade spirits mingled with the putrid juice of rotting apples infested with maggots, a decidedly nauseating combination. The horror did not end there. When several students managed to emerge unscathed without triggering the protective potion, Professor Sigma expressed his delight, asserting that this cohort of students exhibited commendable qualities worthy of special cultivation. Indeed, the phrase special cultivation should be underscored. This is of utmost importance for the finals. This revelation led those with insufficient grades to once again breathe a sigh of relief at their prior shortcomings, while fervently congratulating their peers who had successfully gained admission to the advanced class. Meanwhile, the young Slytherins finally grasped the meaning of the phrase misfortunes seldom come alone. As they faced an impending class on defense against the dark arts the following day, they even began to envy Nick, who had broken his arm, for he had a valid excuse to skip class. Yet, just as everyone began to covet his situation, the great dining hall doors swung open, revealing none other than the enviable Nick himself. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey's remarkable magical skills, after a brief period of recuperation post-treatment, Nick had returned to his former self. Infuriated upon hearing the tale of his classmates' assault, Nick felt compelled to stand in solidarity with them, believing that this was the very essence of unity that Slytherins should embody. Failure notwithstanding, we shall not abandon one another. Thus, after feeling sufficiently recovered and with Madame Pomfrey's consent, he disregarded her counsel to rest another day, resolutely deciding to unite with his peers in their time of need. As Nick rallied his bewildered classmates, he suddenly recalled the impending lessons scheduled for the next day, and the fear instilled by Professor Sigma came rushing back. Merlin's beard. What did it matter? After all, Merlin was present, and he sensed a dull ache beginning in his arm, implying that perhaps he ought to heed Madame Pomfrey's advice and rest for another day. However, it was already too late. His hand had been firmly grasped by the head of Slytherin. Nick, you are an exceptional Slytherin, and you have proven your worth. You shall become a paragon for all first-year Slytherins. Chapter 28. The Dusty Little Wizards. What is the most fearsome aspect of the world? Colorful, furry poisonous insects? Venomous snakes poised to strike with flicking tongues? The one who evokes the most tragic memories? The ghostly presence, shapeless and unknown in temperament and disposition? Or perhaps the despondency of feeling hopeless and trapped? Or is it simply death? The true nature remains elusive. Yet the most widely accepted answer to what incites the greatest fear is the unknown. Now, let's shift the narrative. As a throng of young wizards donned expressions of terror reserved for encounters with treacherous sorcerers, their beloved Professor Sigma elucidated his penchant for mischief. While they sacrificed their sleep in the dead of night to hypnotize themselves, Believing Professor Sigma's intentions to be somewhat dubious, he suddenly announced that, due to an initial eagerness that had led to an unfortunate exchange with several faculty members regarding his teaching methods, he deemed it necessary for first-year students to engage in a purely innocuous, non-threatening lesson on spells before embarking on practical training, much like their upperclassmen. However, the young wizards were far from pleased. In fact, they even entertained the idea of casting curses upon the professor, a behavior that had never before transpired at Hogwarts. Picture this. The young wizards, upon learning of their impending doom, were akin to condemned prisoners, fully aware of what was to unfold and mentally prepared to face it with bravery. Yet, just as the execution was about to commence, the executioner unexpectedly patted them on the shoulder. "Oh dear, my friends, my sincerest apologies. The gun has jammed. We shall need to wait a few hours while we fix it." Legend has it that in ancient Egypt, a tale existed about a potion merchant who, after acquiring a vast quantity of precious ingredients such as kumquat leaves, hops, and even the enigmatic mantis shrimp, found himself fleeing from rebellious fairies. He was forced to navigate the perilous river of sinking fish. Midway across, the oars of their vessel snapped under the attack of a river demon, which sent everyone into a panic, for employing magic in that river would result in irreversible curses. Yet, without oars, how could they steer the boat? In that moment, the brave merchant rose to the occasion, rallying his companions with a resounding declaration. "Fear not, friends. I possess kumquat hops, which may serve as oars." With this newfound, albeit unsuitable, means of propulsion, they escaped their dire predicament. Thus, whenever wizards face desperate situations, they silently remind themselves, "I have kumquat hops, which may serve as oars." This mantra grants them immense encouragement to surmount their challenges. Consequently, in this moment of despair, the young wizards began to comfort themselves. "It's all right. Since I have the courage to face this for the first time, I also have the courage to face it again. Indeed," they echoed, "I have kumquat hops, which may serve as oars." This might very well be the most tedious defense against the dark arts lesson for the first years, who found themselves yearning for the previous format. Yet, many quickly shook their heads, dismissing the notion. There was no way to engage in such reckless self-destruction. After class, as a group of young wizards casually lamented the tedium of the lesson, they suddenly heard a voice wafting in from somewhere unknown. "Oh, it seems the Slytherins have their defense against the dark arts class this afternoon. I wonder how they must be feeling right now." Upon hearing this, a young Gryffindor felt Merlin's smile burst forth before him. Indeed, if the lesson was dull, they could seek some amusement. Thus, he sought out the twins and Lee Jordan. With the twins' older brother in Gryffindor and their abundance of ingenious ideas, they had even begun to assume a leadership role among the first years. We know that the art of mischief requires a certain talent, and the twins had evidently allocated 20 of their 30 skill points to this domain, while the remaining 10 were dedicated to creativity, evidently serving the former purpose. Consequently, under the twins' leadership, Gryffindor quickly encircled the remaining Hufflepuffs, nearly stunning them into disbelief. They thought Gryffindor was preparing to declare war on two fronts. However, this misunderstanding was swiftly clarified, and the Hufflepuffs expressed their willingness to assist in any schemes against Slytherin, yet lamented that the methods proposed were rather pedestrian. They remarked that the deliberate exaggeration of how terrifying the day's defense against the dark arts lesson would only deceive the younger students, as the upperclassmen were far too astute to fall for such trivial antics. This meant that their efforts would yield no rewards and might even lead to ridicule. Just look at those foolish first years, trying to outsmart themselves. Subsequently, the Hufflepuffs' plan even startled Alan, the instigator. Honest individuals can indeed be the most dangerous when they resort to deception. Love it. A Hufflepuff with a penchant for reading could at least boast that he never dozed off during History of Magic class. However, it mattered little, as Professor Binns had never awarded points to any house. However, it was this unassuming half-blood wizard, bearing the lineage of the nation, who proposed a plan that left everyone astounded. During lunch, it became evident to all that the usual clamor at the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables had significantly diminished, and the atmosphere in the dining hall, though not entirely oppressive, felt markedly subdued. Equally conspicuous was the absence of the professor whose unique charm had once captivated the entirety of Hogwarts, along with several other faculty members. It was not until the mealtime was nearly over that a small group of students began to trickle in through the dining hall's grand entrance, the numbers barely constituting half of those absent. Their appearance left the first-year students of Hogwarts in utter disbelief. Half of these students bore the marks of soot and distress, while the remainder were supported by their companions as they staggered inside. When questioned, they simply shook their heads, conveying a clear message of reluctance to divulge any details. They had not partaken in the meal, but instead carried away a considerable amount of food. Amidst rising suspicions of an unprecedented crisis at Hogwarts, a Hufflepuff student, her voice quivering with emotion, addressed the Slytherin table. Sigma, Sigma, Wah. The professor said that this afternoon's defense against the dark arts class will proceed. Chapter 29. The Night Walk in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Sigma's notorious ferocity was widely acknowledged. And thus, even though today, as circumstances appeared unusually out of sorts, the other students deemed it understandable. In the absence of professors, they lacked the audacity to question the teachings of another faculty member, while others might engage in light-hearted banter regarding Professor Sigma's brutality. Slytherin and Ravenclaw had no inclination for such frivolity. They were acutely aware that the predicaments faced by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff could easily be mirrored in their own experience, and they held no illusions about faring better. Although unaware of the specific trials their peers had endured, the visible distress among those present indicated a harrowing ordeal. The upperclassmen of Slytherin and Ravenclaw exchanged furtive glances with their younger counterparts, silently wishing them luck. What else could they do? Their own despair was palpable. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, in their haste, barely took the time to finish their meals before rushing back to their common rooms. However, upon encountering the group of seemingly severely injured first years, they felt as though they had bitten into a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tasted of earwax. The newcomers were joyfully singing, feasting on the provisions brought back by the earlier arrivals. Yet, they had no intention of returning to share this camaraderie. Let them savor their meal slowly, if they could manage it at all. By the time the final batch of students returned, the food had cooled significantly, but their spirits were high. They divided into two factions. One group barricaded the professors in their classrooms with a barrage of questions, while the other seized the opportunity to express gratitude to the hardworking house elves by delivering lunch to the professors, without any faculty to clarify their uncertainties. The remaining first years from the two other houses bore expressions tinged with anxiety, a reflection of the dread brought back by the upperclassmen. Thus, even during the afternoon's punitive chores, Alan was seen smiling, leading Mr. Fair to suspect he had inadvertently mixed something peculiar into the cleaning solution, despite having to polish trophies for an entire afternoon. Leaving him no time to observe the sudden change in his peers' expressions, he could not suppress his laughter. He had never anticipated his classmates would so eagerly collaborate on such a scheme. This was indeed a remarkably executed plan, particularly since no erroneous information had been disseminated, ensuring they had not contravened any school regulations. As for Ravenclaw being caught in the crossfire, nonsense. It was entirely intentional. By dinner, even Professor Sigma had learned of this incident. Yet, oddly enough, the sentiment radiating from the students' eyes was not one of anger, but rather a sense of reassurance that the next generation would carry on, while the first years of the other two houses were left feeling deceived. The Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors relished their experience during the third week of their Hogwarts journey. In the stillness of night, the Hufflepuff common room was bathed in moonlight. Alan stealthily rose from his bed, his wand materializing in his hand. After skillfully executing a few wand flourishes accompanied by a whispered incantation, the once steady breaths of his roommates grew heavier. This was a variant of the sleeping spell, less potent yet significantly improved in duration and sound. Though he had the perfect excuse of heading to the kitchen, the potential for unforeseen complications warranted a bit more sleep. Today was likely to be the most perilous day of the academic year for him, which prompted him to subtly hint to the first years in hopes of brightening their spirits before the impending venture. The effect was splendid. At least he could approach the unwelcoming territory with a lighter heart. As he stepped out of the Hufflepuff common room, Alan set down his findings from yesterday in front of the barrel, where he had been scouting for guards. Although he knew no one would deliberately monitor his movements, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario, ensuring every detail was meticulously attended to. Tonight, he intended to make headlines. Though 30 galleons could scarcely purchase the cheapest of blood potions, the system had provided him with one of the most affordable and practical tools, the Scout Guard. This was a crucial factor in his decision to undertake this risk. Fortunately, his preparations from the previous 2 weeks had not been in vain. He had gone undetected until reaching the secret passage, which essentially meant that today's mission was already halfway to success. Upon arriving at the Grand Mirror on the 5th floor, Alan used the unlocking charm, Alohomora, to pry open the sealed door leading to Hogsmeade, conveniently located near the Shrieking Shack. As he stepped into the Shrieking Shack, he was acutely aware that if all went smoothly today, he would be in violation of more than 50 school rules. Yet, he had no alternative. This was the quickest route he could conceive to acquire galleons. The Shrieking Shack led directly to the Forbidden Forest, an area explicitly off-limits to first years. More precisely, it was beneath a whomping willow, thanks to Wailo, who deftly pressed the knot. From there, the path ahead was to follow Wailo. Alan and Wailo progressed leisurely through the Forbidden Forest, navigating the previously scouted route. The only impediments being the grass rings and tree roots that threatened to trip him. Alan had to adapt to the forest in this manner. Approximately an hour later, he finally reached a valley enveloped in layers of fallen leaves, occasionally shimmering silver under the moonlight, ensnared by strands of white spider silk. This was the dwelling of Hogwarts' most fearsome magical creatures, the Acromantulas. Aragog, Hagrid's first spider, had filled the Forbidden Forest with its progeny. It was treacherous, greedy, and cunning. However, this did not alter the fact that each pint of Acromantula venom was worth a staggering 100 galleons. Naturally, these walking galleons were not to be underestimated, their strength even drawing the attention of Voldemort himself. But what did that matter? Alan kept his distance from Wailo and Aragog, a talking spider, preferring not to draw its ire, even if it was blind. The little spiders were certainly not. Tonight, Wailo had been specially adorned by Alan. No one would suspect it to be a raven, for it appeared far too hideous, resembling a rooster with dyed feathers. As the spiders slumbered, a dark purple aura, imbued with a menacing presence, began to weave its way among them. Wailo was making his move. Chapter 30. The Conclusion of the Endeavor. Dear Wizards of Hogwarts, you must understand that one must not thrive without seizing the opportunity. Wealth does not come without risk. Although the enchanted horse over there, which only drinks pure malt whiskey, may dispute this, the statement holds true in essence. The only dilemma confronting Alan was the sight of walking galleons before him. However, he could hardly consume them in one bite. Moreover, the dire consequence of this undertaking is that he will be incapacitated for an extended period, unable to take further action. This is not a mere instance of a repeatable dungeon. In a certain sense, the ownership of this trove of galleons belongs to Hagrid. Now, let us reminisce about the fundamental process of battling spiders. First and foremost, we must master the art of luring. Stepping into the spider's territory provokes the creature to emerge and patrol. Upon detecting an intruder, the spider dispatches its arachnid soldiers to attack. It is imperative to draw them out of their lair. Engaging them within their domain will incite a full-scale response from the horde. Given that the spider's attacks are interspersed, we must exploit the intervals between their strikes to mount our own offense. After vanquishing several waves of spiders and ensuring the nest is cleared, we can dismantle the lair, dispatching the last remaining sentry to complete our basic strategy against the spider nest. It is also noteworthy that excessive luring may result in the emergence of a monstrous spider queen, a truly terrifying entity. Thereafter, we are free to collect our spoils, a veritable bounty of monster flesh, spiders, healing spider glands, and a nest ripe for transplantation. Oh, something seems amiss. My apologies. I seem to have taken the wrong script. Although Alan initially estimates that this heap of galleons is sufficient to summon a dozen heroes, the issue remains that he cannot collect it all. Thus, we shall proceed according to the plan. As the dark purple curse erupted among the spider swarm, Alan rapidly dashed away from the scarecrow's passive ability. While it may appear somewhat superfluous, its effectiveness far exceeded his expectations. However, he had no intention of charging toward the spider nest. Although Aragog would certainly not object, he had no desire to serve these creatures a midnight snack. He swiftly retraced his steps. Behind him, a fraction of the spiders, roused from slumber by the attack, awoke in a fit of fury. In their temporarily blinded state, they would not mobilize their entire force to pursue the enemy, as that would signify betrayal against their leader. Although in their eyes, that reckless flying creature had momentarily deprived them of their magical power with its strange abilities. Their fear of the unknown quickly morphed into a furious chase after the diminutive creature. As one of the most fearsome races in the Forbidden Forest, their overwhelming numbers allowed them to disregard substantial dangers. However, a multitude implies the presence of residual threats, such as the terrifying area of effect attacks that disregard the defenders ahead. Among the most fearsome area attacks in the Alliance is the Crowstorm. It requires a lengthy casting time, is easily interrupted, can be readily detected, and is prone to embarrassing failures such as being thwarted by the blind. Its drawbacks are numerous, yet they do not diminish its status as one of the most formidable turning points, primarily due to its astonishingly high area damage. At that moment, as the hastily arriving swarm of spiders prepare to unleash their magical silk to ensnare the slowly descending bird, a diminutive figure clad in a wizard's robe suddenly appeared among them. Under normal circumstances, such prey would hardly suffice for a satisfying meal. Yet at this instant, the roles of hunter and hunted had reversed. The moment this little wizard manifested, all the spiders felt a surge of frenzied magic coursing through them, compelling them to attack wildly at every part of their bodies. Accompanying this surge was the all-too-familiar dark purple curse, which robbed them of their capacity to react in that critical moment. As sentient beings, they were brutal, yet they could discern that this was clearly a plot against them. However, it was too late. The re-emerging Hollow utilized the same magic as Alan, dubbed the Crow by Alan's wicked sense of humor. It was only when together with Alan that they could better utilize the Scarecrow's abilities. And when the two Scarecrows unleashed their ultimate abilities in tandem, the spiders naturally faced an insurmountable challenge. The illustrious poet Li Bai once proclaimed, 10 paces to slay a man, not a trace remains after 1,000 miles. How grand and impassioned such an act is. Though we may not reach the heights of the great poet, we must possess the gallantry to down a cup of strong liquor after battle. Otherwise, what shall we offer to commemorate this unobserved conflict? Thus, Alan boldly extracted several exquisite little glass vials from his garments, and, disregarding any semblance of decorum, prostrated himself upon the ground to collect the terrifying creature's venom. What? The spiders are dark, hairy, and fearsome? Nonsense. Behold, that resplendent golden radiance. Fortunately, due to the swiftness of the battle, the spiders had neither the time to unleash their poison nor to destroy their venom sacs, granting Alan a significant bounty. Almost all the vials filled with the cast spells were now brimming. It was only upon completing the collection that Alan, his eyes transformed into the golden orbs of a fairy, discovered a prompt from the system. It required the corpses of these spiders. What is this situation? Though Alan appeared bewildered, it did not hinder his actions. As he placed his hands near the wild treasure chests, the spider corpses swiftly vanished. Subsequently, Alan beheld a new interface. A partially illuminated screen displayed. Spider Queen Ellis Hero Fragment 0153. Come now, system, extend your head. Let me grant you a buff. How on earth does one acquire a decimal in hero fragments? Yet, despite his frustrations, the system remained silent. However, one thing was certain. The spiders were in dire straits. As the system had elevated their worth yet another tier, Alan had no intention of being greedy. Aragog was no fool, and should Hagrid be summoned, it could lead to calamity. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid could challenge all the Hogwarts wizards except Dumbledore, and Alan had no desire to be pursued in a state of disarray. Accompanied by the incantation of the curse, Alan commenced a minute-long stillness for casting, and as the blue light intensified, his form vanished within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 31. Plans change. The return to town was nothing short of a divine skill bestowed upon Alan by the system. Upon unlocking the equipment system, he successfully acquired 3 skills: Return, Heal, and Ghostly Dash. Just moments ago, in the Forbidden Forest, he had retained the Ghostly Dash, fearing Hagrid's sudden appearance. For this keeper of the hunting grounds regarded the entire forest as his backyard. When he discovered his pets had been slaughtered by Alan, he might not possess the patience to hear an explanation. Yet, evidently, fortune was on his side today. The reserved skills remained unused, sparing him from a plethora of troubles. Witnessing and hearing the spider's descriptions were 2 distinct matters. As for his return point, well, it was rather awkward, directly within his bed covers. More precisely, he appeared in the bed while still clad in his outer robe and shoes. This was unavoidable, as he had only 2 return locations to choose from: his little nook in the orphanage and his dormitory bed at Hogwarts. Furthermore, the former was inaccessible. Within the illusionary little room, the bed was covered by a red with the inscription, "Unable to heal." So, is the bed a healing pool? Because sleep is the best means of recovery? Come now, system, did you consume that beer bottle from the infirmary? However, it was all in vain. The system continued to coldly disregard him. Nonetheless, it mattered not, for the moment of manifestation was at hand. After such a lengthy endeavor, he was now capable of harnessing the abilities of another hero. So, now that we have the funds, let us summon one for 6,300. Wait, something seems amiss. Alan suddenly realized. While the venom is indeed a valuable substance, it cannot be directly utilized as galleons. Given his limited understanding of the magical world, he knew that this item was meant to be clandestinely sold in Diagon Alley. Should he attempt to peddle it in Hogsmeade, it would not be long before Hagrid caught wind of the situation. Do not underestimate the influence Hogwarts wields over Hogsmeade. If Alan were to sell it, the proprietor would personally ensure its disposal. In other words, before the Christmas holiday, he had absolutely no means of selling these wares. What a jest! In such a gathering environment, even if he expended all his magical prowess to guarantee the quality of the potion, he could not extend its shelf life until Christmas. This implied that a new adventure must be undertaken. Blast it! After unlocking his skills, he had grown overly arrogant, forgetting the most crucial aspect of his plan, the sales strategy. This was an entirely unnecessary risk, yet it was one he had to face. This year, he might not find any other way to accumulate a significant amount of galleons. He simply could not allow this liquid gold to spoil. However, due to the confinement over the weekend, he had no chance to prepare, having expended considerable magical energy using the erratic translocation of the Wandering Veil. He was currently only capable of teleporting about a kilometer, which was insufficient to traverse from the Forbidden Forest to the Common Room. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, as long as one's mind does not falter, solutions will emerge, albeit with difficulty. Ultimately, Alan conceived a resolution: Floo powder. The fireplaces at Hogwarts could indeed utilize Floo powder, and moreover, they were free from any surveillance, a privilege granted by Dumbledore's formidable influence. Thus, with this major hurdle resolved, the remaining tasks seemed trivial. While acquiring Floo powder merely required a simple registration, Alan had no intention of spending galleons. As a well-known mute, Fair clearly could not utilize apparition to exit, as this behavior was strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. However, as the administrator, he had to ensure ample supplies, which meant he would need to venture out from time to time. Consequently, this also implied that he must keep a box of Floo powder on hand to meet his occasional procurement needs. Ironically, his task the following day was to assist Fair in organizing a large collection of contraband accumulated over many years, which meant what? He had plenty of time to discreetly procure a bit of Floo powder, and he was certain Mr. Fair would have no objections. As for the rest, that would depend on Warlow, who was a good comrade, efficient and reliable. The next morning, Hogwarts basked in brilliant sunshine, though Hagrid's mood was likely less than cheerful. After all, once Aragog had passed, he would understand just how unreliable those creatures truly were. As for Alan, his intervention before they aided Voldemort could be seen as a preemptive measure. At breakfast, many students were in high spirits, for their two-day holiday had officially commenced at that moment. As for the others, they were probably still nestled in their beds, recuperating. However, this was of no concern to Alan. After exchanging greetings with a group of classmates, he had work to do. It was only the first week of confinement. Fortunately, Fair's attitude towards him was relatively pleasant, thanks to the assistance of Madame Loris. The solitary Mr. Fair's only companion was that cat, and he would not display an overly frosty demeanor toward those accepted by his furry friend. As for why Madame Loris held Alan in high regard, well, no cat can resist a treat, and if there were any, two would suffice. The kitchen, backed by the Hufflepuff Common Room, was likely the most expensive area at Hogwarts, both in terms of numbers and per capita expenditure. The house elves were more than happy to provide anything within their capabilities for each visitor. While stationed at the registration desk, Alan discovered that this job was far more engaging than he had anticipated. After expressing extreme interest in Mr. Fair's discussions, he was bestowed with a self-recording quill, transforming his responsibility into merely ensuring that the clumsy tool did not stray off the page. However, Alan felt a twinge of guilt toward Mr. Fair, as his primary interest stemmed from the tales of Hogwarts rule-breaking compendium and the divine collection of prank items. Indeed, if it were not for their inherent incompatibility, it was likely that the twins would have been Mr. Fair's greatest admirers. He could proudly declare, having roamed Hogwarts for so many years, "What sort of mischief have I not witnessed?" As Mr. Fair became increasingly animated in his storytelling, a small model on his desk suddenly illuminated, inciting an explosive fury within him. Blast it, someone was playing a prank. Mr. Fair halted his narrative and dashed out the door. Shortly thereafter, Alan discovered the Floo powder nestled next to the fireplace. "Congratulations, you have obtained a new item." And as for Madame Loris, beneath her claws lay a fresh treat. Chapter 32. Transactions. Life is akin to devouring a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with one's eyes closed. Every second is a surprise. When Alan finally acquired the necessary task items and endeavored to behave, the door to the administrator's lounge swung open. The first two individuals to enter bore faces so indistinct that even familiar acquaintances would struggle to discern them. At this moment, these two faces familiar to Alan wore expressions of utter dejection. Yet upon spotting Alan, their countenances shifted from surprise to relief. There was no need for further introduction. The newcomers were none other than the Weasley twins. Alan had never anticipated encountering this infamous duo in their first love-hate encounter. It felt strangely peculiar, hinting at something mischievous. In that moment, Alan realized that this month of confinement truly paled in comparison to the extraordinary. Who knows what can transform embarrassment into exuberance? A good friend, in a world governed by such principles, We have shared countless absurd experiences with friends that we would rather not recall, only to meet years later and exchange knowing smiles as the dust of time wipes away the memories of camaraderie. This is why many profound friendships forged in youth run deeper than those made in academia. They are born from shared follies. Returning to the matter at hand. The previously glum twins transformed into curious comrades upon spotting Alan, their initial concerns about punishment dissipating into a casual, "Hey mate, what brings you here?" Naturally, the pressure exerted by fare loomed over them, restricting their interaction to mere glances. However, it did not take long for them to learn the meaning of different fates for the same kind. Following a brief reprimand, they were dispatched to clean an empty classroom. Yet, perhaps due to Mr. Fair's other commitments, he departed shortly thereafter. Of course, the work still needed to be done, and the overseer was none other than Alan. Thus, once Mr. Fair had vacated the scene, the twins began their persuasion. "Alan, I trust you won't just stand idly by, will you?" Fred exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "Indeed, this classroom is spacious enough for a Quidditch match." George chimed in. Alan remained unmoved. Their expressions and gestures were insufficient, inadequate. "Please continue your performance." "My goodness, Alan, can you bear to let us squander our entire weekend in this vast, desolate space?" "Huh, come assist me for a day. It's only fair. I have to expend all my energy here today." The twins soon realized the predicament. Alan had recently been punished with labor for toppling Slytherin due to a singular incident. Yet at that moment, they audaciously broached the topic of exhausting their energy, a boldness akin to discussing one's height in front of goblins. Ultimately, observing that Fair had not returned for an extended period, Alan made the decision to assist the Weasley twins. Had he intervened sooner, he might have found himself in a similar predicament, but considering he still had half a month of labor ahead, Alan wisely opted to let them continue their work. A thorough cleaning rendered the task of tidying up remarkably effortless. Amidst the mumbled remarks of the twin brothers, Alan's generous spirit shone through as the entire classroom was left immaculate. This not only signified the liberation of the twins, but also heralded Alan's own emancipation. The sole caveat was to avoid an encounter with Professor Snape. In his current irritable state, he could very well conjure up some trouble. Once again, the night wore on, and Alan found himself the last occupant of the common room, seated upon the sofa, struggling to embrace slumber. As he sprinkled flue powder into the fireplace, the flames ignited into a brilliant green. Alan was acutely aware that this mode of travel was decidedly a one-way ticket. Not everyone could traverse the school grounds without the express permission of Dumbledore. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had the means to return home. Awaiting him on the other side of the flames was a long-lost friend, the proprietor of a second-hand bookstore. "I say, lad," he remarked, his bleary eyes accentuated by his pink, puff-sleeved pajamas, which made him appear almost innocuous, a stark contrast to his otherwise rugged demeanor. Yet, Alan was not one to underestimate him. The wand at his disposal was conveniently within reach. At that moment, he nonchalantly dug at his nose and stated, "Your raven roused me at dawn, claiming a significant transaction was at hand. I hope your dealings justify my late-night toil." With that, he let out a grand yawn. Despite the proprietor's seemingly endearing demeanor, Alan harbored a gnawing sense of having misjudged him. However, he stood firm in his assessment. It was no small feat to operate a second-hand bookstore in the bustling Diagon Alley. Moreover, he was well aware that this man dealt in contraband. Alan slowly retrieved half a bottle and placed it on a relatively clean table. The items of trade piqued the proprietor's interest, who leaned in to examine the liquid within the bottle, then uncapped it to sniff the aroma, instantly rousing from his drowsy state. "Venom from an acromantula?" he mused, nodding in affirmation of his deduction. "A fine specimen indeed. This bottle must contain a pint, and it appears to be quite fresh. By Merlin, this substance is akin to liquid gold. 50 galleons per pint," Alan declared with deliberation. "What? Are you jesting? Such a treasure for only 50 galleons? The proprietor momentarily faltered. Has the source been compromised? When did profit margins of 50 galleons require provenance? Alan shrugged. Indeed, when did 50 galleons ever necessitate a source? You're right, little one. I must admit, you do not appear to be of your actual age. The shopkeeper chuckled. Very well, I shall take 4 bottles. I owe you 200 galleons then. A pleasant transaction. With a flick of his wand, a cloth bag soared from the corner of the shop, spilling a cascade of golden galleons. No, it should be 400 galleons. The remaining 4 bottles will be delivered tomorrow, Alan replied, striving to maintain an innocent smile. Interesting, little one, the proprietor mused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter as more shiny galleons tumbled forth. Though it defies convention, I am pleased. Take it, lad. I shall await your parcel tomorrow. Chapter 33. Why is it always you? With 400 freshly minted galleons, sparkling with an alluring glow and a few paper bags gifted by friendship, Alan soon found a secluded spot after leaving the shop to stow away his riches. He had no intention of letting them breed. Afterward, all that remained was to utilize the return spell to complete his night's endeavors. However, gazing up at the moon suspended high in the sky, Alan suddenly realized he had unwittingly joined a sect of cultivators. Staying awake at this hour could only mean he was on a path to enlightenment. Shaking his head vigorously, Alan endeavored to dispel such fanciful notions from his mind. What a ridiculous thought! The atmosphere was already chaotic enough. Yet, upon invoking the return spell, Alan sensed something amiss. He had neglected to administer his roommate's supplementary sleep treatment, and now, one of his companions, Sebastian, the individual who invariably caused concern each time he entered the common room, was still awake. To their surprise, the door to the common room, as sturdy as they had imagined, remained unyielding. "Oh, Alan, you're back?" Sebastian exclaimed, flustered as he hurriedly shoved a book under his blanket. What should Alan do? There's no need for hesitation. Take the initiative. Those who act first shall not be at the mercy of those who follow. Thus, before Sebastian could react further, Alan leapt from his bed, his wand flicking with precision, causing the heavily suppressed book to soar from its hiding place. Is that 100 Years of Solitude? Although Alan had never perused this literary classic, he was well aware of its esteemed reputation. But was this not a muggle book? Sebastian, I never would have imagined you to be this kind of person, reading a book in the dead of night. If you're going to be a scholar, at least indulge in something like dark arts literature. Or, if that is too much, perhaps a light-hearted magazine would suffice. But to be reading a muggle classic at this hour, and a world-renowned one at that, in the dead of night, was he truly pursuing enlightenment with such a fresh and refined approach? Yet, something was amiss. Alan noticed that Sebastian's expression bore no semblance of guilt for being discovered reading a classic. Thus, upon meeting Sebastian's pleading gaze, Alan opened the book, which was in pristine condition, adorned with numerous bookmarks and elegantly annotated with a quill. Goodness, one must not judge a book by its cover, Sebastian. Your diligence rivals that of Ron's father. You'd better secure an A in Muggle studies, or it would be a disservice to your efforts. However, as Alan casually perused the highlighted passages, he was utterly astonished. Blimey, Sebastian, you're quite the scholar. You've turned a classic into a pocketbook, and you've taken notes, and used bookmarks. Do you keep a pack of tissues under your bed too? At this moment, Sebastian, his face flushed, emerged from beneath his blanket, looking as pitiful as a 300-pound child, though in truth, he was merely a child still far from that weight. Alan, it's not that I didn't want you to see. It's just that they don't allow me to share it, Sebastian murmured softly. Hey, that's not the point. Who cares about that? And who are they? You have a secret society? Alan, don't worry. I'll recommend you for the exchange program tomorrow. They definitely agree, Sebastian declared, stamping his foot as if resolving a matter of great importance. Hey, Professor, there's an illegal organization over here. I must report it. Alan, can I finish reading first? It'll be quick. Sebastian mustered his courage and began to plead. However, a subconscious tug caused one of the paper bags from Alan's robe to tumble forth, and to make matters worse, the bag tore open. Alan, I'm so sorry. Your belongings. Before Alan could intervene, Sebastian instinctively bent down to retrieve the items, glancing at them in surprise. One could evade the first day, but not the 15th. Then, a voice of reverence echoed in his ear. Boss, Alan. As if fearing Alan had not heard, Sebastian repeated himself. This is the most essential book in our exchange program. I glanced at it during my initiation. So, what exactly do you exchange? Hey, Professor. Never mind. Don't come here. Alan suddenly realized he had also been discovered. Well then, let us handle this accordingly. Faint. A spell flew from Alan's wand. Sebastian, you should really rest. We are wizards, no need for enlightenment. With a levitation charm, Sebastian returned to his bed. Had it not been for the severe repercussions of a forgetfulness charm, Alan would have gladly cast one. What? You say the blankets aren't covered? No matter, Sebastian. You must remember, fools do not catch colds. Though such words were uttered, upon waking the next day, Alan's first sight was of a snot-nosed sea bass standing at the bedside. Consequently, Alan's immediate reaction was to ponder whether to cast a spell to knock him unconscious or to petrify him completely. No, not that. But alas, this time it was the latter. Under the influence of the levitation charm, Seabass was levitated onto the bed. Alan muttered softly, "You've sullied my bed. If you tell anyone it's mine, I'll curse you daily." Ignoring Seabass's reaction, though he couldn't even blink, Alan exited the dormitory. How nostalgic it is to reminisce about the age of passing pocketbooks. Wait, I did not. Moreover, Seabass, you're rather precocious, aren't you? Never mind. Let us just ensure safety. Observing the sunlight streaming into the common room, it was indeed a splendid day. The substantial sum of galleons, transformed into cheerful gold coins, was a delightful sight. This was certainly a different kind of currency amassed through daily victories, which could be whimsically termed gaming coins. After all, exchanging 6,300 for a hero is quite the inside joke. Glancing at the still insufficient game coins and the wage gear that had been severely nerfed without a reduction in price, a multitude of alpacas galloped through Alan's mind. So, dear companions of Slytherin, do remember to maintain your penchant for ambushes. As for the purpose of that considerable sum of coins, I must find time to calculate. I cannot afford to be careless again. Thus, Professor Binns, my apologies. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, aside from a bit of labor and a minor mishap. All was remarkably smooth. However, Alan's good spirits were short-lived, merely lasting until he reached Mr. Fay. Upon opening the door, he recalled the classic translation, "How old are you? Why is it always you?" Chapter 34, A Weekend Routine. It goes without saying that those who could repeatedly visit Mr. Fay's office in a short span were none other than the Weasley twins, whom he had just encountered the day before. Alan held the utmost respect for the reckless antics of the Weasley brothers, and he had no intention of emulating them. Not everyone possesses such audacity to challenge authority. In a certain sense, Professor Snape was far more terrifying. At least he wore a smile for Slytherin, while Mr. Fay treated all students with equal disdain. After paying his respects to Mr. Fay, Alan proceeded towards Madame Loris, once again expressing gratitude to the house elves of Hogwarts. Madame Loris was quite pleased with the little fish snacks, much to Mr. Fay's satisfaction, who, for a rare moment, displayed a smile while reprimanding the twins. This gave the twins a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they would be spared this time due to Mr. Fay's good mood. Moments later, they were reminded of the saying that different people lead different fates, as they were sent to another classroom to clean, with Mr. Fay personally supervising. Alan, I think Madame Loris hasn't been quite right these days. Could you take her out for some sun? It would be my honor, sir. Excluding the matter of reporting, Madame Loris was quite the delightful cat, exhibiting an elegance befitting her kind, which meant that while basking in the sun, she would not fidget, but simply roll lazily as cats tend to do. For Alan, this meant he could leisurely enjoy an afternoon in the sun. Thank you, Dumbledore. Had he been laboring under Professor Snape's supervision, he would likely be dealing with grotesque animal entrails in a dimly lit dungeon. As for the twins, they should endeavor to run through a few more instances. Eventually, they would acquire a legendary artifact. Trust me, the Fey instance yields the only custom orange epic artifact. If you don't run through it a few more times, how will you get your graduation gear or even a map? As for punishments, don't you care about your abyss tickets? Clutching a beloved book, definitely not one gifted by the boss, Alan sat upon the grounds of Hogwarts, basking in a perfect afternoon of sunshine, with a cat lounging at his feet, though not his own. This was the dream of countless children in their youth. Alan found himself thoroughly content in such moments. Naturally, he had no qualms about indulging in late-night readings. If only a willing companion would critique the harmful literature of that boss with a discerning eye, that would be most desirable. Yet, as we know, whenever the protagonist is at their happiest, a villain arrives to disrupt such bliss. However, this was not due to Alan's mocking countenance, nor because the villains received an SSS-tier mission to take down the protagonist. It was simply because our dear Alan had inadvertently offended the entirety of Slytherin. Though Slytherin was the least populated house, they still comprised a sixth of the entire school. If this were a public school, perhaps Alan would have been awarded a free hero, Yasuo, by the system. Why, you may ask, what sort of situation arises when one offends an entire sixth of the school? Shoe throwing, chair hiding, book tossing, chairs with nails. These are merely the appetizers. Being forced to face the toilet up close after school would hardly be a surprise. Theft is routine, and beatings are procedural. In short, it is a matter of making your life unlivable. What does this have to do with Yasuo? Death comes like the wind. It is always at my side. In such circumstances, all one can do is face the storm. Digressing, although Dumbledore expressly forbade upperclassmen from interfering in the affairs of lowerclassmen, this did not deter Slytherin students from reporting Alan to the first years upon discovering him. However, this had little impact. The only change was that Alan no longer had to worry about securing a first victory today. Nonetheless, today was markedly different. The Slytherin students who had attempted to attack were punished. In response, Mr. Fay took full responsibility, as Madame Loris was present, which was seen as a provocation to the authority of the administrator. Alan, you filthy mudblood. The Slytherin responsible for the report was incensed. Though Alan still did not fully grasp the meaning of this term, it did not affect his reaction in the slightest. Surrender your weapon. The spell was easily dodged. While he was uncertain of the year of the student before him, judging by height, they were surely no less than third years. But what did that matter? Even if they were to knock him down, Alan would still have the moral high ground when it came to Dumbledore. Why should he hold back? It must be said that age is the greatest enhancement for a wizard, even with the system's aid, without utilizing the powers bestowed by it. He found it difficult to manage the nameless adversary before him. However, as the two sides exchanged spells, the Slytherin grew increasingly agitated. A senior student had been unable to defeat a mere first year. The shame of it all, after several of his spells were deflected by Alan's shield charm. He gritted his teeth and began to chant a family heirloom spell. Though casting this spell would incur severe penalties from the school, he could not care less. If he did not defeat this child today, he would be branded as the disgrace of Slytherin tomorrow. As Alan prepared to use a protective shield spell to counter this magic and bring an end to his opponent, a spell unexpectedly flew in from the side, knocking down the casting Slytherin. What the hell? Who stole my kill? While the system did not provide any coins beyond the first victory, defeating a Slytherin would slightly increase his nearly unshakable experience bar. Though he was still far from level 2 and unaware of what other benefits leveling up would bring, at least he would acquire more summoner skills. Yet alas, the defeated foe offered no experience. This was a rather unhelpful revelation for the male student, who was left staring in disbelief as he witnessed Alan using the petrification spell on the fallen body. Annoyed, he looked up at the one who had stolen his kill and found a face that seemed all too familiar, especially that trademark red hair and a scattering of freckles. Slytherin attacks lower year students. Deduct 10 points. This statement drew his attention to the badge on the man's chest. Thus, the identity of the individual before him was made abundantly clear. Is it true that you are equally matched with a fifth-year student? You must be Alan, right? I often hear Fred and George speak of you, and indeed, you are quite an impressive young lad. I am Charlie, the elder brother of Fred and George, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ah, another Weasley, and one of the enthusiastic sort. Chapter 35. Europeans, face my spear. Unlike Percy's bookish demeanor and the twins' whimsical antics, Charlie exudes a sense of reliability, embodying a natural leader. The broomstick he holds in his other hand indicates he has just returned from Quidditch practice. It is evident that he is utterly captivated by the sport, as Alan has been overwhelmed with the urge to alert others about it. Since their introduction, his discourse on Quidditch has been incessant. Finally, after Alan assured him of his deep passion for Quidditch and his commitment to dedicating his entire time at Hogwarts to the sport, this Quidditch enthusiast ceased his fervent lecture. Alan believed it was merely their arrival at the dining hall that prompted the cessation of Charlie's enthusiastic advocacy. However, an awkward moment arose just as they reached the table. When Charlie realized that Alan was a Hufflepuff, not a Gryffindor lion, which meant that his efforts to persuade Alan were not aimed at gaining a teammate, but rather inadvertently aiding the competition. How embarrassing indeed. Perhaps it was the capricious nature of fate that afforded Alan a delightful afternoon off after he successfully thwarted a creature. Thanks to the benevolent Professor Sprout, who suggested to Mr. Fair that Alan assist her for half a day, as Alan nervously prepared to fertilize the plants. The professor's melodious voice rang out. Ah, dear child, there is nothing for you to assist with here. Go forth and enjoy the splendid sunshine. For the weekends this month, I shall request Mr. Fair to allow you to help, but be cautious not to let Professor Snape see you. He is not very pleased with you for having taken down so many students. In truth, Professor Snape was not merely displeased. He was exceedingly, intensely unhappy. After basking in the leisure of the entire afternoon, Alan joyfully navigated the initial days of the new week under Mr. Fair's laborious demands. He scarcely had time to even listen to his classmates' idle chatter, even though each visit required little more than listening to Mr. Fair elucidate the necessity of mischief. This, however, meant he missed all the gossip concerning Professor Sigma. The only insight he gained was that they were being thoroughly tormented. Honors tend to be revisited, while wounds serve only as reminders. In fact, even among his peers, discussions of their encounters in defense against the dark arts class had become scarce. The only indication was the disheveled appearances of his classmates, suggesting that Professor Sigma remained as sharp as ever. Yet, Alan found himself too preoccupied to dwell on his fear of Professor Sigma. As previously stated, Professor Snape was very unhappy, exceedingly unhappy. It was only on that day that Alan recalled the dread instilled by Professor Snape within the Hogwarts narrative. Hufflepuffs were also experiencing their first glimpse of the terror that the Gryffindors spoke of regarding Snape. Ah, so this is the infamous Alan. The one who single-handedly challenges an entire house's reputation, now known throughout the school. The rising murmur made Alan feel as though he were being scrutinized by a serpent. He suddenly remembered that while Professor Snape was loyal to love, he was, above all, an exemplary Slytherin. Slytherins never shy away from fighting for their glory and their head. Snape was indeed an outstanding Slytherin. Under the gaze of those dark yet frigid eyes, Alan first concealed his playful demeanor at that moment. He felt the weight of pressure emanating from the one he had always underestimated, Voldemort. If Snape, who could be so easily vanquished by Voldemort, could exert such pressure on him, what of Voldemort himself? The potions class proved to be exceedingly strenuous for Alan, filled with concerns about the future and the crushing weight of Snape's expectations. To be honest, the latter was far more overwhelming. Snape's unrestrained might was beyond ordinary comprehension, a true torment for the soul. Nevertheless, the pressure soon dissipated, thanks to the contributions of his Slytherin classmates. After resolving the ambush, today's victory was secured, and he no longer needed to worry, also taking a step closer to his initial goal of earning a salary. What was there left to fret over? His progress was far quicker than he had imagined. Perhaps, in the end, he would even best Voldemort himself. What was that saying? Can't defeat them? Why not level up? Have you ever seen the Sword Saint of 10 Mile Slope Stuck? Upon coming to this realization, Alan entered Mr. Fair's office, only to be greeted by a sight he had hoped to avoid. The twins had been caught again, yet again, twice in 2 days over the weekend. Once during lunch, and once in the evening on Monday. Yet Tuesday was uneventful, and now they were caught again from morning to noon, and now again in the evening. So, do you treat Mr. Fair's office like a detention room? Alan remarked. Hey, young lads, dungeon crawling isn't meant for you. Be wary of your fatigue. Then, as Alan greeted Mr. Fair upon entering, he noticed the twins stealthily pulling a piece of parchment from the pile of Mr. Fair's confiscated items. Stop, you rascals. That was supposed to be organized by me today. The endless misfortune of Euro royals, the unending tears of the African tribes. Enough. I have spent so long organizing these materials, and you two just happened to stumble upon the most valuable artifact on your first attempt. So far away in another world. Dear Princess Luo Tiani, your loyal guardian has suddenly become the heir to a chieftain of a small African tribe. Would you disdain me? Therefore, my dear brothers Fred and George, let us negotiate. Might I have a taste of your fortune? After the three completed their arduous tasks, or perhaps it was two who toiled while one relaxed, the twins began to flaunt their spoils as they exited Mr. Fair's office, revealing that enigmatic piece of parchment. Look, Alan, see what we've acquired? The twin brothers proudly unfurled it, then brandished their wands. This must be something extraordinary. I knew it was unusual the moment I laid eyes on it. Then, let the secrets be revealed. Yet, to no avail, the parchment remained unresponsive, not even offering a sarcastic retort. Alan, however, was aware of its true purpose, though he found it challenging to explain how he knew. In any case, there was no rush. Let them ponder it for now. When the time came for his own use, they would surely not be stingy. After all, if they could present it to Harry, why not to him? Moreover, without the Marauders map, were the twins still the legendary duo they had always been? Chapter 36, The Only Way to Victory. Thursday dawned bright and clear, which meant that the flying lesson would occupy the entire day. However, it was unlikely that many young witches and wizards would harbor any disdain for such a schedule. The longing for the sky resides within every soul. Even the most acutely acrophobic individuals would find their fears alleviated once they could fully conquer the heavens. Just imagine, soaring through the azure expanse, a sword piercing the clouds, gliding toward the most resplendent sunlight, dancing with the wind and frolicking among the clouds. What a blissful experience that would be. Ahem, pardon me. I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. Let us replace the sword with a broomstick. However, just as Alan and his fellow Hufflepuffs were preparing for their flying lesson, they received a different notification. Due to spatial constraints, the afternoon class was altered to include both Gryffindor and Slytherin, while the afternoon session would be shared between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Spatial constraints? How could that be a reason? The Hogwarts castle is vast beyond imagination. How could there possibly be spatial issues? Then, Alan noticed the glances his companions were casting toward him. It seems the relocation of the venue might be the culprit. Let us trust the school's announcement. Although the afternoon classes no longer involve collaboration between the two colleges, this does not imply that they can now indulge in a vacation. In fact, Alan expressed that he still has work to attend to during the break, finding it less burdensome than classes. Both colleges have been assigned to support their respective Quidditch teams. As Madame Hooch put it, you can observe how the finest students of this college soar through the skies. This announcement sent the young wizards into a frenzy of excitement. whether it was regarding their own college's Quidditch team or the enticing gossip surrounding the internal training of the players. However, it was evident that their imaginations were running wild. Hufflepuff's Quidditch team is, without a doubt, the weakest, with the exception of their only victory being against the hapless Gryffindor, akin to a mouse triumphing over an elephant, and that only during Harry's misfortunes. At present, Alan harbors no confidence in his own college's Quidditch team. Quidditch is a true wizard sport, and for those who have not grown up immersed in its nuances, excelling at it is quite the challenge. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Harry. However, Quidditch is a competition of 7 players pitted against 14, and everyone knows that during the playoffs, one often encounters unfortunate circumstances leading to unexpected defeats. This is still true even in a mere 10-player scenario, as seen in League of Legends. Thus, one can only imagine the dismal state of Hufflepuff's competitive environment, being the greatest gathering of Muggle-born wizards. Even if there are 1 or 2 prodigies, they cannot single-handedly carry the team. How can one compete against 7 skilled players with a team of 6 bronze-level teammates? The challenges are daunting, even for a master-level player. And who can guarantee that the opposing team lacks professionals as well? Furthermore, it is worth noting that the advantages conferred by bloodlines in this sport may surpass everyone's expectations. Harry's talent is inherited from his father, while Gryffindor boasts players like Charlie, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny Weasley. At this moment, seated beside Alan is none other than Hufflepuff star, Cedric Diggory. Cedric epitomizes the ideal student, excelling in nearly every endeavor. He is destined to be Hufflepuff's future head boy, though Alan doubts he will attain that position, and he is recognized as the best seeker, a fact acknowledged even by Gryffindor's formidable team. An admirable captain, a fair and just competitor, and undeniably handsome. Qualities that even Gryffindor acknowledges. Notably, Fred's rumored girlfriend Angelina is among the admirers. Most crucially, during his 6th year, he was acclaimed as the strongest student in the entire school, chosen as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament. However, at this moment, Cedric has yet to display the full extent of his formidable Hufflepuff star aura. He gazes enviously at the hardworking players engaged in their training. Unfortunately, the position best suited for him, that of the Seeker, has already been filled, much like how Ron cannot take Wood's place. Hufflepuff, too, has been unable to find its best Seeker over the past 5 years. Alan, do you think we will win this year? Cedric asked Alan with a hint of naivety. Win? Alan thought, without the added insight of an everlasting charm. How could he know what Cedric was truly thinking? I mean, will we secure the Quidditch Cup, or even the House Cup? Cedric's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of several young Hufflepuffs. They turned their questioning gazes towards Alan, who, after much time, had nearly become the leader among the younger Hufflepuffs. This query posed a considerable challenge for Alan to answer. Although Hufflepuff currently boasted more diamonds in its hourglass compared to other colleges, he dared not utter words of victory. A golden snitch signifies a total of 150 points, not accounting for the ongoing points from the bludgers and the additional 100 points for the Quidditch Cup. All these factors combined suggest that Hufflepuff's advantage would dissipate. Moreover, the college most adept at scoring points in class is not Hufflepuff, but Ravenclaw, and a struggle spans across 7 years. The advantage of a single year is trivial, especially given the short time since the term began. Silence can often be the most eloquent response. Following a moment of quietude, the young Badgers dispersed, and even the Quidditch players who had been training diligently began to descend from their brooms. Losing is an easy concept to articulate, yet the bitterness of such an experience is something no one wishes to endure. All right, I have a strategy that can lead us to victory. Alan, unable to tolerate the dismal atmosphere any longer, sought to revive the spirit of their college life, free from sorrow. His words captivated everyone's attention, but he signaled for the others to leave, retaining only a few Hufflepuff Quidditch players. The young Badgers departed, filled with curiosity. After all, a secret weapon must remain undisclosed. However, Alan's suggestion caused a shift in the expressions of the entire team. For a new team, this was Alan's proposal. The players regarded him as though he had lost his senses, for they believed they had already assembled the finest players Hufflepuff could offer. What use would a new team serve? Then, let us defeat the Slytherins, he exclaimed. If all goes as expected, they will be our final opponents. We'll knock them off their brooms, even if it means we fall alongside them. Remember, our opportunity lies solely in that match. Alan's voice took on a chilling tone that startled everyone. When all the seasoned players are incapacitated, our second team will easily overpower that group of untrained substitutes. Then, we must control the golden snitch without letting it be seized, and we can foul those who approach it. We will score with the bludgers. This is our only path to securing the House Cup this year. The sun hung high in the sky, yet the team members felt cold sweat dampening their backs. Chapter 37. The Final Choice. Silence enveloped them, this time lingering longer. The solution lay before them, remarkably suitable. There would be no violations, or rather, no recorded infractions. The repercussions of broom collisions would merely result in penalties. But once they triumphed over the entire Slytherin team, what would such a minor punishment signify? Untrained players would stand no chance against those who had undergone rigorous training, especially since no college team had prepared substitutes. Victory seemed tantalizingly within reach. Breaking through Slytherin's defenses was a prospect so vivid that it felt as though the long-elusive House Cup floated before them. The allure of reviving Hufflepuff's glory, so long absent, was almost irresistible. They looked to their captain, Alex, for direction. A weary, hoarse voice broke the silence, as if its owner had just escaped the jaws of a dragon. "No, Alan, we cannot." He shook his head, resolutely strengthening his resolve. "We fight for honor, but that kind of honor is not what we seek. We are Hufflepuff. We are righteous, loyal, honest, and unafraid of hardship. We yearn for glory, but we desire a fair battle. Such a victory is tempting, but, Alan, we truly cannot choose that path. Therefore, Alan, help us. We believe in you. You can do it." Alex stepped forward, grasping Alan's hand. "Let go. Even in this corrupt land, I still prefer the gentle souls." Yet, in front of him stood sincere eyes and a formidable dilemma. He had anticipated this. The Hufflepuff sense of honor was so profound that they overlooked the true nature of that honor, much like Cedric's naive requests and Gryffindor's loss due to Harry's fall. "Forget about you all. Wait, let me think." Alan turned and walked away, leaving behind his complaints. Thus, the trouble began. A moment of indignation had landed him in deep waters, yet this was the Hogwarts that resided in his heart. After finishing lunch, the afternoon flying class commenced. The proud Slytherins began to observe their Quidditch team's training, confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their team would continue to reign supreme, clinching the championship once more. Meanwhile, Alan, basking in the envious gazes of his classmates, received permission for free flying. Madam Hooch had no intentions of assigning him to boost his house's score. With this approval, Alan mingled with his own house's Quidditch team. "Listen to me," he said, "though we don't intend to use that method to vie for the championship. The second team still requires recruits. Members of the second team would be swapped with half of the first team through a lottery, followed by a practice match that would simulate a real match in every aspect. Indeed, it would be conducted as if it were a formal competition, with everything mimicking actual combat. For reference on formations and strategies, we could explore Muggle sports and, through our matches, identify their shortcomings." Ultimately, Professor Sprout approved this proposal, which entailed a substantial expenditure, as flying broomsticks are far from inexpensive. As Alex remarked, Hufflepuffs never shy away from the arduous pursuit of glory, including their head of house. However, this was of little concern to Alan. He merely made the suggestion, leaving the choice with them. Furthermore, a more pressing matter awaited these first-year students. Professor Sigma's class was commencing. What to do if students struggle to learn spells? More often than not, they would be deemed hopeless. Cough, cough, it usually stemmed from some mental block. That essay tasked for Professor Sigma to address. The spell taught during this lesson was the Leglocker Curse, a rather intriguing, offensive spell. The young wizards racked their brains, unable to fathom what Professor Sigma could concoct in this regard. However, judging by the honeyed smile that greeted them at the entrance, it was evident that this would be yet another memorable class. True to form, accompanying Professor Sigma was a giant dung beetle, a creature that feasts on dragon dung and has small relatives. They habitually roll dragon dung into giant spheres half their height to bring back to their lairs. Located at the exits of the maze-like classroom, this presented a rather straightforward maze game, especially if one could follow these creatures on their way home. The only drawback was that Professor Sigma had designed numerous specialized passages with tiny holes in the maze walls that were inaccessible to those trapped inside. Good luck, children. Remember the incantation, act swiftly, or these sprightly little fellows won't hesitate to roll dung balls at you as you attempt to escape. The students felt an urge to retaliate against the professor, wondering how many points that might cost them. Alan, under the pretense of demonstrating, secured a passage, albeit the blocked exit would likely be cleared by Professor Sigma. Having completed the task, Alan received praise from both the professor and his classmates. His alternating use of the Leglocker Curse and the Barrier Charm not only successfully accomplished the objective, but also set a commendable example for the others. Although they were not well-versed in the Leglocker Curse, at least they were proficient in the Barrier Charm. This resulted in Professor Sigma's prank class not being entirely successful, as only a few students, having failed to master both spells, remained ensnared in his grasp. Nevertheless, Professor Sigma appeared utterly unfazed, instead smiling and declaring, "Excellent. This has been my best lesson yet. Well done, Hufflepuffs. Congratulations on finally mastering the proper use of spells. No one dictates when they should be employed. If you believe they can be useful, then go ahead and experiment. There's nothing wrong with that." This incident even became a point of pride for the students by lunchtime. They had accomplished this without anyone else's assistance. And as for Alan, well, he was one of their own. They began to extol Professor Sigma's virtues. Naturally, Slytherin and Reloke also discovered the secrets to success, successfully navigating Professor Sigma's new classroom challenge that afternoon. In no time, Hogwarts buzzed with excitement as strategies for conquering Professor Sigma's challenges had finally emerged. Consequently, Alan nearly secured his first victory of the day, as the overly jubilant Slytherins had even neglected to carry out their customary daily tasks of harassing him. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, Alan spent another week at Hogwarts, but unfortunately, he still had no weekend to look forward to. Chapter 38. The opening of the Halloween celebration. The swiftest entity is undoubtedly time. It never halts, and it is only upon a casual reflection that one realizes how much time has elapsed. For instance, Alan, after inadvertently dispatching a sneaky Slytherin, found himself having earned enough to afford the most basic of necessities. Each day, accumulating points through attacks on wizards earned him a gold galleon, which sparked a desire to voice his frustrations, yet the need to purchase remained, albeit barely sufficient. However, the upgraded attributes were somewhat promising, offering 3 galleons for every point earned, though this also implied a lengthy wait. Professor Sigma's class had evolved into a cryptic battle of wits between teacher and students. Once the students discovered new strategies for passage, hardly anyone fell victim, leading to near total annihilation of the opposing side. This rendered Professor Sigma's classes increasingly popular. Alan concluded his period of punishment and began to relish campus life. The foundations of the magical world encompass not just spells, but also an extensive history and customs, knowledge that Alan eagerly absorbed with fervor. Hufflepuff's Quidditch training was also commendable. Despite the Slytherins' crafting jibes about the stench of Hufflepuff balls and the team's reliance on sheer numbers, it did not dampen their fervent training. Lacking talent, they compensated through sheer effort. It was as simple as that. During this time, Alan refrained from engaging in any significant ventures, as the quickest paths to wealth were perilously close to trouble, rendering such pursuits too hazardous. Thus, amidst the tranquil campus life, Halloween approached. Halloween is a cherished holiday for children, with its myriad pumpkin lanterns and the tradition of dressing up and knocking on doors to shout trick or treat, igniting excitement in every child's heart. Regrettably, right from the outset, young wizards were deprived of this privilege. This was not due to any targeted animosity. Rather, ghosts genuinely exist within Hogwarts. One cannot expect children without treats to masquerade as ghosts to frighten them, can one? However, it seemed that no one could complain about the grand Halloween feast at Hogwarts, as the entire school underwent an extravagant transformation, for which we must once again extend our gratitude to the diligent house elves. 1,000 bats fluttered about the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging dark clouds around the dining tables, causing the flames within the pumpkins' bellies to flicker and dance. Notably, even the chandeliers overhead had been replaced with small, golden pumpkin lanterns. A dazzling array of delectable dishes suddenly graced the tables in golden platters, rivaling the sumptuousness of the feast held at the start of term. A perfect celebration, though perhaps the only one dissatisfied with Halloween was Mr. Fowl. For Alan observed him sneering at the massive, ghostly circus, evidently harboring a slight bias against every ghost due to Peeves' antics. This was a remarkably grand, ghostly circus, clearly organized by Dumbledore, as it was met with thunderous applause from the students for each performance. Even Alan had to concede that the circus was the finest he had ever witnessed in both of his lives. One simply cannot compare the flexibility of the living with that of the deceased. Yet, amidst the revelry, Alan felt that something was amiss. However, it soon became clear what was lacking, as a newly attired teacher rose from the staff table, notably garbed in an oversized suit that clung to him like a second skin. It was none other than our Professor Sigma, his smile radiant. "Oh, dear students, with Dumbledore's permission, I have prepared a few delightful surprises for you." As Professor Sigma's applause echoed through the hall, the incessant clattering of poorly treated armor filled the air, as they gathered from various corners of the castle into the already somewhat cramped dining hall, thus exacerbating the congestion. "Now, behold the prize for today's valiant hero," he proclaimed, retrieving a small vial. Although Alan could not discern the contents, he was certain that the shimmering potion within was a remarkable treasure, for its appearance was utterly delightful. Perhaps some of the classmates recognized it. It was the elixir of fortune, a gift from the goddess of luck. Professor Sigma exclaimed loudly. At this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This potion was among the most challenging to concoct, and its bestowal bore testament to its remarkable brewing difficulty. To be precise, this diminutive vial held a value far exceeding that of gold by several magnitudes. With a flick of Dumbledore's wand, the walls of the dining hall receded significantly, revealing a patchwork floor that indicated the hall had borrowed space from other chambers. Accompanied by the clinking of armor, ghosts, bats, and jack-o'-lanterns, along with peculiar boxes, a brand new labyrinth materialized within the dining hall. The elixir of fortune was suspended from a small, orange pumpkin, magically propelled into the depths of the maze. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a splendid night. My haunted labyrinth is complete, and you are free to choose whether to enter. Of course, the 7th years will have different entrances. I hope you all enjoy a delightful evening. Professor Sigma bowed, his attire nearly bursting at the seams. Alan was the first to venture forth as a first-year student. To be candid, although the prize offered by Professor Sigma was alluring, few dared to respond. The lessons imparted by Professor Sigma were steeped in history, cultivated through blood and tears. Who would dare to step forward unbidden? Truth be told, had the prize not been so dauntingly enticing, even Alan would not have forsaken the steaming pumpkin pie and perfectly tempered pumpkin juice awaiting him at the table. What is that, my friends? That is the elixir of fortune. Consuming it is akin to having the goddess of luck by your side. Just imagine, even the most traditional chieftain in Africa could successfully smuggle his way through with this potent potion. Merlin, my dear SS relies on this divine elixir. Just a smidgen, and the goddess of luck will manifest before you, bestowing a buff upon your head, exclaiming, "Sister, I've got your back." It's a delightful prospect. Thus, with Alan setting off, a throng of students, whether aware of the potion's effects or swayed by the words of others, rose from their seats. Had they caught sight of Professor Sigma's benign gaze, they might have reconsidered their decision. Alas, they did not. And so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Halloween adventure commenced. Chapter 39. Encounter in the Labyrinth. Amidst the shifting light and shadow, Alan finally discerned the decorations within the maze. Although the floor still bore the marks of the school dining hall at this moment, no external light penetrated the darkness. In the dimly lit ambience, the ivy-woven walls cast mottled shadows upon the floor, illuminated by cleverly crafted little pumpkins that emitted an eerie glow reminiscent of ghostly flames flickering over a graveyard. The seemingly thin layer of leafy walls muffled all external sounds. In fact, not even the voices of other students within the maze could be heard. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping in the silent space captured Alan's attention, followed by 2 oblivion spells. 2 unfortunate bats, along with a water balloon tethered nearby, fell to the ground. Judging by the reflections in the dim light, it was evident that the contents were far from innocuous. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Alan gritted his teeth, quickly casting the armor charm in preparation for a second attack. His dear professor certainly would not engage in futile endeavors. What lay ahead was, unsurprisingly, fraught with traps. Even the most ordinary student understood one essential truth. Never trust Professor Sigma's integrity, that had likely been offered as a sacrifice to some trickster god. If such a deity existed, this was no classroom promise that everyone could attempt. That statement could be interpreted as a warning of unforeseen divine mischief, which he had cautioned against beforehand. The wisest choice was to abandon trust, a realization that many students would only contemplate midway through their journey. However, Alan had a unique solution. The labyrinth twisted and turned in a perplexing manner. Any expert in the game of Snake could attest to how much length could be concealed within such a seemingly small space. This indicated a long and arduous path ahead, fraught with pitfalls. From an initial well-meaning warning, one could infer what awaited them. Nevertheless, the quickest way to navigate the labyrinth was neither to hug the walls nor to consult a map, but rather to proceed in a straight line. Indeed, as we have learned, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. As the advertisement states, with a big hammer at 80 and a small hammer at 40. As long as we break through this wall, we will connect. Even the sturdiest wall has its day of collapse, let alone one merely created by applying a growth charm to vines, serving only as a basic barrier. Given that this was a charm set by Dumbledore himself, Alan had a fair chance of tearing a breach, not to mention Sigma's maze, which prioritized mischief. With a resounding crack, just as Alan had anticipated, the protective capabilities of the walls, which had been imbued with growth and silencing charms, were only slightly stronger than he had imagined. The tightly wound vines were soon ripped apart, creating a passage for Alan to traverse. The new corridor was dimly lit, but the small floating magical flame Alan summoned effectively illuminated the way. Although its flickering glow likely required more magic, Alan was unconcerned. He still had sufficient magical energy. The destruction continued. After progressing a considerable distance, Alan encountered his first fellow student. Unfortunately, it was a Slytherin. Perhaps the relationship between Slytherin and the other houses was merely one of disdain. However, for Alan, every Slytherin seemed eager to gift him a one-way ticket to the hospital wing. Regrettably, due to school regulations, upperclassmen could not chastise Alan in ordinary circumstances, but now. "Oh, look who it is," came a voice filled with surprise, reminiscent of the joy Alan felt when he first acquired a substantial fortune from that assassin. Isn't this Alan, the one capable of taking down the entire Slytherin house? In the glow of the magical flame in his hand, Alan realized he did not recognize the Slytherin opposite him. This was a good sign, indicating that his opponent was not formidable. "Kid, just remember my name when you're recuperating in the hospital. John Lind." With this nearly shouted introduction, a bolt of blue light shot forth from his wand. What a pompous fool. With a name like that, he is clearly just a bit player. Alan scoffed internally, swiftly dodging the spell and casting a stunning spell in return. A sizzling sound erupted behind him, akin to butter meeting a hot pan, and Alan cast a glance over his shoulder, his mind racing with thoughts of countless alpacas stampeding past. Damn, is he serious? That spell could easily land me a week in the hospital. He knew all too well that extracting a single bone from an arm could take an entire night. Behind him, the vines he had just torn apart had transformed into a viscous liquid, reminiscent of a certain herbal concoction, leading him to question whether the preparation methods shared any similarities. Dear me, you really pack a punch. However, do you know where such a ruthless individual might be at this very moment? He is still lying at the bottom of the Thames, where the fish have likely been well fed. Although Alan finds himself in a place where murder is inconvenient, it does not imply he lacks methods to vent his frustrations. Nevertheless, the first order of business is to bring this scoundrel down. Ho, the little brat is surprisingly agile. But one ought not to flaunt spells like the stunning charm. Speaking of which, I must extend my gratitude to Sigma. His methods, though somewhat unscrupulous, have proven to be quite effective, have they not? A violet incantation stealthily approached. Damn it, silent casting, a hallmark of advanced students. With no time to evade, Alan was left with no choice but to conjure the shield charm, for he would refrain from employing the long-cooling mana shield unless absolutely necessary. The shield charm absorbed a substantial amount of the unknown magical force, yet it still caused Alan to stumble back a few steps. After all, defense can never completely counteract magical damage, even with a retaliatory charm. However, he quickly rolled away before the next spell could strike, albeit unsightly. This tactic, known as the rolling donkey, proved remarkably effective. Haha, let us observe how our star of Hufflepuff, John, prepares the next spell amidst his mockery. Yet, a wave of immense dread washed over him, akin to encountering a wrathful dragon. No, it was even more terrifying, as if that unspeakable figure had returned. Fear immobilized him, emanating from the very marrow of his bones, rendering him unable to control himself, almost wishing to discard his wand and flee. The Harbinger of Doom's fear spell was unleashed. Chapter 40. Why not ride the winds, my lord? Although various constraints have diminished the original power of the skills demonstrated in the Summoner's Rift, they remain formidable spells. And Alan possesses unparalleled proficiency in casting them without a wand. This is a method of silent casting elevated to a higher echelon. Now, the question arises, digging up this joke is rather stale. Let us opt for something more direct. Pray tell, dear classmate, can you operate an excavator? Get lost. Where are you from? No need to be irate. I hail from Shaanxi. Shaanxi? Then can you control corpses? Indeed, my family has dabbled somewhat in that art. Why do you ask? Just curious. At this moment, John, plagued by fear, could only gaze at Alan, who raised his wand high, casting the stupefying charm in a spectacular display. As the saying goes, too many debts bring no worries, too many lice bring no itch. Alan had already maxed out his animosity towards Slytherin, so engaging in a bit of excess was hardly a concern. After all, Professor Snape was, first and foremost, a teacher, and only then the head of Slytherin. Thus he was not to be devoured. So what was left to fear? The shattering spell is quite effective against clothing. However, considering the potential consequences, it would be best to refrain from employing such an excessive spell on a fellow student. Yet, attackers must always pay a price, do they not? Even Professor Snape would have no retort to actions within the realm of retaliation. This required a bit of external assistance, but fortunately, we have ample allies to lend their support. While others were still struggling to find their way, Alan spent a quarter of an hour preparing everything. Finally, to preempt any possible non-compliance from John, he added another stupefying charm and a petrification charm. Next, he would unveil a grand performance with his victory. Otherwise, the actors would have labored in vain, wouldn't they? It is worth noting that to ensure the fairness and justice of the maze activity, Alan made sure to seal off the paths he had traversed with the growth charm, such as the expertise of a professor of herbology. In the dimly lit corridor, a boy was running ahead, while armored figures pursued from behind. Breathless, Alan managed to shake off his pursuers after tearing through several walls. The armor behind him resembled half a living entity, with the mischievous Peeves having slipped inside. One wonders what Dumbledore was thinking. Allowing Sigma to wield one of Hogwarts' ultimate guardian weapons, the armor. This might have been a trap meant for 7th-year students. Although Alan took a shortcut, it came at a steep price, a chaotic labyrinth. Traps intended for first years differ greatly from those for other years. And with Alan's strength reduced to that of an ordinary 5th year, his predicament was inevitable. Other obstacles were manageable, but Peeves, having recognized him, contributed to Alan's adeptness in wielding fear. However, as a spirit born of Hogwarts, once Peeves hid within the armor, Alan's fear could no longer exert its usual potency. As a master of mischief, Peeves was hardly a forgiving spirit. Thus, Alan's dire pursuit was not without reason, yet he was now quite close to the finish line. He had calculated the endpoint's location. Although he had navigated in a straight line to avoid most traps, the ticklish devil was a vivid memory for him. Other traps could be overpowered by sheer strength, but had he not had a sudden inspiration to apply methods effective against devils, he would have had to replicate the laughter of his earlier days today. Nevertheless, he had passed all traps, and now he merely needed to proceed along his calculated route, tackling one last trap to reach the end. The Felix Felicis lay before him. The other students had likely not even traversed half the distance. It is worth noting that several traps were of the riddle type, but Alan wasted no time and simply cut a new path beside them. Riddles are nothing but a murder of time. It is better to flip the table. All right, at this junction, turn east and shatter. However, Alan was left astounded. Before him lay himself. To be precise, he was lying on the ground, a silver sword embedded in his chest, crimson blood flowing ceaselessly from the wound. Alan's face turned pale. What is this? Has he been transported through time? Or, perhaps, is this a prophecy? Someone once said that confronting one's own death is the greatest act of bravery. Yet, is there no such courage? What is this? Alan's grip tightened around his wand as he shifted his focus to the system, wondering what was amiss with the currently useless power of time, meant for resurrection. This brought a slight flush back to his face. Simultaneously, he noticed something odd. The deceased version of himself clutched an identical wand, and the fountain-like blood showed no signs of coagulation. Damn it, he had been deceived. Out of fear, he had forgotten such a divine creature. Indeed, it was that accursed Boggart. He had been frightened by a Boggart. Well done, Professor Sigma. This was truly the most terrifying Halloween final boss. However, now it was rather comical. In Alan's spell, his deceased self grew white-haired and serene. He had no intention of letting himself become a source of ridicule. A natural death would indeed be a fitting conclusion. As the Boggart quietly slipped away, it left behind a small pumpkin and the coveted Felix Felicis that drew everyone's attention. Alan took several steps forward, firmly grasping this well-deserved prize. Bang! Fireworks erupted, the towering evergreen maze shrank down, and vibrant red flowers swiftly blossomed from the rapidly descending ivy, while colorful ribbons began to fall from the sky. Thunderous applause erupted from the faculty's table and spread across all the dining tables in the academy, where people cheered to welcome the victor of the maze adventure. Professor Sigma rose from the dining table, the applause still resounding, as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Congratulations! Congratulations! Tonight, the most fortunate warrior has received the favor of the goddess of fortune. Let us welcome him with unending applause." However, the clapping gradually faded, transforming into gasps of astonishment from the crowd, not from dissatisfaction with the victor, but rather due to an occurrence of even more divine nature. A student was desperately shouting as he was lifted into the air by a swarm of bats, utterly beyond his control. This is a splendid performance arranged by Alan. Why not take flight on these bats and soar to the very peak of the auditorium? Chapter 41. The sudden arrival of inter-school exchange. To Alan's surprise, the nameless extra, whose name had slipped his memory, did not expose him. Instead, he merely claimed to have accidentally fallen into a trap. This was quite typical, for indeed, the manner in which he had stumbled into the trap was somewhat unexpected, much like many others who had faced similar predicaments. As our beloved defense against the dark arts professor did not create such contraptions for their benefit, students were scattered across the floor in disarray. yet many were still cheering. Not everyone possessed the courage to challenge the labyrinth devised by this eccentric professor. Nevertheless, the students who had failed were not overly disheartened. In fact, after half a semester of study, they had easily discerned that while Professor Sigma's lessons often yielded a variety of mischievous outcomes, the educational results were undeniably effective. As for the various mishaps, well, they had become accustomed to them. Thus, most had ventured into the maze merely for the thrill of the challenge, with the sole surprise being that the fruits of victory had been claimed by a first-year student. Upon reflection, they realized they had heard this individual's name occasionally, and thus they felt a sense of understanding. All right, a kind yet authoritative voice reverberated, capturing the attention of the young wizards. It was Dumbledore. Once again, I extend my gratitude to Professor Sigma for providing this special Halloween program. Dumbledore's words silenced the clamor, and Professor Sigma stood, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. However, following the event, it was imperative to maintain cleanliness. With a subtle flick of Dumbledore's wand, all the young wizards were astonished to find that every speck of dirt had vanished. At that moment, Alan, driven to madness by the chaos, suddenly felt an impulse to open a dry-cleaning business. Surely such a swift service would become a sensation. Here, we are delighted to announce a splendid piece of news. For the sake of exchange, we have established a temporary exchange program with the Wagadu School of Magic in Uganda. Dumbledore's announcement was met with the fervor of boiling oil poured into cold water, as students responded enthusiastically. The once calm listeners began to murmur about this school, having never heard of it before. Quiet down, everyone, Dumbledore intoned, allowing time for the students to settle before continuing his address. The headmaster of Wagadu Academy was appointed not long ago, and he believed that a school that does not engage in exchanges would see its ideas stagnate, a sentiment with which I wholeheartedly agree. According to my agreement with Headmaster Ignatius, Hogwarts will dispatch 50 students from various years, along with 3 teachers, to engage in this exchange. They, in turn, will send their finest trio of educators and 50 students to partake in this endeavor. Due to the necessary time constraints, I regret to inform you that the 50 students will experience a completely different Christmas in a foreign land, returning in January of next year. Dumbledore paused, allowing the students to digest this astonishing news. While I am eager for you all to broaden your horizons with fresh perspectives and insights, it is regrettable that the school's budget is somewhat limited. Dumbledore made a gesture of resignation. Thus, the cost for this exchange must be borne by you. Please consult your respective heads of house. Of course, if you are unable to attend, fret not, as we will have 3 new teachers imparting wisdom from distant lands. It is also worth mentioning that due to a temporary vacancy among the professors, we must slightly adjust the timetable for courses during the exchange period. The new schedule has been posted in the common rooms of each house, so please prepare accordingly. Dumbledore once more raised his hand, calming the fervent crowd. Since this is an exchange, we require a small degree of preparation. The heads of houses, along with tonight's victor of the haunted maze, Alan, will automatically receive qualifications for this student exchange, with funding provided by the school. So, my dear friends, enjoy the delightful desserts this evening. The list of 9 names sparked no debate. The election of heads was typically left to the most esteemed wizards, and even the most disdainful Slytherins could not deny that Alan was a formidable individual. Even the array of confections that had appeared on the table failed to capture their attention, as their minds were wholly focused on the so-called exchange. The Wizarding World, unlike the Muggle realm, is characterized by its exclusivity. Differing protective laws across nations complicate their interactions. For instance, in England, it is strictly forbidden for non-magical beings to possess and use wands, whereas in America, house elves wield wands with ease, creating a communication barrier, as depicted in the film Fantastic Beasts. For them, the 3 wizarding schools competing in the Triwizard Tournament are largely unknown to many students, let alone the Wagadu School in far-off Uganda. They engaged in animated discussions about what they might encounter there. What extraordinary magic, what novel cuisine, what wondrous creatures, and what remarkable teachers awaited them. Lacking any personal experience in this regard, Alan could only listen attentively, stifling laughter as he absorbed tales of the magical school and its customs. He found it difficult to imagine how the snow-white creature known as the polar bear managed to hunt in Africa. May Merlin protect that poor bear. The only boast that was punctured came from Leon, not due to any malice, but because he claimed to have met Muggles in Africa under the guidance of adults and to have conquered a tribe with his culinary prowess, prompting a chorus of derisive jeers. It was not until the last dessert vanished from the table that the young wizards reluctantly departed. In truth, the tables at the back had become somewhat dispersed as they began exchanging information or perhaps exaggerations about the exchange school. Among them, The well-traveled Lalauk regaled the most classic tales, earning unanimous acclaim from students of all three houses as they envisioned what the exchange school might be like. Oh, why three houses? Because the Slytherins were eager yet held back by their pure-blood pride, which prevented them from lowering their faces to engage in an exchange. However, amidst the excitement of discussions, Alan suddenly recalled a terrifying thought. Would Professor Sigma be among the three teachers? My heavens, Merlin, may you bless the students of that school. Chapter 42. The Commotion on Campus. By the time Alan returned, the Hufflepuff Common Room had already ignited a second celebration to honor his triumph in the Halloween adventure game. Although the evening's activities bore a strong element of mischief and unfairness, victory remained victory, and Alan's achievement was undoubtedly commendable. Even with the rules of the divided tracks, a first-year student emerging victorious among the entire student body left no room for dissent. The banquet was a resounding success, particularly under the added excitement of the exchange student topic. However, fueled by alcoholic beverages, the gathering quickly devolved into a contest of boasts. One could only wonder how it would feel to magically record these drunken utterances and play them back for the revelers the following day. Alan pondered this, but ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, such secrets could become someone's embarrassing history. The following day, the delightful topic continued to resonate, with even Alan overhearing conjectures and discussions regarding the matter in the library. However, Madame Pants, the librarian of Hogwarts, swiftly elucidated to them the essence of library authority. When they were escorted out, Alan finally exhaled in relief and began to peruse information concerning the magical institution known as Wagadu. As a seasoned gourmand, Alan could hardly tolerate embarking on an expedition without first investigating the local cuisine. Such an act would be an affront to the culinary arts. Although spontaneous tasting could yield a plethora of surprises, it was evident that this could not rival the thrill of a well-planned gastronomic hunt. One could imagine Dumbledore weeping, for one of the exemplary members of the Order had fallen from grace. Regrettably, there was not even the most rudimentary introduction to the Academy, and even upon soliciting Madame Pants's assistance, Alan gleaned little information. It was no wonder there was a need for communication. Both institutions were likely oblivious to each other's existence, save for Dumbledore's visage, which could traverse the entire magical realm. Perhaps the only other connection they had was the future enrollee, Harry Potter. In fact, even the headmistress was unfamiliar with this academy, although she kindly informed Alan of the professors designated to accompany them: Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Sigma. As Alan had anticipated, one could only hope that the students of Wagadu had a penchant for chicken soup. After Alan made an exemplary effort to showcase the admirable qualities of a Hogwarts student while also embodying the unique virtues of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout smiled with satisfaction and rewarded him with a wizarding robe. Alan found this item rather cumbersome. He would have preferred something more practical, like galleons. He had inquired about such robes in Diagon Alley, where the exorbitant prices had led him to believe he was being robbed. Well, he had spoken too soon. Robbery was certainly quicker than purchasing a robe. However, Professor Sprout, with a benevolent demeanor, suggested that this new robe might enhance his experience as an exchange student. What else could he do but accept this entirely unnecessary gift with a forced smile of gratitude? In an empty classroom, Alan encountered the exuberant Weasley twins along with their two older brothers, Charlie and Percy. Though the Weasley siblings could not afford the expenses of the exchange program, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Charlie was the head boy of Gryffindor. Notably, Percy was the current head boy, while the next appointment remained uncertain. Though Ron hailed from a long line of head boys, unfortunately for Percy, he was not yet in that position, and thus he was automatically excluded from the exchange program. Before the twins lay a plethora of documents, which, judging by the similar handwriting, appear to be collected information on Wagadu. However, Alan harbored serious doubts about their authenticity. Nevertheless, he graciously began to scrutinize the contents, which unsurprisingly turned out to be an exaggerated compilation of magical lore. If the documents were to be taken at face value, one might conclude that the Academy spanned from the South Pole to the North Pole, encompassing every conceivable culture and custom. Alan even stumbled upon a description of a dessert resembling a rather unpalatable green lettuce, concocted from dates and glutinous rice, purportedly created in homage to a famed wizard. Dessert? Lettuce? This divine dessert perplexed Alan for quite some time, as he felt an eerie familiarity with such a dish. Ultimately, he concluded with a grimace that it was likely a variant of zongzi. Of course, not the kind that would jump out to blow out candles, but rather the kind consumed on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. With a resigned chuckle, Alan abandoned any hope for this so-called documentation. Realizing it imparted a valuable lesson, adhering strictly to the information provided could lead to a farcical outcome. Meanwhile, Charlie was engrossed in the material, which filled the twins with a sense of accomplishment until Charlie posed a question. Do they play Quidditch there? If so, what are the rules? The students scattered in search of information, yet their findings were nearly as barren as Alan's. Consequently, they began to approach every approachable professor with inquiries about this enigmatic school. However, their efforts yielded naught. Even Madame Pants had hung a prominent wooden sign in the library. Whenever someone inquired about Wagadu, the sign would dramatically display a series of changing phrases. No, I do not know. No, there are no relevant books. No, there are no customs. Yet, the allure of the unknown became the greatest temptation, leading nearly every house to submit an overwhelming number of names, which surely gave the heads of houses a headache. Ultimately, the inquisitive students even conspired in private to pose their questions to the most austere and tedious professor, Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, renowned for his dullness, yet acknowledged to possess a wealth of knowledge surpassing all others. Surely he would know. The students rallied themselves, though it was no easy feat, in Professor Binns' class. They could hardly muster the opportunity to speak, let alone ask questions. The following morning, the timid young wizards settled in the classroom, bolstering their courage for the impending inquiry. However, when the professor entered, the classroom erupted in gasps. A translucent gray ghost floated in, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the elderly professor. Professor Binns was dead. Chapter 43. The Funeral of Professor Binns and Departure. Although the witches and wizards residing at Hogwarts had encountered a myriad of ghosts, experiencing a class led by one was an entirely different affair. Alan was the first to regain his composure, while the rest remained paralyzed at the sight of the ghostly Professor Binns, who had opened a ghost book. Alan scarcely had time to report his findings before he hastily exited the classroom, leaving behind the bewildered Professor Binns and a multitude of stunned students. Indeed, Professor Binns had not even the chance to utter a word to halt Alan's departure. Regardless, the death of a professor was a significant event. Alan felt compelled to inform the headmistress and the headmaster at once. Given that his classmates were in a state of shock, it was only fitting that he should assume responsibility for the matter. As for the handling of the situation, it seemed likely that Professor Binns would continue to oversee the course in his absence. 3 days later, classes were suspended across the school. Dumbledore reacted swiftly, announcing a day off to commemorate Professor Binns' funeral. Frankly, Alan was quite curious about the elderly professor's sentiments regarding attendance at his own funeral, yet he ultimately abandoned that thought. A multitude of attendees gathered for the funeral. As a professor who had devoted his life to the study of magical history, Professor Binns had an extensive roster of students, so vast that even Dumbledore could not approximate it, despite his less than stellar teaching abilities. His body was discovered before the fireplace in the staff lounge, presumably while he had dozed off, only to awaken and forget to bring his physical form along to class. As it turned out, Professor Binns did not attend his own funeral. It was said he returned to his original classroom, inquiring of the ghosts from each house as to the whereabouts of his students. The eulogy was delivered by Dumbledore himself, who eloquently summarized the immense contributions of the venerable professor to Hogwarts, leaving all present with a profound admiration for the illustrious elder, until an exclamation erupted from the crowd. At the conclusion of his address, Dumbledore announced that Hogwarts would rehire the esteemed professor, even in his ghostly form. This deviation from protocol sparked intense debates among the crowd, particularly among the Board of Governors. However, it eventually settled. Though Dumbledore's authority had been gradually eroded by the passage of time since Voldemort's era, it was still not within their power to contest him at that moment. Thus, Hogwarts gained a diligent ghost professor. The demise of Professor Binns did not significantly impact the students' exchange program, particularly in light of the fact that the history of magic professor remained unchanged. If one were to suggest otherwise, it might pertain to the selected exchange students, as the professor of language instruction was none other than this spectral figure. The monotonous language classes prompted relentless complaints from Alan, who lamented why his wizarding predecessors had not endeavored to invent some form of translation or communication spell. The dreariness of linguistics coupled with Professor Binns was indeed a perfect match. However, it bore no fruit, as the 50 students were subjected to intensified training, even encroaching upon their evening hours. This marked Alan's first experience attending classes with upper-year students. To Alan's knowledge, not only were they being drilled, but even the 3 professors were rigorously engaged in language training, likely sparing those students from a barrage of sharp-tongued remarks. For Alan suspected that Professor Snape's curriculum had yet to reach his renowned level of verbal acumen. What distressed them further was that, aside from language courses, other instructors also began to inundate them with knowledge, indicating a clear intention to cram as much information as possible into the students within the shortest time frame. This inadvertently reminded Alan of a crucial step in the preparation of Peking duck stuffing. As days passed, the weighty academic burdens suddenly ceased, heralding the arrival of the long-anticipated exchange day. The journey from Hogwarts to Wagadu, even when visualized on the smallest world map, still appeared as a lengthy, straight line. The rigorous study schedule had left Alan with little time to ponder, even causing him to forego his daily hour of system skill training. Yet at this moment, he finally had the opportunity to contemplate the pressing question. How could their group traverse such a vast distance to the enigmatic school? Apparition? What a jest. Even Dumbledore did not possess the formidable magical prowess to transport someone such a distance. Moreover, the powerful magical barriers between nations would thwart any wizard attempting to cross. Portkeys? How many turns would that require? What magnitude of magical energy would be necessary? A flying carpet? Setting aside whether Hogwarts would even utilize such an item, the leisurely flight speed rendered it impractical for their journey. Thus, Dumbledore's words echoed in Alan's imagination, leaving him to ponder why Dumbledore was not the kind of headmaster he had encountered in his past life. Had the speech been different, perhaps they would have gleaned some valuable information. Having missed a crucial piece of information, Alan felt compelled to turn to the amiable Albert, the current head of Hufflepuff. While they conversed, a collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the gathering of young witches and wizards, prompting both Alan and Albert to lift their heads in haste. What met their eyes was a colossal figure, a stone giant standing at least 10 meters tall. However, Alan quickly realized he had misjudged the scale. It was not 10 meters, but merely the height of its protruding head and a fraction of its torso above the ground, accompanied by an unsettling tremor. The rocky head and its robust arms, which seemed almost diminutive in comparison, pressed against the earth. With a cascade of falling stones and cracking earth, an incomprehensibly massive body gradually emerged from the ground. At that moment, Alan noticed Albert's voice quivering. My goodness, we had a picnic by that rock just days ago. We joked that there must be a small hill beneath it. Clearly, they had miscalculated. It was no mere hill but the rocky giant itself. Yet, Alan soon realized he had also been mistaken. This was not a stone giant, but rather Hogwarts' transport vehicle. Once the giant fully emerged, everyone marveled at its enormity. To be candid, the giant's proportions could only be described as comical, with its disproportionately blocky head and absurdly long limbs, while bits of dirt and debris occasionally fell from its frame. If scaled down several hundred times, it might resemble a stone puppet crafted by a patient suffering from severe hand ailments. However, no student dared to mock it. Rather, they envied the exchange students. For the rock giant had now knelt partially, its arms and open torso forming a broad stone staircase. At the staircase's summit stood a grand door, which, from the student's perspective, resembled a miniature version of Hogwarts' Great Hall. Dear friends, let the journey commence. May all proceed smoothly. As the last young wizard stepped into the belly of the stone giant, Professor McGonagall, her expression grave, tapped the door with her wand. Instantly, the previously ajar door slammed shut, and with a resounding rumble, Alan felt as if he were in an elevator experiencing weightlessness. Undoubtedly, the statue began to descend. Approximately half a minute later, the sensation of weightlessness transformed into a feeling akin to the lurch of a train setting in motion. It seemed they were beginning to move forward. This mode of travel was a novel experience for the young witches and wizards, prompting a flurry of chatter akin to a flock of chicks. Despite the magical realm stipulation that one attained adulthood at 17, one could not deny that they had yet to outgrow their rebellious phase. Enough. Choose your rooms, boys to the left, girls to the right. For individuals per dormitory, find your roommates and select your quarters. We shall reconvene in the hall in half an hour. Professor McGonagall effortlessly quelled the minor commotion. However, as Alan observed the flicker of astonishment in McGonagall's eyes, a thought struck him. This must be her first time operating such a contraption. The more he pondered, the more he felt his assumption might hold merit. This large transport vessel was evidently not intended for routine use, likely an artifact from the founding days of the school. It was worth noting that during this period of magical evolution, wizards had already become aware of the convenience offered by Muggle airplanes, let alone in the present day. Yet upon reflection, Alan considered the absurdity of Hogwarts students arriving by plane in Uganda, with Wagadu's reception committee welcoming them warmly. What a spectacle! Unlike the grand ships of Durmstrang or the majestic flying carriages of Beauxbatons, the sole purpose of such a journey seemed to be one of ostentation. Thus, in the absence of substantial exchange events, and with the Triwizard Tournament among the three great European magical schools long overdue, It was likely that Professor McGonagall was indeed experiencing this subterranean stone giant for the first time. Nonetheless, this mode of transportation appeared quite commendable, at least in terms of its stability, akin to riding in a vehicle. Wait a moment, was Professor McGonagall essentially driving this thing? Hey, Sir Locke. Amidst a flurry of thoughts that could land him a fortnight of detention, Alan found himself swept away, now encircled by 3 Hufflepuffs. Regrettably, one of them was Albert. Not that Alan harbored any prejudice against him, but rather, if the Hufflepuff ladies were inclined to vie for his attention, he would not resist. Ugh! Alan shook his head, wondering what had possessed him. It must be the influence of Marshall's incessant chatter over the past few days. He was innocent. Shaking off his musings, Alan began to scrutinize the common room. It was evident that this was indeed a hallmark of Hogwarts. Even as a temporary encampment, it was crafted with remarkable detail. Just gazing at the giant's peculiar exterior, Alan felt a sense of despair regarding the interior decor. However, the inner walls of the common room showcased a tiered design of bluish stone, with candles illuminating the space and even a fireplace nestled within the cozy confines. Of course, Alan was rather curious about how the smoke would be vented. Yet, this was evidently not all he could discern at a glance. After fruitlessly studying his surroundings for a time, he resigned himself to rejoin the crowd in the hall. At this moment, Alan finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his surroundings. In the absence of external light sources, the corridor, which should have been shrouded in shadows, was instead illuminated more brightly than within Hogwarts itself. A row of gems, emitting a soft yellow glow, was continuously providing a gentle light. Although the path beneath his feet was unavoidably composed of rocks, the gently sloping stone path did not feel jarring. Rather, it imparted a sense of harmony that seemed inherently appropriate. The entire moving miniature castle exhibited no signs of decay. Instead, it resembled a place recently tidied up, thanks in no small part to the diligent efforts of house elves. However, it must be acknowledged that the formidable protective enchantments were undoubtedly a significant asset that allowed this diminutive castle to evade the ravages of time. As the bustling young wizards arrived in the grand hall, a massive, long table awaited them, adorned with a pristine white tablecloth and tall, elegant armchairs that evoked memories of Hogwarts dining hall. Regrettably, it was evident that Professor McGonagall had no intentions of serving their meal at that moment. Beside her stood Professor Snape and Professor Sigma, while behind her floated a large blackboard, which elicited a sense of dread among the cheerful young wizards. They had anticipated a joyful exchange today, and after the convoluted language classes, it appeared that Professor McGonagall intended to impose additional lessons. Unfortunately, the answer was indeed affirmative. They were to study etiquette, common wild herbs, and their medicinal properties in Uganda, as well as the defensive arts involving commonly used defensive spells. Suddenly, Alan felt that something was amiss. What on earth was the last class about? Etiquette was merely a rehearsal for public speaking. Although the requirement to wear formal robes was irksome, it was somewhat justifiable. But who could explain the nature of a class on common offensive spells and defense? The very name bore a hint of danger. In response to this, Professor Sigma merely glanced at Hufflepuff and Slytherin, then at Ravenclaw and Slytherin once more, and finally at Gryffindor and Slytherin, addressing the issue with a single question. Slytherin, why do you persist in opposing everyone? However, that was not the crux of the matter. They were all from the same school, yet they still found themselves at odds. How peaceful could this exchange possibly be? The lunch they had was far less lavish than that at Hogwarts, but it sufficed for their needs. According to a magical map conjured by Professor McGonagall, marked with red dots, they were expected to arrive the following evening. Thus, the 3 professors exerted their utmost efforts to prepare them for these 3 lessons. By evening, nearly all the young wizards bore weary expressions, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge they had absorbed. During the lengthy corridor, the leading Slytherins suddenly halted, forcing the other young wizards to stop as well. The Slytherin prefect approached the back, extending a hand towards the other 3 prefects. Although somewhat reluctant, he remarked, "I believe there is little to argue about this time. In this exchange, we must outshine those wagadoo students." Chapter 2. The meeting of 2 great magical academies. The most disingenuous statement in the world is friendship first, competition second. Now that the trial had commenced, it was inevitable that a victor would emerge, prompting the 4 houses, which had previously been in fierce competition, to unite, albeit not harmoniously. Clearly, there had been no time for genuine exchange, and the very act of interaction had inadvertently achieved the outcome Dumbledore had hoped for. The joy of group travel had nearly dissipated by the second day, as the monotonous journey, tedious final reviews, and lackluster meals tested the young wizard's scant patience. Fortunately, by the late afternoon of the following day, Professor McGonagall's magical map, representing the stone giant's small, indicated they were quite close to their destination, prompting her to decisively issue a command to change into formal robes. To be frank, Alan felt an overwhelming urge to rebel. The robes were simply too peculiar for his taste, and his aesthetic sensibilities found them utterly unacceptable. However, once outside, his expression improved considerably. The best solution to a hideous outfit was not to change it, but rather to surround oneself with others donned in the same unfortunate attire. Thus, a smile returned to his face until Professor McGonagall's voice pierced through. Alan, being the youngest, stand at the front. Also, you have a button undone on your robe. The prefects arranged their students in 2 lines according to age, with the prefects standing at the back. Last chance to check your robes. Remember the spells we practiced yesterday. Maintain formation as we set off. Oh, and Alan, you will carry this. With that, Professor McGonagall handed him a delicate celestial device, which required both arms to hold, capable of displaying the movement of the stars. You will present this to the headmaster of Wagadoo after I exchange greetings with her. This was a rather burdensome task, as it reminded Alan of the flower boy in fairy tales. Was Dumbledore's provision of this exchange opportunity due to such responsibilities? Half an hour later, with the somewhat anxious Professor McGonagall having organized a line of young wizards, they sensed the stone giant's noticeable pause, followed by a sudden ascent. However, all the young wizards were perplexed. Had this ascent lasted a tad too long? It stretched on for a full 10 minutes, during which Professor McGonagall had to reassure the frightened young wizards. Even Alan could not resist the urge to pull out a non-existent phone to post, stuck in the elevator. What to do? As they floundered in uncertainty, a tremendous noise accompanied by a jarring sensation surged through them, followed by the entire miniature castle coming to a standstill. Fortunately, the doors did not open at that moment. Otherwise, this meeting would have commenced with a burst of laughter as 3 students stumbled due to lack of balance. Alan understood this. He could only speculate about whether the students from Durmstrang experienced seasickness. After one final adjustment, the castle's grand doors swung open amidst the astonished gasps from both sides. Indeed, both sides gasped, for the Hogwarts students, visiting this school for the first time, were equally awestruck. The students of Wagadoo marveled at the enormous stone giant that had emerged from the depths, forming stone steps with its arms in an instant, while the Hogwarts students were in awe of this divine institution. Hogwarts Castle, standing majestically by the lakeside beneath the stars, was already regarded as the greatest architecture in their hearts. They could proudly proclaim that no one could fully grasp the secrets of that enigmatic castle, just as they proudly believed their own castle was unparalleled. Yet before them stood a structure that could rival Hogwarts. The Hogwarts students, positioned upon the stone steps, could easily discern their location, which also elucidated why their ascent had seemed so prolonged. They were situated atop a mountain, or rather, a mountain range. To be precise, they felt as though they were amidst the clouds, with billowing wisps as if they could reach out and pluck a cloud from the sky. Wagadoo Academy appeared to be integrated with this mountain range, shrouded in visible mist, resembling a realm of enchantment. If one did not look closely, they might even believe this academy was built amidst the clouds. The initial meeting granted both groups greater insight into one another. The friends of lions cannot be goats. And similarly, as unfamiliar parties, it was imperative to display some bravado during their first encounter. Otherwise, why would they choose such a spectacular entrance? Under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, the young wizards filed out in an orderly manner, descending the stone steps with measured steps. As the last footfall echoed, the stone giant behind them began a dramatic transformation, ultimately morphing into a rock edifice reminiscent of a tower. Despite the spectacle, they all refrained from glancing back, adhering to Professor McGonagall's specific instruction. The assembled young wizards slightly bowed, their wands firmly in hand, and in unison, they began to chant spells at a synchronized pace. A magnificent emblem materialized in mid-air, depicting a golden lion, a black badger, a silver serpent, and a copper eagle encircling a shield emblazoned with the letter H, the crest of Hogwarts. At the other end, the students of Wagadoo summoned their own emblem. Beneath the symbols representing both institutions, Professor McGonagall and the unnamed Wagadoo headmaster exchanged polite greetings. In the periphery of Professor McGonagall's gaze, our flower girl, Alan, approached the headmaster with a gift in hand, bowing respectfully as he presented his offering. To Alan's astonishment, he overheard the 2 professors conversing in English, a realization that left him somewhat disconcerted. He suddenly feared that his efforts to learn the language might have been in vain. However, matters unfolded in exactly the manner he dreaded. The headmaster's welcoming address was also delivered in English. Moreover, Alan, stationed at the front of the gathering, occasionally caught snippets of conversation from the Wagadu students, and while some of it was in the language they had been studying, the majority was in English, spoken with a fluency that clearly indicated it was not the result of last-minute cramming. In that moment, Alan was engulfed by an existential crisis, questioning his identity, purpose, and location. Nevertheless, as a flower girl, he maintained a smile and persevered to the end. As for the academic exchanges between the two headmasters, Alan found himself utterly uninterested, perceiving them as mere formalities. Finally, the students on both sides could breathe a sigh of relief when the Wagadu headmaster announced that a delightful feast had been prepared for their distant guests, inviting them to enjoy a splendid dinner. Chapter 3. The First Encounter. Food is a delightful thing, but it certainly did not include the dish placed before Alan. It was apparent that Wagadu Academy had taken this exchange quite seriously. The meal featured not only local delicacies, but also a significant selection of British cuisine. Unfortunately for Alan, he encountered one of his least favorite dishes. He could tolerate fish and chips, and he could even manage a whole baked potato, akin to the one Harry consumed in the original texts. However, this did not imply that he could accept the English delicacy before him. What lay on his plate was an entire baked pancake, accompanied by dozens of wide-eyed fish gazing at him. Indeed, this dish was known as stargazing. A few Wagadu wizards nearby regarded him with curious expressions, as if pondering the thought process that led him to choose such an oddly shaped dish. To this, Alan could only respond with a wry smile. Fortunately, the local cuisine of Wagadu was palatable to him, and under the guise of adapting to local customs, he managed to fill his belly. Upon returning to the camp that night, Professor McGonagall kindly remarked that due to the long absence of communication with Wagadu, they were unaware that the common tongue had shifted from their native language to English. This revelation implied that the original communication goals needed to be elevated, as the shared language made many previously insurmountable barriers to dialogue suddenly surmountable. For numerous students, this was an unfortunate piece of news, as it meant their burdens had increased. However, they soon found solace in the fact that on their way back, Alan pointed out that the Wagadu students would also face challenges in a shared linguistic environment. Professor Snape's acumen would be fully brought to bear, eliciting laughter from Slytherins, though they quickly composed themselves. The next day, Alan awoke to find that the sunshine that typically streamed in was absent, and he realized he had arrived in a foreign land. It dawned on him that he was seemingly in Africa, and moreover, he was visiting as a student from one of Europe's 3 prestigious institutions. It felt like the beginning of a profound contradiction, a sharp and irreconcilable conflict between the privileged and the underprivileged. Alas, why was he raising flags so early in the morning? However, according to Murphy's Law, whatever it meant, it conveyed one idea. Good luck does not prevail, but bad luck does. As Alan had anticipated, being the only first-year student sent for this exchange, he had to navigate this learning experience alone. Fortunately, the language barrier had vanished entirely. Although he was surrounded by unfamiliar faces and taught by different instructors, the experience felt akin to when he transferred schools in elementary, devoid of any trepidation. Furthermore, the afternoon class was one of Alan's strengths, herbology. As a Hufflepuff, performing poorly in this subject was simply unacceptable. The headmaster would personally summon you for remedial lessons. Believe it or not. Thus, Alan found himself thriving in the afternoon class, easily answering the teacher's questions. However, this inadvertently provoked resentment among the local students, particularly as he was an exchange student. Consequently, after class, Alan received an invitation from his peers, who claimed it was a welcome feast for exchange students, organized privately by the students themselves. Whether to attend was entirely up to him, but he felt it would be a waste of their efforts to decline, especially as a guest from afar. That said, who could resist? Not attending would imply dissatisfaction with the hosts. He was eager to learn about the new knowledge available here. How could he start off on the wrong foot? Thus, at lunchtime, Alan and a group of first-year Wagadu students discreetly departed from the dining table. To those Hufflepuff students left behind, one of the classmates provided cover by stating, "Alan? Oh, he's that brilliant little exchange student. He went off to enjoy a private meal with a few close friends." However, while this cover student was explaining, Alan had already appeared in Wagadu's dining hall, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he found a vacant seat and began to relish the matoke. This dish, made from a non-sweet variety of banana, was peeled, mashed, steamed, and served with red bean sauce, peanut butter, braised chicken, and curried beef, a delightful combination that suited Alan's palate. An hour prior, within a stone classroom, several enthusiastic classmates who had invited Alan produced a selection of dishes and a few unmarked bottles of drink. The exquisite presentation of the food suggested they had procured it from the kitchen, though it remained uncertain whether Wagadu also had its own hospitable house elves. The moment they uncorked the bottles, Alan quickly discerned their intentions. The contents were fine liquor, evidently. They were opting for a more refined approach to welcoming him as the newcomer. Why not? He wasn't one to shy away. If worst came to worst, he could always purchase a barrel of ale from the system to ensure he could keep pace with them. However, when they revealed the rules of the game, Alan chuckled. These youngsters were still too naive. In turn, we have a rule here, they proclaimed. Indeed, I would wager you have your own customs regarding making friends back home. But since this is our school, everything must adhere to our regulations. Our rules are quite simple. Now that we've met, we are friends. Friends must introduce themselves. Once introductions are made, we'll toast to our newfound friendship. If you fail to introduce yourself, it signifies insufficient camaraderie. And if friendship is lacking, fear not. A single drink will dissolve any grievances, and we shall start anew. I shall commence my introduction. I am Matin Fank Felix. And now, it is my turn to introduce myself. And I too am. As the circle of introductions continued, everyone anticipated a blunder from Alan. However, to their astonishment, Alan, with a goblet in hand, flawlessly recited each introduction in order, not missing a single individual or word, leaving his peers momentarily speechless. After enduring the trials posed by Rise for 3 full years, Alan had memorized even the most intricate symbols. Thus, recalling these names was but a trifling task for him. What to do when friendship blossoms? Drink. As for Alan's own introduction, he muttered to himself, My name isnt overly lengthy. Isnt at Vord Tamison, mo Alan Rammer handsome debo. What is so hard about remembering that? Why couldn't they recall it, even after drinking to excess? Chapter 4. A series of challenges. By the afternoon class, Alan found himself somewhat bewildered. The first-year students were attending a charms class. However, apart from him, no one else took out their wands. As per Rowling's lore, the Wizards of Wagadu do not utilize wands, but rather employ fingers and gestures to cast spells. In fact, they did not seem to mind Alan's decision to produce a small stick, which appeared utterly devoid of any destructive power. Nevertheless, the instructor's classroom management skills rivaled those of Professor McGonagall. In his class, even the little Wagadu wizards, despite feeling odd, refrained from voicing their opinions. As previously mentioned, human hands are the most intricate of tools. They correspond to every part of a wizard's body. Therefore, when we manipulate our fingers, our magical energy flows in tandem with their movements, enabling us to cast spells. Of course, this level of skill is only achievable by the most adept, as minors. You still must rely on verbal incantations to assist in your spellcasting. In fact, even after reaching adulthood, many of you will find it challenging to cast spells relying solely on gestures, let alone the more advanced practitioners who can perform spells using only their fingers. However, do not be discouraged. You are but first years and time is on your side, affording you ample opportunity to hone your craft. Today, we shall learn a spell to summon lightning. By the way, it is strictly forbidden to practice this near the campus lake. The caretaker, Edmund, has sternly warned me. If you're caught fishing with magic, do not use the excuse of experimental spells. After he spoke, he suddenly recalled that exchange students were present, making this topic rather inappropriate. As he awkwardly smiled at Alan, the latter could only respond with a resigned grin, unsure of what to critique about this charms instructor. Moreover, the difficulty of a lesson was considerable. It is essential to understand that Alan had previously cast charms with a wand, and one cannot directly translate the frequency of wand movements to finger gestures. This would be a daunting task, even for Merlin himself. Fortunately, due to the uniqueness of Alan's wand, he found himself particularly adept at releasing lightning-based magic, gradually mastering this spell. This was promising news, as he could use it as a bridge connecting wand-based casting with gesture-based magic, thus serving as a breakthrough to grasp the miniature version of wandless spellcasting. However, this would be akin to the monumental task of moving mountains. Not every spell is lightning-based. By the end of the class, Alan successfully astonished the Wagadu wizards. With a flick of his small stick, he unleashed the lightning spell, leaving even the professor in awe. Yet, in their astonishment, they overlooked one crucial detail. Throughout the spellcasting, Alan had remained completely silent. Thus, in mastering this incantation, Alan had achieved a level of silent spellcasting, not merely executing the spell audibly. Given a bit more time, he could decipher the level of mastery the instructor described, wherein a single finger could perform such magic. This was not due to a sudden surge in Alan's genuine skill, but rather a convergence of paths. Just as the pinnacle of both gesture-based and incantation-based magic is wandless casting, The skills derived from the Lord of Thunder's abilities allowed Alan to seamlessly apply the experience gained from system skills to his incantations. The day swiftly came to a close. During the evening campfire discussions, Alan clearly observed the rather subdued mood among his peers. Evidently, these young wizards had encountered varying degrees of setbacks. Indeed, even the most fundamental spellcasting systems exhibited substantial differences. And how could even the most exceptional students possibly reach the level of their counterparts in such a brief span of a single day? Except, of course, when excluding the extraordinary Alan. Their proficiency in transfiguration was notably lacking. Many could not even match the capabilities of third-year students in transforming objects, yet paradoxically, they excelled in altering their own appearances, which they referred to as disguise magic. The conversation began with Professor McGonagall. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I find myself in a situation similar to yours. They are not particularly adept at direct attack and defensive spells. Rather, they seem more inclined to study curses and the related counter-curses. Frankly, it is quite intriguing," spoke Professor Sigma. "Their potion-making skills are generally below par compared to ours. Yet their range of study is considerably broader. To put it accurately, they do not even distinguish between the most basic concepts of alchemy and potion-making. It is an affront to this beautiful art." Professor Snape was the first to voice his grievances. The only one brave enough to speak after Professor Snape was the head of Slytherin, who began lamenting the absence of the wand concept, which had caused them considerable trouble. However, judging by the slight smirk on his face, it was evident that he had found his own way to navigate these challenges. 5 years of magical education at Hogwarts was not in vain. This phenomenon was starkly evident. The higher the grade level, the fewer issues arose. Their extensive knowledge base equipped them to tackle the challenges posed by another magical world. After all, the essence of magic remains unchanged regardless of its form. Conversely, the younger wizards faced more significant struggles. They encountered numerous obstacles, and their insufficient knowledge hindered their ability to resolve these problems. In certain scenarios, they managed to address some challenges by combining knowledge from both worlds, but they still faced embarrassing moments. Even exchange students were required to complete classroom assignments, making it entirely normal for them to falter. However, these individuals were the main subjects of exchange. They had the capacity to absorb knowledge from another system to solve problems, unlike many upperclassmen who had already solidified their understanding. Fortunately, the upperclassmen had no such issues, as the heads of houses represented the crème de la crème of Hogwarts. The few other upperclassmen present were also distinguished students. The discussion continued well into the midnight hour. Were it not for Professor McGonagall's edict, they might have carried on indefinitely. After all, they were the elite of Hogwarts. Were challenges not meant to be faced head-on? Come on, why shy away? Charge forth and conquer. Chapter 5. A Battle of Wits with Mischievous Children. The next day, the first class of the afternoon was flying lessons. To Alan's surprise, they also used flying broomsticks. Considering their geographical proximity to Egypt, one would imagine they might have their own traditional flying apparatus. If anything, they should be imitating the recent Egyptian flying carpets. Alan soon found solace in the realization that, with English dominating the mainstream, how could magic remain untouched? It is essential to recognize that even mundane wars cannot disrupt the concealed magical world. Yet each generation of young wizards must incorporate elements from the mundane to compensate for the ever-dwindling population of wizards. The subtle and profound influences of generations on Wagadu are undeniably significant. Take, for instance, a strikingly beautiful mixed-race girl with a sun-kissed complexion who passed by Alan. Some gentlemen might refer to her with a specific term, yet let us not forget that Alan is merely 12 years old. So, dear gentlemen, kindly retract your hands when it comes to girls of his age. As a former colony of the British Empire, the existence of mixed-race children often implies that both parents possess exceptional beauty. This is exemplified perfectly in the proud little witch, resembling a graceful swan. Although clad in the same school uniform as her peers, her long, silky flaxen hair and lustrous, lightly tanned skin make her stand out remarkably among her classmates. However, Alan could ascertain from her constantly darting eyes that she was undoubtedly a mischievous child. The essence of such children transcends mere appearance, regardless of their diverse looks. They share an equally detestable quality. As Alan waited for the teacher to arrive alongside his classmates, the mischievous little girl, let's call her that for now, addressed a boy nearby in their native tongue. "Hey, did you see that exchange student over there? Whoever makes him look foolish today gets to go on a date with me this weekend." Alan was left utterly speechless. What had he been doing at 12? Perhaps reveling in his role as a little tyrant? And this girl was already talking about dates? A sense of longing for companionship washed over him, reminiscent of a 90s empty nester seeking affection. But wait, that's not the crux of the matter. Who had he offended to be targeted so relentlessly? Upon surveying the gaggle of young witches, Alan soon understood the situation. Next to the mischievous girl stood a familiar face, one of the individuals he had encountered yesterday. Given their similar features, they were probably fraternal twins. What a peculiar turn of events. Having dealt with the younger sibling, now the older one had appeared. It felt as if he had fought the younger brother only to be confronted by a horde of older siblings. Alan found himself slightly intimidated by the throng of spirited young witches. A multitude of mischievous children could indeed spell disaster. Yet, how could this girl so brazenly command the boys in her class without fear of inciting the ire of her female peers? Such behavior could lead to exclusion from social circles, which is often the most chilling form of school bullying. However, Alan soon realized his worries were unfounded. The other little witches in his class were equally glaring at him with discontent. He nearly forgot that the girl's brother was likely the most popular boy among the girls in their class. Ah, the despair of this world that judges solely by appearance. What is the best way to deal with a mischievous child? A swift slap to the face? Nonsense. Just as mischievous children come from homes with equally mischievous parents. This group was on their home turf. It was easy to predict which side the teachers would favor, especially considering the long-standing grievances he had with Professor Snape. Thus, the approach must resemble how one handles a mischievous child who breaks your belongings. Address the issue with a facade of goodwill. For instance, one might gift their mother a set of educational materials, then kindly inform your relatives of the impressive acceptance rates following their completion, ensuring that the next time, the child behaves accordingly. If that fails, perhaps one could collaborate on a musical instrument, allowing him to create a cacophony of sound, and afterward, boast to his parents about the child's remarkable talent. Rest assured, it won't be long before you hear from his mother about him being enrolled in extracurricular classes. Nevertheless, for now, a benevolent approach was necessary. Reflecting on yesterday's introductions, Alan stepped forward, displaying a radiant smile, and placed his hand on the child's shoulder. "Hi, Asumi. Good morning." With a slightly sheepish grin, Alan gave him a thumbs up and, in an almost exaggerated tone, praised Asumi. "You are undoubtedly the most proficient drinker among the new students I have encountered." As for whether he was the last one to fall, Alan could not recall. After all, everyone had collapsed, hadn't they? According to British tradition, the most talented drinkers are indeed warriors. While he was unaware of specific drinking phrases from the UK, he was certainly the sole exchange student in his first year. A childhood warrior would inevitably grow into a true warrior, and it is indeed a delightful experience to befriend such individuals. Thus, while awaiting the teacher, might you kindly introduce me to the surrounding environment? His words caused the faces of the other intoxicated young witches to flush, though only Asumi blushed from embarrassment at the compliment, while the others felt shame, realizing they had become mere background figures to Asumi's spotlight. However, this was precisely the effect Alan desired, to rally some while alienating others. Such was the essence of his skill. In light of Alan's enthusiastic invitation, Asumi readily agreed to serve as his guide, especially since Alan had already demonstrated his capabilities the previous day, and being acknowledged by him was a source of joy. "Haha, little girl. I don't believe you one-tea change your tune." As Alan departed with his guide, he caught a glimpse of the mischievous girl summoning her entourage once more. As expected, after Alan acquainted himself with a few surrounding structures, the hostility from those in the same class diminished significantly. It appeared that his collectibles, toys, and gadgets had been preserved. But was that sufficient? Certainly not. Opposing mischievous children is a citizen's duty and obligation. Chapter 6, A Novel Flying Class. Customized for mischievous children. The professor teaching the flying class was a serious-looking, seasoned educator. The previously raucous crowd instantly fell into an orderly silence, indicating that this professor's stern demeanor extended beyond mere appearances. He was undoubtedly an excellent instructor. His strict management suggested that his expectations were equally high, providing Alan with a greater opportunity to implement his plans. Due to Alan's presence today, the professor took the time to reintroduce the teaching methods, which were quite similar to those of Hogwarts, yet instead of magical hoops, they would leap over a series of obstacles cushioned with feathers. After the professor outlined the rules, Alan promptly stepped forward. After a respectful bow, he spoke in a serious tone. "Esteemed professor, while I should not criticize your esteemed institution's teaching methods, I believe a few minor adjustments could enhance the student's mastery of flying techniques." "Oh, is a new method from Hogwarts?" The professor responded. "I believe our approach is already quite effective, but since this is an exchange, perhaps you could offer us some small insights." The professor revealed a hint of warmth. "The essence of exchange lies in progress. and he was curious to learn how Hogwarts conducted its training. In fact, your methods are quite suitable. Yet this simulation lacks a touch of authenticity. Alan began to speak earnestly. Authenticity? That could easily lead to injury. Such methods are inadvisable. The serious professor began to waver. Yet he resolutely insisted on prioritizing student safety. No. Safety is thoroughly assured. Alan maintained his earnest facade, secretly amused, having successfully hooked his bait. In reality, all we need to do is add a fire ring to the obstacles. This would effectively mitigate the students' complacency and provide a sense of realism comparable to actual obstacles. Alan cast out his bait. Fire? No, that would pose a significant risk. Absolutely unacceptable. The professor began to struggle in his final stand. Certainly not. For the protective measures are not merely those feathered cushions, but rather the half-meter deep mud that envelopes the entire flying field. We can employ the art of mud manipulation to transform the area into a quagmire, ensuring that they remain unharmed beneath the soft mire. Even in the unlikely event that they are singed by flames, a flick of the broom can extinguish the fire. Alan, having completed the final piece of the puzzle, felt as if the fish were already hooked. Under this impeccable protection, the professor was stirred. It seemed every consideration had been accounted for, devoid of any harm while simultaneously ensuring authenticity. Indeed, it was a flawless plan. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope in him, who had previously struggled with the student's slow progress in flight. After much deliberation, the professor's ambition ultimately triumphed over his conservative inclinations, prompting him to make his way to the principal's office. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he returned with a beaming face. The principal expressed strong approval of the proposal, deeming it a significant contribution to communication, a spark born from the collision of ideas. Thus, in the eyes of the young sorcerers, their professor departed after exchanging a few words with the exchange student, subsequently beginning to weave magic to transform their field. Alan's conversation with the professor had gone unnoticed. At last, under the professor's exquisite magic, the entire area was completely transformed into a swamp of sufficient depth, while Alan had also mastered the gestures of this spell, having observed the professor perform them repeatedly, nearly 100 times. It would be an anomaly if he could not remember them. However, a subsequent spell left Alan in awe of the professor. He snapped his fingers continuously, and with each snap, a corresponding obstacle ignited into a great flare of flames. To Alan, this action was nothing short of magnificent. He envisioned himself mastering this technique, perhaps acquiring a fiery avenger to accompany him. Imagine, with a snap, a ring of fire rising beneath an enemy's feet, with another snap, flames ensnaring them, and with yet another, the surrounding riffraff ablaze, all while he strode away nonchalantly. The accumulated flames would then erupt into a massive inferno, consuming all within. Oh, the spectacle! Dear Alan, while it may be somewhat unorthodox, might I trouble you to offer them a demonstration first? The professor said, somewhat bashfully after showcasing his impressive display. Clearly, he felt a touch of guilt for appropriating someone else's idea and then requesting a demonstration to ease his own concerns. He readily acknowledged that it was not an issue for him to demonstrate, yet what he had tested was evidently not applicable to students. Thus, having proposed the idea, Alan was the ideal candidate for the demonstration. Of course, it is my duty, sir, Alan replied without objection, considering that the professor had even provided a pillow during his slumber. He intended to boldly attempt flight, for how else could he captivate those unruly children? As a budding sorcerer who had garnered praise from even Professor Hawthorne, a veteran in teaching flight for many years, Alan effortlessly completed the challenge he had set forth. To be precise, he executed several high-difficulty maneuvers that left the young sorcerers below envious. This, however, left the professor a bit vexed, as he had wished to assess the protective efficacy of the method, which Alan's ease of execution failed to demonstrate. Yet, he could hardly demand that Alan take a fall. How impolite that would be. Thus, he called upon the most clumsy student in the class, intending to closely monitor them and halt them before any danger arose. This approach would yield the most accurate test while avoiding overwhelming numbers. The outcome was satisfactory. The summoned student fell at the second obstacle, but quickly recovered, spitting out mud and water, appearing none the worse for wear. Viable. This method proved safe. With joy, he took Alan aside to impart his exclusive magic. Alan was equally delighted, not only for the opportunity to learn magic, but also for achieving his objective. Dear little rascals, you shall soon discover that, aside from the mud, flames pose a significant threat as well. Flying too swiftly may lead to burns, while flying too slowly risks being covered in soot. Moreover, the fear of fire significantly heightens the likelihood of falls. However, fret not about injuries. The mud shall serve as an excellent safeguard, save for the minor inconvenience of creating a few mud children. Best of luck, dear rascals. Alan bid them farewell. Chapter 7. To meet or not to meet. Indeed, a brand new magical system, combined with original spells and the creator's modifications, is not something that can be mastered overnight, even with the creator's meticulous guidance. Thus, as lunchtime approached, Alan had barely grasped the basics, let alone executed a stylish snap of his fingers. He could not even perform the spell through mere gestures and incantations. However, as it was now time for lunch, he felt it would be impolite to prolong the professor's guidance any further. Consequently, the two made their way to the training ground, ready to announce the end of the session for lunch. Yet, what lay before them left them both dumbfounded. When Alan proposed this mischievous training, he had envisioned the little sorcerers in a state of disarray, perhaps with singed hair and eyebrows, approaching him in tears to recount their grievances. Alternatively, he imagined them covered in mud, weeping, and streaked with dirt. Some sensitive children might even sulk, refusing to train altogether. However, he could never have anticipated the scene before him. The young sorcerers had spontaneously formed two teams and were engaged in a mud fight. Indeed, much like a snowball fight. They were molding mud into clumps and hurling them at one another, splattering each other's faces and covering themselves in filth. The sounds of laughter and the sight of their muddy attire, along with the muddied brooms, indicated that they were not only enjoying themselves immensely, but had also been engaged in this playful skirmish for quite some time. Goodness, how absurd! Alan felt a wave of frustration and helplessness wash over him. How could he feel such emptiness from the success of this prank? He had overestimated these rascals, having approached the situation with an adult's mindset. Concepts of dirt, embarrassment, and ugliness were concerns for grown-ups, not these young sorcerers. Any sense of distaste they might have had was completely obliterated by this new game. Alan concluded that these little rascals found joy even in mud and mischief, prompting him to mutter once more, "How absurd!" As for the professor, his serious demeanor had completely unraveled, and even Alan felt a pang of sympathy for him. Stifling laughter was no simple task. His own experiences with confiscated comic books served as a vivid reminder of that struggle. With the professor's arrival, the two groups of little rascals, no, they should now be referred to as mud children, halted their muddy antics, forming a line before the professor. Their faces were nearly obscured by mud, with only their gleaming white teeth visible, though a few sported muddy teeth as well, leaving Alan to wonder whether they had landed face first in the muck or had been struck by a mud missile. Regardless, their excited expressions indicated that neither scenario dampened their spirits. The professor, utterly exasperated, announced the end of the session. He appeared thoroughly fatigued, as though he had no desire to teach flight lessons any longer. A gaggle of mud-covered little sorcerers returned to the dining hall, naturally causing a commotion, particularly given that many had older siblings at the academy. Why is my perfectly clean brother or sister returning from flying practice looking like a mud monkey? And why are they grinning like fools? Upon hearing that a student from Hogwarts had introduced a new training method, a group of upperclassmen became incensed, who would allow their child to emerge from a muddy escapade with a foolish grin. My younger siblings are so astute, albeit somewhat dim-witted. How could they have devolved into such a state after mingling with your exchange students, covered in mud and perpetually grinning? Speak up. Have you cast some sort of curse upon them? It must be noted that at Wagadoo, curses are taken very seriously. Their immediate assumption was that this little wizard had unleashed a stupidity curse on their children. What? You're pleased with this? Impossible. It is undoubtedly the fellow's fault. Look at how foolishly you regard him as a good person. Naturally, due to the intervention of both headmasters and faculty, a conflict was averted. The Wagadoo headmaster deemed the method commendable, and there was no need for Hogwarts professors to conceal their allegiance. However, the matter was far from resolved. Just as they believed the situation had settled, a few apparent leaders from Wagadoo intercepted them as they departed the dining hall. Hey, Hogwarts students, halt! The newly initiated Hogwarts students instinctively drew their wands. What? Do you wish to brawl? Do you think we have never fought before? This action prompted the Wagadoo students to begin gesturing in response. They were well aware that Hogwarts students wield formidable magic with their wands, though perhaps lacking the finesse they possessed. Their power was indisputable. Wait, we have no intention of fighting, one of the leaders shouted. As hosts, should they instigate a conflict, their female headmaster would not stand idly by. A whipping would surely ensue. While such punishment might not be frequently employed, perhaps not even once a year, disrupting an event led by the headmaster would warrant such fearsome discipline. Though we are unaware of how you deceived our headmaster and novices, we absolutely refuse to acknowledge that training method. Do you dare to engage us in a challenge? One of the leaders proclaimed loudly. A challenge? Yes, indeed. Let us partake in a Quidditch match. The victor will undoubtedly prove superior in flying skills. Should you triumph, we will collectively apologize. However, if you lose, you must concede to our headmaster that your flying techniques are inferior to ours. What say you? What response could a group of fiery youths have to such a challenge? Naturally, they accepted with fervor. Who fears whom? When? Tomorrow. We shall provide the brooms. Rest assured, they will be of the same quality as ours. Very well, tomorrow at dawn, we shall settle this. Neither side was willing to yield, their voices rising in a cacophony. At that moment, both parties neglected to consider their schedules for the following day. Any further hesitation would only invite derision from the opposing side. The news spread rapidly, and by the end of the afternoon, the impending match was known throughout both schools, even reaching the ears of the Wagadu headmaster. Thus, that evening, the headmaster announced that all classes would be suspended the following day to accommodate a friendly exchange match. At least, that was the official narrative. As for what transpired on the other side, Alan remained unaware, yet he grasped one critical fact. That evening, Professor McGonagall made an emphatic gesture, stating resolutely, "No matter your thoughts, give it your all tomorrow. Take them down." For Hogwarts. Chapter 8. The competition approaches. The rallying cry was noble, the ideals lofty, and the goals ambitious. However, reality, alas, is often harsh and unforgiving. The most pressing issue confronting the Hogwarts students was their lack of a complete team. With only 50 members in total, how many Quidditch players could they muster? The answer was 6. Although they were fortunate that no positions overlapped, the situation was rather comical. They had narrowly escaped one calamity only to fall victim to another. They simply did not have enough players. This left them in a state of extreme anxiety. Yet, could they really approach Wagadu's students and say, "Apologies, but we cannot compete due to insufficient numbers"? What a farcical notion. Even if they summoned the courage to broach this topic, and Professor McGonagall agreed to this humiliating proposition, it was utterly inconceivable. They would wager their very cauldron on that. Well then, if Professor McGonagall consented, what could they say? Would they dare return to Hogwarts after such a refusal? It was entirely believable that a torrent of enraged letters would flood in, each one more scathing than the last, echoing the infamous reputation of Quidditch hooligans in England. Moreover, there would undoubtedly be those who would elevate this incident to a matter of pride for the entire wizarding community. Merlin preserve us. But how could they play without enough players? Then, the head of Hufflepuff, Albert, suddenly recalled a name. There was indeed someone among them who had participated in Quidditch training. Yes, it was Alan. To elucidate his strategies, he had attended several training sessions. Although the Hufflepuffs had reserved this individual as their secret weapon for the final match, the urgency of the situation rendered such secrets irrelevant. Losing the match was one thing, but outright forfeiting would strip any house of its dignity in Quidditch. Thus, a yawning Alan, clad in his pajamas, was brought to the venue. What? Quidditch? Alan awoke from his stupor, receiving unanimous nods from those around him. Me? Alan questioned, still in disbelief, pointing at himself. Indeed, Alan. Since we are short one player, you must take the field as a chaser, Charlie stated, placing a reassuring hand on Alan's shoulder. Being the only Quidditch captain present, he automatically assumed the role of team manager, and in this critical moment, no one was inclined to be sentimental. No, no, no. Alan shook his head vigorously. What a joke. I have not undergone professional training. Even those training sessions were merely to explain tactics, and now, with no time to adapt, altering strategies could lead to excessive mistakes and defeat. Setting aside these concerns, what could he contribute? Wouldn't it be better to have someone who could actually fly? No. Alan, we need you. As far as I know, you're the best flyer among the remaining candidates, and you're the only one who has had team training. Therefore, you must take the field. It is your responsibility. Charlie calmly articulated this fact. Fine then, what more is there to say? The next day, the Wagadu campus's colossal Quidditch pitch was abuzz with activity. This massive arena, built into the mountainside, featured a circular field of lush green grass. No small feat, as it had once been barren rock, transformed into fertile soil through magic and meticulous care. The entire structure was constructed of stone, from the exquisite sculpted walls outside the pitch to the tiered seating crafted from the same material, giving the impression that the entire edifice was a grand work of art. All the faculty and students of Wagadu congregated within this massive stadium. Even those who typically eschewed matches could not resist witnessing this battle for honor. The remaining Hogwarts students were assigned an excellent vantage point, high above, ensuring unobstructed views while maximizing their ability to observe the entire field. However, it proved utterly futile. The match had yet to commence, and Hogwarts was already overwhelmed by the imposing atmosphere of Wagadu's home ground. Though the gravity of the situation prevented them from uttering extreme slogans, The resounding cheers reverberated, creating an immense pressure. Under such circumstances, one would expect Alan, who had never participated in a match before, to feel anxious. Yet, instead of trepidation, he found himself stifling laughter at an absurd thought. If a nuclear bomb were to flatten this place, Wagadoo's wizarding lineage would be irrevocably severed. Goodness, what nonsense am I contemplating? I'm still right here. And how could one entertain such frivolous thoughts when faced with the solemnity of competition? As both teams began their preliminary trials, maneuvering their broomsticks around the field at varying speeds before coming to a halt, it became evident that Wagadoo had a point. They would not gain an unfair advantage with their brooms, as both teams utilized the same model. As Alan completed a circuit of the pitch, the first-year Wizards finally recognized their exchange student, realizing the absurdity of their situation. How dare he, a bona fide Quidditch player, shamelessly feign the role of a novice? No wonder his trial flight resembled a display of skill. Even in Wagadoo, such prowess would secure him a spot on the team. It was akin to a professional player using a secondary account to dominate the bronze tier without a hint of modesty. Yet at that moment, the first-year Wizards found themselves helpless. Even if they wished to inform their players about the formidable opponent among them, it was too late. With the Professor of Flying serving as the referee, the team captains shook hands, and a gold galleon was clasped in the referee's hand as they chose sides. The galleon was tossed, landing on the side of Wagadoo for the serve, while Hogwarts opted for the pitch. A collective sigh echoed from the crowd, indicating that choosing the pitch for the serve was indeed a more advantageous decision. Charlie decisively chose the side facing away from the sun, granting their relatively unpracticed team a slight edge. As both teams took to the air, assuming their formations, a small box was opened, revealing a golden glimmer, the golden snitch. The match commenced. Chapter 9. The outcome of the match. Quidditch is a contest of 7, not merely a showcase of individual talent. It celebrates personal heroism while emphasizing teamwork. Although the golden snitch offers a substantial bonus of 150 points, instances of capturing it while still losing the match are not unheard of. Similarly, no matter how fervent the enthusiasm, the issue of coordination cannot be resolved with mere words. This statement rings particularly true for Hogwarts, who found themselves at a significant disadvantage. While the players from each team were somewhat familiar with one another, this familiarity was insufficient to compensate for the lack of the deep-seated synergy cultivated through extensive training. Only 20 minutes into the match, the score had escalated to 25-50, with Hogwarts trailing behind. Each time Hogwarts lost possession of the quaffle, the crowd erupted with thunderous applause and shouts, a stark reminder of whose home ground this truly was. This was an experience unlike any the players had previously encountered. Regardless of the Academy's shortcomings, support was always present, but today was entirely different. The weight of this pressure was palpable, and Alan sensed that one of his fellow chasers appeared to be somewhat overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, which only intensified in their already disadvantageous situation. Before the Seekers could capture the snitch, they were the sole point of scoring. Should they falter, it would undoubtedly lead to a complete collapse. Thus, after their team successfully scored a goal, Alan seized the opportunity during the brief adjustment period before the opposing team's serve and boldly nudged his broom toward his teammate. Gasps filled the arena as Alan's gentle collision caused his teammate to stagger momentarily. Following this, he delivered a firm slap on his shoulder, and in a perspective unseen by the crowd, Alan held a small ball of electricity in his hand. The trifecta of stimulation roused his teammate from his daze, and in his ear, Alan whispered, "What on earth are you thinking? For heaven's sake, tell those folks below to be quiet." When his teammate finally lifted his gaze, he was left with only Alan's retreating figure. The match continued, and the opposition was ready to serve. He blinked in surprise, realizing Alan was right. What was he even thinking? Let us bring them down and silence them, shall we? Nevertheless, combat is not solely dictated by a singular desire for victory, especially when the opposing team was equally fervent. Although Alan and his 5 teammates endeavored to narrow the score gap, they could not rival the profound synergy of their opponents, a glaring weakness. The score had already reached 300 to 460, indicating that even capturing the golden snitch would not salvage their plight. As the Seeker, Charlie bore the weight of immense pressure with the score trailing behind, yet the elusive nature of the snitch was notorious. A flicker of gold caught his eye. It was the snitch. At that moment, he faced 2 choices: abandon the chase or attempt to capture it. To relinquish the pursuit meant the match would continue. Yet could his teammates capitalize on the prolonged duration? Unlikely, exceedingly unlikely. They risked falling further behind. Conversely, capturing it would conclude the match, resulting in a direct loss by a mere 10 points. While that might not be entirely disgraceful, losing is losing, and the sting of defeat is not easily forgotten. However, the opposing seeker made a decisive move, accelerating toward him as he too had spotted the snitch. Thus, only one choice remained: seize the snitch and, at the very least, lose with dignity. Fortunately, he was closer, his reach slightly longer. Thus, amidst the unwilling expressions of Wagadu as seeker, he secured the snitch firmly in his grasp. The snitch's fluttering wings offered an almost tantalizing sensation, one Charlie usually relished. But at that moment, he lacked the inclination to savor it. Capturing the snitch while losing the match was hardly a cause for celebration. To his astonishment, the anticipated uproar of jubilant cheers did not erupt. Rather, the air was thick with reluctant gasps of disbelief. When he turned to look back, he saw a teammate on the ground, bloodied yet smiling, surrounded by the remaining 5 members of their squad. The score stood at 460 to 460, a draw. As the entire arena fixated on the Seekers, Alan snatched the quaffle from the opposing player's grasp. He soared through the air like a man possessed, evading all attempts to intercept him and barreled straight toward the opponent's goal. The adversary, momentarily caught off guard, was unable to react in time. The only obstacle in his path was a stunned keeper, who recalled that the smallest player had the least attempts, yet had never missed. The only support for this keeper was a bludger hurtling at an advantageous angle. If Alan did not evade it, he would surely be struck. Yet, much to the keeper's astonishment, this Hogwarts player greeted the bludger with a smile, as though it were a butterfly, and simultaneously hurled the quaffle with all his might. The keeper, startled by Alan's grin, found it too late to react. Just as the snitch was captured, the quaffle sailed into the goalpost, awarding Hogwarts 10 points. In the next moment, Alan was knocked off his broom by the force of the bludger. Meanwhile, Charlie clutched the golden snitch tightly. The match was over. A rare draw, an extraordinary draw. Professor McGonagall rushed over with the remaining staff, converging upon the still grinning Alan. Professor Sigma quickly assessed the injuries, an arm fracture. While the blood was from a bludger strike to his nose, the injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Although everyone wished to celebrate Alan's achievement, it was evidently inappropriate to do so while he was injured. Soon, Alan was carried away, not as a precursor to the next player, but rather for the arrival of Wagadu as healer. At the moment just before he was carried away, Alan witnessed Professor McGonagall and the headmaster of Wagadu sharing a warm handshake, both adorned with smiles. However, he found himself too incapacitated by pain to comment. His injury was exceedingly severe, and he suspected he might have sustained a fracture. Indeed, maintaining a facade of composure and cheerfulness proved to be an exhausting endeavor. He could hardly fathom why he felt compelled to uphold a smile and suppress his tears. The school nurse from Wagadu was quite competent, grumbling about how the Triwizard Tournament always seemed to injure a few contestants, while she cast a healing spell that brought a refreshing relief to Alan's wound, much to his comfort. Yet, the subsequent pronouncement left him in a rather dire predicament. He was unceremoniously mandated to stay in the hospital for 3 days, with no room for negotiation. His protests fell on deaf ears, and Professor McGonagall wholeheartedly supported this decision. Thus, the only question left for Alan was, how palatable was the hospital food at Wagadu? Chapter 10. Charlie and the Fire Dragons. The adage you don't truly know someone until you've fought them endures for a reason. For boys, an evenly matched, exhilarating battle deepens their understanding of their opponent's strengths and weaknesses. When such a contest does not breed animosity, it often marks the blossoming of friendship. This assertion is not without foundation. On the 3rd day of visits, Alan's temporary teammates brought along their new friends from Wagadu's Quidditch team. It was evident that the two groups had forged a strong bond, far surpassing the conventional rapport between exchange students and local pupils. Beside Alan's hospital bed, they animatedly debated which girls at school were attractive or alluring. Particularly striking to Alan was the girl who led this conversation, the only female among them, whose dazzling skills had landed her in the infirmary. As she spoke passionately, she playfully slapped Alan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I didn't realize you had such spirit. Once you're discharged, I'll introduce you to a few younger girls at our school. Don't worry, I assure you, I've never laid a finger on them." Alan could only cough in response, and after a moment, the group realized that he was merely a first-year student. This conversation was perhaps a bit premature. Amid their laughter, Alan begrudgingly sat up in his hospital bed. He was perfectly fine, simply under orders to remain there. What a farce. Trying to flirt with girls from half a world away? He certainly didn't have the luxury of time for such antics. As Alan rose, the previously tilted building seemed to straighten up again, and they huddled together to discuss their plans for the weekend. Every second-year boy has a habit of boasting, particularly in the presence of newly formed friendships. Please do not misunderstand. This is an adjective of time, not of position. The Quidditch team members whispered conspiratorially. revealing that when Alan was discharged the next day, they would introduce him to their new friends, broadening his horizons. This was not due to the Wagadoo headmaster's stinginess in sharing acquaintances, but rather a display of understated luxury. Though I am remarkable, I shan't explicitly declare it. I must allow you to discover my exceptional qualities. Of course, if you fail to notice, it is not my fault for not informing you. It is your lack of insight that reflects the school's true depth. Those who are eager to showcase their worth are mere nouveau riches. Consider the bustling atmosphere surrounding the Triwizard Cup. How many students from the other two schools have seen the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest? Or the centaurs? None, for they have not even visited the most culturally rich common rooms. It is worth noting that the most hospitable common room at Hogwarts, that of Ravenclaw, welcomes any wise soul, yet they have still not ventured there. Thus, the treasures lie before them, and failing to recognize the gold and jade is their own shortcoming. Regrettably, today, the temporary Quidditch team from Hogwarts welcomed a guide. Are you unfamiliar with him? Fear not. Allow me to enlighten you. The following day, finally liberated from the hospital, Alan had barely returned to the Hogwarts common room to receive the delayed cheers of welcome when he was whisked away by a group of teammates, eager to share their surprise concerning their new friend. This surprise was something Alan had yet to witness, and he was already exhausted from their trek. However, Alan, blessed with Galen's extraordinary stamina, was the exception as they hiked approximately 10 miles along rugged mountain trails. This was no mere stroll. At times, the path was scarcely discernible, leaving them to navigate precariously among towering rocks. When they questioned why they weren't using broomsticks, the leader, a Quidditch captain named Dipan, merely smiled mysteriously and offered no answer. Just as some began to contemplate turning back, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, capturing everyone's attention. "Get down, they're coming," came Dipan's hushed warning, and everyone complied without question. Above them, 2 large adult dragons and 2 smaller ones soared overhead. Fear not, this generation possesses concealment charms. Those creatures won't detect us lying here. This is our observation and care area. Majestic, enigmatic, and untamed, the Western Fire Dragons embodied a harmonious beauty. Though Alan could not identify the species gliding above, he could not help but acknowledge their undeniable splendor. Their pale, silver scales enveloped their forms, and their broad wings cast shadows on the ground like clouds, their streamlined bodies almost artful, were it not for the occasional plume of fire issuing from their nostrils. He might have mistaken them for a work of art. Dragons truly epitomized the highest form of violent aesthetics, even from such a distance. He could feel the oppressive power of these beings. Alan struggled to resist the urge to rise, for both his innate desire and the system's prompts urged him to confront those dragons. "All right, we can't proceed any further. We'll be discovered. Though I believe we could take down a dragon together, it would likely result in a year of detention from the headmaster," Dipan remarked, gesturing toward a distant boulder. "Do you see that slightly charred stone? That's the dragon's lair exit. The flames they breathe have scorched it." Only after confirming the dragons had returned to their lair did they rise from the ground, preparing to head back. On the return journey, Charlie exhibited unusual exuberance, incessantly inquiring about the dragons, while the Wagadoo students, half boasting, half educating, shared insights into the dragons' behaviors and the troubles these magnificent creatures often caused. Though to Alan, it seemed yet another form of boasting. After assuring that today's revelations would remain a secret, Alan and his companions returned to Hogwarts' temporary encampment, where Alan was met with a rousing, albeit late, welcome. Professor McGonagall appeared positively jubilant. At the very least, Alan could discern her delight in the tone of her voice, as she commanded the house elves to prepare several traditional British meals, a luxury in this setting, where the materials were entirely sourced from the castle's supplies. The next day, as Alan had anticipated, Charlie sought him out. He requested assistance in researching information. Having been captivated by the magical creatures he had encountered the previous day, he was determined to delve deeper and needed a companion for the task. Under the condition of confidentiality, Alan was the most suitable candidate. Naturally, Alan felt compelled to oblige. From the system's perspective, it seemed to have a vested interest in dragons. Although the dragons here were akin to friends, untamed dragons were plentiful in the wild, were they not? Moreover, perhaps this could yield a small fortune. As for Charlie's obsession with fire dragons, which later led him to become a dedicated dragon keeper, the folly of mortal wisdom. No matter how splendid a fire dragon may be, could it ever compare to the charm of a creature like Kanna? Chapter 11, Astronomy Class and the Beast Tide. Following an intense Quidditch battle, the competitive spirit among the students from both schools had significantly diminished, leading to a more harmonious atmosphere during the exchange event. Subsequently, Alan finally had the opportunity to experience Wagadoo, his most celebrated course, Astronomy. The astronomy class at Hogwarts is held in the astronomy tower. On Wednesday evenings, a group of young wizards ascends the towering stone steps to the highest edifice of the school, braving the biting cold winds to document the celestial phenomena, meticulously sketching them on parchment to submit as homework. This is hardly an enjoyable task, particularly since Hogwarts is enveloped by a lake and the damp, frigid winds can pierce through your outer garments, offering a true taste of the experience akin to that of a northern lone wolf succumbing to the frigid southern winter. Consequently, many students have resorted to purchasing miniature astrolabes to evade this arduous chore, leading Alan to speculate whether the caretaker, Mr. Filch, has some unsavory dealings with the astrolabe vendors. Ahem, let us refrain from such thoughts. Aside from the common grievances students have against school administrators, particularly Mr. Filch's penchant for corporal punishment, he is not entirely without merit, although that in itself is a significant issue. Accompanied by a group of his peers under the guidance of their teacher, Alan and his fellow wizards trekked along the mountain path towards the summit. After approximately 20 minutes of ascent, they reached the pinnacle, traversing through a short tunnel before arriving at their destination. This vast cavern was illuminated only by a few scattered sapphires emitting a faint glow. And at the center of this luminescence, Alan beheld a grand inscription crafted from diamonds, reflecting the azure light from the gems. Only the stars and knowledge endure. In that moment, Alan experienced the allure of the astronomy class for the first time. With a flick of the teacher's wand, the heavy, earthy-colored rock above began to transform into a translucent, glass-like substance. While this transformation might not seem particularly astonishing, after all, both Hogwarts' Great Hall and Alan's own common room boast such domes, many of which are permanent rather than requiring activation like those in Wagadu. The significance lay not in the transparent ceiling itself, but rather in the fact that as the stone above became clear, the ground beneath illuminated, revealing an intricate mosaic of constellations crafted from various gemstones. These patterns corresponded perfectly with the brightest constellations in the sky, suggesting an uncanny ability to rotate in tandem with the stars. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to align so precisely in both position and angle. Professor, when will we learn about astrological divination? I believe I have completely mastered the names of these constellations, spoke a boy with a tousled head of curls, clearly an exemplary student in the class, as evidenced by the professor's warm gaze. Oh, Slot, do not be hasty. While astrology is ancient and eternal, revealing hidden secrets, impatience can lead us to overlook those very mysteries. The professor paused and continued. As we mentioned, the secrets bestowed by the night sky are often veiled. At such times, we require a bit of assistance. With that, he glanced at Alan, indicating that this was particularly aimed at him, as the other students were likely familiar with this theory. With a flick of his wand, a stone basin in the corner, initially overlooked by Alan, began to emit a delicate plume of azure smoke. The mist was not acrid, but rather bore the scent of grass basking under the sun. The smoke from the sasa grass serves as an excellent ally. It calms our minds while simultaneously creating a fog, an essential aspect. Although the smoke obscured our vision, it also shielded us from the blinding light of the most brilliant constellations, allowing us to discern more of the hidden wonders. It seemed impressive, yet incomprehensible. However, observing the bewildered expressions of the other young wizards, Alan discerned the truth. While the professor imparted correct knowledge, the complexity of the subject evidently eluded the understanding of the younger students, suggesting that the professor was asserting his authority. Being the youngest and having made an impression in Quidditch, Alan was almost memorable to the professors, and naturally, they felt inclined to impress this exchange student. As Alan contemplated this, the very boy who had initially complained was called upon. Slot, what does the sudden appearance of a dark star in Capricorn signify? As most of the students appeared perplexed, Slot confidently stepped forward, stating, Professor, if I recall correctly, during our first lesson you taught us that this indicates the onset of a beast tide. Beast tide? What on earth? Why is it that every word you say makes sense individually, yet collectively confounds me? Yet the surrounding students clearly understood the term, their faces lighting up with excitement. Correct. Excellent, my dear child. By the way, perhaps the friends from Hogwarts are not fully aware of what a beast tide entails. Would you care to explain? Certainly, Professor. I would be delighted to, Slot replied, turning slightly to face Alan. A beast tide is brought forth by those free-roaming divine creatures. Although their breeding periods vary, there is a commonality. A new star appearing in Aries signifies a wave of juvenile beasts reaching maturity. This results in a severe shortage of living space, prompting a mass culling, while the apex divine creatures, devoid of natural predators, wreak havoc. Each beast tide leads to numerous incidents involving divine creatures harming others. And lower-tier divine beings will also suffer temporary incapacitation due to the culling. Thus, Wagadu bears the significant responsibility of culling excessive apex divine creatures during a beast tide while controlling the population of lower-tier beings. Consequently, during each beast tide, we halt classes to engage in a period of hunting to achieve control over the divine beings. Am I correct, Professor? Absolutely brilliant. Simply perfect. I have nothing further to add. Now, class dismissed. I must discuss the beast tide with the headmaster. Chapter 12. Dreams Shattered Like Soap Bubbles. Beast tide, a term so splendid. Alan could hardly believe that Wagadu, known for frequently managing beast tides, would recklessly incur casualties. And the excitement of those first-year wizards indirectly confirmed another fact. This was an event in which even first years could participate. What? Why would an impending wave of creatures elicit joy? Even if defeated, one would merely gain some combat experience? Oh, youth, you are so naive. Those are not just divine creatures. They are a plethora of adorable, legally huntable beings, gleaming with golden galleons. However, Alan's dream was ruthlessly shattered. The unrelenting force behind this shattering was Professor McGonagall, their deputy headmistress. According to the agreements with Wagadu, Hogwarts students could indeed gain some modest combat experience through this exchange regarding those divine beings. Yet, complications arose. According to Wagadu's long-standing regulations, divine creatures slain during a beast tide are prohibited from being sold. Indeed, prohibited from being sold. The rationale behind this rule is to control the scale of slaughter and human greed. All divine beings must be destroyed, and no individual is permitted to hoard them. Not even the serving headmaster. Violating this rule results in immediate dismissal. The excessive outflow of divine beings could incite the greed of poachers, and the enormous profits could transform what was originally a conservation effort into excessive hunting, something that the wise founder never wished to witness. Well, it is indeed wise, yet it does nothing to alleviate Alan's sense of frustration. He envisioned heaps of melting coins in the flames of magic. Those were his lost dreams. Grumbling aside, participation in the battle was still mandatory. Even the most ordinary young wizards harbor dreams of combat, which elucidates why Professor Lockhart, despite his lamentable performance, manages to amass such popularity within the dueling club. Indeed, every assistant possesses a heart brimming with ambition. Conventionally, first-year students collaborate with their second-year counterparts, forming groups to follow the professors in regulating the magical beast population. Third and fourth years, under the guidance of their prefects, likewise band together to manage the number of creatures, while fifth years and above are expected to form their own teams, ensuring no fewer than 7 members per group. However, Alan chose not to team up with the other first years. With the assurance from both the Hogwarts temporary team and the Wagadu squad, he secured a permit from Professor McGonagall that he initially believed would be entirely ungranted, allowing him to join their ranks. Judging by the triumphant glimmer in McGonagall's eyes, Alan suspected she was eager to convey, "Look how exceptional our students are. Come forth and commend them." Of course, if his musings were to reach her ears, he would likely find himself subjected to a rather transformative consequence. The preparations for the expedition concluded swiftly, and aside from Professor Snape, who remained behind to watch the house, the entirety of Hogwarts was mobilized. Notably, when the orderly line of Wagadu students caught sight of Professor Sigma, a collective shiver ran through them, leaving Alan to ponder what exactly he had subjected those students to. However, now was hardly the moment for such inquiries. After all, he still had more than half a year to navigate before evading Sigma's wrath. Should he pose his question now, he was certain that the cunning professor would devise a means to enlighten his students on why flowers bloom so vividly. The address delivered by the principal of Wagadu was exceptionally formal, replete with substance, devoid of superfluous sentiment, and articulated with clarity and precision. Yet, in light of the impending beast hunt, all of this paled in comparison. The exuberant young wizards, undeterred by fear, found their right hands trembling with anticipation. Let me clarify. I refer to the unleashing of spells, not to be misunderstood. At last, Wagadu's discourse came to a close, met with resounding applause from the young wizards. As a member of a self-formed team, Alan joyfully walked at the forefront, momentarily glancing back at his erstwhile classmates, who remained engrossed in their teacher's earnest instructions. Ah, how enviable! Given that this was a hunt, it was not a fleeting endeavor. They brought tents and ample provisions, courtesy of seventh-year chaser from Slytherin, allowing them to venture forth unencumbered. A small bag, enhanced with an undetectable extension charm, alleviated any concerns about excess baggage. Hey, I say, we can't engage in trivial pursuits. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to return having slain a herd of antelopes? Voiced Ipan, the the captain of Wagadu. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Although Alan was uncertain of the specifics, he deemed it prudent to concur. I propose we aim for something grand, Daipan exclaimed, encouraged by the collective agreement. A dragon? Mused the Wagadu keeper, astonished, only to earn dual eye rolls from Daipan and Charlie. What nonsense! Do you wish for detention? That is the principal's favorite pastime. The others shared expressions of patronizing disbelief. No, absolutely not a dragon. I believe that the creature itself is already formidable enough. Not to mention the terrifying principle lurking behind it. Daipan quickly negated that notion. Our target is the ostrich. Are you mad? The choice sent a shockwave through the Wagadu crew. Alan thought the lad might indeed be a bit unhinged. While researching dragons, he had been fortunate enough to encounter descriptions of this mythical creature. Some of the accounts stated that the only being capable of rivaling a dragon in dominion was the ostrich. Encountering one was a stroke of luck compared to facing a dragon. Those who had crossed paths with dragons often ended up as mere piles of shredded flesh or roasted remains, whereas those who encountered the ostrich, albeit unfortunate, tended to retain a semblance of wholeness. Due to territorial instincts, the ostrich would relentlessly pursue any intruders trespassing its domain. Naturally, if one were audacious enough to pilfer its eggs, congratulations, for it would chase you until you vanished from sight. Worth noting is that the ostrich ranks among the fastest known mythical creatures. Its feathers are prized as the finest material for quills, and some wizards even craft wands from its most exquisite and elongated tail feathers. However, such actions are fraught with peril. The ostrich's formidable offensive capabilities and blinding speed have taught many an aspiring thief a well-deserved lesson. So, dear Daipan, is it not better to remain alive? Why provoke an ostrich, especially when generations have failed to tame it? The only known use for its eggs has been as food, yet the thrill of perilous pursuits often enjoys immense popularity. After some contemplation, the group settled on the ostrich as their target. After all, it was listed among the hunting objectives, though few were eager to confront such a tenacious adversary. Thus, unbeknownst to many professors, this formidable team embarked further down the path of recklessness. Chapter 13. The Treasures Left by Hufflepuff. As they journeyed onward, Alan finally grasped the etymology of the term beast tide. Initially, he had presumed that the phrase merely served to describe the abundance of species, a term artificially concocted by Wagadu's magical academy. Its exaggeration akin to the poetic imagery of a waterfall cascading 1,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were to fall from the heavens. However, he now realized that this was no embellishment but a stark reality. When they, as the vanguard team, entered the unfamiliar wilderness, the panicked animals scattering in all directions resembled a tidal wave. In his previous life, he had witnessed such a spectacle during the mammal migration in the animal kingdom. The sight of boundless herds of zebras and antelopes traversing the African savanna left an indelible impression, as dust swirled in their wake. Now before his eyes, this scene unfolded anew, albeit differing from the migration driven by the search for water and sustenance. The mythical creatures before him were merely startled by the wizard's magic, much like how a wildfire is etched into the memories of those who endure it. Look, there are far too many mythical creatures amassed here. See over there. The fox rabbit population is practically overrun. Daipan pointed at the fleeing creatures, addressing Alan and the others. It was a gray rabbit with a fluffy, bushy tail, rather inconspicuous among the multitude of fleeing beings, making Alan's attempt at a matching game increasingly challenging. It was hardly his fault. The diverse array of mythical creatures evoked in him the initial reaction of a matching game. Unfortunately, this was a beast tide, and though he had intended to gift each of them a cloak made from fox rabbit tails upon their departure, flying in such attire would have been the most exhilarating experience, reducing their weight by 1/3. It was infuriating that such items were strictly prohibited during the competition. Such a waste. The girl named Emma, a Quidditch player, also expressed her dismay, shrugging her shoulders. In response, everyone nodded in unison. As a Quidditch player, one shared a fundamental characteristic, a fervor for flight. The inability to utilize an item that could enhance flying speed felt like a crime. Nonetheless, the prohibition against using any materials from the beast tide was non-negotiable. At most, they could consume a bit during these few days. Once the hunt concluded, even a morsel of jerky would be forbidden to take away. The first day's journey proceeded pleasantly, albeit the scenery was unremarkable and could even be deemed monotonous. Nonetheless, the group remained spirited. This was largely due to our narrator, Daipan, whose enthusiasm was evident. Suggesting he had mastered the subject of mythical creature conservation, should such a course exist, and Alan privately believed he had a solid grasp of mythical creature control. This extraordinary magical creature compendium can eloquently articulate the habits and uses of every creature encountered, leaving the inhabitants of Hogwarts in awe. Their understanding of magical beings is largely confined to illustrations found in books, while the professor capable of introducing these creatures is currently occupied as the guardian of Hogwarts grounds. It is worth noting that this professor, much like the diligent Professor Binns, faces a similar predicament, much like dumplings boiling in a teapot. There is something that simply cannot be extracted. Under the tireless guidance of the narrator, Daipan, Hogwarts students have finally reached a level where they can connect the images with the creatures they encounter. Thus, on that evening, the day's greatest triumph was the culinary feast provided by Alan and another Hufflepuff, which left the crowd delighted. What? The two are unrelated? Nonsense. Who told you that they are not connected? As a renowned culinary wizard, Hufflepuff has left behind a treasure trove of recipes in her house's common room, a culmination of her lifelong research into culinary magic. The diligent Hufflepuffs have perfectly inherited her legacy, maintaining the cherished tradition of hosting a gourmet gathering every weekend, supported by the ample provisions from the school kitchen and the house elves. Among her recipes, Hufflepuff preserved her travelogue from her African expedition, which comprises an entire half of a book, meticulously documenting the culinary ingredients of Africa and the most suitable cooking methods. Regrettably, due to years of isolation and the limited availability of campus ingredients, these gems have remained obscured by dust. However, today, the long-buried recipes of Hogwarts have once again met the raw materials from the African continent, igniting a dazzling spark in an instant. Daipan wiped his greasy mouth and, with a snap of his fingers, instantly cleaned both his hands and the corners of his mouth. Rising, he patted his stomach and lamented, "So delicious, but alas, it is all gone." To this, Alan and another Hufflepuff named Brent could only chuckle, for they had prepared enough for 20, yet Daipan had devoured 3 servings himself. "We're out of seasonings. Unless you wish to eat bland food, I wouldn't mind preparing more," Brent remarked, somewhat irked. Daipan chuckled, choosing not to respond. After a round of banter and jest following dinner, Alan, Brent, and Daipan retreated into their tent, while the others drew lots to determine the night watchman, thus sparing the 3 from that duty. The night passed in tranquil silence. As dawn broke, it heralded yet another splendid day. This was good news, for the torrential rains of Africa could indeed be deadly. Although Alan and his companions were unafraid, navigating muddy roads during such downpours was hardly a pleasant experience. Hualuo fluttered down from the tent top, expressing its discontent by squawking in Alan's ear, having kept vigil throughout the night. Alan offered it a piece of the leftover fox-rabbit meat, and after feasting, it deftly preened its feathers and settled down to sleep on Alan's shoulder. "What a spirited little creature. Alan, how did you come by him?" inquired the man who had kept watch the previous night. Before Alan could respond, he continued to muse aloud. "I stood guard for half the night, and this little fellow was perched in that tree over there." He pointed to the large tree adjacent to their camp, noting how the creature occasionally flew off for a short circuit, yet always returned to the vicinity of their camp. "And look at my Pip, too," he said, pulling back his outer cloak to reveal a bat hanging upside down, sound asleep. "It was quite the nuisance yesterday, always snacking halfway through delivering messages." Nevertheless, Alan did not detect a hint of annoyance from him, clearly content with his pet. Cunning little trickster, waiting for compliments, Alan thought to himself, and without a shred of dignity, he lavished praise on the man, ending the conversation on a high note. With the sun shining brightly, they set off. Chapter 14. Witness how we scheme against those tall creatures. There is nothing more delightful than accomplishing a goal ahead of schedule. Shortly after their departure the following day, the walking compendium, Daipan, astounded them by revealing that, based on the traces left behind, the nest of the stilt birds was nearby. However, they soon learned the meaning of the phrase, "When an emperor opens a door before you, behind it lies a labyrinth." Pray tell, how do brave warriors feel when they eagerly set out to slay a dragon, only to find that their target is not a dragon's den, but a city established by dragons? It is unclear how those warriors might think, but Alan and his companions suddenly recalled an ancient rallying cry from the Wizarding World. "I have orange husks and wheat bran," not knowing whether to paddle or not. With that, the group stealthily retreated. What a jest! There were at least 20 stilt birds ahead. To put it bluntly, if a dragon is akin to an apocalyptic tank, then the stilt birds are the rhinoceros tanks of the magical realm. Although the apocalyptic tank is a high-end version of the rhinoceros. What kind of apocalypse can withstand a herd of rhinoceros tanks? Even Alan had no plans to confront the stilt birds. His most potent area of effect spell still stemmed from the scarecrow's murder of crows. Yet, Even with the perfect coordination between him and Hualuo, they could not inflict enough damage to eliminate the stilt birds, which meant that once they unleashed their spells, they would merely become the meat on the chopping board. Or rather, the dessert following a meal. Alan had no intention of commemorating his demise with a gravestone inscribed, an exemplary Hogwarts student, Alan, known for his outstanding achievements, sincerity, and diligence, cause of death, foolishness. Thus, engaging in a duel was utterly trivial, especially since even if they succeeded in slaying one, no reward would be gained. Attempting to exploit this situation was clearly an unwise endeavor. Folks, we now face a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. After confirming that they had maintained a safe distance, Daipan suddenly addressed his despondent companions. His words immediately garnered a response from everyone. What is the bad news? As we can see, the current flock of stilt birds is beyond our capabilities to defeat. No kidding, who hasn't noticed that? And what is the good news? There are enough stilt bird for each of us to catch one and take it home. The responses he received were a chorus of groans and a multitude of gestures. Joking aside, the established goal could not be easily altered, particularly since these young wizards were all esteemed representatives from their respective houses, and their pride would not permit them to abandon their mission without any attempt. Thus, in a shadowy corner, backlit by the sun, the young wizards devised a scheme aimed at the stilt birds after successfully banishing the indigenous scorpions, lizards, and other critters. However, this was no simple task. Sometimes, those with a hint of cleverness are far easier to manipulate than those who are stubbornly resolute. Unfortunately, the stilt birds happened to be among the most difficult to outsmart. From their brief glimpse, they observed that these creatures were currently in their mating season, meaning they were a volatile mix of aggression and caution. Their pursuit range was minimal, barely allowing them to chase a few steps before retreating, yet their alertness was doubled, rendering traps nearly ineffective. However, if someone were to steal their eggs, they would pursue to the ends of the earth. The nests were closely clustered, so when one nest was disturbed, the entire flock would become aware. Even the most skilled wizard could not escape the wrathful calls of the stilt birds. Such an act would surely lead to the demise of the audacious wizard. Yet, as the saying goes, where their essay will, their essay way. Ultimately, they devised a ruthless plan. If this flock of stilt birds were not dispersed, this area would be rendered nearly uninhabitable, as their omnivorous nature would lead them to slaughter every magical creature to satiate their insatiable appetites. And those eggs would hatch into a horde of greedy offspring. The most cunning stratagem is undoubtedly the use of fire, and the most insidious poison lies in the deprivation of sustenance. This tactic originates from the bespectacled ball-seeker of Wagadu, who suggested setting ablaze the encampment while those ruffians slumbered in the dead of night. They merely needed to wield clear water, akin to a spring, to manage the flames. While such fires may not inflict significant harm upon the towering birds, they would certainly obliterate a substantial portion of their food reserves. Consequently, as the surrounding environment lay in ruins, these creatures would be compelled to widen their foraging radius, heralding the imminent opportunity for an ambush. It was a splendidly devised plan, albeit somewhat naive, yet undeniably effective. However, the sole predicament was that, judging by the current circumstances, it had become obsolete. From the vicinity of the high-legged birds, an anguished wail resonated, audible even from their considerable distance. Upon gazing towards the source, they beheld a thick cloud of dust rising, accompanied by intermittent roars of fury, the unmistakable growl of the newt giant bear. This creature stood on par with dragons in terms of power, and cruelly fated. It was the arch-nemesis of the high-legged birds, for its preferred delicacy was none other than their eggs, of which the birds could do naught to defend against. Indeed, even when gathered in formidable numbers, these majestic avians posed no threat to the newt giant bear. Their beaks, capable of prying open dragon scales, merely left superficial wounds on the bear's tough hide, which did nothing to diminish its voracious appetite. The congregation of high-legged birds not only signified a grave danger, but also meant a sumptuous feast for the newt giant bear. Thus, when Alan and his companions stealthily approached the scene after the dust had settled, they were met with the sight of the sorrowful dispersal of the high-legged birds, leaving behind abandoned nests, and, as for the eggs, the bear had merely left a battlefield strewn with empty shells. At this moment, the little wizards fell into a collective stupor, pondering the futility of their elaborate scheming. Where was the anticipated battle of wits and valor? Where was the exhausting struggle of men? Emma expressed her dissent. Where was the astonishment of the entire faculty and student body? They had yet to even begin their clandestine development. Just as their solitary canine heads had begun to mature, the new giant bear had raised their opposing stronghold. What travesty! Would they never be allowed to play? Would they not be able to partake in the joy of the game? Regrettably, the giant bear seemed to mock their exhaustive plotting. Well, while it left them somewhat speechless, it appeared they would have to settle for the meager remnants of a feast. Thus, they decided to split up, each seeking to be the first to strike down a high-legged bird, of course with caution. Charlie, take care of Alan. Deepan's words trailed off as he was suddenly petrified by an unexpected attack. Once the spell was lifted, he scratched his head. Very well, Alan may act independently, but do exercise caution. Chapter 15. The Giant Bear's Hunting Plan. The reason Alan had secured the privilege of venturing alone was not due to a long-overdue recovery from his lethargy, nor was it a sudden awakening from his wintry slumber, but rather because the system had reacted significantly upon the appearance of that bear. This was splendid news, especially since Alan had been unable to complete his daily victory tasks and earn those glittering rewards for quite some time, although he was prohibited from bringing any prey back. One could argue that consuming it could still be deemed a form of digestion. As for the new giant bear, as the saying goes, troubles that can be resolved with money are not significant troubles. Likewise, troubles that yield treasure are hardly troublesome at all. Ding! Congratulations! You have activated the Adventurer Alan mode, which will increase your mobility by 20, enhance your attack power by 20, and render the drop rate of currency to 0. Evaluation. Adventurer Alan will scavenge every glimmering object. Thus, Summoner, please use this power with caution. Deepan's recent training with extraordinary creatures had proven effective, and Alan swiftly discerned the bear's tracks amidst the chaotic terrain. From the footprints, Alan deduced that the high-legged birds were undoubtedly in a state of deep sorrow, likely sobbing in some hidden corner like forlorn fish. Analyzing the depth and texture of the tracks, he estimated that the bear weighed around 50 to 60 pounds when arrived, implying that there were probably few unscathed eggs left among the high-legged birds. The occasional traces of spilled egg yolk made for easy tracking. Of course, normally, no one would willingly provoke such a formidable creature, comparable to a dragon. Please disregard the bear's distant relatives, those common bears in Russia that resort to begging for scraps. They are the disgrace of the bear kingdom. Alan had once seen a news report where a bear was scared off by humans encroaching on its territory. In this age, where appearances reign supreme, Alan found himself quite taken by those shameful relatives in Russia, whose looks had been enhanced manyfold. While Alan mused, he soon spotted the well-fed newt giant bear, lounging against a large, protruding rock, basking in the sun and dozing, its snores audible even from afar. This afforded Alan ample time to survey his surroundings. Had he approached carelessly, he would have undoubtedly been pursued like a rabbit by this seemingly harmless giant. It must be said that the bear had chosen its resting spot wisely. Beside the stone stood a towering mugwort tree, its dense shade providing a refuge. The fruits of this tree are often utilized in the creation of insect-repelling potions, endowing the tree with potent repellent properties. The shade cast upon the ground perfectly concealed the bear's head, provoking a twinge of envy in Alan. This bear certainly knew how to enjoy itself. Alas, it was merely a master of leisure. In an era where cuteness reigned supreme, this bear's ability to enjoy life did not deter Alan's resolve to strike. The breadfruit was a newt bear that fancied itself quite adorable. Its name derived from its childhood habit of knocking down fruit from tall bread trees for sustenance. It had just indulged in a rare and bountiful feast, as those high-legged birds seldom congregated. The delectable bird eggs not only provided ample nutrition, but also enhanced the fluffiness of its fur, allowing it to better evade magical attacks such as dragonfire. Leaning against the hard-to-find rock, it began to relish its postprandial slumber. As the apex predator, it could luxuriate in all of life's finest offerings: the warm midday sun, the clearest waters of the morning, and the most relaxing rest after a hearty meal. It might ensure that it need not fear sudden assaults while drinking, nor worry about its food being snatched away or becoming someone else's meal, nor be disturbed by the unwelcome presence of others during its repose. Those high-legged birds had certainly pecked it a bit, but it mattered not. Beneath the warm sun and upon the welcoming earth, its wounds healed swiftly. Perhaps, upon awakening, those injuries would be but a memory. Yet, it sensed a void, a yearning. Perhaps it should bear a cub like its mother. Drowsily, the breadfruit pondered the matter of reproduction. However, today, an unwelcome guest intruded upon its slumber. A raucous crow, flapping in from an unknown direction, disturbed the tranquil environment with its jarring caw, dispelling the bear's drowsiness. The drowsy breadfruit had no time to contemplate why a crow dared to disrespect the majesty of a creature atop the biological hierarchy. Instinctively, its paw struck the ground. With the swiftness of its forelimb, a stone formed and hurled towards that infernal crow. The breadfruit had always looked down upon scavengers akin to jackals. As a being capable of contending with dragons, the newt giant bear could generate various massive stones using the magic within its body, hurling them with great ferocity. The fiercest of the newt giant bears could even manifest a layer of stone armor that offered immense resistance against sorcery. Otherwise, they would never reach the heights of dragons relying solely on physical strength. However, to the breadfruit's astonishment, that stone did not yield the results it had anticipated. The crow not only deftly dodged its projectile, but also skillfully flew above its head. Wait a moment. The breadfruit attempted to turn over, but its nearly 1-ton weight and the paralysis from sleep rendered its movement sluggish. A clump of something foul-smelling fell from the heavens, landing precisely on its nose. Notably, it had a distant relative humorously referred to as a bear dog. The combination of waking irritation and humiliation ignited a fury within, causing its eyes to redden. It began to chase the crow, driven by indignation that inadvertently activated its innate abilities. The small pebbles along the path seemed to vanish into the earth like ice melting in water before it could reach them, leaving behind a trail that appeared as if crafted by the finest of workers, smooth as though rolled over by a steamroller. During the pursuit, it hurled countless stones that whistled through the air, some even toppling a few young trees along the way. However, it was to no avail. The culprit remained unscathed in the sky, occasionally repeating its antics of descending like an unidentified flying object. This chase continued until it reached a cacophonous little basin, where the breadfruit finally sensed something amiss. Those familiar sounds were unmistakably the raucous calls of a large flock of crows. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 16. The Collision of Two Crows. Within the Alliance, two figures, the strategist Swain and the harbinger of doom, Fiddlesticks, relied on crows to astonish the entire Valoran. In pursuit of the former's power, Alan had nearly drained, nay, emptied his family's coffers. While lower-tier heroes offered more options, after much contemplation, Alan chose the most expensive strategist, Swain. For he had discerned a troubling pattern in his previous hero purchases. It seemed that the pricier heroes accrued more legacy power than their cheaper counterparts. Indeed, there are no worthless heroes, only worthless summoners. So why the significant disparity in pricing among equally potent heroes? Upon acquiring the strategist's power, the question found its resolution. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The system is a swindle. For instance, the power of the initially purchased Wheel of Fortune fell akin to a level 3 hero weakened in a low magic world, with merely 3 skills that could slowly be enhanced through practice. In contrast, the more expensive Scarecrow was akin to a level 6 version, which explained why Alan swiftly mastered his ultimate ability. The strategist, costing a hefty 800 gold, resembled a hero around level 11. Whether the limit would be level 18 remained uncertain, for the League was designed to temper the hero's powers. After all, Alan was too aware of the constraints that powerful heroes faced. As anticipated, the powers of the two heroes complemented each other splendidly. He even discovered the ability to enhance his skills using the wild crows, albeit requiring extensive preparation. With an immense boost in capability, Warlord was adept at evading the giant bear, yet merely needed to lure it into a trap. Yes, a deadly trap. Here, Alan would require at least 2 divine items to unleash such a formidable ultimate. The Beast Tide summoned a plethora of divine creatures, including a significant number of magically imbued crows, and at that moment, a flock within a 10-mile radius crowded into the diminutive basin. Those fortunate enough to have witnessed the League's most renowned CG would surely recall the imagery of the card battle against the Scarecrow, where a storm of crows descended, casting an oppressive shadow over the land. Now, Alan replicated that very scenario, as the giant bear sensed danger and prepared to flee. Warlord struck, instilling fear into the soul of the bear, halting its escape. Then, with Warlord soaring above, tendril-like crow claws emerged from the ground, ensnaring the unfortunate creature. This was Swain's binding power. A tempest of crows, akin to a dark storm, surged forth under Alan's command, assailing the immobilized bear. While its roars of fury mixed with the caws of the crows, and the feathers of those that fell to the bear's retaliation scattered into the air. Sustaining such a terrifying spell drained Alan's vitality, rendering his complexion ashen. Even though the cool, blue diamond gem around his neck continuously delivered a trickle of magical energy. It was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast expenditure. After all, the Frost Queen's directive was merely a salary adornment and not a formidable piece of equipment that could provide substantial recovery or abundant magical power. Any support it offered was a boon in itself. As the crow assault reached its conclusion, Alan relinquished control over the crows, for another attack would likely see him falling first. Once the flock dispersed, the beleaguered giant bear finally revealed its ravaged form, one eye blinded, its body marred with wounds. Blood dripping from its injuries, both from its own inflicted wounds and those of the crows it had slain. This sight startled Alan, not due to its severity, but rather the lightness of its injuries. How could it possibly endure such a terrifying assault from the crows with merely these wounds? What a joke. The combination of a prolonged ambush and the magically charged crows represented conditions that were exceedingly difficult to achieve. How could such a slight victory emerge from both? Thus, escape was the only option left. With the enhancement of ghostly speed, Alan felt confident in evading the wounded bear. Not to mention the passive abilities he had accumulated from the scarecrow during his long period of inactivity. However, dissatisfaction gnawed at him. After all his preparations, was he to abandon everything? In the final second before fleeing, Alan discovered something that shifted his plans. Several stones with frayed edges. Ordinary stones. Yet they bore a power that even a dragon would think twice about provoking. These were the stone armor of the newt giant bear. Undoubtedly, the bear had awakened in the face of life and death peril. The formidable armor allowing it to survive a seemingly fatal situation and nearly frightening Alan into retreat. Since the defense was provided by the stone armor, it was not as exaggerated as Alan had imagined, which implied that he and Warlord could indeed toy with this creature. A quarter of an hour later, Alan sat exhausted on the ground, leaving Warlord to barely maintain his composure. The battle of the cornered beast was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. The continuous barrage of spells from Alan and the occasional fear or torment inflicted by Warlord had drained the creature's will to fight. Alan even resorted to a life-draining ability that nearly knocked him unconscious from the bear's counterattack. Had it not been for that skill's healing properties, he might have found himself in the infirmary for several days, assuming he survived to return. Nevertheless, at that moment, the victor emerged. He and Warlord had secured the ultimate triumph. Even though his magical reserves were nearly depleted, relying on a brief respite and the meager support of his meager gear, Alan approached the giant bear's carcass. Oh my, it's all mine. He felt an impulse to roar at the heavens, but reconsidered. It was best to pocket the good loot. What if someone discovered the circumstances of this colossal creature being absorbed by the system? As he placed his hand on the bear's corpse, the system's notification chimed, ding. Hero fragment collection complete. Would you like to synthesize a hero? What a challenge. Alan thought he might go mad if the system presented him with decimals. Fortunately, he had finally collected them all in one go. Otherwise, when would he have the opportunity to eliminate such a behemoth again? Where else could he find such advantageous terrain? He pondered what kind of heroic power this synthesis would bestow. Rock Pigeon, Stone Golem, or perhaps Bear Warlord. Chapter 17. I respond to the summons. Are you my master? Regrettably, Alan failed to guess even a single answer correctly. With the sound of his acquiescence, the massive bear's carcass gradually vanished, and a 9-pointed star magic circle unfurled in its place. A hextech portal, reminiscent of those commonly seen in his previous life, emerged from the magic circle, accompanied by a small gemstone embedded in the door. A flash of violet light flickered, causing all magical artifacts to disappear without a trace. Alan did not acquire any power or inheritance. Nevertheless, he bore no semblance of grievance towards the system. In fact, he found himself contemplating a discreet retreat when he noticed Hualuo, who had ceased its wailing and was now perched steadily on his shoulder, its little eyes fixed intently ahead. Utterly motionless, what remained was a petite figure curled up in the shadows, a slender girl clad in a blue and white trimmed fleece, her feet ensconced in snow boots, topped with a hat matching her attire. Her soft pink hair lent her an aura of fragility. Yet, Alan's only desire was to step back. However, this intention was thwarted. As he tentatively turned and took a third step, a sweet, childish voice broke the silence. Excuse me, have you seen my teddy bear? Oh no. He had stirred the situation. Alan turned around, striving to present his most charming smile. Before him stood a young girl, clutching an adorably plush teddy bear. Her innocent and delightful smile captivating, her winter garb impeccably suited for the season, likely prompting countless gentlemen to exclaim slogans of profitable ventures. Yet, Alan had no such thoughts. If he hadn't been knocked out by the bear earlier, he would surely recognize this charming toy bear by the lovely name of Tibbers. It is worth mentioning that the little girl was also aware of her own name. If all was well, she went by Annie. Both names were quite ordinary. Yet together they formed a notorious moniker within the league, the Dark Child. Should anyone attempt to lift this little princess, Tibbers' tiny fist would impart a lesson on what true power felt like. How does one respond to a girl clutching a teddy bear and possessing the capability to bring about one's demise, inquiring about the whereabouts of her beloved toy? I await your guidance urgently. Yet, in the very next second, Alan was struck by the capriciousness of fate as he endeavored to concoct a suitable response. Annie uttered a remark that felt akin to being struck on the head by Galen. "Could you take me with you? I've been lost for a long time and can't find my home. I feel a kinship with you." Such is the tumultuous ebb and flow of life. Apart from being exceedingly willing, Alan found himself at a loss for a third response. The remaining dilemma was how to elucidate Annie's identity to Professor McGonagall. Shortly after Alan began his journey with the teddy bear-clutching girl, he followed the traces to locate a stork. With the combined efforts of himself and Hualuo, the stork yielded its life without even a splash. To be honest, roasted stork was quite palatable. It is noteworthy that Annie lent a small hand. Though her magical abilities were severely constrained, she couldn't even summon Tibbers, let alone wield the flames that once incinerated everything in their path. Yet Alan felt compelled to remind himself that Annie was still only 10 years old. This was under the immense pressure of the world, which had drastically diminished her powers. Thus, she truly was a prodigious young girl, and as for the significance of the tale of Genji, it had nothing to do with this matter. In fact, before Alan and Annie could relish much of the roasted meat, their companions arrived. This was to be expected. Alan had squandered too much time dealing with the bear and subsequently searching for the stork. Even if they were slow, they ought to have completed their respective tasks by now. The group expressed astonishment at Annie's presence, yet none pressed for excessive inquiries, even among the students from Wagadu. This left Alan quite taken aback, considering they were intruding on Wagadu's territory. An unexpected visitor was hardly a good omen, implying significant vulnerabilities in their defenses. Who knew that Daipan would chime in? "Alan, you are far too kind-hearted. You must understand that your actions invite trouble." "Trouble? What trouble? Aren't you supposed to adopt a stance of safeguarding the campus?" Alan was utterly perplexed. "Though you may be young now, I can assure you that you will grow into an exceptional wizard. Therefore, you must know that the world is not solely composed of luminous realms, but also harbors shadows. And that little girl is undoubtedly a victim. Judging by her attire, she likely hails from a noble family. Being brought to school only to perish at the hands of beasts suggests she inherited a vast fortune at a tender age, drawing the envy of those in power within her household, who likely sent her here using some sort of key. This implies she has no support within her family. Any reliable allies would face dire consequences for such treachery. Her clothing indicates her family holds considerable influence, which means you have interfered with the affairs of a high-status wizard. Do you grasp the magnitude of trouble this entails?" Before Alan could respond, Daipan furrowed his brow and quickly added, "Since we have already rescued her, we cannot simply stand by and watch this young girl perish. We must rely on the professors for assistance. Of course, from your side, I will negotiate with your professors. For her safety, it is best that she remains with you. Time is of the essence. We shall prepare her disguise and take her to meet your professor. I will personally explain the situation to her. I trust she will approve of this plan." As he spoke, he nodded as if he had unraveled every issue and was thoroughly pleased with his arrangements. "Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for words." Without Alan uttering a single word, Daipan had conjured an elaborate tale of fierce family rivalries and tragic drama from thin air. Alan could only muster a single word of acknowledgement. Incredible. Yet, this was fortuitous. With the enthusiastic support of his classmate Daipan, Annie's background was secured. As for Professor McGonagall, the hard-nosed yet soft-hearted professor would undoubtedly not be harsh on a little girl in dire straits. Otherwise, it would indeed be a grave matter. He could hardly shout amidst discussions about the mythical creatures he had hunted. "Professor McGonagall, look, this is my prize. I found a little girl." Chapter 18, Missing in Action. By the time Alan and his team returned to the campus with Annie, it was already the third day. As they had anticipated, the stork they had brought back had caused quite a stir, and some young wizards, facing a shortage of supplies, had returned to the school early. Amidst the commotion, Alan, Daipan, and Annie stealthily slipped into Professor McGonagall's office located within the Hogwarts grounds. Do not inquire why Alan was also sneaking. He couldn't deceive even himself, let alone others. Upon Daipan's explanation, Professor McGonagall hesitated briefly before consenting to the request to take Annie with them. However, Alan noted that despite her prompt agreement, her brow remained furrowed in concern. How could this be? Even if those matters were merely Daipan's conjectures, even if they were true, Professor McGonagall would be more than capable of handling them. Hogwarts is not merely a school, it is the sole magical academy in all of Britain, meaning that apart from those hereditary wizards, all others bear Hogwarts' mark. As the deputy headmistress of such an institution, Professor McGonagall had the authority to confront any of Britain's prestigious magical families, let alone one from far-off Africa. Yet, Before he could speak, he activated a primary quest. It seems you have completed your hunting objectives. Now, there's a task that requires your attention, of course, Mr. Daipan, including you, as this matter was just brought to my attention by your headmaster half an hour ago. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily before continuing. The young wizards under Professor Sigma have been out of contact since yesterday. What? McGonagall's words rendered the two men speechless. Daipan, having witnessed Professor Sigma's formidable abilities, knew well that although the professor's classes were filled with eccentricities, no student could dispute his vast knowledge and remarkable prowess. Particularly for Daipan, prior to their mission, they had jested that even a dragon would struggle to deter the whims of that quirky professor. They even imagined that a dragon could hardly withstand Sigma's pranks. Yet, how could such a powerful professor suddenly go missing? It was absurd. The vicinity of Wagadu was not home to particularly formidable magical creatures. Years of hunting had ingrained this reality into the very bones of those beings. Given the regulations prohibiting students from straying beyond a certain range, how could they possibly vanish? Could it be that Professor Sigma had delved too deeply, disregarding warnings? Unthinkable. His principle was to navigate within the bounds of rules, not to contravene them. Moreover, how could he ever jeopardize the lives of his students? Nevertheless, the outcome was clear. They were missing. Thus, Alan and his companions must set out to locate the lost team after making some preparations. As for Professor McGonagall, she needed to remain behind to prevent any further emergencies. Once they had settled Annie, Alan and Daipan swiftly sought out their teammates who were still reveling in their recent victory. The once jubilant atmosphere was instantly replaced by a dense pall of anxiety. The disappearance of a significant number of individuals was hardly favorable news. Even with the professor leading them, a group of younger students would lack the means to adequately protect themselves in the face of a beastly onslaught, heightening the peril with every passing second. Without delay, we must depart swiftly, utilizing our broomsticks to scour the skies for them. Hopefully, we can reach them in time. May Merlin grant us favor. May Merlin grant us favor. As the formation of broomsticks soared into the azure, the oblivious students below continued to cheer for the upperclassmen who had vanquished the tall birds, unaware that those now aloft were consumed by urgency. Especially for everyone except Alan, who, after witnessing the newt giant bear that had managed to scare away a flock of tall birds, understood the sheer enormity of the terrifying beasts that roamed this land. What if that creature went berserk? The thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Yet, impatience would not solve their predicament, particularly while navigating the skies on broomsticks. If they flew too swiftly, searching for the missing individuals would become as daunting as seeking the elusive golden snitch. To ensure efficiency, they needed to maintain sufficient altitude to widen their field of vision. However, on this day, they returned empty-handed. The light emitted by their wands was evidently inadequate for nocturnal searching, and though the group was anxious, they had no choice but to set up camp. No one was in the mood to practice spells. They merely sat silently by the campfire, warming themselves and awkwardly swallowing their dry bread. Emma, traveling with them, was in particularly low spirits, so much so that she carelessly bit into the bag containing the bread. Upon Alan's gentle reminder, she choked out a thank you, only to bury her face in her hands and weep. This left Alan at a loss. He had no idea how he had upset the usually generous girl. It wasn't until Daipan patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back, that he found relief from his awkwardness. All right, Alan, you should take a break. Emma is just overly worried about her sister being in Professor Sigma's group. Silence. Alan took a few steps back to the tent, and moments later, he emerged clad in thick clothing. He approached the still sobbing Emma, extending his hand with a confident smile. Come on, let us continue searching. Alan, are you out of your mind? His words elicited incredulity from the others. The danger of flying at night was exponentially heightened, and under conditions of limited visibility. It would prove futile. No, it's not. Hualuo is a crow. It can see easily in the dark and can share its vision with me through magic. But that does not justify risking the entire team's safety for this flight. Daipan, as the leader, firmly rejected Alan's proposal, his tone resolute and seemingly devoid of compassion. Daipan, don't forget your brother is out there. We are willing to bear these dangers. The Wagadu players exclaimed in shock. No, that is an order. No one is allowed to go. While I am responsible for them, I must also be responsible for you. Then I intend to defy your orders. Petri Ficus Totalis. A spell shot from Alan's wand, striking Daipan, who had let his guard down due to emotional instability. Afterward, Alan reached out to the crouched, weeping Emma once more. Come on, although two people on one broomstick may be a bit cramped, it is unavoidable. Chapter 19, The Conflict. Pear blossoms drenched in rain is a beautifully imagined phrase, often used to describe the allure of a weeping girl. However, the existence of this phrase is inherently flawed. Bringing a girl to tears is hardly a beautiful act. A radiant smile is the greatest compliment one can offer a girl. Thus, when Emma, with her eyes red and tear-streaked, managed to force a smile, Alan refrained from commenting, simply taking her outstretched hand and walking her to his broomstick. Charlie, with a wry smile, had his outer robe removed by Alan and draped over Emma. At this moment, the now 7th-year Emma seemed to have swapped ages with Alan, yet there was no hint of discord. The cool night breeze brushed against Alan's cheeks, with Hualuo leading the way ahead, while a bewildered Emma followed closely behind, cradled in Alan's embrace. He felt as though he were a plush bear being held by 6-year-older Emma. However, Alan was too exhausted to make any sarcastic remarks. While managing the broomstick accommodating both of them, he also had to continuously expend mental energy to pay attention to the vision shared by Hualuo, which was not sustainable with the constant use of the same spell. Yet, until the moon rose high, he found nothing. Alan even felt a sharp pain begin to throb at his temples, a consequence of excessive mental strain in a short span. Nevertheless, at that moment, Hualuo finally brought forth good news. A campfire appeared in the distance. Alan quickly instructed Hualuo to halt. If the night watchman mistakenly perceived Hualuo as a magical creature and retaliated, it could lead to chaos. He himself dismounted the broomstick, gently guiding the still melancholy Emma along. After traversing a considerable distance, Emma noticed the change in pace. Alan, why aren't we flying anymore? Are you tired? Should we take a break? No. Hualuo has spotted a camp ahead. It might be Professor Sigma and their team. Alan whispered in explanation. Emma's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Really? Are they all right? Not sure. Hualuo can't see that far, but we will know soon enough. A sharp intake of breath escaped Emma, and the grip on Alan's hand tightened. Though no further words were exchanged, as it was clear that she was now in a state of extreme tension. As they crested the final small hill, the campfire came into view. A voice called out, "Who goes there?" From Alan's vantage point, he could see the watchman had his hand poised on his wand. "It's me, Alan from Hogwarts. Hufflepuff." Upon hearing Alan's response, the watchman visibly relaxed, allowing the two of them to approach. This is a second-grade student from Hufflepuff, who has exchanged greetings with Alan a few times, named Hayton. "Hayton, are you keeping watch by yourself?" No, there are 2 other students from Wagadu, stationed in different positions." Accompanying Hayton's gesture, the other 2 individuals emerged from the shadows, greeting Alan and the others upon Hayton's introduction. This is what Professor Sigma told us. He said it helps prevent any hostile intrusions." Hayton explained to Alan with a smile. Ivan, where's my sister Daisy? Where has she gone?" Upon encountering familiar faces, Emma transformed, her demeanor fierce, as if she were ready to tear the 2 younger students apart. "Daisy? She's fine. She's sleeping soundly in the camp." Ivan swiftly responded to Emma's inquiry, for this senior was well known for her reputation at Wagadu. "Fine? Fine. Merlin bless." With that, she scooped up the still inquisitive Alan, lifting him high, and a wave of warmth descended upon his cheeks. This left Alan utterly exasperated. He preferred lifting the shorter girls and taking the initiative in such encounters. Once set down, Alan, observing Hayton's envious expression, inquired, "So, does that mean nothing much has happened in the past few days?" "No, we've been clearing out those excessive divine creatures. And Professor Sigma has been lecturing us on divine beings and camping in the wild." "Oh," and a few women arrived who seemed to know Professor Sigma. "However, they haven't interfered with our hunting," Hayton added, tapping his forehead as a supplementary thought. "Women?" Alan echoed. "Yes, indeed, they seem to have a good rapport with Professor Sigma. He even gave them his own magical tent and chose to stay in a regular one." "Oh, I see. Hayton, could you call Professor Sigma for me? I have something important to report." "All right, Alan, wait a moment. I'll go notify the professor." Hayton hurried towards the camp, his trust in Alan unwavering despite not knowing the nature of Alan's report. Before long, Alan encountered the drowsy Professor Sigma, clad in pajamas, yawning as he jested. "It seems our little Hufflepuff has grown up, learning to elope with girls in the middle of the night. While this is a commendable act, isn't it a tad too early?" Alan greeted him with a smile, his expression amiable, when suddenly a resounding crack, akin to leather being struck, echoed in everyone's ears. To everyone's astonishment, Professor Sigma doubled over in pain. Hayton was left utterly dumbfounded. This marked the first incident of a professor being attacked at Hogwarts. The passive magic from Galen allowed Alan to evade the bullying from older students, and though now he had the aid of magic, that power had not diminished. Rather, it had grown stronger with his physical development, and, at this moment, it was fully manifested. Following the initial strike, Alan's anger remained unquenched. and he launched a powerful right hook towards Professor Sigma's face, only to be thwarted by a protective shield that flared around the professor, an ironclad charm. Clearly, Professor Sigma was adept at non-wand magic, promptly casting the ironclad charm to deflect Alan's assault. Child, we evidently have a misunderstanding that requires clarification. Professor Sigma bellowed, rather than retaliating. Clarification? Alan shot a spell, which the professor narrowly dodged. Clarification about your sudden silence, leaving everyone worried sick? Another spell shot forth from Alan's wand. Clarification about bringing women into the camp and cavorting nightly, leading to this lack of communication. The third spell shattered the ironclad charm, and Alan advanced a few steps closer. Or perhaps you could simply tell me, did you intend to make a trivial jest? Alan charged to the professor, delivering a punch that sent the defenseless professor flying. Alan gazed coldly at him, reconsidering his intent to continue the attack. Professor, while we have been plagued by your antics, everyone knows you have our best interests at heart, and thus, we hold you in great esteem. However, today you have gone too far. Do you understand how anxious everyone became after losing contact? I am unaware of what you encountered, but please remember what your responsibilities are. Professor Sigma slowly rose from the ground, spitting blood, his expression somewhat dejected. Responsibilities? He murmured, lowering his head as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. When he finally lifted his gaze, the look of disheartenment had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of his former irreverence. Alan, well done. Your fists truly pack a punch. I shall clarify this matter. It is indeed my responsibility. He flashed a smile and turned to leave. Yet, Alan suddenly felt he had stirred something monumental. Perhaps, just perhaps, his defense against the dark arts class would remain under Professor Sigma's tutelage for at least another 6 months. Chapter 20. The Return. Alan was unaware of how Professor Sigma explained his disappearance to the two headmasters. After having Hualuo deliver a note to Diphan to inform them he had made contact, he commandeered Hayton's tent, reasoning that Hayton had to keep watch anyway. The following day, news of Alan striking the professor did not spread at all. Likely due to Professor Sigma's lingering authority, none of the 3 witnesses dared to speak. This left Alan, who had prepared himself for rumors, feeling somewhat disheartened. It had been a while since he had secured victory. Which brave souls believed they should earn the honor of defeating the formidable Professor Sigma? Come forth and conquer Alan's dungeons. He even felt an impulse to don a mask and spread rumors, but upon weighing the potential repercussions, he extinguished that reckless thought. Amidst the wistful gazes of the younger wizards, Professor Sigma announced that the hunting expedition had concluded, and due to supply issues, they needed to return. This prompted a flurry of whispers among half the young wizards. They had learned numerous wilderness survival skills from Professor Sigma, and thus, in the few days they had been out, their supplies had hardly been touched. How could they possibly return due to supply issues? However, the inherent dangers of hunting rendered the authority of each leading professor unassailable. They could enforce necessary measures against any young wizards who dared to challenge collective decisions, provided that no harm came to the children. Thus, even if there were doubts about the expedition, the children still had to follow the group. Naturally, Alan had no objections. He merely found it peculiar that Professor Sigma appeared particularly lethargic today, devoid of the oppressive vigor he had exhibited after last night's revelation. Could it be that I struck him too hard yesterday? Galen's strength was formidable, but had my unstudied might been so great that I rendered the professor unable to fully recover by the next day? That shouldn't be the case, right? Or could it be that my talent is that of a warrior rather than a wizard? With no belongings to pack, Alan's mind began to spiral into these thoughts. Though he dared not seek confirmation, did he truly believe that the oppressive aura of Professor Sigma that loomed over all of Hogwarts was merely a fabrication? However, Alan soon found himself devoid of time for such musings as a powerful force surged from beneath his arms, lifting him entirely into the air. Turning around, he was met with a radiant smile, Emma. So, it seems that the act of being lifted high is only fulfilling when one is the lifter. Alan felt a surge of embarrassment, especially when she kissed his cheek, a blush uncontrollably flooding his face. Oh, little Alan, you did well. Yesterday's flight exuded an air of masculinity, and I must admit, I was nearly captivated. After setting Alan down, Emma began to tease him, her peals of laughter drawing the attention of those around. However, they swiftly retreated, as the formidable reputation of this 7th grade senior was not something a group of 2nd graders could contend with. Come along, little Alan. With Emma's laughter echoing, she scooped Alan up and soared into the sky on her broomstick. Was yesterday's escapade merely an anomaly? Hey, is there any chance I can return this? I don't want the everyday version. Please exchange it for the limited edition Weeping model. Upon their return to campus, lunch had just commenced. and Daipan had already begun to voice his grievances to Alan. "Alan, could you possibly send Wailo elsewhere for his meals? He devoured my entire breakfast." Beside him, Wailo was indulging in a feast, and the reality of Daipan's complaints starkly contrasted with his actions, as he was currently assisting Wailo by cutting large pieces of meat for its convenience. Truly, he was left with no choice but to cater to this creature, and he affectionately reached out to stroke Wailo's feathers. However, the target had vanished, as Wailo now perched proudly on Alan's shoulder, boasting with raucous calls. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Daipan recalled a mythical creature from his exploratory reading, one native to South America, known as an alpaca. Especially when he observed Wailo holding a piece of meat he had just sliced, ready to present it to Alan, who chuckled and declined. Daipan felt as though he had been trampled by that very mythical beast. After the meal, Alan suddenly remembered he had yet to report to Professor McGonagall. Although Professor Sigma had already contacted her, he felt it was his duty to inform her directly. An hour later, he exited the office, his expression one of bewilderment. Awaiting him was a lengthy lecture. Professor McGonagall criticized his late-night flying escapade from every conceivable angle: safety, reliability, probability, and more, interspersed with numerous rebukes directed at Professor Sigma. Some of her vocabulary was unfamiliar to Alan, one term resembling seraphim, which he surmised was certainly not flattering, likely akin to some derogatory term. It was clear he had taken the brunt of the fallout for Professor Sigma, as Professor McGonagall appeared far from satisfied with her colleague's explanations. Perhaps this was merely poetic justice for the professor. Had it been another instructor, Alan might have managed to avoid much of the reprimand by claiming he had merely confronted Professor Sigma. However, with Professor McGonagall, who maintained a balance of kindness and rigor, he found no leniency. The ensuing period was rather dull due to the professor's absence, resulting in a halt to classes, leaving the upperclassmen who returned early to engage in leisure activities while awaiting the moment to present their hunting team's findings to the entire school. As Alan and his companions were engaged in a lackluster display of Quidditch skills, Charlie, with the sharpest eyesight in the group, called out to the onlookers, "Hey, look, Professor Sigma's team is back." Instantly, the lethargic crowd sprang to attention. Half an hour later, the Wagadu students arrived at Hogwarts, bearing snacks and pumpkin juice as a gesture of camaraderie. Sure, Charlie had procured several feather cushions, and everyone quietly settled down, facing the office from which Professor McGonagall's furious voice echoed. Chapter 21. Following a competitive match and a hunting experience, the students of Hogwarts and Wagadu truly entered a mode of exchange, rather than harboring a competitive spirit. They immersed themselves fully in the pursuit of learning about each other's cultures. In this atmosphere of mutual exchange, time flew by, and it was only when Alan and his peers noticed the newly adorned Hall of Wagadu that they realized Christmas was approaching. Had Alan been at Hogwarts, it would likely have been a holiday, but as they were engaged in an exchange program, they were destined to spend it together at Wagadu. For many young wizards, this was a novel experience, as the significance of Christmas in Britain parallels that of the Spring Festival in their homeland. Alan spotted several young wizards discreetly wiping away tears in corners, clearly overwhelmed by emotions as they faced their first separation from home. The older students fared better, but those in their second or third year were experiencing their first extended absence from home in a completely unfamiliar environment, and many had no friends nearby. Initially, the intense competitive atmosphere had kept them distracted, but now, with the holiday season approaching, it was challenging for them to suppress their feelings. Even Alan found himself longing for home amidst their sentiments. However, he felt powerless, as his previous home was lost to him, and his current home was merely an orphanage characterized by fleeting visits. He certainly couldn't send Wailo on a long journey to deliver a letter, nor did he think the elderly headmaster would accept correspondence from a raven or owl. This left him feeling rather downcast throughout the day until the observant Emma, while leading them on a leisurely tour of the campus, noticed Alan's unusual silence. "Oh, little Alan, what's the matter?" Emma paused her explanation to regard the muted boy. "Let me guess, missing home?" Daipan quipped with a mischievous grin directed at Alan. Yet, rather surprisingly, Alan, who would typically retaliate with a prank, remained unfazed. This stirred concern among their group, prompting them to pay attention to Alan's atypical demeanor, and they began to attempt to cheer him up. Ironically, instead of comforting him, their efforts ended up making the Hogwarts students reminisce about home, as they too felt isolated. Melancholy, it appears, is fleeting. When Alan awoke from his slumber, the remnants of yesterday's gloom had dissipated considerably, especially upon seeing a pile of gifts. All traces of sorrow vanished. After all, despondency changes nothing. Life must go on, and it is far better to embrace joy. No one can endure sadness indefinitely, so a little sunshine is indeed welcome. One recent package bore an exquisite cursive signature. It was from Emma. Inside was a shimmering silver cloak that appeared incredibly lightweight. When Alan donned it, he felt as though his steps had become lighter. He recalled Emma mentioning a cloak that could enhance flying speed and lamented that it couldn't be utilized in the competition. A note affixed to it read, "Even the deepest night cannot hinder the arrival of dawn." Alan smiled softly, realizing they imagined they could control their own destinies. The second package bore a hastily scrawled note addressed to Alan, with no indication of the sender. Inside was a necklace crafted from teeth, the origins of which Alan could not discern due to their polished appearance. Fortunately, the package's owner had not forgotten to include a note. "This bracelet is made from the teeth of the red fox rabbit. Legend has it they bring good fortune." Daipan. Well, it was a kind gesture, but Alan felt compelled to decline politely. Most packages were from fellow students, filled with candies purchased from nearby shops. After all, they had limited opportunities for shopping. Yet one parcel left Alan momentarily speechless. It resembled a small envelope, but the sender was quite unexpected. It was a package from the Weasley twins, George and Fred. He marveled at how Hogwarts managed to deliver a package from such a distance punctually. Inside was a simple sheet of parchment, save for an illustration on the edges. "Alan, you could never fathom what we unearthed from the parchment obtained from Feld. It reveals a complete map of the entire school. However, we suspect it harbors additional secrets yet to be unveiled, as we once discovered several black dots inscribed with names, leading us to believe it serves a surveillance purpose over the school. We eagerly await your return to delve into the mysteries of this map together. Moreover, we have sketched the tentative map. Although it may be incomplete, I believe it would make a splendid Christmas gift. Have you deciphered any portions yet? Truly, the prankster king of Hogwarts lives up to his reputation. Both of you seem to possess an exceptional flair for this." Having unwrapped his gifts with delight, Alan exited his room, still having skipped breakfast. Given it was Christmas, the Wagadu dining hall was resplendently adorned, featuring 12 towering Christmas trees symbolizing the 12 months at its center. No small feat, considering Africa does not produce pine trees. The tables were laden with a variety of delectable dishes, yet the young wizards were evidently distracted. While Alan found a roast on the table, quite impressive. It seemed the chefs had little regard for what might be suitable for breakfast at such an early hour. Once it seemed that everyone had gathered, the young headmaster of Wagadu rose from the dining table. "Now, if everyone has nearly finished their meals, we may proceed with our Christmas tradition here at Wagadu." Christmas tradition? What might that entail? The Hogwarts students wondered, lifting their heads in curiosity. The headmaster began to gesture with intricate movements, and Alan could even discern the subtle movements of her lips. Just how profound a magic could necessitate such elaborate gesticulations? Did this headmaster require incantations as well? It is well known that, to be more combat-ready, spells have increasingly evolved towards simplicity. After all, adversaries do not afford you half an hour to recite a curse. This magic seemed as convoluted as the lengthy incantation for Voldemort's resurrection. What sort of spell warranted such grandiosity? Soon, Alan received his answer as a gust of cold wind swept in through the door, pushed open by a tardy student, revealing an unexpected sight, a flurry of snowflakes. A phenomenon that would never normally grace Africa. Chapter 22. What? Professor Sigma is getting married? As a group of young wizards rushed out in delight, Alan keenly observed the magic's area of effect, bounded by the academy's outer walls, where the grass thrived outside, yet within, large snowflakes fell incessantly. This was no small-scale effect. Wagadu's campus was indeed more extensive than Hogwarts. Alan could only express admiration for the sheer coolness of this weather-altering magic. It was evident that the Wagadu students were not overly surprised, suggesting this was not their first encounter with such a spell, likely a yearly occurrence. Perhaps a requisite for the headmaster's position. While the specifics remained unclear, Alan could distinctly perceive the fatigue concealed beneath the headmaster's facade. Such a grand spell surely demanded a significant amount of magical energy. Nevertheless, despite its drawbacks, Alan had to concede two truths. First, it was undeniably a powerful spell. And second, the absence of snow during Christmas truly marked a stark difference in the seasons. As Alan marveled at the spectacle, he suddenly felt something strike him. Turning slightly, he found himself pelted by a snowball. The assailant was Dipan, and his Wagadu teammates were poised to join the fray. This magic of Wagadu was indeed impressive. And being upperclassmen, they were not novices to snow. However, Alan felt their experience paled in comparison to his own. After all, snowball fights relied on practice to hone one's skill. The modified version of snowball fight merely omitted the snowball-making step, but precision and strategy were honed through experience. In Alan's presence, These Wagadu students seemed like fledgling players newly leveled up to 30, yet lacking the proper equipment to face off against a seasoned champion. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Aside from Emma, whom Alan deemed too ladylike for such antics, everyone else was soon covered in snow as he deftly maneuvered his projectiles, evading their clumsy defenses and landing strikes with precision. Regrettably, as the snowballs lacked the capacity to incapacitate, the skirmish continued. And soon the Wagadu team began to adapt and refine their tactics. Perhaps the aggressors were awakening to the reality of the game. Ultimately, Alan reveled in the climactic finale of the snowball battle, only to be captured and buried within a mound of snow. The exuberant young wizards, having played too fervently, found themselves spending the latter half of the afternoon drying their clothes. Cleaning charms would not suffice for that. Subsequently, spurred by the others, Alan also learned the intricacies of wizard chess. The incessant chatter of the pieces nearly drove him to fulfill a previous wish of tossing a set into the fireplace. They concluded their Christmas festivities with a bountiful dinner. Notably, Professor Sigma abstained from the Christmas activities, and even those students familiar with him exchanged whispers, suggesting he was preparing for something momentous. Recently, his classes had taken on an unervingly gentle demeanor, as if he had transformed entirely. However, to their disappointment, Professor Sigma did not make an appearance by the evening's end. In the subsequent lessons, he continued with this unexpectedly gentle and unchallenging approach, leaving the students in a state of apprehension, fearing that whatever significant event he was orchestrating might soon befall them. Though they speculated about the situation, they could not foresee its conclusion. The return to school came swiftly, and Alan received gifts from his Wagadu teammates, along with a parting kiss from Emma, which he suspected was more teasing than anything else. Amidst the Wagadu farewells, the Hogwarts faculty and students entered the stone giant. As they waved goodbye and the stone stairs retracted, the giant descended slowly. Only then did they realize something alarming. Professor Sigma was missing. Indeed, there should have been 3 professors leading the charge, but Professor Sigma was nowhere to be found. Yet neither Professor McGonagall nor Professor Snape offered any explanation, leaving the young wizards to suppress their curiosity. On the return journey, unable to contain their intrigue, the young wizards finally approached Professor McGonagall collectively, asking, "Where has Professor Sigma gone?" The answer unveiled the extent of the sensational news surrounding Professor Sigma's situation. In truth, the situation was even more dramatic than they could have imagined. Professor Sigma was on the run, not from a mere ordinary pursuit, but from a chase so intense that even Dumbledore could not shield him. Thus, prior to their departure, Dumbledore had discreetly contacted Professor McGonagall to inform her to alert Professor Sigma to flee. What kind of pursuit was this? It was rumored that Professor Sigma was being hunted for eloping with the daughters of various notable figures, including a saint of a major religious order, a princess from a constitutional monarchy, and the first heir of a multinational potion enterprise, among others. Logically, such matters would not typically warrant Dumbledore's intervention, though they were indeed significant. However, Professor Sigma had crossed numerous lines that should have remained uncrossed. This prompted various magical factions to unite and apply pressure on Dumbledore, demanding that Professor Sigma hold a wedding to rectify the situation. It is worth mentioning that several factions refrained from marrying off their daughters, meaning that if Professor Sigma were to be captured, it would be tantamount to him having offered himself in marriage. Given the demands of the other party, Dumbledore found himself unable to refuse. However, regrettably, it appeared that Professor Sigma was not inclined to engage in such matrimonial arrangements at that moment. Thus, prompted by Dumbledore's reminders, he made his escape. The curse of Voldemort took effect once more, as Professor Sigma had not completed even a year and was on the verge of falling into the confines that would imprison him for a lifetime. For reasons unknown, Alan felt a particular resonance with the phrase, "I used to be an adventurer until I took an arrow to the knee." He had once been a professor until he found himself similarly incapacitated. The journey back was long, yet the atmosphere of parting within the castle was completely overshadowed by the sensational news of Professor Sigma's flight from pursuit. Conversations began to circulate regarding the professor's ingenious pranks, accompanied by well wishes for the fugitive. "Merlin, may you bless our defense against the dark arts professor, Sigma." Chapter 23. A Toast for Hogwarts. Regardless of how smooth Professor Sigma's escape from matrimony may have been, under his valiant sacrifice, the students of Hogwarts found their return journey relatively uneventful. After a protracted journey, the once energetic young witches and wizards were beset by fatigue and the pressures of their recent exchanges as they set foot on the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts. Home at last. Dumbledore, ever the humanitarian, announced that the welcoming feast would take place in the evening, allowing many to exhale the final remnants of tension. They scarcely had time to boast to their classmates before rushing to the common room, seeking the comforting embrace of their beds, always a haven for rejuvenating warmth. Provided one did not carelessly spill their cup. Alan was no exception. After hastily greeting friends, he burrowed into the long-missed warmth of his bed, basking in the glow of the roaring fireplace, a perfect sanctuary for winter slumber. When Alan awoke, it was around 3 in the afternoon. He had slept for a full 5 hours. Luncheon had long concluded, and dinner was still a distant prospect. However, Alan was determined not to let himself go hungry. A quarter of an hour later, laden with an assortment of food, he made his way into the Hufflepuff common room, only to be met by outstretched hands, of course, aimed at his bounty. Upon his awakening, the students who had participated in the exchange had gradually roused as well, and their hungry bellies showed no mercy to Alan, who they undoubtedly assumed had pilfered the feast from the kitchen. With their collective presence, the otherwise uneventful Hufflepuffs soon gathered around, eager to hear the tales of their exchanged peers. The end of term was still far off, exams were distant, and today was a day without classes. All but the most studious had been eagerly awaiting the accounts of their fellow students' travels. They had already heard the exchange students from Wagadu boast about their school, but this was something that needed to be validated by their own kind. Unfortunately, their calculations were flawed. Those who traveled would surely brag as well. Just as we return from a trip, no matter how weary, we boast of the sights we have seen and how magnificent they were. The exchange students could hardly claim that their destinations were lacking, especially considering that Wagadu's scenery was by no means inferior to that of Hogwarts. How to put it? It was akin to dropping a galleon and 17 sickles in a single clump. One can only choose one. If you ask me which I would prefer, I can only say that I regard them equally. I would not refuse either. In their mutual observations, Alan and his peers were aware of the Wagadu students' performances at Hogwarts, just as Wagadu had dispatched a formidable team of exchange students. While they were there to exchange experiences, it would be unacceptable for them to be too weak. Throughout a lengthy afternoon tea, Alan found himself the focal point of conversation numerous times, for his reputation had soared during this exchange journey, leaving him to maintain a forced smile as he was at a loss for how to respond, especially when the Hufflepuffs brought up the final ball that Alan had scored. They regarded it as one of the top 10 highlights of a national Quidditch match. One student lamented, "It's a pity Alan attended the exchange, otherwise his photo would surely have graced the Daily Profits feature." As others nodded in agreement, Alan could no longer bear it, excusing himself to take a breath outside the common room. It was no joke. The earnest praise from Hufflepuff was simply overwhelming. Indeed, stepping outside proved beneficial for both body and mind. As Alan passed through the hall, he deftly blocked an attack, leaving the assailant, a young Slytherin, in his wake. Accompanied by a gratifying increase of 15 additional galleons, Alan felt elated. While the exchange had its merits, the absence of a first victory was a sore point. Observing the Slytherins relentlessly pursuing their daily goals, he felt a sense of satisfaction and encouraged them to persist. Upon returning, the topic of conversation in the common room had finally shifted. The focus now lay on the elusive Professor Sigma, with various speculations circulating about his escape. And the tales grew increasingly fantastical. Indeed, they were magical in the sense of the Wizarding World. In the Muggle realm, magical often refers to events that defy rational explanation, leading people to ascribe mystical powers to them. Thus, it was easy to imagine the myriad versions of Professor Sigma's exploits. By the time dinner arrived, the stories Alan heard had taken on a mythological quality, with the once feared Professor Sigma, the Dark Lord, being pursued by mere wizards. Young witches and wizards, steeped in tales of wizard folklore, began to mythologize Sigma's experiences, claiming he had abducted the daughter of a deity, an angel, and the most enigmatic of ghosts. In any case, these varied tales shared a common thread. That Professor Sigma was a quintessential trafficker in persons, one who could not feel at ease without a touch of abduction. If Sigma were present, he would likely feel weary and remark that this was the worst cohort of students he had ever taught, perhaps. Regardless, with Professor Sigma absent, his legend continued to circulate through Hogwarts. The murmur of conversation subsided only when Dumbledore rose to signal the end of the chatter. "It is a pleasure to reunite under the skies of Hogwarts. Prior to this, I have already received Professor McGonagall's report, and I trust that all of you have gleaned insights into the events of the past 2 months during today's exchanges. The exchange has been quite successful, and I'm certain your minds have been enriched as a result. I encourage everyone to take the time to digest this new knowledge and clear some space in your thoughts. However, at this juncture, I believe a little something to lift our spirits is in order." Accompanied by Dumbledore's applause, a small cup of butterbeer was placed before each individual. Though, as headmaster, I should probably discourage such beverages at your age. I beg your pardon for this old man's indulgence. What a splendid exchange it has been. So, my friends, raise your cups. Let us not forget our school motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. A toast for Hogwarts. Chapter 24. Thus, without money, nothing can be controlled. Standing on the streets of London, Alan felt a profound sense of reflection, accompanied by Annie, clad in wizarding robes beside him, during the days of celebration, and resided in the staff lounge. However, this was not a sustainable arrangement. Yesterday, Professor McGonagall informed him that, barring any unforeseen complications, and would be admitted to Hogwarts the following year, a privilege she had secured for him through Dumbledore's intervention. This was indeed a reward for Alan's exceptional performance, prompting him to contemplate a pressing matter, where would and stay before her admission. He couldn't help but reflect on why, in the anime of his previous life, the male protagonists often had younger sisters and homes, with a tragic backstory of having lost their parents. Without a home, how could one possibly care for a sister? Fortunately, although Alan hailed from an orphanage, he maintained a good rapport with the headmaster. Through the connections he had with the orphanage, Bothan's lack of residency and her temporary accommodation could be addressed. The term temporary was used because Alan felt uncomfortable allowing and to monopolize the limited resources available at the orphanage. In truth, were it not for the system's constraints, Alan had already planned to discreetly donate the money he had acquired through various means to the orphanage. Before receiving the acceptance letter, he intended to save enough to open a small shop, which would allow him to care for the children emerging from the orphanage while also sneaking out at night to fulfill his heroic aspirations. Regrettably, the existence of a system left him little time to consider their needs. The return of Voldemort was looming, neither too close nor too distant, and until he amassed sufficient strength, he could not afford to slow his pursuit of power. Although he had come to recognize quicker ways to acquire funds, he hesitated to act, as he now found himself teetering on the edge of moral ambiguity. If he were to push further, he questioned whether he could control his own greed and had no desire to become a figure as malevolent as Voldemort himself. Shaking his head to dispel such unwarranted thoughts, he realized that his immediate priority was to ensure Anne's well-being. Additionally, he would need to allocate a considerable sum for her living expenses. He couldn't possibly allow her to remain destitute. After all, what good was it to be called brother if he failed to provide? Thus, Alan confronted a serious dilemma. Although it appeared that summoning and incurred no costs, it seemed the expenses he would incur would be far greater. A ruse indeed. Yet, gazing at Anne's displeased expression, Alan divided his pocketful of pounds, leaving half for her. "Alan, brother, why can't I stay at that school with you?" Anne inquired, accepting the money. "Be good, Anne. By next summer, I will be back, and then you can join me at Hogwarts," Alan replied, ruffling her hair. Conversations with the headmaster proceeded smoothly, particularly after Alan assured him that he would cover Anne's expenses. Subsequently, Anne was assigned a room adjacent to Alan's, as the orphanage's accommodations were generally not lacking, given that children were continually being adopted. Persuaded by the headmaster, Alan chose to stay that night and share a meal with the other children, during which he introduced, and Lou, thumping his chest, assured Alan that he would never allow her to be bullied. To this, Alan could only think, "Lou, you have yet to grasp the true meaning of strength." Simultaneously, Alan felt an inexplicable gulf, a sensation he had once endeavored to evade. He strove to present himself as an ordinary person to preserve the familial atmosphere. Yet, although his time at Hogwarts had been brief, it was etched indelibly in his being. There, his system did not represent a monstrous power, but rather an extraordinary magical talent, allowing them to discuss transcendent strength and wield spells beyond the imagination of others. Such a lifestyle proved addictive, and he found himself seamlessly integrated into the wizarding world, creating an unbridgeable chasm with the Muggle world due to their inability to converse on common ground. Nevertheless, Lou's calls of Alan boss and the laughter of the other children liberated him from this isolation. Alan smiled, enthusiastically engaging in the conversation, unconcerned about the distinctions between Muggles and wizards. "First and foremost, I am Alan. Why should I care? I'm happy." In the stillness of the night, Alan quietly rose from his bed. It had been a while since he had gone hunting, and tonight offered a rare opportunity to venture out. He had not even brought his wand, as the use of magic outside school was strictly prohibited. Even though he was registered as a young wizard, any magical use would certainly lead to an investigation. Prior to his enrollment, Harry had managed to escape consequences even after causing a transformation mishap. But a single transfiguration during the summer could land him in trouble. Today was a fortunate day, as Alan encountered a group of high school students with dyed hair. Well, what do we have here?" A little rascal out for a late-night stroll? The leader, clad in a leather jacket adorned with chains, appeared unfazed by the chilly London air. Kid, times have been tough for the older brothers lately. Could you spare a little? Hearing this, Alan couldn't help but chuckle. How fortuitous. He had planned to utter the same words. Seizing the moment, Alan grasped the hand of the individual reaching for him, who expected him to behave like others they had encountered in the past. With a gentle press on the back of the hand, the fingers bent awkwardly, causing the would-be assailant to kneel in an instant. Hit him, accompanied by cries, snot, and tears. The command was cut short as Alan applied just enough pressure to thwart it. Nevertheless, the others began to grasp his intent. Soon, a group of them charged at Alan brandishing their makeshift weapons. 5 minutes later, Alan emerged nonchalant with a flattened wallet in hand. What a misfortune for those impoverished souls. Chapter 25. The arrival of exams. Upon returning, Alan discovered a diminutive figure standing at his door, clad in pajamas, with deep pink hair. It was Alan, brother? Is that you? A small flame flickered in her palm, though few wizards could afford to underestimate its potential harm. It's me, Anne. It's late. You should go to bed, Alan gently admonished. The tiny figure shook her head, her voice soft yet resolute. Why didn't you bring Anne along? I know you went out. Can't I help? Touched, Alan ruffled her hair once more. All right, no more fussing. Get some rest. Next time, if you can assist, I'll take you with me. Wait, brother, you smell of blood. Why didn't you call in for the fight? I'm very capable, and regardless of what others think, I will always stand by you. Fine, next time I'll call you if there's one. But it's late. You should sleep now. Under Alan's half-hearted insistence, and obediently returned to her bed, leaving Alan alone. Would he truly accept help from anyone? It seemed unnecessary, though he sometimes felt a sense of foreboding. He couldn't deny the comfort of having someone steadfastly by his side. As he lay on the bed, a place he hadn't occupied in a while, Alan pondered these matters with a smile, drifting off into slumber. With everything in order, the tension of life at Hogwarts resumed. Aside from Alan's consistent weekly correspondence and the absence of a defense against the dark arts teacher, little else had changed. No, there have indeed been changes. After the departure of Professor Sigma, the daily activity of assessing the misfortunes of other colleges to gauge what one might experience that afternoon has utterly vanished from the campus. The day after the celebration, Dumbledore informed all the young wizards of this development, prompting a week-long clandestine festivity among a group of initially skeptical young sorcerers. In his announcement, Professor Dumbledore remarked, "It is with great regret that we part ways with another diligent professor. Although he has not encountered any misfortune, we are certain of one thing. He will no longer be able to teach at Hogwarts. Henceforth, your classes in defense against the dark arts will be self-study, and we shall welcome a new professor of this subject after the summer recess next year." What does yet again imply? Does this suggest that professors of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts are mere commodities? A moment of silence, once more, for the soon-to-arrive instructor of defense against the dark arts, along with a nod to Professor Lowe, who teaches Muggle studies, as he is if all goes as planned. The third professor in this role. For the time being, Alan has no intention of causing trouble, at least not until he can confront Voldemort directly. As for pity for Professor Lowe, there is no need. He is not under the influence of the Dementor's curse, but has willingly allied himself with Voldemort. After the celebration, the young wizards finally realized that the absence of their professor rendered their defense against the dark arts class exceedingly dull, with some even beginning to reminisce about him. However, this sentiment swiftly dissipated under the weight of their heavy coursework as the end of term approached. Even as wizards, one cannot escape the specter of examinations. So who decreed that a score of 60 is the benchmark for passing? Wouldn't 50 suffice? All right. Hogwarts employs a grading system. The professors began to assign copious amounts of post-class exercises, leading Alan to suspect they had adopted an intensive work strategy from some mysterious eastern land. However, aside from Alan, whose previous battles with mountains of homework allowed him some leisure time for complaints, others like Marshall found their last vestiges of energy drained as they transcribed their thoughts on a parchment. The sweltering weather only exacerbated the looming examinations, making it nearly impossible to find a seat in the library if one arrived even slightly late. The lawns were filled with young wizards huddled over their books and notes in review. Even the Slytherins had lost their opportunity to confront Alan. Yet, this void was soon filled by those whose anxiety had turned into nervousness, occasionally casting jinxes at passing young wizards, prompting Alan, now armed with the right to retaliate, to respond in kind. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched to their limits, the examinations finally arrived. The relentless succession of tests, aside from defense against the dark arts, drained the last remnants of vitality from all. Practical exams were somewhat manageable, Alan easily discerned the professor's satisfaction in their approving glances. However, the theoretical exams, especially in history of magic, represented Alan's greatest weakness. The sweltering examination room and the headache-inducing questions formed a veritable inferno. After concluding all examinations, Alan lay on the sunlit lawn, feeling even he had grown weary. Nearby, in a similar posture, were his twin brothers. "Alan, I feel that if it weren't for these damned exams, we would have deciphered that map by now," George exclaimed. "I believe exams are a tad more important than a map." "How did you fare?" Alan replied, engaging in casual banter with his brothers. "Oh, I reckon grades aren't everything." "Of course, I'm certain I passed all my subjects." George hesitated, uncertainty creeping in. "Indeed, no matter how hard we try, we can't surpass Charlie and Errol. Percy is quite the bookworm too. With their scores looming over us, ours won't be anything to marvel at. So, let us just aim to pass," Fred lazily added. "By the way, Alan, would you like to come over to our house during the holidays?" George interjected. "I believe my mother would be thrilled to welcome you, especially since Charlie has showered you with praises in his letters." "Haha, Alan, what do you think of those compliments?" Fred chuckled mischievously, having teased Alan about this quite a bit. "Well, I think Charlie missed one crucial attribute, the dashing Alan," Alan replied, pointing to himself with a grin. The response was met with 4 fingers raised in jest. Chapter 26. The Arcane Olympics of Defense Against the Dark Arts, akin to the Mathematical Olympiad. When is a student at their most leisurely? During the period after examinations when results have yet to be released. Even the most studious among them find a moment of respite while awaiting their scores. While the optimistic and the pass is all that matters crowd seize this time to unwind. Since the advent of examinations, this pattern has remained unbroken, at least in broad strokes. Naturally, the young wizards at Hogwarts are no exception. They are at an age brimming with vitality, and without the formidable weight of exams pressing down upon them, their surplus energy is immediately redirected into various activities. Older students, perhaps newly enamored, might sneak into an empty classroom to reclaim rendezvous time lost to exams, while younger wizards, lacking such opportunities, have become increasingly rowdy, as if to compensate for the time they lost. This is exacerbated by the cancellation of this year's Quidditch Cup due to an exchange event, which deprived the young wizards of a significant outlet for their exuberance. So, where has their energy been channeled? Into brawls. Yes, you heard that right, fighting, a traditional pastime at Hogwarts. This year, the skirmishes have been particularly fierce. With the absence of the Quidditch Cup, Slytherin has been unable to dominate as in previous years. Though the Hufflepuffs are incensed that they cannot showcase the significant changes brought about by their innovative training methods, it is clear that this year, their chosen avenue for a comeback has yielded no points. Consequently, tensions have escalated among the houses. To be precise, the scores among several houses are alarmingly close, with Slytherin perched at the top and Hufflepuff trailing at the bottom by a mere 5 points. Indeed, a trivial 5 points. As the academic year progressed, the astute Ravenclaw managed to secure second place by a single point, while the Gryffindors, who excelled during the inter-house exchange, occupy a slight edge over Hufflepuff. Why temporarily? Because, even though the professors no longer possess the authority to award extra points post-examination, one individual still holds the power to deduct points. The gap between first and fourth place is a mere 5 points, indicating that any professor, should they choose to be stringent with their deductions, could easily plummet the leader to fourth place. This signifies that each house is but a step away from the House Cup, provided they could drag down their competitors. While instigating conflict may be a tad excessive, reporting violations of conduct is not. However, Mr. Fair soon became aware of the students' escalating conflicts, often arriving belatedly to the scene, only to deduct a negligible point from the losing side. It is worth noting that Mr. Fair's greatest wish is to reinstate corporal punishment. Currently, the situation merely involves students fighting rather than him administering discipline, which is hardly a significant change, as Hogwarts students have been brawling annually. Though this year, the turmoil has been notably more pronounced. Regardless, Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing has adeptly handled the situation over the years, serving as a supplementary resource for the students' defense against the dark arts education. After all, with a new professor each year, they hardly manage to complete a full curriculum. And ultimately, the fifth-year students must sit for their OWLs. Without extra tutoring, how could they possibly succeed? Under the tacit approval of the school, conflicts have been an annual occurrence, and this year was no exception, with all 4 houses embroiled in the fray. Thus, as Alan returned from the library, having read some offerings, he found himself confronted by an impromptu examination of the defense against the dark arts class, surrounded by a formidable cadre of nearly 30 Slytherin students. Among them were many familiar faces, as half of them had previously been sent to Madame Pomfrey for remedial lessons by him. "Alan, it has been quite some time," exclaimed the leader, a rather forgettable character whom Alan distinctly recalled having knocked out nearly 10 times this academic year alone. Alas, the unfortunate truth was that Alan still could not recall his name. "Is everyone not here today?" he quipped. "By the way, do you all find the hospital's breakfast delightful?" With a smile, Alan began to scout for an escape route. What a farce. This wasn't some hack-and-slash game. Back at the beginning of the term, he might have been able to bully a single student from their house. But now, after a semester of systematic study, how could he possibly contend against them all? "Do you remember me, Alan?" A tall figure emerged from the crowd, his gaze fixated on Alan with an almost predatory intensity. "Who are you? We're not even acquainted." Alan replied, perplexed. This provoked the tall youth's ire. "You scoundrel. You've turned me into a disgrace for my entire family." The image of me hanging by bats has been the subject of countless conversations. I had the chance to report you to the professors, but I refrained. "Do you know why, Alan?" He paused, his teeth clenched. "Today, I shall ensure that you, the so-called genius of Hufflepuff, can never hold your head high in this school again. We will strip you of your clothing, bind you to a horde of owls, and let the entire school witness your disgrace. However, I, the stout-hearted one, shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel down, bow, and apologize to me." He raised a foot menacingly, "Then lick my shoes clean, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Do not delude yourself into thinking Dumbledore or any professors will come to your aid. Today, I shall cleanse my humiliation, even if it costs me expulsion. So, make your choice, mudblood. Will you be bound, or will you kneel?" The surrounding Slytherins were momentarily stunned. "John, you've lost your mind. You'll get expelled. It's of no concern. I swear on the honor of the Lind family. I'll take full responsibility for this. I would rather face Azkaban." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, for they all understood the terror Azkaban instilled in wizards, especially among these purebloods. Hesitant murmurs of agreement began to surface. "Well, if you insist, then I shall assist you." As they prepared to advance upon Alan, they found not a trace of panic upon his visage. Villains often fall prey to their own verbosity. In that brief moment of delay, Alan had no intention of fleeing. He could easily dispatch these young wizards if he chose. Of course, he harbored no murderous intent, despite their juvenile bravado. What conventional strategy could he employ without resorting to his ultimate abilities? When one finds oneself outmatched, what does one do? Naturally, one calls upon their brethren for assistance. Just as John was about to present Alan with his choices, Horace had already arrived. Chapter 27. The end of the academic year, a new beginning. What to do with such troublesome youths? They were mostly spoiled. A good thrashing would suffice, even if this brat thought he had paid the highest price he could muster. Alan felt no pity. On the contrary, under such a bombastic threat, he could only stifle a laugh, fearing his retaliation might not be sufficiently potent. Legend speaks of a renowned seer residing in a village of wizards. One day, upon returning home, he discovered his witch wife was scolding their child. He ventured to intervene, saying, "Why do you constantly berate the child? It's detrimental to their growth." The witch retorted, "Humph. Your child boasts of having read a few books and claims to be a seer, parading around with other little wizards. Oh, come now, he is merely showing off. What's the harm in that? Just reprimand him. Oh, he is boasting about predicting the date of others' demise." The wizard paused and declared, "Set him down. I shall handle this." At that moment, Alan wished to convey to Horace, who was preparing to ambush, "Let me take care of this." The outcome was resounding. From the instant Horace made his move, the failure of these young wizards was all but sealed, particularly as their reactions were woefully inadequate. However, Alan had no intention of letting them off easily. Those who insult others must themselves be insulted. Shortly thereafter, Alan whistled as he departed, leaving behind a scene of chaos and disarray, the aftermath rather unseemly. One significant gain from his encounters was the acquisition of a unique spell from a professor at Wagadu. While he may not have mastered it with the same flair and finesse, setting a few garments ablaze was certainly within his capabilities. Since they wished for him to run around in the nude, he would return the favor in kind. With an air of nonchalance, Alan turned away, accompanied by Horace, as they exited the ambush's lair. That evening, Hogwarts was abuzz with tales of students collectively running naked due to examination stress, met with derision from their peers. After all, who would believe such antics were genuine when the exams were already concluded? It was undoubtedly a deliberate act, as Alan anticipated on the day the news broke. He was summoned to Professor Pomona Sprout's office. To his surprise, however, he faced no punishment. Rather, the school had employed him under the guise of providing assistance. The remuneration was decent, yet this menial work consumed nearly all his spare time, effectively serving as a form of house arrest. Though Alan had committed no wrongdoing, it was evident that Dumbledore had exerted considerable effort to secure such a favorable arrangement for him. Violence was not merely a matter of one confrontation. It involved the repercussions for both the young and their elders, particularly since Slytherin was predominantly composed of long-established wizarding families. Their influence on the school was undeniable. This indirect confinement could be seen as a measure of protection for Alan. Nonetheless, Alan expressed little concern. After all, Voldemort would inevitably return before he could eliminate him, at which point these individuals would likely be purged by their own kind, for those courting their own demise, as long as they did not overreach. Alan bore no objection to witnessing their downfall. So, Alan, what are your thoughts on the School S arrangements? Professor Sprout inquired, her gaze fixed on her student, satisfaction radiating from her, save for his penchant for mischief. She feared he might refuse, compelling her to divulge the darker aspects of the wizarding world she deemed unsuitable for a child's ears. Not a problem, Professor, I am more than willing, Alan replied courteously, offering a slow bow as he exited her office. There was no rush. Harry had yet to enroll, and what he needed now was to gradually amass strength. A mere part-time job would hardly cause a stir. The older Slytherins were disinclined to recount tales of their own misfortunes. As the year-end feast approached, the four houses found themselves in an awkward predicament. After much contention, they discovered that their scores had reached an unprecedented equilibrium, with the number of gems in each hourglass identical for perhaps the first time since Hogwarts' founding. Thus, the once lavishly adorned Great Hall was stripped of its embellishments, as no house dared to flaunt their ribbons in the face of such parity. Another year had passed, and Dumbledore jovially proclaimed, "Before we indulge in these exquisite dishes, I must trouble you all to listen to the ramblings of an old man. What a remarkable year it has been. In addition to our regular studies, we have engaged in a most amicable exchange with Wagadu. Surely, your minds have been enriched, especially with the insights gained from the collision of entirely different magical systems. However, there is no need to rush. A whole summer awaits you, offering ample opportunity to thoroughly digest those matters and clear your mind before the next term begins. As far as I am aware, we must first conduct the award ceremony for the House Cup. But it seems we are faced with an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Hogwarts. All four houses have tied in points. Regrettably, I must leave the House Cup here. However, this is not necessarily a negative outcome, as the honor belongs to Hogwarts itself. Yet, does the Great Hall not seem somewhat lacking in vibrancy? At the wave of Dumbledore's hand, each house's long table was adorned with decorations befitting its respective house, while a magnificent Hogwarts crest dominated the center. Shortly after the celebratory feast, the results were finally released. As expected, Alan emerged as the top student in nearly all subjects, with the exception of History of Magic. The top score in that subject was claimed by a Hufflepuff from Lowood, which meant that Hufflepuff achieved the overall first place in all subjects, leading to the customary grand feast being held in their common room. The twin brothers, as anticipated, managed to pass all their courses, except for a few that piqued their interest, while lamenting that this year's defense against the dark arts exam was cancelled. Otherwise, they might have secured another outstanding grade. As everyone made their way towards the train awaiting them, the announcement prohibiting the use of magic was simultaneously distributed. Nevertheless, Alan had no intention of adhering to it. Any agreement I have not signed is merely a reserve for toilet paper. On the train, Alan and the twins arranged a time to visit his home, and even Charlie, while managing the young wizards, made a special trip to remind Alan not to forget the time. After departing last, due to issues with the carriage, Alan greeted all familiar faces he passed by, and once most had dispersed, he hailed a taxi. He waved goodbye to the last little wizard, who was delayed by family traffic. Have a great summer. Yes, Alan, have a wonderful summer. Chapter 1. A journey begun with smuggling. Well, at this moment, Alan was leaning against the railing of the deck, retching. Surrounding him were several lifeless bodies lying in pools of blood. The cause of his vomiting was not due to a fear of blood, but rather seasickness. The events leading to this were as follows. After returning to the orphanage for a few days during summer break, Alan found himself facing various inconveniences, particularly the inability to purchase enough books to supplement his magical knowledge due to a lack of funds, which left him feeling somewhat out of sorts compared to the seemingly endless library at Hogwarts. The few secondhand books he had acquired were entirely insufficient for his reading needs. There's a saying that goes, to read 10,000 books is to travel 10,000 miles. Since he lacked the money to buy books, Alan turned his thoughts toward traveling. As for the lack of funds, that was a separate issue. Wasn't there such a thing as budget travel? However, it was clear that Alan's approach to budget travel was rather unconventional. He had no intention of paying for a ticket. Each creature has its own path. And since Alan couldn't afford to travel abroad legitimately, he opted for a different means, smuggling. Naturally, such a perilous endeavor was ill-suited for girls. So Alan disregarded Annie's protests and left her behind at the orphanage with a promise to take her on an outing next year, another significant expense. By conventional standards, smuggling typically incurs higher costs, yet Alan had no plans to purchase a ticket. Thus, after altering his appearance using the transfiguration skills he had learned during communication, he sought out a team that resembled a human trafficking organization. Perhaps deceived by Alan's 11-year-old appearance, this group, after navigating through labyrinthine alleys, arranged for accommodations and sustenance for the tattered but reasonably attractive Alan. At the time, he claimed to have been abused at the orphanage and expressed a desire to find work. Of course, working was out of the question, even if Alan had that intention. These individuals had no such plans. They were part of an international trafficking organization, abducting children from marginalized European nations and then transporting them between various countries, ultimately selling the selected children to those with psychopathic tendencies. As for Alan being a boy, apologies, but the demand for boys was equally robust, with the market showing signs of expansion. Initially, this group had no intention of trafficking in the UK. It was merely a transit point, but Alan's presence changed that. Thus, after spending 2 days in a modest room, Alan was lured onto a ship under the flimsy pretext of serving as an apprentice sailor. The vessel was docked at a remote harbor, so desolate that not even a bird would dare to alight there. It was old but remarkably sturdy. For the crew, the ship was as precious as life itself. Even these scoundrels relied on the sea for their livelihood, and the ocean was not always tranquil when a tsunami struck. Even the strongest and most ferocious among them would cling to the ship as their last bastion of safety. Since Alan and the others would be sold for a good price, their accommodations were not as dreadful as the tales of smuggling ships suggest. In vessels operated by those known as snakeheads, to maximize profits and minimize the risk of detection, passengers were confined to an airtight environment, where everyone dealt with physiological needs and meals, thereby increasing the risk of infectious diseases, which led to a high mortality rate beneath the swaying deck. Apart from the limitations on their freedom, Alan and his companions were well-fed and warm. Had it not been for the human traffickers, who revealed their true colors through threats and hollow promises of a brighter future, this could have been deemed a perfect journey. Unfortunately, these individuals, who could have survived a couple of extra days, made a fatal blunder at the most critical moment. Although they would not treat abducted children too harshly to maintain the high price of their merchandise, this restraint was only applicable to girls. On the eve of their arrival, Alan caught the eye of a particularly repulsive individual. The gaunt man was as good as dead. Few could survive with a toothbrush lodged in their heart. As for why he didn't use magic, first, Alan had no desire to end these scoundrels' lives too swiftly. Second, dealing with the aftermath would be troublesome. In the eyes of wizards, physical attacks and magical ones were entirely different matters. Very few wizards paid heed to the internal conflicts among muggles. All this was something he had contemplated previously. Now, it was merely a matter of advancing the timing of his actions a bit, which posed no significant issue. From the corpse on the floor, Alan quickly located the key and unlocked the door to his room. The creaking door opening did not instill a flicker of fear within him. Rather, he felt as though he were partaking in a sacred ritual, where all things were ephemeral, and all matters were permissible. I wonder if this counts as entrapment? Alan pondered as he stealthily advanced. From that loathsome man's body, he retrieved a sharp small knife, a necessary tool for their daily lives, though there were no guns. However, even if there had been a gun, Alan would not have used it. To him, the efficacy of a gun paled in comparison to the convenience of magic, even though he had refrained from bringing his wand to avoid being tracked. The small knife was not particularly user-friendly, so Alan resolved to acquire a more suitable weapon. As for magic, he intended to refrain from using it unless in a dire situation to avoid unnecessary complications. With the assistance of Warlow, he was well aware of the ship's layout. Few would pay attention to the birds following the vessel, as most of them were merely scavengers, drawn in by the vibrations and heat produced by the ship's engine. Thus, Alan effortlessly slipped into the kitchen, and amidst the overpowering stench of fish and rum, he swiftly located an ideal tool, the largest fish filleting knife. This is no ordinary knife. The fish it dispatches are not your typical small catches. In truth, this blade is a handcrafted weapon, measuring over 1.5 feet in length, fashioned from scrap steel salvaged from foundry. Its edge is honed to an extreme sharpness, capable of effortlessly slicing open a shark's belly, not to mention that of a human. The obsidian blade is merely gripped by a handle made of coarse cloth, and to an observer, Alan wielding it resembles a knight brandishing a mighty sword. Indeed, It evokes a sense of Garen-like prowess as Alan tests its weight. The two unfortunate sentinels on watch failed to raise the alarm before being felled by a single stroke, resulting in Alan's carnage only being discovered halfway through when one hapless soul, responding to nature's call in the dead of night, caught a whiff of the pungent scent of blood. His panicked cries summoned the remaining crew, heralding his own demise. Those who awoke rushed to the armory. The captain had decreed that only the guards could bear arms to prevent insurrection and encountering the Coast Guard. The old Soviet cannons were sufficient to buy them time to arm themselves. Alas, Alan had no intention of engaging in a gunfight, for a mere lock posed no challenge. A few iron wires to jam the keyhole would suffice. The only significant resistance came from the captain. Witnessing his men being slaughtered by a mere boy while clad in his nightclothes, chose not to pray, but instead fired his pistol with resolve. Regrettably, a shield that had illuminated with the gunfire extinguished his last flicker of hope, and a crow snatched away the only assurance he had. Please, he knelt, but his plea was cut short. Alan had no habit of granting his adversaries a chance. Subsequently, amidst the dual onslaught of the stench of blood and the swaying deck, the bloodied, fish-slaying knife in hand, Alan succumbed to an involuntary retch. Chapter 2. On the significance of utility poles. Traveling without a fare is delightful in many respects, yet its sole drawback is the instability of the destination. Nonetheless, Alan considers himself fortunate to have been smuggled not to some private island, but rather clandestinely transported to America. At present, he finds himself indulging in a large ice cream while perusing the newspaper, the headline boldly proclaiming, "Customs seize human trafficking vessel. Freedom forever in America." The ship is strikingly familiar to Alan, for he had just teleported aboard it using his rogue-esque skill yesterday. The news exalts the crucial role of customs, stating that all defiant traffickers were eradicated, while those children who were abducted, aside from those able to return to their homelands, would be placed in the care of the great American government's welfare institutions. This article garnered much acclaim, and Alan felt quite satisfied, although that gang received no payment. The wealth they carried was still considerable, though it was merely what Alan had scavenged from them. He surmised that the ship harbored a secret vault. Otherwise, the cash they carried seemed scant for a group that had long engaged in such illicit activities. Unfortunately, Alan had no time to search for the potential treasure, as one of the deceased had fallen into the sea, the blood attracting a host of sharks, which caught the attention of the customs vessel. Thus, his original plan to search thoroughly and then signal for assistance was completely thwarted, and he had no choice but to hastily teleport away. However, the dilemma now lay in the fact that although he possessed a substantial sum of money, he could not find a means to convert it into gallons. Just as one must exchange pounds at Gringotts for British currency, US dollars were not directly usable either. The system did not recognize them, particularly as Alan had no clue where the American Wizarding shopping district was located. He could hardly approach strangers and ask, "Excuse me, are you a wizard? Pardon the interruption, but could you direct me to the Wizarding Bank? Or, I beg your pardon, might you tell me how to reach the gathering point for wizards?" The absurdity of such a scene is almost comical. Before he could locate the American magical community, he would likely find himself confined to a psychiatric ward. Nevertheless, these concerns were not paramount. What Alan truly required was an identity that would allow him to traverse the official world freely, commonly referred to as a counterfeit document. This was not a challenging task. Even if advertisements were not plastered on every utility pole and restroom in America, there were still numerous institutions offering similar services. Let us not forget that America is the world's largest haven for smuggling. Such establishments, if one knows where to look, are quite easy to find, thanks to the local informants found in taverns. The city where Alan resides is an obscure place with a modest harbor, where the only thriving industries are fishing and taverns. Beneath the surface, however, illicit smuggling and the trafficking of illegal substances constitute a substantial underground economy. Here, one can find numerous shabby taverns adorned with an array of bizarre signage and opulent subterranean architecture. Earning a living from the sea has always been a perilous endeavor, leading to unique beliefs among different sailors. Their reverence for deities is often tenuous, and sometimes surviving a storm prompts them to turn to other gods. Those who manage to accumulate wealth through alcohol, illegal drugs, and savings often choose to establish their own bars, their beliefs influencing the architectural styles they adopt, hence the myriad forms of taverns. Tavern owners are astute individuals, their exaggerated tales of adventure drawing in crowds. And for the sake of profit, these establishments often engage in multiple ventures, daring to partake in any lucrative business. Alcohol, illegal narcotics, gambling, vice, smuggling, fencing stolen goods. and providing clientele for human traffickers. The very services Alan requires conveniently fall within the purview of these taverns. Upon pushing open the weathered yet well-maintained door of a tavern, he was greeted by a symphony of jests initiated by the bartender. "Hey kid, we don't serve juice here. What would a half-grown child drink? Go back to your mother's milk." Alan merely cast a cursory glance at these jibes, and quickly identified the loudest patron among them. He strode over, flashing a sweet smile, and seized the glass from the man's table, slamming it directly into his face. Crack! Beer and shards of glass exploded forth, and the man, struck by the force of the blow, bled, though his injuries were not severe. Alan had no intention of inflicting mortal harm. "You little brat," the man exclaimed, preparing to teach this audacious child a painful lesson. However, Alan's need directly resolved the matter, and the faint sound of cracking eggs silenced the tavern for a moment. As Alan dragged the loudest patron toward the exit and unceremoniously tossed him out, as if he were refused, the crowd erupted into cheers and whistles. Fights were commonplace here. Although today as protagonist was somewhat young, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Alan slid a $10 bill across the bar, transforming the bartender's expression from frosty to amiable. Brawling was acceptable, but compensation must be ensured. "Can you help me gather some information?" Alan inquired, raising his finger. "Of course," replied the bartender, whose fairness was well known. As he set aside the glass he had been cleaning and pocketed the bill. "I believe I require assistance regarding residency documentation." "Oh no, that is practically worthless information." Abe would weep. He was thrown out just for that. The bartender looked at Alan with skepticism, then provided him with the address of a person who could facilitate the creation of counterfeit documents. Following that, he slid a full glass of liquor toward Alan, adding, "Kid, Abe is always fair." Guided by the bartender's directions, Alan soon found himself in a secluded alleyway. The filthy, chaotic alley, littered with discarded refuse and swarming with flies, awakened within him an overwhelming urge to wield magic. This was, without a doubt, the dirtiest alley he had ever encountered. Moreover, he had to tread carefully to avoid stepping on the loose cobblestones, for doing so would unleash a torrent of fetid, stagnant water. He couldn't help but question the credibility of this man who was touted as the finest document forger. Could someone truly capable find themselves in such a dismal state? After he had knocked on the door for what felt like an eternity, a response finally emanated from within. Even through the door, Alan could discern the overwhelming intoxication in the voice. Just as Alan was about to explain his purpose, the man who opened the door exhibited an unexpected agility, pulling from his trousers a familiar object. In an instant, a beam of ghastly white light shot forth from that wand towards Alan. Chapter 3 thus. Every novice boss is a good person. Unfortunately for Alan, a frontal assault proved utterly ineffectual. As a transparent barrier rose, the unknown curse was completely neutralized. The man's expression shifted from smugness to shock as a powerful punch landed squarely on his head. Engaging in close combat with a wizard while having their control thwarted, was there truly any difference between him and a salted fish on a chopping board? Modi felt rather unfortunate. As a noble vampire, not only had he failed to inherit even a semblance of his ancestors' glory, but his current predicament of being hunted by his own family was intolerable. He was a noble, elegant bloodline, not some lowly swine. Yet, here he was, forced to reside in a filthy alley to evade his family's wrath, a truly lamentable fate. In the distant lore of vampires, they were meant to dwell in lofty, shadowy castles, indulging in virgin blood as red as the finest wine at dusk, while all menial tasks were delegated to servants and those wretched werewolves. Within their domains, they were to shepherd humans like flocks of sheep, a life of exquisite beauty. Alas, those lambs eventually grew fangs, invented spells akin to those of the noble bloodlines, and referred to themselves as wizards. Under the onslaught of wizards and the rebellion of erstwhile servants, they lost their grand castles, amassed wealth, and vast herds. However, the passage of time proved beneficial. They began to conceal themselves in the shadows of the wizarding world, finding new residences in graveyards. Though the underground was inescapably damp, they relished the darkness, and a stone tomb effectively mitigated the moisture. Regrettably, Modi had lost even that stone tomb, finding himself curled up in a wooden coffin. To be frank, it was hardly a pleasant place. His sensitive nose perpetually detected the unyielding scent of resin and the coal tar used for preservation. Today, however, Modi felt he could not even endure this subpar coffin, for upon opening the door, he distinctly sensed the magical aura of the person before him. This child was no mere muggle, but a wizard. In America, ordinary folks are referred to as muggles, not muggles. Just as he prepared to strike, The seemingly inconsequential brat revealed a disdainful smile, and then everything faded to black. When he awoke, he found himself tightly bound and lying on his own floor, his wand held aloft by the little imp, who was demonstrating various tricks with it. The ropes were taut, and, ironically, they were tied at points that would be crucial during transformation. After futile struggles, he turned his gaze back to the imp who had knocked him unconscious. At that moment, the imp was toying with a pouch of coins that should still contain 70 galleons and 8 nuts. How did he know this so precisely? Because that pouch was originally his. Yet, in his current predicament, he had no intention of demanding his pouch back. Instead, he found himself speculating about the identity of the person before him. Was he the self-proclaimed vampire hunter, a newly turned genius of the family, or perhaps an ancient, youthful undead? Surely, he couldn't be a child laborer employed by the Ministry of Magic. However, none of his guesses were correct. The true identity of the intruder was his customer. Yet, at that moment, Alan had completely abandoned any thoughts of remaining a steady customer. The notion of a smile erasing enmity might apply in a school setting. After all, it was merely playful banter among classmates. But regarding the individual before him, who seemed intent on his demise, Alan had no plans to show him mercy, especially after discovering the corpse of a malnourished individual in the kitchen, who had bled out multiple times. The only reason he did not dispose of this individual immediately was that he had developed a peculiar fascination with this nearly invisible supernatural being. Indeed, vampires have been classified as supernatural entities, and they were the hunted. Killing one would earn a substantial bounty from the Ministry of Magic. In his desperate state, Alan had once researched these creatures. He had even entertained the idea of becoming a vampire hunter. Unfortunately, few had managed to claim such bounties in recent times, not due to the Ministry's stinginess, but because the vampires had become adept at evasion. Clearly, Alan would not be collecting any bounty. As an illegal immigrant wizard, he was fortunate not to be arrested by the Ministry. After promising the vampire a swift demise rather than a slow, torturous death under the sun, this bloodsucker relinquished his final resistance, divulging all the information Alan sought. Of course, this was under the small condition that Alan, with a mere look of despair in his eyes, forced him to partially transform, a state that, under the blazing sun, was akin to suicide. Once he had revealed everything, Alan fulfilled his promise. With a flick of his magic, a silver sickle transformed into a sharp spike, which he then plunged into the vampire's heart. Though it felt somewhat wasteful, considering the bag of galleons, Alan refrained from employing a more painful spell to end his life. From the unfortunate soul's demise, Alan acquired a wealth of information and resources, a novice map detailing the locations of the Ministry and shops, a starter weapon, the unfortunate vampire's wand, initial funds, a small pouch of gold galleons, an identification document, blank and awaiting completion, and a mysterious, incomplete treasure map. As he had revealed, he was pursued for eavesdropping on a conversation between the clan leader and the heads of other clans regarding a treasure left behind by an ancestor during an escape. The difficulty remained unknown. Alongside a legendary quest rumor, the decision to unearth the treasure was prompted by a mass migration of werewolves, necessitating a renewed pursuit of vampires to ensure good relations with the local ministry. In light of these treasures, Alan vowed to grant this vampire a funeral befitting his kind. He would dissolve the body in sunlight. As per vampire lore, such an act could lift all curses, allowing for rebirth as a wizard. Though Alan himself struggled to understand why basking in the sun while alive was a torture, yet a ritual in death. Witnessing the ashes of this wretched soul scatter in the wind, Alan resumed his journey, this time in the opposite direction. What a folly it would be to provoke a horde of vampires now. That would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 4. Situated in a mysterious locale, the Scale Street. In Chinatown, there stood an unassuming Sichuan restaurant. The brownish grease on the sign, the marks of smoke staining the walls, and the dense queue of patrons all indicated that this establishment was a quintessential fly restaurant, a term used by food enthusiasts to describe eateries with poor hygiene yet delightful flavors. Typically, the patrons here were locals. Foreigners preferred the more lavishly decorated establishments and looked down upon such roadside joints. However, today, a peculiar anomaly emerged in the queue. Although the boy standing there had a head of black hair, his pale skin clearly revealed his identity. The boy in the queue was none other than Alan, who, at this moment, chose to disregard the curious glances from those around him. For years, a full 4 years, 4 long years, he had endured the torment of various exquisite delicacies from the British Empire. Therefore, upon arriving in San Francisco, a city boasting the largest Chinatown in the world, Alan's first instinct was to seek out a meal. He spent a whole hour inquiring about which restaurant offered the most authentic cuisine. Of course, He couldn't forget the bewildered expressions of his fellow compatriots when they heard a foreign child speaking fluent Mandarin. After 10 minutes of waiting, having served the customer ahead of him, Alan finally reached the counter and was seated at a small table. The attendant, speaking at a rapid pace, inquired, "What would you like? Shall we order from the menu, or go with the chef's recommendations?" Only then did he realize the implication of the question. But Alan was equally quick in his response. "I'll have stir-fried potato shreds, a couple sliced lung dish, and some braised pork intestines. As for the rest, I'll leave it to fate." Once the perplexed attendant retreated to the kitchen, Alan settled down at the table, which was coated in a layer of grease, with a zigzag mark indicating that it had been hastily wiped down. The concept of going with the flow aptly described the dining experience, as it involved not ordering specific dishes, but rather relying on the chef's mood, creating a sense of delightful surprise. The individually ordered dishes took a bit longer, and the first to arrive was stir-fried pig's blood. While not a traditional Sichuan dish, it was perfectly acceptable, especially in America, where patrons are not overly demanding. Pig's blood is notoriously difficult to cook, as it can easily crumble or become tough, but clearly, this establishment had mastered the art. Alan found the texture to be soft yet intact, with no leathery chewiness to be found. Quite commendable. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the attendant across from him was wearing an expression that could only be described as dumbfounded. He likely never expected to encounter a foreigner so adept at using chopsticks. Sated though he was, without any alcohol, Alan was thoroughly pleased with his meal. He then summoned a taxi, a trivial endeavor in a country famed for its reliance on automobiles. According to an unnamed vampire, though Alan had not inquired further, there existed a large magical bank not far from the small town he had landed in San Francisco. As expected, it was run by goblins and bore the familiar name of Gringotts. Indeed, Gringotts, a large chain of banks, is one you can trust. One mustn't question why. Much like every martial arts universe has its own happy end. Without the vampire's guidance, Alan would have never discovered the magical shopping street in America, known as Diagon Alley. Where's the entrance to Diagon Alley, you ask? Why, it's at a nightclub glowing with red lights. Aside from that red glow, however, all the facilities in the establishment were non-operational. This place was inundated with a plethora of permanent Muggle-repelling charms, rendering it utterly uninteresting to even the most skilled adventurer. Yes, I did not misspeak. Adventure here is the pursuit of large weaponry. Upon stepping through that door, Alan selected a small room indicated by a sign. The room was quite simple, containing merely a table, a rickety chair, a bed, and a nightstand. Alan sighed and lay down on the bed, turning on the lamp beside him. With a creak accompanying the shifting of the bed and a sensation of weightlessness, Alan found himself transported to another bed. As he pushed open the door to his room, a cacophony of sounds erupted from all around. He had arrived at Diagon Alley. The magical market in America appeared vastly different from that of Diagon Alley. Here, one could observe a plethora of diverse magical products. The official name of the American Ministry of Magic is the American Magical Congress, with a structure akin to that of the Wizarding Council in Britain. The Wizarding Council served as the precursor to the ministry and was composed of representatives from the magical community across North America, elected to create laws and supervise and protect the magical population of the United States. However, due to the complex composition of the American populace, the makeup of American wizards is equally varied. It is important to note that a purely bloodline wizarding society could not sustain itself. The diversity of the populace has led to a rich variety of magical goods. The first shop that caught Alan's eye was one selling flying carpets, exquisitely handcrafted in Egypt, boasting a 2,000-year-old craftsmanship. This massive carpet was currently attempting to roll itself into a cylinder, with words woven into its fabric, as if to disguise itself as a pillar. Alan speculated that this shop must have a rivalry with the one next door, as the carpet obscured half of their advertisement. However, he could see a flying broomstick clearly through the bright window. At that moment, he had little time to admire the stores. Exchanging his dollars for galleons was paramount. Unbeknownst to him, Gringotts offered international exchange services. Soon, Alan learned this answer, but regrettably, he did not dare reveal his true identity. After exchanging a portion of his money, he reluctantly stashed the remainder in a small bag acquired from a senior, enchanted with space-folding magic, though this bag could only last 6 months, and the spell was quite complex. It wasn't that they refused to exchange his money. Rather, Alan was too apprehensive to do so. After all, what does an 11-year-old child with a substantial sum of money walking alone on the street seem like? Despite Alan's confidence in his protection, it was still a troublesome situation. What to do next? Engage in delightful shopping. Chapter 5, A Lesson in Life. It is said that there are over 70 ways to please an adult woman, and one of them is shopping. However, When one has sufficient funds in their pocket and the items offer ample novelty, shopping is hardly a burden for a boy. On a sweltering summer day, nothing could be more refreshing than a cup of strawberry sundae. Thus, at this moment, Alan indulged in a large sundae as he began to explore the shops along the shopping street. It was during this excursion that he encountered a rather amusing series of con artists, peddling various magical wares: lucky rabbit's feet, talking plush toys, protective amulets against vampires, and a mysterious treasure map purportedly from Merlin's battle ruins. This last item was particularly intolerable to Alan, as the scent of gunpowder still lingered in the air. However, it mattered little. Alan had no intention of spending even a single cent. He would rather visit a bookstore to purchase a few books than rummage through trinkets here. Their fantastical tales were entertaining enough, but according to their claims, it seemed that the relics from Merlin's battles were insufficient for their excavation. Nonetheless, Alan did indulge himself at a brightly decorated candy store, purchasing a large assortment of sweets: key lime pie, black and white cookies, blueberry pancakes drenched in syrup, and chocolate-coated biscuits. One must bring back some small gifts after such an outing. After all, it is said that girls have a separate stomach for desserts. Who can say? Additionally, he acquired 2 exquisite feather quills that would effortlessly record speech, even if one were to doze off while holding them. This was not to say such items were absent in England. In fact, Alan had seen similar wares in Diagon Alley, but regrettably, he had been short on funds at the time. He also took this opportunity to apologize once more to the diligent Professor Binns. However, the pleasant interlude was short-lived. Just as Alan was enjoying his shopping spree, a hand clapped on his shoulder from behind. "Excuse me, sir, may I see your wand permit?" In the American magical community, every magical citizen and wizarding visitor must carry a wand permit at all times. A wand permit? What is that? This question left Alan utterly bewildered. Then he slowly turned around, contemplating similar credentials, only to receive both good and bad news. The good news was that he indeed recognized the object in question. The bad news was that he had mistaken it for a counterfeit and left it behind in that room. As he turned his head, he realized the person who had called out to him was a remarkably tall gentleman, whom Alan estimated to be around 6 feet 3 inches. With a smile, he presented Alan with an Auror certificate bearing the name Fenton Jackson. "Oh, sir, I apologize, I didn't bring it with me. If you wouldn't mind, could you accompany me to retrieve it?" Alan endeavored to adopt an innocent expression, hoping that the gentleman might forego the inspection. Failing that, he could only gamble that the Vampire-S residence had yet to be inspected, allowing this Auror to accompany him via apparition. Unfortunately, events unfolded in a manner he most dreaded. The Auror furrowed his brow and stated, "Sir, please present your identification. According to ministry regulations, you will be detained for 10 days. Huh. The problem is my identification is also forged, and it's at a muggle level. Not to mention whether this document could fool an Auror. How long would he be sentenced for illegally entering as a wizard?" He was anxiously awaiting an answer. While Alan pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, another issue arose. "Citizen, please hand over your wand. I suspect you are in possession of an illegal wand." An illegal wand? Alan suddenly recalled the vampire's identity. He had defected from his clan. This meant he had acquired a wand prior to his escape. After all, it was a vampire lineage. The sheer number of wands in such a formidable clan could not simply vanish from the magical world. The only explanation was that vampires crafted their own wands, having accumulated the knowledge over centuries. This suggested that the deceased individual had known from the outset that this wand would bring trouble. It neither resembled a local wand nor possessed a legitimate usage certificate. Damn! Alan had been exceedingly cautious not to touch upon the secrets he spoke of, yet he had stumbled over this minor detail regarding the wand. Indeed, no vampire was a fool, especially not one capable of surviving a manhunt. However, lamenting would be of no avail. He still needed to navigate the immediate crisis. Resolutely, Alan steeled himself and made a decision. "Sir, wait. I suddenly remembered where my wand permit is. Here is my wand. Please hold it for me." He extended his wand, signaling his lack of hostile intent, which slightly eased the Auror's wariness, particularly as he took hold of the wand Alan had offered. "Wait. I placed it at the bottom of my bag." Alan rummaged through his small bag with one hand, feigning a careful search until he eventually extracted a piece of parchment. "Here it is." Alan raised the parchment to the Auror's chest and then abruptly flung his hand, releasing a cloud of brownish-red powder from the parchment. Simultaneously, he activated his ghostly sprint and dashed toward the street from whence he came. The taken-aback Auror was met with a face full of powder, causing him to tear up and sneeze, prompting him to swiftly use magic to cleanse himself and take a piece of dung-stone, a precautionary measure against poison. Unfortunately, no toxic reaction occurred. The powder was merely a blend of seasonings. As a HEPA, a culinary magic heir. To proceed without seasoning was a dereliction of duty. Just as the Auror prepared to chase him down again, he discovered that in the time spent addressing the issue, the path ahead had become obstructed by a crowd. While fleeing, Alan had, with a heavy heart and tears in his eyes, executed the most effective roadblock by scattering a large sum of galleons. Thus, when the Auror successfully cleared the crowd and summoned reinforcements, the only remnants of the suspect were the residual traces akin to apparition magic at the exit. The suspect had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a breathless Alan finally calmed his racing heart. To claim he was not anxious would be a lie. After all, this was an Auror capable of summoning others of his kind, and Alan knew he stood little chance in a one-on-one confrontation. When reinforcements arrived, he would be left with no options but to surrender. Yet, that vampire had executed his plan brilliantly, despite paying the ultimate price. He had nearly ensnared Alan in a prison of his own. Impressive indeed. Rather than harboring anger, Alan felt a deep respect for him. To have orchestrated so many verbal traps in such a short span was a true testament to talent. Alan retrieved water from his bag, took a few sips, and readied himself to continue. The vampire had imparted a vivid lesson, so why should he believe he could evade that Auror over such a short distance? Chapter 6. The Hunter and the Prey. What is an Auror? Aurors are the most elite wizards in the magical realm. Each must endure the most rigorous examinations to be selected. In England, to become an Auror, one must graduate from Hogwarts and undergo 3 years of training, during which time many are eliminated. In other words, Aurors comprise the most formidable team in the entire magical society, maintaining peace within the magical community and fighting on the front lines during the most perilous times. It was during Voldemort's most glorious moments that they stood resolutely in battle. Similarly, American Aurors are no less formidable. Due to the unique establishment environment of the American Ministry of Magic, Aurors in the United States have historically held a status superior to their British counterparts. The original ministry was guarded by 12 Aurors, and most of their descendants hold high positions within the ministry, thus solidifying the Aurors' esteemed status in the American magical community. This was not good news for Alan, who was preoccupied with escaping. The more powerful the Aurors, the greater the pressure upon him. Apparition can be tracked, especially by trained Aurors who specialize in this pursuit. While Death Eaters may possess formidable combat abilities, they lack the finesse required for such tasks. At this moment, Alan was traversing the wilderness, which was quite normal in America. In fact, much of the American landscape comprises uninhabited wilderness or sparsely populated farms, with a majority of the population concentrated in major cities, small towns, and some Native American reservations. Unlike other countries, the vast majority of the United States, aside from the Great Plains, canyons, and the Western Andes, is easily habitable. And due to its immigrant-developed nature, the concept of villages is virtually non-existent. Though unsure of where he had transported himself, Alan quickly discerned the direction away from the city by observing the sun. While unaware of where this path led, it was undoubtedly more comfortable than a wizarding prison. Although Alan had never seen what American prisons looked like, he imagined they could not be any better than Azkaban. Grateful for the practical life magic acquired during the recent hunt, Alan maintained a commendable speed. Due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain, he could only opt for the most direct route. It is worth noting that the underbrush and thickets in these regions often reached the height of young Alan's chest. Hence the invention of the machete to tackle such obstacles. However, while maintaining his forward momentum, this nearly destructive method of travel was simultaneously exposing his whereabouts to the utmost degree, let alone a trained Auror. Even an ordinary person unaccustomed to the forest would easily discern the chaos left in Alan's wake, provided they weren't blind. It simply would not do. After climbing a small slope, Alan paused, gazing back at the distant marks of his passage, silently calculating the time required to recover the energy and magic expended on the wandering charm. In such a frantic situation, recovery became increasingly difficult, and the cool-down period for his ghostly speed was even longer. Thus, only 2 paths lay before him. Firstly, the return to the UK has ceased the ongoing harvest and the perilous ability to transcend the international magical blockade through temporal and spatial skills is no longer traceable by Aurors. Secondly, utilizing a financial misfortune system to procure a hero, albeit not fully harnessing the hero's potential or optimizing monetary expenditure, can still provide rudimentary assistance in evading this crisis. Half an hour later, Auror Fennon located the small hillock where Alan had lingered. Tracking him proved far simpler than he had envisioned. The true obstacle was the throngs of people, for the Ministry of Magic does not grant them the authority to act against unwitting obstructions during peacetime. After employing magic to disperse those infernal distractions, It took him a full 15 minutes to clear a path, which was already a commendable speed. Two greedy individuals even insisted he adjudicate a dispute over a galleon, prompting an urge within him to unleash a curse. The deduction of the trace left by the apparition, or a similar magical technique, consumed nearly half an hour, far longer than he had anticipated. He suspected it to be a specialized, encrypted form of apparition, which infused him with both determination and despair. The determination stemmed from his resolve to capture Alan. Anyone capable of employing such a unique apparition technique was undoubtedly up to no good, just as a typical wizard would never casually experiment with dark magic. He realized that after wasting so much time, the hope of apprehending Alan had become exceedingly slim. Yet, as one door closes, another opens. The elusive little rascal evidently lacked counter-surveillance experience, and even his wilderness survival skills were rather rudimentary, as evidenced by the numerous distinct marks he left behind. Finnan felt he had indeed caught a significant lead. A youth so young and inexperienced in counter-surveillance, yet possessing such advanced apparition skills, could only belong to a larger illicit organization. Only a prodigious talent within such a group would receive such privileges. This realization ignited a fervor within him, as he, an adult, could easily outpace the young wizard, who, while on the move, was simultaneously damaging the flora, an indication that he was swiftly approaching his quarry. However, despair washed over him when he reached the summit of the hillock, only to find that the infantile, laughable traces had vanished without a trace. Damn it, where did that little rascal go? Had he used apparition again? Impossible. The toll on a wizard from consecutive uses is immense. For one of such tender age to manage it even once is a testament to extraordinary talent. How could he possibly execute it twice in such a short span? Reluctantly, he resumed his search for any potential remnants. His diligence bore fruit as he discovered a patch of damp grass. Had the clever little imp slid down from here? Finnan chuckled, cursing lightly. This sudden shift nearly led him astray, but alas, the youth was still a tad too green. Although he had summoned water to make the grass stand upright as he descended, the wet traces betrayed the little imp's intentions. Following the slope, he glimpsed a small town. If all went as expected, the imp should have taken refuge there. Still, he resolved to pursue along the path, uncertain whether the rascal might employ another cunning trick. Regrettably, as he slid down the slope, he was suddenly ensnared by an incantation he had never heard before. Bind of Roots. Chapter 7. A Sudden Shift in Identity. The sensation of revenge was exhilarating, yet at this moment, Alan's heart bled. He had expended 135 galleons and 480 galleons, totaling 615 galleons, which equates to a staggering 150 gold coins, enough to procure the most precious hero priced at 300. Nonetheless, there was no denying the effectiveness of the powers derived from the Widowmaker, Evelyn, and the Thorn's ascendants, Jera. Their combined strength granted him an almost vanishing capability in this area, although Alan had merely skimmed the surface of their powers. The disguise of the first assassin from the land of symbols and the plant embodiment of Jera, combined with his own minor arrangements, sufficed to evade scrutiny from the aura unfamiliar with such abilities. The chase was not a guard. His task was to swiftly discover the traces left by Alan's escape, rather than seeking out any peculiarities that defied botany. Had he not been so anxious, he would have discerned that the grass in the areas marked by Alan's flight had been not only irrigated, but also bore seeds from earlier growth. The Bind of Roots was a spell designed to ensnare foes and stimulate the growth of plant seeds during their advance. This fundamental magic was one Alan struggled to master, requiring both gestures and incantations for activation. However, no one could claim this spell was unsuitable. In fact, Finnan, like anyone else, understood the terror associated with this ambush spell. Under its influence, the grass around him surged forth, akin to demonic vines attempting to ensnare his form, while several tendrils adorned with crimson flowers and sharp thorns ascended, impeding his evasion, as Alan prepared to unleash an offensive spell. This newly acquired control magic momentarily rendered him incapable of channeling his power for other spells, as the dense vines and wildly growing grass were detonated by a fiery ring. Reluctantly, Alan had to substitute his attack spell for a protective charm. However, following the explosion, the intensity of the flames diminished significantly, rendering even this hastily cast spell insufficient for defense. Well done, young wizard. Emerged from the smoke, the pale-faced Auror, clearly drained by the spell's toll. Now, directing his wand at Alan. However, I hereby declare you under arrest. Ironclad shield. His triumphant proclamation was abruptly interrupted. Though Alan was wandless, he still possessed ample means. Moreover, after preparing for so long, How could he permit this individual to dismantle his efforts so easily? Why do we say that wildfires cannot be extinguished? As spring winds give rise anew? Because the seeds of plants often withstand destruction by flames far better than their mature forms. That fiery ring had not obliterated the myriad grass seeds scattered across the ground. As Alan unleashed a lethal thorn, the vines re-emerged. Though they failed to execute a successful ambush, thwarted by the timely, ironclad charm. This unfortunate turn of events left Alan lamenting, regretting that Harlow was not present. To conceal his identity, he had left Harlow in a hotel room in San Francisco. Unforeseen circumstances had escalated to such a degree over a mere currency exchange. At that moment, Harlow was still en route. He had specifically summoned him before fleeing, yet it would be at least another hour before Harlow arrived. Far too late. Even if Harlow were present, Alan would not permit him to intervene unless he wished to escalate the chase. The implications of an illegally smuggled wizard, compounded by dark associations, would amplify the severity of the pursuit tenfold. Reluctantly, although he was loath to admit it, the Raven's skills indeed leaned towards dark magic, and he had no intention of ending this Auror's life. After all, it was merely his duty to investigate. Yet, this did not deter Alan from his plan to give him a well-deserved thrashing. He had been merrily indulging in Sunday, counting his coins and perusing the shops, contemplating his next purchase, when this Auror unexpectedly approached him, demanding proof of his innocence. Had he unwittingly provoked him? He had committed no wrongdoing, evaded no taxes from the American Ministry of Magic, nor intended harm against wizards or muggles. He had merely crossed borders. While the Auror's actions were understandable, Alan felt justified in wanting to give him a good beating. However, the current predicament lies in subduing him, a formidable challenge, particularly as Alan finds himself bereft of a wand. At this juncture, he must rely on sheer endurance to contend with this foe. For the skills of the wandering class are far from advantageous against the strategically positioned Jella, given the profusion of flora in this vicinity. Regrettably, it seems that Merlin favors the local sorcerers, for just as Alan perceives the Auror's limit has been reached. The magical seeds he had sown at the base of the hillside emit an alarm. An approaching throng is imminent. Damn it, is that an Auror? This fellow audaciously summons a multitude for the sake of an underage wizard? How utterly shameless. This is akin to a defeated silver bureau crying foul and calling upon a master roommate for assistance. Thus, it is time to flee. It appears that fortune has turned against him today, and misfortune looms large, not to mention the fact that he cannot afford to remain here any longer. With misfortune at his heels, Alan expends a significant portion of his magical energy to conjure a thicket of thorns to ensnare the Auror, and then promptly activates his escape spell. Alas, it yields no response. His once infallible spell is rendered impotent as the space around him is sealed off. The extended duration for returning to the city, spanning several minutes, dissuades him from any further attempts, as those thorns cannot hold for long. The only recourse now is to employ the minor tricks of the Muggle arts to make some superficial repairs to his appearance. He possesses ample time to utilize the escape system. Unlike the legacy of heroes, he can still employ his magic even when his powers are suppressed. He has resigned himself to the worst-case scenario of capture, yet he is prepared for a prison break. With his struggles proving futile, he dispels the thorns, acknowledging their ineffectiveness. These petty tricks are unworthy of the situation. Contrary to his expectations, the Auror displays no semblance of triumph, but rather a look of hesitation. A spatial seal? This is not the Ministry's modus operandi. Youngster, are you one of theirs? What? Damn. Alan's expression momentarily falters. Indeed, today is not a fortuitous day. As calamities continue to cascade, observing Alan's change in demeanor, the Auror also shifts his expression, having anticipated a peaceful resolution. If the other party were to maintain a composed demeanor, they typically would not resort to violence. The killing of an Auror is a principle upheld by pureblood families. Then came the command. Youngster, your wand. The wand, previously confiscated, is returned to Alan's grasp, yet he feels no sense of reassurance. Even as the erstwhile adversary stands back to back with him, encircled by nearly 100 onlookers. Leading the assemblage is a woman clad in a fiery red cloak, an incongruous sight in this sweltering summer. However, Alan has no inclination to smile. When 100 wands are pointed at you, mirth is an unattainable luxury. The youthful woman with a doll-like visage addresses Alan with a smile. We have two uninvited yet esteemed guests. Since you've graced us with your presence, allow us to offer you a drink. Chapter 8. The mysterious tribe. Will you be a coward for a lifetime, or will you embrace the mantle of a hero? Even if for just a few fleeting moments? In this encircled moment, Alan inexplicably recalls the notion that transitions from praise to mockery. Regrettably, he has no intention of engaging in a futile struggle, shouting Demetia, and fighting to the last breath does not constitute heroism, but rather folly. Our definition of a hero is not simply one who recklessly charges into danger, but one who sacrifices for that which they wish to protect. Confronting disparities in strength and the difficulties ahead with unyielding courage, regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, that is the essence of heroism. Clearly, the Auror has not lost his wits. He and Alan display a semblance of camaraderie as the throng encircles them, choosing to refrain from hostility. Yet, both retain their wands. The spatial blockade and the throng of people are hardly signs of goodwill. Fortunately, whether due to confidence in their own abilities or a desire to alleviate Alan's anxiety, this inexplicable force has no intention of confiscating their wands, providing a modicum of comfort. Under the invitation, or escort, of the crowd, Alan and the Auror are led to a camp. And only then do they realize the reason for their capture. The explanation is rather straightforward. This camp is situated less than a kilometer from the site of their skirmish. They had essentially engaged in battle atop the enemy's roof. One might wonder how one would react if someone were to tear off the tiles of their house. Naturally, one would retaliate. Thus, Alan and his companion were summoned back for their trespass upon another's rooftop, though this was not the primary reason. The camp is rather rudimentary. Yet the wildflowers adorning each tent and the meticulously kept ground reveal the care taken in its maintenance. A variety of tents, reminiscent of a grand international assembly, boast an eclectic array of decorations and styles from disparate eras. Alan even spots a tent reminiscent of the American Gold Rush, standing beside one akin to a yurt. Yet the orderly arrangement mitigates the comedic effect. Upon their return, a few timid heads peek from the tents, eager to speak but swiftly pulled back by the adults within. Ultimately, Alan and the Auror are ushered into the largest and oldest tent, centrally located within the camp. This tent is notably distinct. Its decor consists of unknown animal teeth and various hides, and at its apex stand a flagpole supporting a peculiar flag until they approach and realize it is a massive, desiccated bat wing, a sight Alan vividly recalls as he had recently incinerated a pair with sunlight. This tent is perhaps the most dilapidated magical tent Alan has ever encountered. It lacks any semblance of furniture, kitchen, restroom, fireplace, or bed. It is even inferior to an ordinary Muggle tent, as inside lies a dim cavern. Fortunately, the cave is somewhat spacious, illuminated by torches, and Alan, along with their captors, proceeds to the farthest end, where stone furniture and a fire pit supported by stone pillars await. A massive carpet is the only commendable piece of furniture within. The leading young woman gestures for Alan and his companion to sit. Subsequently, a matronly figure brings forth cups of beverage for them. However, neither makes a move. It is sheer folly to drink without caution. Even without the inherited sophistication of a wizarding family, Alan can name numerous potions that, if mixed, would yield no adverse effects, let alone a professionally trained Auror. Noticing their reluctance to partake of the drinks, the leading woman remains unperturbed. She takes her seat facing them, lifts her drink, gently blows upon it, and takes a small sip, then states with utmost seriousness, "I apologize, but we must detain you for a while." Before Alan can respond, the Auror solemnly interjects, "Detain us? Are you implying you intend to imprison us illegally? Then, might I request an explanation? Are you mad? Were circumstances different?" Alan would undoubtedly lean in and shout in the Auror's ear. Despite being in a position of disadvantage, why should he be the one to make such a brazen demand? However, to Alan's astonishment, the woman softens in response to the Auror's assertiveness. Her tone lowers, yet her resolve remains unwavering. "I regret to inform you that I have no choice." Today is the night of the full moon. Observing the Auror's face transform into one of realization and the witch's demeanor shift towards appeasement, Alan finds himself momentarily bewildered. What has transpired? Why does the initially formidable woman now seem eager to placate the Auror? Wait, he must have overlooked something while marveling at the camp's arrangement. The witch, the Auror, the full moon, the contrasting attitudes, the distinctly different camps. Something is amiss. What have I overlooked? Alan pondered the answer to his questions, stroking his wand during a moment of silence among the three. The wand? Suddenly, Alan recalled a piece of information he had acquired earlier. The vampires had decided to unearth their treasure because, following the large-scale migration of werewolves, they sought to maintain a cordial relationship with the local Ministry of Magic by resuming their hunt for vampires. Indeed, the answer to the riddle was clear. If his deductions were accurate, that Auror was saved, while he himself was ensnared. This was no ordinary wizarding enclave, but rather the domain of werewolves. The one who commanded respect was not the Auror himself, but rather his status and the Ministry of Magic that stood behind him. Why did Ban Shao and his 36 warriors manage to traverse the western regions? Because behind them loomed the Han dynasty, ready to punish any who dared to offend. Similarly, the Auror was backed by a ministry capable of obliterating this tribe. Thus, aside from a mystery of why they were being detained, everything else fell into place. If his predictions held true, when the werewolves released them, they would present this Auror with a collection of extravagant bindings as a gift. So, one could only hope for solitary confinement tonight. It appeared that this journey was nearing its conclusion. A voice shattered his contemplation. No, Auror. If everything you say is true, that he has not studied dark magic nor harmed anyone, but merely lacks proper documentation, we refuse to imprison him. Although the approach was inappropriate, like you, came to our tribe as a guest. Having once vowed not to harm innocent humans due to our own suffering, we shall not imprison him for such a trivial reason. Ultimately, the negotiations concluded with him being courteously ushered out of the tent, allowed to move freely within the camp, but barred from leaving its confines. Unexpectedly, the Auror did not seem particularly enraged. Those werewolves remained as obstinate as ever. Had they possessed even a modicum of flexibility, they would not have remained without a designated settlement from the ministry for so many years. Lucky little imp, tomorrow promises yet another chase. I'll capture you myself, rather than falling into your trap. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Ritual. Naturally, Alan had no interest in leisurely wandering with an Auror intent on capturing him. He certainly did not wish to inadvertently acquire something that would facilitate tracking him. Observing that Alan ignored him and turned down a path, the Auror did not press the matter further, opting instead for another route. He was confident in his ability to apprehend this cunning little creature. After all, his wilderness survival skills were woefully inadequate. As for earlier events, they were merely an accident. Indeed, just an accident. Setting aside the Auror, as Alan meandered about, he discovered that the tribe's inhabitants were exceedingly warm-hearted. No matter whom he greeted, he was invariably met with the expectation of being presented with food. Clearly, his youthful appearance conferred upon him a beneficial charm of friendliness. However, Alan remained steadfast in his refusal to partake in any food until he could ascertain his safety, unwilling to consume anything that might be tainted. Nevertheless, even the most hospitable individuals remained tight-lipped regarding the reason for their detention, or, when pressed, they would stammer and divert the conversation elsewhere, which Alan found rather amusing. Yet, he stifled his curiosity. After all, one does not provoke others in their own territory unless one is courting danger. At dinner time, Alan was invited into a modest tent, where the Auror was already seated across from him. They exchanged glances, each letting out a huff of acknowledgement, and soon a table laden with dishes appeared before them. It must be said that the werewolves' cuisine was quite commendable. Though the vessels were rudimentary, the array of dishes looked exceedingly appetizing. Regrettably, both parties maintained a standoffish demeanor, each insisting the other partake first. After a prolonged stare-off, it was the Auror who finally broke the silence. Come on, let's discuss matters outside after this. You're at that age where you need to eat well. With that, he used communal utensils to serve Alan a generous portion of chicken leg. Burdened by my illegal status, I cannot eat. Auror, you should begin. I must reflect on why I felt compelled to break the law by wandering without proper identification. Alan, not to be outdone, offered the Auror a slice of sweet pastry. Who would believe you? Who are you trying to disgust? Clearly, Alan's false bravado only served to irritate the Auror further. What's the matter, little one? Afraid? He hissed through gritted teeth. If you dare, come at me. Whoever eats first is the fool, Alan retorted defiantly. The two then produced their wands, employing magic to levitate the food from the table, reminiscent of two famished men indulging in a feast. Afterwards, the Auror appeared visibly frustrated. Once everything was concluded, Alan pulled a large piece of cake from his pocket, happily savoring it. It was meant as a gift to take home, but it was delightful to enjoy now. He chuckled, glancing at the Auror, who looked utterly dumbfounded. I've got provisions. This fellow had pursued him all this way. The ambush may not have succeeded, but watching him flounder now alleviated much of Alan's resentment. Clearly, the Auror was also hungry, attempting to turn his head away to avoid witnessing Alan's indulgence. However, the rumbling of his stomach betrayed his true intentions. Alan shot him a glance, then produced another piece of cake, eliciting a look of delight from the Auror, as though he had seen an angel, and extended his hand with a smile. 5? The Auror paused, then realized. Little vampire. 5 galleons? Why don't you go steal some? Yet, under the pressure of hunger, he relented and fished 5 galleons from his pocket. However, upon seeing Alan's persistent grin and outstretched hand, he shook his head, still extending his hand in resignation. Damn it, 50 galleons. This cake isn't worth 5 sickles. Merlin, you might as well rob Gringotts. Then, he heard Alan's soft reply. Sir, robbing Gringotts won't yield cake as quickly. This isn't even illegal. Please hurry. I'm still a bit hungry. It might disappear soon. Caught between the allure of food and the state of his purse, the Auror hesitated for a long moment, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of food. As he lamented the toll on his wallet while enjoying a piece of cake he never imagined would be so prized, Alan, in turn, retrieved some lime pies. After indulging in sweets, a touch of acidity was most welcome. When the werewolves came to clean up, they found 2 individuals sprawled across the table, and a few wolves entered to lift them onto beds. Soon after, 2 spells were cast upon the pair, rendering them unconscious. The werewolves, satisfied after checking their conditions, left quietly, while the 2 on the beds exchanged glances before simultaneously casting a bubble head charm. Better safe than sorry. True to their fears, not long after, a faint, nearly invisible blue smoke wafted into the room, although Alan did not know what the smoke was. The relieved expression on the Auror's face indicated it was likely a sleeping agent, should they decide to deploy toxic fumes. The death of an Auror would signify their readiness to rebel, which would herald a significant conflict for the Ministry. What is this? So mysterious. And they wouldn't even let anyone see? Regrettably, the more enigmatic it became, the more Alan's curiosity intensified. The Auror regarded Alan with a look of admiration, yet his words dripped with schadenfreude. Ha, little one, I am preparing to investigate, and while I know you mean well, alas, I lack your abilities. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a garment, a silvery, liquid-like cloak that elicited an involuntary whisper of its name from Alan, who had never seen such a thing before. An invisibility cloak? Quite impressive, little one. Alas, you shall have to remain here, awaiting my return to unveil the truths that unfold. It can only envelop one person. He donned the cloak, and, employing magic, passed through the tent's wall. Wait for my tale, little one, or perhaps indulge in another sweet treat. Alan remained silent, merely observing his ostentatious display. Once he felt the distance was sufficient, Alan rose and leaned against the wall. If I must, he murmured. Shadows beckon. I emerge from the darkness, into the night. The night is my veil. As he recited the incantation, Alan's figure gradually melded into the night, as if rendered invisible, although he lacked the strength to walk through walls. Another pair of eyes had already informed him that the entrance was secure. Walro had arrived in the evening. With a flick of his wand, he gently tapped the door lock, and under the spell's influence, the door opened effortlessly. While Walro could convey perceptions of the visible world, nothing could replace the clarity of first-hand observation. The scenes transmitted by Walro resembled an indistinct black-and-white film. Despite the noise caused by Alan's inexperience, every sound, every trace of his passage was erased by the flora beneath his feet, significantly reducing the likelihood of his detection. Though Alan remained oblivious to the true nature of their concealed secrets, the scale of the camp and the collective involvement of so many individuals made it implausible for such secrets to be hidden in any obscure corner. He was not alone in this endeavor. With Walro's assistance, he would certainly be able to swiftly ascertain the situation and rush to fulfill his benevolent intentions. He would then find a secluded spot to activate his return, as he held no desire to engage in a game of chase with that Auror. Before long, Alan realized that the need for further searching was moot. As the full moon emerged from behind the hillside, a wolf's howl resonated from the very tent they had visited earlier that day, situated at the center of the camp. This was soon followed by a chorus of howls, as if a pack of wild wolves were joining their alpha in a moonlit serenade. Damn it! Alan's expression shifted abruptly. In his eagerness to uncover the truth, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Regardless of how hospitable those individuals appeared, how unwilling they were to harm humans, and how profound their hidden secrets might be, one immutable fact remained. They were a pack of werewolves. Indeed, a pack of werewolves who, under the full moon, would transform into creatures that attacked any living being in sight. Moreover, unlike typical circumstances, these werewolves possessed formidable abilities, including an acute sense of smell. Dogs are merely domesticated wolves, having lost their primal instincts, while wolves retain their wildness and their olfactory prowess. Thus, if that Auror had not taken the necessary precautions, he was likely already torn to shreds, or had perhaps joined the ranks of the werewolves. Reason urged Alan to flee, yet a mixture of compassion and reluctance held him back from the most prudent course of action. He resolved to approach cautiously, attempting to mask his scent, and allow Walro to take a look. Whether it would be of any assistance was left to fate, he would not risk himself to save that Auror. As Alan approached with utmost care, Walro delivered news that was not entirely disheartening. The Auror had not appeared. However, Walro also conveyed another revelation. In the images transmitted to him, the werewolves exhibited an absence of the aggressive instincts typically associated with their kind. On the contrary, they were maintaining formation. What? Werewolf maintenir formation? Ridiculous. Even the most benevolent of individuals, like Professor Lupin, would struggle to control their urges upon transformation. What was the meaning of this peculiar behavior? With heightened caution, Alan located an optimal vantage point, a large tree. As he observed the werewolves, he beheld a clearer image of what Walro had shown him. Beneath the luminous full moon, hundreds of werewolves, led by one cloaked in red, were engaged in a bizarre ritual. The silver fur of the kneeling werewolves glimmered in the moonlight, as if the ground were draped in a tapestry woven from lunar rays. Amidst their intermittent howls, this enigmatic clan maintained a remarkably organized formation as they offered their sincere reverence to an object placed upon a stone altar. It was a hat, a seemingly ordinary little red hat adorned with fur, a small Red Riding Hood. Chapter 10. The Interrupted Ritual. Having navigated the magical world for a year, Alan understood one fundamental truth. For all objects imbued with magic, appearances can be deceiving. To be precise, oftentimes, ancient and weathered magical artifacts are the most powerful, akin to the Sorting Hat or the Goblet of Fire. The actions of the werewolves below soon revealed the true purpose of this divine hat. Following a lengthy period of worship, a few particularly aggressive younglings, as accurately depicted in the tomes regarding their kind, were brought forth. To Alan's astonishment, the leading werewolf placed the hat upon the head of the small werewolf. This act nearly escaped his lips in an exclamation. It unequivocally indicated one thing. The larger werewolves were lucid, accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl. The small werewolf, who had initially exhibited signs of aggression, ceased its attempts to attack. After a brief silence, it voluntarily removed the hat and stood beside the two werewolves who had restrained it, displaying an intimate demeanor that suggested they were kin. Next came another pair of werewolves escorting the small werewolf, but Alan scarcely had time to appreciate the spectacle. That little red hat, so dubbed, was undoubtedly the coveted heirloom of the entire werewolf clan. The distinction between mindless aggression exhibited by ordinary werewolves and those endowed with human intelligence was stark. The former were mere beasts, while the latter possessed the prowess of formidable warriors akin to elite wizards under the full moon. No wonder they could hold their own against vampires. From what Alan gleaned from that Auror, these werewolves had migrated here following a significant upheaval in the ministry over 60 years ago, during which a cadre of magical beings had shielded the American wizarding community from a grave crisis. Since then, the perception of magical beings had notably improved within the American wizarding world. It was evident that they had brought with them the very essence of their clan's legacy and heritage. The abandoned members of their kind had suffered greatly, even resorting to servitude under Voldemort to secure a semblance of survival. Fenrir Greyback, as the werewolf leader, was scornfully labeled a dirty scavenger by the Death Eater Bellatrix. It was crucial to remember that werewolves were an ancient race. How could they have fallen to such dire straits? The answer was simple. They had been forsaken by their entire clan. Thus, the predicament of Alan and his companions being controlled became clearer. Judging by the number of young werewolves present, this process was likely not a one-time success. It would take considerable time for them to confront their transformations without the aid of the hat. Alan and his companions had intruded at a most opportune moment, having just interrupted the ritual's commencement in the afternoon. Given their solemn approach to the ceremony, it was evident that this was not a ritual to be easily disrupted. Most of their combatants were engaged in the arduous task of restraining their offspring, implying that while the camp was populated, their fighting capabilities were at their weakest, a considerable hindrance. Thus, Alan and his companion must devise a strategy to manage the situation should they inadvertently intrude. What if their interruption of the ritual leads to casualties? Furthermore, what if they succumb to greed upon discovering the coveted relic? Even Larrick's own daughter has succumbed to sinister thoughts regarding her mother's crown. Who can guarantee that others will remain untainted by such desires, even if they themselves are not driven by malice? Can they ensure that other wizards will not be tempted when they disclose what they have witnessed? Therefore, despite the knowledge that one of them is an Auror, they resolutely subdued and incapacitated them. Yet it now appears that their actions were woefully insufficient. However, Alan was not inclined to meddle in this affair. He was content to satisfy his own benevolence. Provoking a horde of werewolves for such a trifle was hardly worthwhile. Even if the system required his intervention, he He would not risk incurring the wrath of a werewolf tribe over a mere 700 galleons when he possessed the power of a 6,300 hero. It is worth noting that he had also discerned the location of the auror when the little red hat revealed its divine value, causing a considerable disturbance in the nearby foliage. Fortunately, the pack of werewolves remained oblivious. This could be deemed significant intelligence. Conscious werewolves and their mindless counterparts operate on entirely different levels of threat. This information would likely prompt the Ministry of Magic to reconsider its approach towards werewolves. However, this was no concern of his. Dear Auror Uncle, I thank you for your generous donation of 50 galleons, but regrettably, I must take my leave. I wish you an enjoyable time with the werewolf tribe tomorrow. As Alan prepared to stealthily descend from the tree and find a secluded spot to depart, shadows flitted through the imagery emanating from Walden. What was this? Were there other onlookers? He instinctively glanced towards the werewolves conducting the ritual, where the little red hat was about to be placed atop the head of another young wolf. Suddenly, amidst startled screams, the hat was knocked aside by a swift shadow. Rather than falling to the ground, it landed in a pair of pale hands. The owner of these hands was clad in a tailcoat, and behind him, two leathery wings flapped, revealing his vampiric identity. If this vampire were alone, he would undoubtedly be a fool who had grown impatient with life, but alas, he was not. With the arrival of numerous dark figures, pale-skinned entities with pointed fangs emerged within the village. Truly, a pack of foul-smelling jackals. I could sense the stench of your depravity from afar, remarked the leading vampire, tossing the little red hat with disdain. Unfortunately for him, his intended target had lost the ability to respond, but she swiftly expressed her viewpoint through action, launching a rapid assault that forced the vampire to relinquish his hat and earnestly defend himself. The vampire was entirely unaware of the hat's significance. He assumed it to be a relic left by the ancestors of the werewolves for veneration. Otherwise, he would have gone to great lengths to destroy it, even at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. However, he soon learned of the hat's importance when the she-werewolf, forsaking her own defenses, recklessly endured a harsh blow to reclaim it. At that moment, as the flames of battle threatened to ignite, a spell detonated, capturing the attention of all present. This spell originated from a human who should never have appeared on this battlefield. Alan wore a wry smile as he prepared to vacate the scene, but a bat's trajectory collided with him. He dared not test what it felt like to be bitten by such a creature, well aware that a werewolf's attack could transform a wizard into one of their kind. At this moment, he wished to pose a query. Hey, I'm just passing through. Could you all kindly continue without me? Chapter 11, on how to minimize enemy attention on the battlefield. Regarding the unexpected variables that arise outside the original plan, Tom Riddle, a notable figure in magical history, left behind a famous adage: eliminate the nuisances. Coincidentally, throughout history, every prominent figure has entertained this thought, including the individual facing Alan at this moment. Alan could scarcely contain his desire to single out that bat he had inadvertently struck. Didn't T-bats rely on echolocation? How could such a large obstacle have been collided with so recklessly? Clearly, Alan had misjudged the creature. It was a vampire, not a mere bat. Transforming into a bat does not render one blind. Moreover, what mattered most to Alan at present was that the attention of the vampires was entirely focused upon him. Throughout history, countless battle examples have demonstrated that those who stand out in the chaos of war often meet a swift demise, unless one possesses extraordinary power akin to that of the war gods at Chongban Slope or Hulao Pass. Yet, Alan found himself ensnared in such a predicament. Clad in wizard robes, he typically blended into the background, but amidst a battlefield teeming with werewolves and vampires, he was painfully conspicuous. The situation could be illustrated as follows: Vampire 11. Alan, Werewolf 11. Fortunately, the circumstances had not deteriorated to the worst imaginable, as Alan's earlier efforts to ingratiate himself had spared him from being a target for the alert werewolves. Nevertheless, this was far from sufficient. How could he minimize his own pressure on the battlefield? In short order, Alan showcased a remarkable method to all present. Invisibility, cloak, comme fort. His first spell was not offensive, but rather directed at an unremarkable thicket. As a silver object soared towards him, a disgruntled figure materialized in that very spot. He was merely passing by. The Aurors had a duty to protect law-abiding citizens, while the ministry had not fully embraced werewolves. It was not amiss to extend a gesture of goodwill, was it? At this juncture, the vampire leader, who had been momentarily dazed, finally regained his senses. To him, two mere wizards posed little threat. Eliminate the troublesome human wizard. 7 dark figures broke away from the battlefield, charging towards Alan and his companion. while others began testing the werewolves with tentative assaults. They either engaged in close-quarters combat with claws, retreating without regard for the outcome, or employed magic from a distance against the outermost werewolves. No fool would charge recklessly into a pack of werewolves in a tightly packed formation. Even a dragon would be torn to shreds by their claws and teeth. Under normal circumstances, elite werewolf warriors could easily organize into small formations to shred vampires to pieces. But unfortunately, they were burdened by too many distractions at this moment. They had to divide their attention to care for their young and deal with the irrational little ones among them. However, none of this mattered to Alan. As the vampires surged forward, he and the Auror made the same decision, to turn and flee. The more one excels on the battlefield, the more enemies are drawn to them. In a situation where the werewolves could not spare their attention, attracting a multitude of vampires was undoubtedly a path to doom. Observing the two flee, the vampires displayed little surprise. For most of the time, they hunted ordinary humans, and this kind of panicked retreat was all too familiar to them, though it was rare to witness it from wizards. Yet, this was entirely futile. While vampires in their transformed state could only fly at low altitudes and slow speeds, they were still faster than human running speed. Alan exchanged glances with the Auror, nodded, and then fled in completely different directions. Upon seeing this, the vampires split into two groups. Perhaps it was due to Alan's youth that only 3 pursued him, one of which was the bat he had knocked unconscious. The vampire was fortunate. He was born into a stable lineage, and when he assumed human form, he was afforded a designated tomb and mausoleum, unlike his predecessors who lamented being relentlessly hunted by the Aurors of the ministry. Aside from a necessity of venturing far afield to procure those rather unrefined chickens that could only sustain him for a fortnight, he believed his current existence to be nearly idyllic, until he heard the recent unsettling news of a vampire's graveyard next door being obliterated by a coalition of werewolves and Aurors. The clan leader proclaimed that, for the safety of their kind, it was imperative to eradicate the werewolves who had all fled from the European continent. Why should they engage in mutual slaughter? If such was the case, their extermination was indeed justified. The werewolves could more easily reveal the blood clan's resting places to the Aurors, and if they were not eliminated, it was only a matter of time before the blood clan faced annihilation, or so the leader suggested. As for the elegance of the blood clan, it had long been forsaken in times of famine. If wisdom were to be mentioned, he, as a fledgling, had yet to cultivate the kind of brilliance that time bestows. Thus, he found himself envious of those elders in their 50s, who were permitted to masquerade as humans and mingle within the city. The clan leader asserted that they had finally reached adulthood after their prolonged existence, thus capable of surviving independently outside the clan's protection. Prior to this assault, the leader had summoned the oldest blood clan members to join forces with the 3 most formidable tribes. Those who had ventured out to live independently were not called upon, purportedly to avoid detection by the Ministry of Magic. The leader indicated that the target of this strike was one of the 7 largest werewolf clans, hoping that through this iron and blood confrontation, they would truly mature and awaken that elegance and wisdom intrinsic to the blood clan. Regrettably, upon his eager arrival at the battlefield, he was felled by a mere incantation before the eyes of all the blood clan members from the 3 tribes. This marked the greatest humiliation of his life. Even the object of his admiration, Miss Samantha, regarded him with scornful eyes. Thus, after the leader's command, he rushed forth, intent on draining the blood of that insufferable brat and displaying his lifeless body upon the most fearsome of crucifixes to dry. Closer, closer. The distance between him and that wretched child diminished, and as soon as he turned the corner, he would savor the taste of that fresh blood flowing into his fangs, igniting a warmth within him, long accustomed to coldness. To sink his fangs, lauded as the most elegant, into that brat's neck would be a fitting retribution. However, upon rounding the corner, he was met not only by the supposed panicking, yet mockingly grinning little wizard, but also by the soul-piercing caw of crows. Chapter 12. The Wizard Who Wished to Become a Werewolf. Warlow remained as dependable as ever, were it not for the current circumstances. Alan might have offered him a small pouch of owl treats. Alas, after spending considerable time with the owls of Hogwarts, he had unwittingly acquired this peculiar habit. Though Alan, as a seasoned player of PG games, had instinctively searched for spoils, it was unfortunate that these vampires evidently lacked the foresight to carry coins for the purposes of facilitating their adversary's corpse retrieval, a collection of impoverished fools. Even Alan found it somewhat astonishing that he had dispatched the battle so swiftly. These vampires were rather inept, foolishly trailing behind without even sending one to encircle him. They possessed formidable magic, yet insisted on adhering to conventional paths. It was merely a handful of tents, which could have easily been ignited with magic to prevent Alan from sneaking in for a surprise attack. They hadn't even attempted to cast a spell at him during the chase. No reconnaissance, no hunting, no magical pressure to maneuver, no verbal intimidation, and not even the most rudimentary of cooperation. If vampires truly behaved in such a manner, then their race was doomed, or to put more delicately, they were bound for extinction. However, for Alan, the fate of the vampires was of little concern. In fact, he would relish their demise. For the best enemy is a dead one. Ordinarily, Alan should have extricated himself from the situation. He had no obligation to assist those werewolves, who had shown him no kindness. More accurately, if it were not for their meddling, he could have thoroughly dealt with that Auror who had pursued him earlier that afternoon. He was not a dazzling golden galleon. He possessed no such allure. As for the werewolves' promise not to deliver him into the hands of that Auror, wouldn't they be captured without him? The only thing that stirred a pang of regret within him was an object worn by their leader, something that elicited a significant reaction from the system. What it was he could not discern. Initially, he had the impulse to flee, but the unexpected weakness of these vampires caused him to waver, to leave, or to linger and take a risk. Alan began to weigh the pros and cons. However, his contemplation was abruptly interrupted as Warlow issued a warning. Alan drew his wand, pointing it toward the location indicated by Warlow. "Stop!" a voice cried out, halting the spell he was about to cast. This voice was familiar. It belonged to the person who had forcefully bestowed a plethora of food upon him earlier that afternoon. "Come out," Alan commanded coolly, keeping his wand at the ready. He would not trust someone he had just met, especially if that individual was a werewolf. A werewolf? Wait, how could he still speak human language? Sure enough, emerging with his wand raised in surrender was not a werewolf, but a wizard who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had encountered earlier. "A wizard? You're not a werewolf?" Alan approached quickly to seize his wand, inquiring. "No, I am not. I merely aspire to become one, but have yet to be accepted," the man replied, shaking his head, his expression tinged with despondence. "Wanting to become a werewolf? What nonsense! There are always peculiarities in every generation. Is it to say that the forest is vast and all kinds of birds exist?" However, this was of no concern to Alan. If he wished to become a werewolf, so be it. Alan tossed the man's wand aside. "If that is your desire, then I wish you the best of luck. However, before I depart, let me offer you a piece of advice. Stay hidden. The vampires are coming. Though you may likely prevail with your level of combat ability, it would be wiser to keep your distance from the battlefield." Alan turned to leave, leaving those words behind him, while Warlow remained vigilant, observing the man for any signs of movement. Alan had just come to a realization. Human greed is insatiable, and excessive avarice can lead to one's own undoing. Thus, he resolved to abandon any notion of risk and simply depart. Watching as Alan headed away from the battlefield, the man suddenly called out, "Hey, the battlefield is that way." Alan did not turn back. "I know. That is precisely why I am leaving the battlefield." "You cannot. They need you." The man, agitated, rushed toward Alan. A spell that erupted upon the ground thwarted his intent, prompting Alan to turn around. "I do not care what connection you have with them. They mean nothing to me. Were it not for them, I would not have found myself ensnared in this wretched place. I did not arrive by invitation, nor did I enjoy the privileges of a guest. I was even subjected to attacks with potions and smoke. Why should I assist them? But they are truly good people, the kind who control others, or the ones who claim to be guests while administering drugs." A moment of silence ensued. Then, to Alan's astonishment, the man knelt down. "Coward!" A barrier spell erupted from Alan's wand, striking the man to the ground. He loathed those who resorted to emotional manipulation without reason. "Pick up your wand. What use is it to kneel and beg? Why not muster the courage to fight?" I cannot even defeat the weakest of vampires. I am practically useless," the man cried out in anguish. "So please, save Nellie. I cannot bear to be without her. I know you can do it. Those 3 vampires can be dispatched by you in no time." He struggled to rise. Kneeling once more, his head bowed heavily. The mute, the most wretched of wizards, are those who have uncovered the mysteries of the world of sorcery, yet remain separated from it by a thick wall of glass. Often, they are the least talented children among wizards, forced to watch enviously as others practice their magic, while enduring the discrimination imposed upon them by society. For wizards, the mute symbolize the embodiment of disgrace. After a brief silence, Alan spoke. "Who is Nellie? A werewolf? A rather charming young lady, my beloved." The man suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. "How long have you been here?" Alan asked absently. 3 years. I only possess a modicum of talent in potion making, so His words were cut short by Alan's interruption. 3 years? You mentioned you wanted to become a werewolf? Yes, but Nellie has always refused to bite me. That foolish wizard. Alan turned away, heading toward the battlefield. Suddenly, he felt an increased allure from the unknown object possessed by the vampire. Indeed, he realized he had been too greedy. But what did it matter? If he were frightened off by those cowardly vampires, how could he still consider himself a wizard? Chapter 13, Assassination. Hey kid, I thought you would run for your life. Yet here you are returning? The one speaking in such an infuriating tone was none other than that Auror gentleman. What? Should I not flee? Or is it that you Aurors expect a child to stand in for you when facing vampires? Alan shot him a glance, countering all the Auror's queries with his words. The Auror chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond, and instead posed another question. So kid, why did it take you so long to deal with those fools? Before Alan could reply, he muttered to himself, by the way, these vampires are nothing like the ones I captured before. They are so clumsy, practically begging to be defeated. I reckon I could take on 10 of them at once. Take on 10? You're that formidable, old man. Would you dare take on an even larger group? What do you mean by that? Am I supposed to let a little brat like you join in? Alan flashed the innocent smile he often wore and softly uttered the word, assassination. Assassination? The Auror was momentarily stunned, then spoke with alarm. Are you mad? Assassination? Are you joking? That's nearly 200 vampires. Assassination? You be torn to shreds. No, you're mistaken, old man. It's not nearly 200 vampires, but rather a horde of vampires being dragged along by werewolves. In a sense, they can hardly be considered a threat. A few minutes later, the duo, one tall and one short, continued to hear the Auror's complaints. I must be out of my mind to agree to your damned assassination plan, and I've wasted 3 gallons of sicko for this. You little lunatic. Regrettably, despite his grumbling, his pace showed no sign of slowing. Soon, the two reached the battlefield's edge, where a hand rested on Alan's shoulder. Let us call it off. It's a bit too dangerous. We should start slowly from the outskirts. Old man, the one who should be worried is you. Stay safe. Alan smiled as he stepped into the shadow of a tree, and then, to the Auror's horror, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. This sight sent chills down the spine of the seasoned Auror. Even with Alan's invisibility so close at hand, he could not ascertain where Alan had vanished to. However, there was no time for astonishment. According to their agreed-upon plan, he had to attract the vampire's attention as swiftly as possible. At this moment, the battle was raging fiercely, with numerous corpses strewn across the center of the tribe, predominantly of werewolves, while the dismembered bodies of vampires were scattered sporadically. What pained the werewolf commander even more was that many werewolves were beginning to spiral out of control. The fallen were mostly younglings, who had not been swiftly ushered into formation and were easily slaughtered by the vampires due to their inability to control themselves. Moreover, many werewolves became non-combat casualties. In their efforts to protect the bewildered younglings, they fought while trying to shove the frenzied little ones into the innermost part of the formation. But due to the unpredictable difficulty of control, several were attacked by the younglings and lost their fighting capacity. The scales of victory were subtly tilting toward the vampires, and the situation was not merely stagnant, but worsening. Witnessing his child leave the formation due to the internal commander's error, a werewolf warrior made the decision to break ranks. Unfortunately, he was too late, witnessing his child's neck snapped by 3 vampires. With a mournful howl echoing through the night, the werewolf did not return to the camp. Instead, he charged like a madman toward those vampires, who had gradually learned to execute stealthy attacks under the guidance of their leader. Regrettably, his fury did not grant him strength but rather cost him his life. Even more dire, inspired by this werewolf's actions, dozens of grieving werewolves also spiraled into madness, rushing toward the vampires in a desperate attempt to exchange their lives for the demise of those detestable bats. However, their efforts yielded little. Their lives only claimed 1 vampire and left several severely injured. The loss of these dozen individuals destabilized the formation. Had it not been for the commander's adept control, it could have become a feast of slaughter for the vampires. The night stretched on, though the moonlight illuminated the sky. The werewolf girl in charge felt an overwhelming darkness within her heart. She was uncertain how many of her kin the bloodthirsty vampires would claim before dawn's light arrived, and she doubted whether her people could endure until morning. As she sank into profound despair, a sudden ring of fire captured everyone's attention. In the midst of an ambush, few paid heed to what lay behind them. Thus, this fire ring that erupted among the vampires yielded unexpected results, claiming the lives of 9 vampires and injuring over 20 others in various ways. However, as the furious vampires prepared to attack the initiator of the chaos, The Auror who had unleashed the spell was already sprinting away from the battlefield at the utmost speed, drawing the ire of the vampires. Before the vampire lord could issue a command, the Auror, having deemed himself at a safe distance, turned back and raised his wand, casting a spell directly at the vampire lord, who deftly evaded it. Nonetheless, he had successfully stirred up a hornet's nest, without waiting for the lordess' orders. The vampires had already divided a significant portion of their strength to pursue the Auror. At this moment, the vampire lord, sensing something amiss in the now thinned ranks, attempted to react, but it was too late. A silver light surged toward his heart as he struggled for a final effort. A malevolent incantation rendered him utterly defenseless. An overwhelming fear erupted from the depths of his soul, and in the face of that immense terror, he lost the strength to move even a finger. Having successfully delivered a fatal blow, Alan swiftly retreated. The wound piercing the heart was lethal, but not instantly fatal. Never underestimate the retaliation of a vampire. However, what followed was not a dying counterattack, but rather a burst of blood clouds erupting from the vampire's furious gaze, transforming into a swarm of flying bats. Regrettably for that vampire, he was met with disappointment, for the boy who had executed the assassination showed no signs of panic. Instead, a dark purple raven emerged from his wand. Dark wind of magic. The frenzied crows wreaked havoc among the swarm of bats, and the vampire's escape route, which relied on these bats, fell apart as they succumbed to excruciating pain targeting their very souls. Fortunately, one solitary bat managed to elude the chaos, and the vampire cast a final glance at the assassin, as if to imprint his visage deep within his soul. However, just as the bat prepared to take flight, a familiar dread surged from the depths of his being. The last image he beheld was that of a crow darting past him. Chapter 14. The Dispersing Vampires. Does the death of a single individual significantly impact a collective? Not always. At times, it may seem trivial, while at others, it can serve as the catalyst for complete disintegration. Consider a superficial wound. If it graces the back of the hand, it may hardly warrant a bandage and will heal almost effortlessly. Yet, if such a wound were to pierce the heart, this seemingly insignificant injury could swiftly lead to catastrophic internal bleeding, robbing the individual of any chance for salvation. What Alan had wrought was no mere superficial wound upon the hearts of this clan of vampires. He had plunged a dagger deep into their very essence. A serpent cannot function without its head. Why? Because the head orchestrates the coordination of the entire body. Of course, this age-old adage is not without its flaws. A headless creature is typically dead, so what good is it? Ah, Mr. Nick, nearly headless, please remain calm. There was no intent to target you. To return to the matter at hand, even a highly trained elite force can descend into disarray upon the loss of its commander, let alone this band of vampires, half engaged in their tasks and half seeking to hone their inexperience. As the vampire leader dissolved into a cloud of blood, all the vampires instinctively turned their gazes toward the position of their leader. What met their eyes, besides the scattering bats, was a glimmer of silver light reflecting the moon's pure radiance, as if to pierce the gazes of the entire vampire clan, held by youth. Amidst the terrified stares of the vampires, the young sorcerer effortlessly obliterated the majority of the bat duplicates with a single incantation. Under the weight of that terrifying spell, the bats, which would have normally exploded into more duplicates upon being attacked, fell to the ground like the most ordinary of creatures. The sole flicker of hope that allowed them to find solace in this sudden upheaval was that the young sorcerer's methods had not yet proven exceedingly swift. Their leader had ultimately managed to escape as one duplicate, albeit at the cost of his vitality and an unimaginable recovery time. Regrettably, a crow extinguished their final flicker of hope, and with a caw, the last duplicate plummeted to the ground like a bird struck mid-flight. In the incredulous eyes of the vampires, their once mighty leader had met such a demise. Following a brief silence, akin to the dislodging of the first layer of snow in an avalanche, the vampire ranks, which had once caused the werewolves considerable distress under their leader's command, scattered under the immense pressure of the vampire's shock. Some of the Blood Clan transformed into bats, soaring into the sky, unwilling to linger even a moment longer in this perilous location. The death of their leader had whispered the specter of death into their ears. Among the remaining vampires, a faction broke formation, charging toward the instigator. At this moment, the weapon in his hand disintegrated into dust, further solidifying their resolve to avenge their leader. Most of those who remained were individuals awakened by blood from years of slumbering memories, still somewhat hazy, but acutely aware of the importance of maintaining formation at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Alan, gazed down at the blade that had crumbled into powder, lamenting its loss. It had been a full 3 gallons of silver, although its origin lay with that pompous Auror. Since Alan had no intention of returning it, it should rightfully belong to him. As he rummaged through the fallen possessions left behind by the escaping vampire leader, he cursed the system, questioning why the dazzling skills had become available so soon, while the mastery of RYZ's abilities had taken him 3 arduous years. The reason was painfully simple. The system was a trap. If one were to liken the legacy of heroes to the vast volumes housed within an expansive library, then his attempts to utilize a hero's skills were akin to employing these tomes to synthesize a thesis. Differentiating price points for acquisition not only granted him access to the library, but also provided a bibliography for reference. The more expensive the hero, the more detailed the bibliography, and consequently, the quicker one could master their powers. Once the bibliography was exhausted, he had to rely on his own efforts to glean knowledge from these tomes, selecting the ones that suited him best to continue refining his thesis. This is precisely why the powers of more expensive heroes were easier to master. As for the 3 complementary heroes, the system's approach was simply to pull you in, do as you please. In the moments preceding the assassination, he had, for precautionary reasons, squandered 45 sparkling little trinkets. Years of experience wielding Garens might coalesce like scattered pearls strung together by a resilient thread into a magnificent necklace, for which he owed thanks to the well-deserved demise of Cake Quinn and the anonymous generosity of certain Auror. The ordinary silver spikes, under the amplification of Garen's devastating strike, successfully forced the vampire's life-saving talent to reveal itself, and Alan felt a slight enhancement in his physical prowess, thanks to the accolades from Waluo. Yet at that moment, he was filled with exasperation. How many agonizing experiences had Alan endured? He could not say, but his current predicament certainly ranked among the top. He had slain the boss and acquired nothing. Indeed, besides the item required by the system, which lay quietly in a small pouch, Alan confirmed there was nothing else within. This illustrious clan leader had not even dropped a copper coin. This was no game. Did one expect a clan leader to venture forth carrying cash? How demeaning. What of various artworks? Please, they likely adorned his home beautifully. Bringing them along would be far too inconvenient. Alan consoled himself with such excuses before he spotted the vampires charging at him like madmen. Already irked by the absence of additional spoils, Alan rose from the ground, drew his wand, activated Ghostly Step, and darted in the opposite direction of the vampires. What foolishness! Even if these creatures possessed less than stellar intellect, their strength was no less formidable. He was no fool. Why would he confront them head-on? A quarter of an hour later, in a small grove, a voice, unremarkable yet chilling to the very soul of all vampires, echoed, 7, accompanying the utterance. A vampire fell victim to the onslaught of the vines. This marked the 7th time the voice had reverberated within a mere 5 minutes. In the distant east, an ancient saying warns against entering a forest. Alas, these vampires were unaware. Thus, as they swiftly dwindled under a myriad of assaults, it was hardly surprising. When the voice intoned 23, the remaining vampires could no longer withstand the mounting pressure. They transformed into bats and scattered in flight. Meanwhile, Alan, concealed in the shadows, exhaled a sigh of relief, caressing the ring on his finger adorned with a small sapphire. It was the embodiment of a sapphire and a fairy talisman. Had those vampires not fled, he would have been forced to expend his hard-earned coins to synthesize the tears of the goddess. Blue potions were not inexpensive. Having partially restored his magical energy, Alan rose and made his way toward the tribe. The battle was far from over. Chapter 15. Farewell, Mr. Auror. Regrettably, the still-winded Alan, cough cough, hurriedly arrived as reinforcements, but did not arrive in time for the final confrontation. The werewolves were merely caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Rather than being foolish, under normal circumstances, they would exhibit no fear of vampires, and with the assistance of the Ministry of Magic, they were poised to dominate the werewolves, which explains the Ministry's unwillingness to relinquish its interference with them. Much like the British Ministry employing Dementors as enforcers, they aspired for the werewolves to serve a similar role. Consequently, after a portion of the vampires fled and others were diverted by Alan, the pressure on the werewolves significantly eased, allowing them to launch a counterattack. The remaining vampires, having sustained a third of their ranks in casualties, finally realized they were no longer the dominant force, but had become the hunted. Thus, hastily abandoning their fallen comrades and a few bewildered companions, the vampires fled in disarray from a place that had transformed into a graveyard for their kind, marking the conclusion of the battle. However, in the aftermath of victory, there were no sounds of celebration or jubilant cries. Only a profound silence interspersed with the soft weeping of the bereaved and the occasional hoarse growl from young werewolves still in shock. The vampires left behind a scene littered with corpses, yet the werewolves had suffered even greater losses. When Alan hurried back, he found the werewolves already beginning to address the aftermath of the battle. Their dead were being laid out in an orderly fashion in a clearing, while the vampire corpses were haphazardly piled together. Almost every werewolf's body was accompanied by grieving relatives, while those without kin were often surrounded by two other bodies, one large and one small. The injured were queuing to receive potions, and a rather inept wizard was distributing steaming vials of pale green elixirs, assisted by a smaller werewolf who was bandaging wounds. If Alan was not mistaken, that should be Nellie. Such a resilient race, are they not, young one? Remarked an Auror who had approached Alan from behind. Indeed, a tenacious race. Even in the depths of their sorrow, they have not forgotten to continue living, Alan praised, gazing at a tent still emitting wisps of smoke. The moonlight poured over the war-torn land, illuminating the devastation. At that moment, the female leader of the ceremony, a werewolf, noticed the two of them standing aside. After exchanging a few words with her companions, she approached Alan and his companion, bowing deeply. They did not flinch from his gesture, for they were deserving of her gratitude. Rising, her voice lacked the confidence of the day, tinged instead with a barely contained anger and sorrow. Thank you both for your assistance. Regrettably, our clan is in dire straits, and this is all we can offer as a token of appreciation. She received 2 deep black boxes made from an unknown wood from a nearby werewolf. Both Alan and the Auror gasped at the sight of the boxes. Although neither could identify the material, they recognized the ancient enchantments etched into the surface, commonly used to safeguard valuable treasures. Alan knew of these from Mr. Fair's earlier explanations during the cleanup punishment. Inside the boxes lay a short, dagger-like sword of deep black and a massive horn adorned with strange patterns. Is this the Dragoncaller's horn? The Auror exclaimed in astonishment. Heavens, this horn, once used by the American Ministry of Magic to drive away the dragons that occupied vital roadways, has not been lost? Without further ado, the Auror swiftly claimed the box containing the horn before Alan could make a choice. Yet Alan had no intention of contesting it, as he had no need for it. I must continue with the remaining rituals and funeral arrangements. Guests may retire for the night. It is quite improper for humans to partake in a werewolf funeral. And what of him? The Auror inquired, gesturing toward the wizard still distributing potions. As an Auror, he had to prioritize the Ministry's interests and seek ways to engage in werewolf affairs. Gary? He is on the verge of becoming a werewolf. I have approved his application to join the clan. We have lost too many of our kind. Very well then, the Auror conceded, preparing to return to the tent assigned to them with Alan. As they passed the potion distribution area, the inept wizard spotted Alan and rushed over, speaking in a flurry. Sir, how shall I say this? I have been approved to join the werewolves. I can finally be with Nellie. I truly appreciate your assistance, sir. Oh wait. He hurried into a nearby tent and emerged with a thick notebook. Though I am hardly eloquent, I am quite confident in my potion making. If you would not mind, please accept my notes. I hope they may prove useful to you. Before Alan could refuse, the wizard dashed away, clearly elated, yet unable to express his joy amidst the mourning of his kin. The Auror remained non-committal, his thoughts consumed by the box, even calling upon a werewolf to arrange for a separate tent so he could rest without disturbance, a rationale he shared with Alan. Alan understood this, knowing he too would find it impossible to rest given the box's significance to the ministry. Previously, the Auror's confidence stemmed from his belief that he could control Alan. He thought he could easily manage this law-breaking young man as long as he avoided traps. However, Alan's demonstration of invisibility had shattered that confidence, prompting him to shift his strategy to protecting the treasure instead. Yet, it was only natural. After all, his duty was to combat individuals like Alan. So how could he befriend a criminal over mere words? Unfortunately, it seemed his aspirations were destined to falter. Alan lifted his gaze from the thick notebook, feeling an increasing urge from the system for its contents, a discovery he made while idly flipping through it, hesitant to allow the system to absorb that vampiric artifact. After a week of reconnaissance, Harlow returned, and the area was devoid of any guards. Accompanied by the chanting of spells, Alan commenced a minute-long stasis spell. As the blue light intensified, his and Harlow's figures vanished from the room. Auror, though I am unaware of your intentions to capture me, I must bid you farewell in advance. Chapter 16, First Encounter. In London, on a bustling street, Alan was perusing the notebook from the inept wizard, while beside him sat Annie on a bench, one hand propping her chin, the other idly toying with Tibbers, her face clearly displaying her impatience. Initially, Alan had flipped through the notebook merely because the system had shown a faint response to it while he awaited Harlow's intelligence report, using it to pass the time. However, after several days of study, he increasingly recognized the prodigious talent of the inept wizard in potion making, estimating his aptitude was on par with Snape's. For the earlier sections of the notebook revealed that he had made unique modifications to most potion recipes. Yet, this was not the most crucial revelation. As Alan gained a general understanding of the potion recipes within, he stumbled upon a novel, yet unfamiliar formulation, the Wolfbane potion. The pages detailing the inept wizard's insights into the invention of this potion were nearly filled with his expressions of love for the werewolf named Nellie. Had Alan not been genuinely intrigued by the actual development process of the potion, he would have adamantly refused to consume such sentimental dog food. The Wolfbane potion held significant importance in the original narrative. Without this potion, Professor Lupin would likely still be unemployed. However, the quandary remained. If Alan recalled correctly, the inventor of this potion was supposed to be an uncle of a Hogwarts student. Wait, if Alan hadn't appeared in that werewolf clan, the tribe would most likely have faced extinction. Naturally, that incompetent wizard would not have escaped either, and his notebook would inevitably have fallen into circulation. A sudden shove interrupted Alan's contemplation, and before him stood Annie, her face a mask of anger. "Brother, my tooth hurts." "I know," he replied calmly. "That's why I brought you to see the dentist." Indeed, they were currently situated in a dental clinic. Fortunately, upon realizing that the patient was a young girl, the doctor, during Alan's evening appointment, indicated that if it was not a problem for him to have another little girl present, he could assist Alan and Annie with treatment on Saturday. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have to wait until Monday for treatment, assuming no one else was ahead of them. The cause of this dental predicament dates back to Alan's return. A plethora of candies had not only garnered the collective adoration of the children, but also quelled Annie's minor tantrum caused by Alan not taking her out. Notably, due to Alan's favoritism, Annie received a substantial amount of sweets. Although the girl possessed a second stomach for desserts, she regrettably only had one set of teeth. Consequently, after indulging excessively in sugary treats, Annie found herself suffering the consequences of her gluttony. While Alan's combat prowess could easily be classified as that of an ordinary wizard, his knowledge of domestic magic was lacking. More importantly, he lacked the relevant literature. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to seek the dentist's assistance. This could also be viewed as a fitting punishment for the mischievous child. Alan gazed at Annie, whose eyes were brimming with tears, thinking to himself who was to blame for her ignoring the warnings and consuming so many sweets in one sitting. The dentist was a friendly man with brown hair. Upon learning that Alan and Annie were merely two children seeking treatment, he expressed considerable discontent towards their parents, believing that allowing children to consume excessive sweets or sending them alone to the dentist was tantamount to a crime. "Oh, sir, you're mistaken. We are orphans. This is my sister," Alan interjected, pointing to Annie to halt the well-meaning dentist's complaints. The kind dentist fell silent for a moment, his gaze softening as he regarded the two. "Oh, very well then. Children, forgive my indiscretion. You may wait over there." He gestured toward a small room within the clinic. "Catherine, please take care of this little one," he called out to his wife, a woman of gentle demeanor. The dentist and his wife exchanged a few whispered words, after which the wife's eyes glimmered with affection as she led Alan to the lounge, which they reserved for their own use. Alan was graciously offered a large plate of sugar-free snacks and a steaming cup of tea. However, he found the experience rather tasteless, not because the food lacked flavor, but due to the overwhelming warmth of the woman's hospitality. Not to mention, Alan found it somewhat unbearable to engage in conversation that felt more suited for entertaining children. He had not encountered such an atmosphere in quite some time. Despite his best efforts to behave like a good boy, he struggled to respond to her inquiries about school life and how he spent his summer. What could he say? "Dear madam, I spent my days getting into brawls with classmates, occasionally riding a flying broom and turning beetles into buttons. Or, our teachers are quite nice. Except for that ghost teacher whose lessons are dreadfully soporific. Or perhaps, during the holidays, I merely vanquished dozens of vampires." He had nothing to say. He had to weave a tale, blending his past experiences with those of the children at the orphanage to prevent the conversation from veering into overly fantastical territory. Finally, just as Alan felt he was running out of things to say, a melodious voice called out from behind him. The dentist had finally summoned his kind-hearted wife away. Alan, inexplicably, touched his non-existent sweat. He felt that managing this woman had been as exhausting as dealing with a horde of vampires. At that moment, a little girl dashed out from the inner room, clutching a book far too large for her small frame, exclaiming "Mama," while pointing at the open pages. evidently seeking assistance with whatever conundrum she had encountered in her reading. Upon spotting Alan, the disheveled-haired girl showed no signs of shyness. Rather, she thrust the book before him, asking, "Can you solve this problem?" Alan suddenly felt as though he were the one in need of medical attention rather than Annie. Was he there for treatment or an interview? First, he was interrogated, and now he was being quizzed. However, the questions lay before him, and he could not respond coldly with an "I don't know." Yet, he soon regretted it, as the queries posed by the little girl were not only well beyond her years, but also quite challenging. Had it not been for the foundation laid by his rigorous education, he might have found himself embarrassed. Half an hour later, when the lady returned to the lounge, she was met with the sight of Alan earnestly explaining a problem to her daughter. "Granger, do not trouble our guest with your intricate questions." The mother's reprimand caused the little girl to hurriedly gather her oversized book and scurry back to her mother, whispering something while casting furtive glances at Alan, occasionally gesturing towards the book. Then, Alan felt a pair of inquisitive eyes upon him. Mrs. Granger seemed to have momentarily forgotten their earlier conversation and scrutinized him anew. Finally, after muttering a few words to herself, she turned and returned to the clinic. Alan was left bewildered by the entire situation when he noticed the Granger couple returning with a now pain-free Annie. Mr. Granger, still bearing an expression of astonishment, kindly addressed Alan. "Oh, child, this may seem somewhat irrational, but according to my daughter Hermione, you have nearly resolved all her confusions?" Alan nodded. Although time had passed, he remained confident in his understanding of those subjects. "Wait, Hermione? Hermione Granger?" Still reeling from the shock, Alan caught another remark from Mr. Granger. "Next year, it will be time for Hermione to sit for her entrance exams. She feels she needs to work even harder. So would you mind providing her with a month of summer tutoring? Tutoring Hermione during the summer? A second-year student capable of concocting complex potions that many wizards struggle to master, even by graduation, an academic prodigy excelling in nearly every subject. Does she truly require his assistance?" Clearly, the answer to that question was no. However, Alan quickly discerned Mr. Granger's intent. He wished for Alan to tutor Hermione in Muggle studies. Thus, life is full of surprises. After Hermione triumphantly navigated the academic challenges, she would be informed that the knowledge she acquired would soon become obsolete as she entered a brand new world. Therefore, after much contemplation, Alan ultimately chose to politely decline the tutoring request, while he felt reasonably confident in his knowledge of primary school subjects. Imposing additional academic burdens on the young girl felt excessively unfair, especially as that knowledge would soon hold no relevance for her. Upon Alan's gentle refusal of the proposal, Mr. Granger did not exhibit much surprise. It was evident that he too recognized the precariousness of the suggestion. After all, Alan was merely a child. After leaving a generous payment, an amount not insignificant, particularly since Alan insisted on not accepting Mr. Granger's discount, he bowed and departed the clinic with Annie. "Hey, wait." A childish voice halted Alan and Annie at the clinic's rear exit. It was Hermione. The little girl with tousled hair had eyes that were red-rimmed. "Do you think I'm a freak too?" Alan offered no reply. Instead, he bent down to retrieve a withered flower that had fallen from a neighboring plant, which adorned the top of a wall. "Behold this flower," Alan spoke softly. The girl stepped forward with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. With a snap of his fingers, Alan conjured the flower into a butterfly, which fluttered to her ear, bestowing upon her a gentle coolness. As she reached out to touch it, her fingers met a dewy blossom, seemingly just plucked. "Oh," she exclaimed in surprise. Alan chuckled. "To be precise, we are quite alike. Both of us rather peculiar. I dare say. Such things may not serve you well. So, little girl, farewell for now." With that, he turned and whisked Annie away, vanishing into the nearby streets. Though he bore no wand, the presence of the Ministry of Magic lingered, and it was prudent to let them believe that a small wizard's awakening had inadvertently unleashed some magic. Weeks later, as Alan packed his belongings, he found himself with an unexpected companion. Initially, the invitation had been solely for him, but Annie was adamant about joining. After countless attempts to dissuade her, he had written to decline the invitation to his twin brothers, only to receive an enthusiastic response from Mrs. Weasley, inviting both him and Annie to their home, assuring him that Annie could befriend Ginny. Today was the appointed day, and Alan was curious about how they would arrive to fetch him, until a prompt from Horace indicated a large, unidentified flying object was approaching the orphanage. It was the enchanted car parked outside, appearing as an ordinary vehicle. Yet, Alan was acutely aware of its formidable capabilities. He had traversed the path by the Whomping Willow the previous year and knew well the tree's aggressive nature. One that matched its rarity, it had nearly been struck down by this very vehicle. This car had a storied past. having confronted the Whomping Willow and even managed to escape a swarm of spiders single-handedly. In the near future, it would become a legend within the Forbidden Forest. At present, however, the car remained oblivious to the true essence of life, reveling instead in its freedom to roam, allowing Charlie and the twins to greet Alan with friendly smiles through the window, rather than the car's later antics of ejecting its passengers. With the twins' assistance, they swiftly stowed 2 large trunks into the trunk, as Alan planned to stay with them until school commenced. Annie's acceptance letter had already been received, and days prior, Alan had procured all necessary supplies for both of them in Diagon Alley. "What do you think of this car?" Fred proudly introduced it, akin to a child showcasing a new toy. Alan gave a thumbs up. "Cool." "Alas, Dad won't let us drive it," Fred lamented. "He says we're not of age yet. Only Charlie is allowed to drive." Charlie turned with a radiant smile. "Fred, you might have overlooked something. I've already celebrated my 17th birthday. Thus, I can freely use magic." This was met with an array of playful gestures from George and Fred, but Charlie remained unfazed. "You two better watch out. Mom said if she catches you making such crude gestures again, she'll glue your fingers together. Trust me, she means it. All right, buckle up. I'm about to accelerate." It wasn't until a faint blush of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon that Charlie finally eased the car's speed, revealing fields and clusters of trees forming a dark tapestry. This signified they had arrived at their destination, an abode. Chapter 18, Hogwarts, I'm Back. This marked Alan's inaugural appearance in Hogsmeade, which was nearly akin to Hogwarts' backyard and shopping street. The Weasley family stood as one of the most renowned clans in the Wizarding World, although other families labeled them as blood traitors. It was undeniable that nearly every family had a Weasley relative, given the sheer number of members in this clan. Let's not forget Mr. Weasley's brothers also bore the Weasley name. Alan speculated that jealousy ran rampant among other families, as the absence of population control in the wizarding realm had led many to see their bloodlines dwindle, while the Weasley family only seemed to flourish. In numbers lay strength. Even the formidable Voldemort found it impossible to suppress the Weasley family at the height of his power. After all, Harry had fled during Fleur and Bill's wedding. Yet the Weasley family remained unscathed. During the subsequent purge of the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Weasley even dared to stand against powerful investigators, when assessing Ron's involvement with Harry, could only cast a distant glance. Of course, despite their significant standing, the Weasley family remained undeniably good-hearted. The car came to a halt at a village, a typical small hamlet, where the inhabitants likely had never glimpsed the other side of their ancestral land. An uncharted world they instinctively shunned. Enclosed by a stone wall, each rock seemed to have been released from a muggle-repelling charm, forming a crooked structure that would surely baffle Newton himself. Alan mused that if an artist were to capture it, they would undoubtedly become a master of abstract art. Scattered beside the house were remnants of discarded items, broken broomsticks, old cauldrons, tattered gloves, and a few chickens foraging for insects to serve as their hearty breakfast. "Oh, and Alan," Charlie reminded him, "do not mention to Mum that our car can fly. That was a promise we made to Dad before he allowed us to take it out. Mum has always believed this thing could traverse half of England in a single night." Charlie turned back to emphasize this point, and the twins nodded in agreement. "All right, you win. I have no intention of being a snitch. This secret shall remain intact." Upon entering the house, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a lavish breakfast, and notably, Annie received even better treatment than Alan. While asking them questions, Mrs. Weasley continuously filled Annie's plate with food. It was no wonder that she favored Annie. Anyone who had birthed 6 boys would undoubtedly treat their youngest daughter like a princess, and Annie's proximity in age to Ginny provided Mrs. Weasley with a sense of familiarity. Consequently, Alan found himself overshadowed by the Weasley boys, rendered somewhat mundane in comparison. As they dined, Ginny descended the stairs, ready for breakfast. Mrs. Weasley affectionately made space for her, and after introductions and greetings, this vivacious girl quickly joined the conversation. It was amusing to witness how Harry, a seemingly imposing figure, could render such a spirited girl shy. After the meal, Alan was assigned to share a room with the twins, while Annie was placed with Ginny. After a night of exhaustion, both Alan and the twins soon succumbed to sleep. When Alan awoke, it was nearly noon. At that moment, Annie and Ginny had already become fast friends, whispering secrets to one another, leaving Alan in awe of their swift camaraderie. Meanwhile, the twins and their youngest brother engaged in a traditional Hogwarts exchange regarding the centuries-old sorting ceremony scam, with Charlie grinning beside them, occasionally chiming in. From Ron's expression, it was evident they were performing admirably. After Percy greeted Alan, he resumed his reading of a book, an ancient tome on the history of magic, that had once lulled Alan to sleep. Its detailed knowledge and concise language left little room for engagement, yet Alan couldn't help but admire Percy's apparent enthusiasm for it. As Alan surveyed the living room while waiting for the meal to cook, he reflected on how Mrs. Weasley's exuberance had prevented him from truly experiencing the essence of a wizarding household. A grand fireplace, nearly ubiquitous among magical families, served as the primary means of travel. The enchanted clock hung on the wall directly opposite the kitchen, while the mantelpiece was cluttered with an array of magical tomes, some of which bore the marks of age. If Alan's intuition was correct, they were relics passed down through generations, much like the clock itself. After lunch, spurred by Charlie's suggestion, the boys decided to step outside for some fresh air, a proposal that garnered unanimous agreement, with the exception of Percy. Once outside, Charlie flashed a mischievous grin and announced, "I thought of a rather amusing game a few days ago. Are you interested?" The lethargy that had enveloped them post-meal dissipated instantly. "What game?" they inquired eagerly. "I recently discovered a muggle game called bowling, which struck me as quite entertaining, and I thought we might engage in a similar activity," Charlie elaborated. "A similar activity?" Alan pondered, somewhat perplexed about how it would resemble bowling. Charlie took a few steps forward, retrieving a potato from the ground. To Alan's astonishment, the potato appeared to possess tiny limbs and was wriggling. A goblin. "See? Like this." Charlie hoisted the goblin above his head and began to swing his arm in large circles, releasing it with a flick of his wrist. With a subtle wave of his wand, he transformed the ground into a smooth surface, then grabbed another goblin that had emerged to investigate the ruckus. This time, the goblin was launched along the ground, colliding with several others of its kind. "The more you hit, the higher your score. We must hurry. They will soon disperse on their own due to the commotion." The group was intrigued. This sport was the perfect post-meal activity. Before the goblins could form a scattered line and depart, Alan emerged victorious, despite his companions having thrown theirs much farther. It was undeniably an advantage. Alas, joyful moments are often fleeting, and Alan was surprised to find that his carefree days at the Burrow had passed so swiftly. On the 1st of September, Alan, Annie, and the entire Weasley family crammed into the magically altered car, unbeknownst to Mrs. Weasley. As they passed through the wall of the subway station, Alan waved goodbye to Annie and the Weasley couple before boarding the Hogwarts Express. "Hogwarts, it's been too long. I'm back." Chapter 1, A Traitor Among Us. Accompanied by Annie and the twin brothers, Alan navigated through the bustling train to find a compartment. A challenging task amidst the throngs of excited first-years milling about. Percy had long since vanished. As George cheekily remarked, Percy is quite ambitious. He has his sights set on the prefect position. Although Alan was uncertain about the connection, he nodded in agreement. Unlike the twins' carefree disposition, Percy had devoted himself diligently during his time at the Burrow. The pressure from his two prefect brothers was evident, and he was determined to excel in his pursuit of that title. Of course, Alan would not presume to reassure him with empty platitudes about his potential to become a prefect. Percy was undoubtedly one of the proudest Weasleys and was not easily swayed by the opinions of others. After procuring an ample supply of snacks, they quickly fell into their usual banter, a routine that had become second nature at the Burrow. The only disappointment was the absence of the two younger siblings they often teased, Ginny and Ron, who, with their limited knowledge of Hogwarts, made for the perfect audience, their wide-eyed admiration and encouragement for their boasting. As for Annie, having already experienced Hogwarts firsthand, the others felt reluctant to exaggerate. The modes of transportation for second years differed vastly from those of first years. So Alan and the others could only watch as Annie followed a group of young witches and wizards in Hagrid's footsteps. Suspecting it was a rite of passage designed to intimidate the newcomers, for Hogwarts appeared most magnificent from across the lake. Following the throng of older students, Alan and his friends were led to the carriages, if those peculiar creatures could indeed be classified as horses. Ignoring the bizarre thestrals, Alan climbed into the carriage, aiming for an unremarkable demeanor. Only those who had witnessed death could see them, and he was not keen on standing out. Once they disembarked, they promptly arranged themselves into lines at the headmaster's behest, accompanied by whispers and speculation. They eagerly discussed the identity of this year's defense against the dark arts professor and how long they might endure under his tutelage. However, their chatter was swiftly curtailed by the heads of houses as they were ushered into the great hall to take their places, ready to welcome the new blood. Before the first years arrived, the students speculated about the unfamiliar face at the staff table. If Alan's assumptions were correct, this man would be Hogwarts' latest defense against the dark arts instructor, a robust fellow with a bushy beard and a round belly. Yet his beaming countenance imparted an aura of cheerfulness rather than absurdity. At that moment, the professor was enthusiastically consuming copious amounts of mead. garnering the attention of the entire hall with his infectious laughter. Alan noted that he had already downed several sizable cups of the beverage, a considerable feat. It was clear that he was well-liked, as nearly every professor had been entertained by his antics. Even Professor Snape, known for his notoriously stern demeanor, exhibited no signs of displeasure, an impressive achievement, particularly given his reputation. However, until Dumbledore introduced the new professor, all eyes remained fixed on him, speculating about his teaching style. It was well known that each year's defense against the dark arts teacher was akin to a lottery. The curriculum for the ensuing months depended largely on fate. Yet, judging by the current situation, perhaps they had drawn the short straw. Their attention was soon diverted by the arrival of first years, hastily guided from the hall by Professor McGonagall, each face betraying signs of trepidation. In that moment, Alan comprehended why Hogwarts maintained a secrecy surrounding the sorting process. Witnessing those young witches and wizards experience such excitement was simply too delightful to relinquish. The sorting ceremony proceeded seamlessly, soon arriving at Annie. Unlike the other first years, whose apprehension was palpable, she casually placed the sorting hat upon her head. Almost instantaneously, a booming voice emerged from the hat, declaring, "Slytherin." Slytherin? The hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Alan, whose name was already somewhat known throughout the school, had brought Annie in. Nearly all students had witnessed their arrival together. Even among the informed professors, there was a palpable certainty that Hufflepuff would gain a remarkably gifted young witch. Yet at this moment, the destined Hufflepuff had been sorted into Slytherin. Merlin, what jest is this? Professor Snape's lips curled into a rare smile at the misfortune of the troublesome little Hufflepuff, particularly since he was one of the 3 professors present at the time and well aware of her potential. Before long, a Slytherin student reacted, and cheers and applause erupted from that corner. However, the most astonishing moment followed. After the sorting hat called her name, Annie bowed to the professors and hurried toward the student table, only to discover it was Hufflepuff's. Ignoring the taunts and applause from Slytherin, Annie made a beeline for the Hufflepuff table. At her request, the bewildered young witch beside Alan vacated her seat, wearing an expression of utter shock, and settled into another chair. Indeed, amidst the bewildered expressions of the entire school faculty and students, Annie took her seat like a fresh recruit from Hufflepuff, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her meal. Not to mention them, even Alan wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of how this unforeseen turn of events had unfolded. "Brother, what is wrong? Why they stopped?" Annie's innocent inquiry momentarily snapped him back to reality, her demeanor as if nothing had transpired. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall had already arrived, instructing, "Miss Annie, please return to your house's table." "My house? What is that? Why can I sit with you, brother?" Annie pointed towards several newly sorted young wizards at the Hufflepuff table. "And I cannot?" Alan instinctively rubbed his temples, realizing he had neglected to explain the distinctions between the 4 houses to Annie. To avoid unnecessary discord, he had refrained from discussing inter-house matters with the twins. "All right, Annie, tell me, what did the sorting hat say?" "It mentioned pure blood, exceptional talent, and fervent aspirations, and I told it to hurry up," Annie replied with a look of innocence. Professor McGonagall's expression was quite remarkable, though it paled in comparison to Professor Snape's, especially after the reason for Annie's predicament was revealed. Nevertheless, the sorting hat's decision was immutable, a tradition upheld at Hogwarts for millennia. Thus, amidst Snape's notably strained countenance, the sorting ceremony continued. Chapter 2. The new defense against the dark arts professor. Although the emergence of a Slytherin yearning to join Hufflepuff was rather awkward, it was hardly significant enough to pause the opening ceremony. Once everyone was seated and dining, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Mr. Dumbledore, commenced his address for the new academic year. "Welcome." He surveyed the hall, making each young wizard feel the weight of his gaze pass over them. Alan noticed that he lingered a moment longer on Annie, who was evidently being persuaded to return to the Slytherin table. "Welcome to Hogwarts in this new academic year. Firstly, first-year students should be aware that the Forbidden Forest in the hunting grounds is off-limits. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind you all that magic is not permitted in the corridors. Lastly, it is my pleasure to introduce our new professor of defense against the dark arts, a wizard adventurer from the East, Professor Chun." "Chun? What a peculiar name, Alan. Have you heard of it?" Marshall, sitting beside Alan, repeated the name with an odd accent, prompting Alan to refrain from correcting the bizarre pronunciation. As Dumbledore's words concluded, applause erupted from all corners of the hall. Though uncertain of this mysterious professor's teaching prowess, his intriguing background sparked the imaginations of many, especially after their recent experiences with the exchange. Once the applause subsided, Dumbledore continued, "Now it is getting late. It is crucial for you to enter your classes tomorrow morning invigorated and with clear minds. Off to bed quickly." He took his seat and turned to converse with the new professor. The dining hall erupted into a cacophony of clattering dishes as students rose en masse to pour through the two open doors leading to the entrance hall. Alan did not rush to leave, but took the opportunity to impart some final advice to Annie. "Never suffer in silence when you are bullied. Stand your ground." Before he could finish, he was interrupted, causing him great embarrassment. He had intended to suggest she seek out a professor. However, upon reflection, Annie's approach seemed reasonable. He estimated that, conservatively, the new students collectively could not overpower Annie. As for any potential trouble, he was not overly concerned. Professor Snape, despite his unpleasant demeanor, was exceptionally protective of his house students. While Annie's actions might be deemed excessive, it was undeniable that she was indeed a Slytherin now. Other students, particularly those from the esteemed Slytherin house, would not regard a group of freshmen who could not even best a small girl with much respect. However, since Annie had passed the Sorting Hat's assessment as a pureblood, she would not carry the negative aura that Alan bore as a Slytherin. In fact, by the next afternoon, Alan realized his worries were unfounded. A number of young Slytherins had already gathered around Annie. As Annie joyfully raced toward him, Alan suddenly realized that the little ones were throwing him looks of resentment. This struck him as rather strange. Had those second-year Slytherins deliberately exposed their own dark histories to deepen their animosity towards him? What absurd behavior. However, he quickly gleaned the answer from the envious glances of some small Hufflepuffs. The previous night's welcoming feast, bolstered by the efforts of the house elves, had made Alan's name known among the new students. The answer was simple. Annie, the young Slytherin aspiring to be a Hufflepuff, had showcased her remarkable magical talent during 2 classes that afternoon, earning Slytherin a full 20 points. This act caused the Slytherins, who had initially resolved to ostracize her, to shift their stance completely. It was rumored that Professor Snape had been smiling throughout lunch. Although this little Slytherin had her heart set on Hufflepuff, the points and talent were undeniably substantial. Consequently, the animosity directed towards this new student naturally fell upon Alan, who was perceived as attempting to lure away an outstanding Slytherin. This influx of hatred left Alan feeling as if countless magical creatures were stampeding through his mind. On the very first day of the school year, he had successfully amassed such a substantial amount of enmity. After imparting a few more words of caution to Annie, Alan guided her to the dining table, where only remnants of dessert remained. Upon receiving Alan's permission, Annie eagerly piled her plate high, only to reluctantly abandon half of it under Alan's watchful gaze. After experiencing tooth pain, Alan forbade her from indulging in sweets any further. With a bemused expression, Alan sulkily nibbled on some dessert to appease his hunger, having just caught a glimpse of their headmaster's reproachful glance. He contemplated heading to the kitchen for a snack, pondering what to do that afternoon since there appeared to be no classes. "Brother, how about we go to the library this afternoon? I'm eager to explore all those magical books you mentioned." Annie's request interrupted Alan's thoughts and provided him with a plan for the afternoon. Without a doubt, the day would be spent in the library. That evening, at Hogwarts Towers, the door to the Hufflepuff common room quietly creaked open. Such a sight was not uncommon, for Hufflepuffs often sought the assistance of house elves when hunger struck in the middle of the night. However, the figure stepping through the door did not head toward the location of the painting concealing the kitchen entrance. After muttering an almost inaudible incantation, the figure gradually melded into the night, vanishing from sight. It goes without saying that this individual was Alan. The skills he acquired from the Widowmaker bestowed upon him a convenience akin to possessing an invisibility cloak, while knowledge gleaned from the assassin master enabled him to navigate the silent castle without a jarring presence. After traversing the ever-shifting staircases of Hogwarts, Alan soon found himself on the 8th floor, pausing opposite a tapestry depicting a giant battering a hapless troll. Here, he would unravel the mystery that had plagued him throughout the summer, the secrets of the mysterious golden tablet acquired from the vampire. Chapter 3. The Sacrificial Golden Tablet. The Room of Requirement, the most illogical of all chambers within Hogwarts. Even in the magical realm, this enigmatic room seemed excessively miraculous. It could fulfill nearly any desire, serving as a modest space for house elves to sober up or transforming into a grand hall housing Horcruxes. From the very first act of the narrative, a subtle foreshadowing is established, which ultimately paves the way to triumph. It was through this path that Harry ventured into the heavily fortified Hogwarts, ultimately securing victory in the climactic battle. Of course, prior to that, one must overlook the rather insignificant detail of its appearance as a mere toilet within the realm of Harry Potter. At this moment, Alan was not there to obliterate the Horcrux. His sole intention was to locate a suitable place where the system could absorb the golden tablet. Unfortunately, England proved to be rather small, and the Ministry of Magic surveillance far too stringent. The Room of Requirement was precisely the ideal location. It was concealed and fiercely protected by the formidable enchantments of the school. Not even the Ministry of Magic, nor Dumbledore himself, could detect any activity within. The existence of Malfoy's vanishing cabinet and the fierce flames of the cursed fire attested to this fact. Alan paced silently at the entrance, contemplating the need for a vast open space to conduct his magical ritual. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. The scene that unfolded before him was hauntingly familiar. A castle constructed from heaps of refuse, remnants of terrifying magical artifacts. Countless forbidden tomes lay discarded like worthless debris. The air thick with scraps of paper, evidence of malevolent books tearing apart others. The array of broken magical items was simply incalculable, some twitching faintly as if engaged in their final struggles. This was the ultimate refuge for nearly a millennium of Hogwarts refuse and forbidden objects. Yet, what drew Alan's gaze was not the refuse, but rather the statue of an ancient wizard atop a dilapidated crate. The statue's barren head was crowned with a tattered, dust-covered wig, beneath which lay a crown, rusted and pockmarked, that would scarcely be accepted even at a scrapyard, valued at a mere 20 cents per pound. However, Alan recognized it as a once glorious treasure, the diadem of Ravenclaw, pilfered by a mischievous child of the house. While it underscored the obligation of every citizen to discipline unruly children, the crown now held far greater significance, harboring a fragment of the soul of the most nefarious sorcerer. With utmost caution, Alan observed this artifact from a distance. Acutely aware that he lacked the strength to dismantle the Horcrux, he would not underestimate the potential backlash from such an endeavor. After all, Voldemort would not make his tentative return to Hogwarts until the following year. Time was on his side, allowing for careful consideration. Once he ensured a safe distance from the cursed object, Alan magically cleared a sufficiently large area. He then retrieved the golden tablet from his dimensional bag, a relic of vampiric origins. As he placed the half-man-high tablet onto the ground, an escalating urgency emanated from the system. Upon laying his hands gently upon the tablet, he awaited the system's absorption. With his consent, a small magical circle illuminated at the point of contact, its blue sigil rotating and expanding, striving to envelop the entire surface of the tablet. However, to Alan's astonishment, as the magical circle gradually spread, the previously inert tablet began to emit a faint yellow glow, fiercely resisting the system's attempt at absorption. Concurrently, a whirlwind of yellow sand erupted from the tablet, akin to a desert storm, seeking to disperse everything within its vicinity. In the periphery of Alan's vision, the refuse he had just displaced began to scatter, and he felt himself being pushed back by the force of the wind. Curse it! Alan gritted his teeth, grasping the tablet and leaning back. Even with his enhanced physical prowess, the sudden impact and the weight of the tablet bore down on him, causing him to spit blood. Yet, his smile remained unbroken. Let us see you manage to lift yourself. Soon, under the system's relentless absorption, the yellow glow gradually dissipated, and the blue sigil fully enveloped the golden tablet. Alan quickly rolled over and hurled the tablet away, watching as it expanded into a massive stone slab, rivaling the grand entrance of Hogwarts itself. In the brief moment of its solidification, a towering mummy, brandishing a staff, let out a defiant wail, but its colossal form, twice Alan's height, began to fragment under the influence of the blue sigil, ultimately disintegrating into dust. The remnants coalesced into a blue sand reminiscent of gemstones, swirling around the enormous slab, gradually revealing lines of ancient text, knowledge Alan had previously acquired during his own hero's journey. Simultaneously, the system blared a cacophony of notifications. Ding! Fragment of the hero Noxus. The Desert Reaper. 213. Ding! Fragment of the hero Amu. The Sad Mummy. 173. Ding! Fragment of the hero Rex Sai. The Desert Butcher. 193. Ding! Fragment of the ancient sorcerer Zayrath. 053. Ding! Fragment of the Emperor Azir. 13. Ding! Fragment of the Card Master Twisted Fate. 13. The lengthy notifications left Alan momentarily speechless, before he began to berate the system for its inadequacies. Not only had he failed to exchange for a complete hero's legacy, but aside from the Card Master, the other hero's fragments were clearly marked as non-exchangeable. Indeed, it was not a matter of insufficient gold. Rather, it was an absolute impossibility to redeem them. The abilities of the other heroes were one thing, but the powers of the ancient sorcerer and Azir were quintessentially wizardly. At that moment, Alan's attention was drawn to the inscription on the fallen slab. I am the ascendant of Shurima, destined to lead mortals toward prosperity. Shurima, your emperor has returned. Descendants of Shurima, rise with me or be cast down. Following this proclamation were dense lines of magical text, akin to the knowledge Alan had previously received during his hero's inheritance, now inscribed upon the tablet. Alan's expression shifted, cursing under his breath. Damn it, descendants of Shurima. The wheel's cursed ability has interfered with this sacrifice. Fortunately, upon tentatively reading further, he discovered that the knowledge he had committed to memory would be erased from the tablet. Good news, especially since he was unable to destroy it. As Alan stepped out of the room of requirement, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions, he realized another reason for the tumult. The system's energy had been excessively drained in its confrontation with the tablet. Even from the 8th floor, he could hear the howling winds wreaking havoc throughout Hogwarts. Despite the thick glass and long corridors, Alan could feel the stinging sensation of the sand being swept into the castle, and he feared that even the magically protected windows might soon shatter under the barrage of sand. In that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had descended. Chapter 4. The Funeral of Yellow Sand. As Alan cautiously entered the dormitory, the others had already awakened from the sudden upheaval in the weather. Using the excuse of seeking food, he deftly sidestepped any inquiries regarding his absence, despite their grumbling that he had not thought to bring them any midnight snacks. After some commotion, they eventually settled down, for although the colossal sandstorm had taken them by surprise, it was not unlike the summer storms they often experienced. Moreover, this was Hogwarts. With Dumbledore at the helm, these two factors were enough to assuage the young wizard's concerns, allowing them to dismiss the sandstorm as merely a natural occurrence. Before long, several young wizards, newly awakened, returned to their slumber, save for Alan, who remained deep in thought. Without a shadow of a doubt, that was a golden slab imbued with formidable power. From its various manifestations, it was evident that it possessed a strength entirely distinct from that of vampires, suggesting that it was a treasure seized through brute force, most likely originating from Egypt. When considering the vampire's flight from Europe and Napoleon's campaign in Egypt, it becomes apparent that this slab could very well be a relic from that era, possibly a long-coveted magical artifact. Thus, the powers of the cards and the entirety of the Shurima hero system can be aptly elucidated. Egypt is renowned as a bastion of divination, with tarot cards being mere imitations born from an accidental revelation of magical tools by Egyptian sorcerers. If Alan's conjectures were correct, the parsimonious system likely intended to bestow upon him the power of a mere hero, yet the overwhelming strength derived from the war goddess Iver, combined with that slab's might, entirely transformed his predicament. The card's abilities emanated from the unassimilated slab, while the powers originally intended for him, those of the Desert Emperor Azir, were augmented under Sivir's influence, encompassing the strengths of numerous heroes within the Shurima framework. After all, Azir was the Emperor of Shurima, and Sivir was his direct descendant. As for the true master of the slab, it was likely the Pharaoh, a joint leader of the Egyptian sorcerers and muggles alike. During his research in the Wagado Library, Alan had perused descriptions of the ancient sorcerer organization's leaders, who were adept at manipulating sands and nurturing the sacred scare creatures. Each pharaoh wielded an exquisitely crafted scepter, the prototype of the most ancient wands. It was in 382 BCE that Ollivander crafted the first true wand based on these scepters. The stone was likely handpicked by the pharaoh himself, and upon his death, intricately carved by the high priest as a burial object inscribed with the pharaoh's life story. Given the slab's immense power, it was evident that this pharaoh possessed extraordinary strength. Clearly, the vampires had failed to recognize its hidden potential, regarding it merely as a powerful divination tool. In truth, it had been instrumental in their successful ambush of the werewolf camp. However, these speculations bore no relevance to Alan. They did not alter the undeniable fact of the slab's presence. This meant he must swiftly commit its powers to memory, rather than indulging in the arcane arts as he had previously. With the end of the term encroaching, his spare time had been significantly diminished. Thus, while contemplating how to utilize his meager time for these matters, Alan succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Alan was awakened by the astonished cries of his roommates. They discovered that Hogwarts had been blanketed in a thick layer of yellow sand overnight. For the young wizards, this was akin to the joy of a snowfall. Alan quickly realized the reason for the slab's swift acquisition. Aside from the system, Hogwarts' defensive mechanisms had tipped the scales in favor of the slab's downfall. The overwhelming sandstorm had led to classes being cancelled, leaving the poor house elves too intimidated to clean in the presence of humans, nor daring to venture out during the tempestuous night. It was hardly appropriate for the young witches and wizards to remain cooped up in sandy classrooms. Students were tasked with organizing the areas ravaged by the sand, and Alan and his fellow Hufflepuffs were assigned to tidy up the greenhouse, nearly toppled by the gusts. Many precious herbs had sustained damage, and the senior Hufflepuffs were currently tending to Professor Sprout's cherished plants. Conversely, the outer greenhouse was overseen by second-year students, allowing first years to partake in this practical lesson, as the herbs there were less valuable. Thus, Alan found himself idly tending to the injured plants, grateful for his foundational skills that allowed him to complete the task with minimal focus. Yet, throughout the day, Alan could not fathom why his spirits were so low. Neither the twins' invented sand-sliding game nor the daily escapades of the Slytherins could lift his mood. It was only when two students from Ravenclaw began to jest about the sand's intent to bury Hogwarts that he realized the source of his malaise. This sandstorm seemed to serve as a funeral for the deceased pharaoh. How powerful must a sorcerer be to warrant such a spectacle after death? This sandstorm was indeed an apt tribute. Wait. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Alan. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. Then, to the astonishment of those around him, Alan plunged his head into the frigid lake waters. A wave of coolness dispelled his inexplicable sorrow, replaced by a sense of joy and mockery. That pharaoh was a wretched old fool, still wreaking havoc millennia after his demise. Had Alan not recognized the anomaly in his own consciousness and sought external assistance, he could have remained mired in that negativity for an indeterminate time. Moreover, who could foresee whether absorbing enough negative emotions might spiral the situation further out of control? Thus, under the astonished gazes of the other young wizards, Alan spat vehemently at the sand and hurried towards the library, determined to seek a cost-effective remedy, lest his pockets and spirit suffer immeasurable losses. Chapter 5. Solutions to the Curse. The world is rife with various forms of helplessness. Yet 90% of such despair can ultimately be traced back to one root cause: poverty. As Alan hurried into the library and perused every tome related to curses that he could access, he found himself disheartened by a singular realization. Although the myriad of curse books offered similar descriptions of his predicament, they were all, without exception, an accumulation of nonsensical drivel. They merely discussed the manifestations of the curses and the tragic fates of the afflicted, which had indeed succeeded in sickening Alan. Yet they entirely omitted any mention of potential solutions to similar curses. This was akin to finding an answer key at the back of the book, purely a frustrating and futile endeavor. As for the tomes within the restricted section, well, under Madame Pance's piercing gaze, Alan opted to shy away. Fortunately, while it was inconvenient to disclose this matter to the school nurse, Alan still had two remedial options available, albeit both required the expenditure of that glimmering gold. As we often say, poverty is a most terrifying plight, and these two choices compelled Alan to take a step further down the path of destitution. Option 1. Purchase the legacy of the eternal nightmare manticore, a creature birthed from nightmares that would surely not be thwarted by a mere emotion-manipulating curse. Alan was confident that acquiring its legacy would enable him to disregard, or even absorb, the curse bestowed by that pharaoh. His swift recovery from the debilitating curse was not solely due to the system's mitigation, but also the support from the Scarecrow's powers. Alas, this formidable hero came with a corresponding price of 480 gleaming galleons, a significant portion of Alan's meager savings. Option 2. A demigod who lost the opportunity for divinity due to rage, a vengeful being capable of imprisoning even the most brilliant chemist within a wolf's body, and a hero standing at the pinnacle of Valoran, Soraka, the Star Child. The reason Alan previously refrained from harnessing the power of this demigod was, in a sense, due to the inherent benevolence of her abilities. In a wizarding world rife with instant death curses, mere healing could hardly serve as a shield against such malevolent spells. At least, that was his initial perception. However, upon discovering that the more expensive heroes were more amenable to accepting their legacies, he began to pursue those higher-tier champions. Despite his habitual reassurances that time was on his side, he was acutely aware that the clock was ticking. He certainly could not afford to stand idly by while others engaged in decisive battles, merely supporting Dumbledore with healing and buffs. That would be utterly preposterous. He had no inclination to witness others save the world. What if they proved unreliable? His choice of this hero's capabilities was entirely motivated by her ultimate ability, which could effectively eliminate all negative statuses below a certain spell level. However, this particular spell was on par with her own demigod status. Thus, Alan's initial skepticism regarding her formidable powers swiftly transformed into a sense of invincibility within a wizarding realm where the greatest sorcerer was merely Merlin. Indeed, she was the bane of curses. Considering both cost and efficacy, Alan ultimately opted for Sorka's powers. As he had surmised, this hero, colloquially known as the healer on the Valoran continent, was indeed the antidote to all curses. Yet, this power bore a seemingly trivial flaw, as is well known. Sorka is titled the Child of the Stars. Consequently, it was inevitable that her strength required celestial assistance for further cultivation. The silver lining was that Hogwarts, untouched by corruption, boasted a world-class night sky, complemented by the much-maligned, towering astronomical tower, an exceedingly favorable environment for Alan's training. However, as the adage goes, fortune often conceals misfortune. As every muggle is aware, the stars can only be appreciated at night, even if they persist during the day. Thus, while Sorka's powers could still be wielded, training would have to occur during the night. Moreover, this year, Alan found himself burdened with punitive employment from the school and a slab resting in the answer-when-called room. He suddenly felt as though the entire wizarding world had morphed into a realm of cultivation, making restful sleep this year a mere fantasy. After the students toiled diligently in cleaning and the house elves worked tirelessly through the night, Hogwarts, shrouded in yellow sand, finally regained its former glory, no longer resembling a castle unearthed from a desert. Following breakfast, the second-year students of Hufflepuff eagerly anticipated their long-awaited class in defense against the dark arts. They were intrigued by the mysterious Eastern wizard, speculating endlessly about what this professor might bring to their lessons. Ultimately, they concluded that they would prefer this instructor to possess a slight penchant for mischief, akin to Professor Sigma, rather than emulate the previous year's tedious professor who merely read from the textbook. Although such discussions bore little significance, the arrival of the appointed professor was inevitable, a circumstance beyond even Deputy Headmistress McGonagall's control. Fortunately, it appeared that this professor indeed possessed genuine skill. As the young wizards awaited with bated breath, Alan lethargically observed as the professor entered the classroom. From his excessively voluminous robes, he produced a wand and tapped it against the desk, which promptly began to shuffle its way to the corner of the room. "All right, children, stand up and clear your seats. We have no need for these." This command elicited a chorus of jubilant cheers from the young wizards. Whatever followed could hardly be as dull as a lesson of merely reading from a textbook. Once the students rose, the desks and chairs, under the professor's wand's influence, scuttled to the edges of the room. After this was accomplished, the new professor instinctively reached for his waist, only to find nothing there. "Well, due to an agreement with Dumbledore, I cannot indulge in drink during class. It is quite the devilish pact." With sharp ears, Alan caught the mutterings, and then the professor declared loudly, "Now that we have sufficient space, let's welcome our new friend." At his words, a house elf wheeled in a massive barrel, which Alan strongly suspected had been drained by the new professor. As the lid was lifted, all the young wizards emitted disappointed sighs. It was the same yellow sand they had encountered just yesterday, with the only difference being that it now filled an entire barrel. Observing the despondent expressions of the students, the professor patted the edge of the barrel, and to the rhythm of his tapping, a sticky, sand-like creature, barely discernible as having limbs, emerged from within. Chapter 6. The New Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. This entity, indeed, bore a rather indistinct appearance. If Alan were to liken it to something, the first image that sprang to mind was the champion Zack from League of Legends. The sand creature, like Zack, possessed grotesquely formed limbs. However, it lacked Zack's muscular development. Instead, it resembled a flowing mass of sand, perpetually shifting and shedding grains onto the floor. "This sand golem," the professor explained, "is a magical construct I whimsically created after observing all that sand yesterday." He patted the creature, which stood at shoulder height, causing a cascade of fine grains to fall. In the East, these beings serve as practice aids for young wizards. Of course, their wooden puppets are more common, as they are sturdier, but this will suffice for our purposes. "So, Professor, are we to cast spells at it, treating it like a target?" a bold little wizard inquired, raising his hand. "Oh, no, if they were merely targets, I could easily procure some hard rocks, which wouldn't require my effort in crafting." The professor abandoned his search for a flask at his waist, stroking his beard instead. "This is a tool designed to teach you how to combat using magic. I believe that is the knowledge you truly need." Combat? The term rendered the young wizards momentarily speechless. "Professor, do you mean wizard duels?" "No, in fact. You will discover that wizard duels follow certain rules when you venture out on adventures. Those divine creatures one T-bow to you before attacking. Thus, He turned back to the blackboard and inscribed a single word: escape. This word ignited a cacophony among the young wizards, akin to water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. None of the house mottos contain such a term. Indeed, it is escape. Perhaps someone can tell me what Hogwarts' motto is? His question was quickly answered. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. Correct. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. How profoundly wise. Each year, several overconfident souls attempt to slay dragons alone for glory and riches, only to fall victim to dragon fire. The essence of escape is to enable you to discern when you are in peril and to preserve your life in times of danger. I would rather not see you perish under a curse due to inadequate evasion in the future. All right, enough with the talk. Let us begin with the first student. Soon enough, the students learned the true meaning of escape. Most spells merely stripped a few grains of sand from the golem, while two students adeptly combined retreat with clever barrier spells to evade the seemingly clumsy yet surprisingly agile creature, successfully escaping to the designated safety zone. The remainder of the students, however, met the fate of being toppled by the golem, left with a shower of sand. The team swiftly arrived at Alan's location. With an inscrutable demeanor, Alan made a slight gesture, prompting the other young wizards, who shared a relatively amicable rapport with him, to cooperate despite their uncertainty regarding his intentions. This subtle interaction caught the professor's attention, yet he chose to remain silent. Had it not been for Professor Sigma's rigorous training, the young wizards might have voiced their grievances. However, at this moment, they exhibited no trepidation, but rather a palpable eagerness that elicited a look of satisfaction from the professor. As time passed, the number of wizards in line dwindled, with Alan being the last to take the stage. Just before entering, he abruptly lifted his head and, to the astonishment of the assembled young wizards, posed a thought-provoking question. Professor, while I wholeheartedly agree with your theory, might it not be a tad extreme? Should we truly consider fleeing in the face of peril? Indeed, although the professor's training methods were commendable, Alan found himself at odds with his philosophy. According to the professor's assertions, nearly half of Hogwarts' young wizards would be engaging in futile struggles in the future, as they would confront Voldemort's forces without hope if Alan were not involved. At that juncture, their last glimmer of hope, Harry, would be erroneously deemed dead. This embodiment of the Hogwarts spirit was precisely why Alan held such affection for the institution, and he was determined that these young wizards should not forget this ethos under the tutelage of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. For that spirit constituted the true walls of Hogwarts. No, my child, I am delighted that you are contemplating such profound matters. That is a lesson for another time. Some things cannot be simply measured. When faced with such dilemmas, we must make another choice, the professor replied, turning to inscribe the word sacrifice in large letters. It may be somewhat incomprehensible now, but you will come to understand that some things are worth more than life itself. It could be a person, an object, or a belief. When you encounter such a thing, you will willingly relinquish your life to protect it. An exceptionally valuable question, Hepiga. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, this does not alter the fact that you must accept the challenge, little rascal. Having received a satisfying answer, Alan strode confidently into the arena, casting several tiny seeds that landed upon the imposing sand golem. As he waved his wand, deep green thorns began to proliferate wildly across the golem's form, ensnaring the flowing sand. As the vines multiplied, the entire golem gradually began to crack from within. Just as the professor had indicated, it was a hastily constructed entity born of a moment's whim, rendering it exceedingly fragile. Cheers erupted, catching the professor off guard. Although he was aware this was a trial, and had mentally prepared himself, it was unlikely anyone truly relished being crushed beneath a mound of sand. With his inner discontent resolved, Alan naturally sought to enjoy the experience, particularly since everyone else had already undergone their tests. However, this contraption proved to be rather brittle. Adhering to his principle of ensuring that his own discomfort should not cause others pain, Alan graciously bowed to the professor. Professor, as you wish. Chapter 7. The Potions class begins with a bang. The newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor quickly garnered widespread acclaim throughout the school, even surpassing Professor Sigma in popularity. This was unsurprising, as many students found Sigma's peculiarities rather intolerable. Consequently, Professor Snape had maintained a rather sour disposition towards the students for an extended period, despite his naturally stern countenance. As is well known, Professor Snape possessed a profound affinity for the dark arts, a genius in his own right. He even began crafting his own dark spells during his time at school, achieving unprecedented success with his powerful incantation, the Killing Curse. Thus, he, like the Dark Lord of Ur, approached this position with fervent zeal. Undeterred by the lurking curse that surrounded it, eagerly pursuing this role with the reckless abandon characteristic of many wizards. In a program addressing the scarcity of foreign wizards, Professor Snape ultimately succeeded in challenging this position in the future, albeit at the cost of his own life, to the very curse he had so boldly confronted. While Alan would have liked to kindly admonish this professor, whose true nature was not entirely malevolent, in hopes of steering him away from self-destructive paths, it was indisputable that such sentiments, given his relationship with Professor Snape, would inevitably transform his weekend assistance into a dreary experience in the potions classroom. He believed that, based on Dumbledore's unwavering trust in Snape, such a suggestion would undoubtedly be sanctioned. Alan's plethora of grievances stemmed primarily from his first potions class of the new term. As everyone was aware, through his dismissive efforts, he had successfully shifted Professor Snape's disposition towards him from indifferent to hostile. This was a remarkable feat, indicating that he would now face the full brunt of Snape's derision. After the customary roll call, Professor Snape, with his signature low and sardonic tone, Alan suspected that this very voice was responsible for him being outmatched by Potter and his friends, concluded the attendance with a remark directed at Alan, a remarkable individual, indeed, who heroically vanquished a sand golem. My, if memory serves me correctly, you're here to learn the art of escape. It seems even the dullest of minds could manage that. Following the roll call, he instructed the young wizards to pair up at their desks, and Alan instinctively remained by the side of his roommate, Marshall. Unfortunately, he evidently overlooked the adverse effects of his low rapport with Snape. Alan, I assume that as someone regarded as a genius, you would not mind setting an example. Now, why don't you demonstrate for us how to concoct the swelling solution? This was hardly an enviable task. Although the detailed preparation steps were outlined, Professor Snape had opted not to demonstrate the brewing process, and as for guidance, Alan believed it unnecessary to mention. Merely escaping Snape's scathing remarks was a blessing in itself. As he had anticipated when he stood alone at that station, he received no guidance whatsoever beyond the significant points mentioned by Snape, not even the customary sarcastic corrections for his errors. Potion making is a highly specialized, precise science, governed by strict methodologies, as I explained in our first class. However, unlike during our first year, when our lack of understanding regarding the basic properties of herbs and materials limited our capability to grasp the art, I believe you now possess sufficient experience to tackle some common potions, rather than merely the rudimentary concoctions that even a novice could brew. This heralded a shift to a more advanced curriculum. However, Alan felt no joy in this development. It indicated that he would be confronting challenges of a level he had never encountered before, and all without the benefits of a novice assistant system. While he had performed reasonably well in his first-year potions class, much of that success stemmed from his proficiency in herbology. After all, in a class where the professor's demeanor was so acerbic, it was unlikely that many students could muster genuine enthusiasm, aside from the true overachievers. Alan had previously contemplated acquiring the skills of an alchemist to enhance his potions expertise. But neither his finances nor his energy permitted him to seek out more legacies merely to evade the course. After all, such legacies would not grant him immediate abilities but would require time to master. It seemed that he was in for another round of mockery. Wait, what? Alan glanced at the potion description posted nearby and suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Had he not seen this potion's recipe before? After confirming multiple times, Alan realized he had indeed encountered a modified version of this potion. Although numerous steps had been altered, the potion's state and effect were identical to those described. It had appeared in the notes of a rather inept wizard, and Alan had diligently reviewed those modified potion recipes during his leisure time to gain the system's recognition of the notebook. Most importantly, unlike the typical anecdote where one recalls the title but forgets the answer, Alan possesses a remarkable clarity in remembering each step of the potion-making process. Alas, dear friend, it seems you have become a rather ineffectual werewolf wizard, since you have entrusted me with your notebook. I trust you won't team mind my utilizing it for more meaningful endeavors. Thus, with unwavering confidence, Alan meticulously followed the steps from memory to recreate the wizard's notes. It soon became evident that he truly deserved the pride he took in his potion score, a sentiment Alan could distinctly perceive reflected in Professor Snape's expression. After a barrage of sardonic remarks, Professor Snape strode purposefully toward Alan's cauldron, prepared to deliver a critique steeped in his usual acerbic style. Unfortunately, there was none to be had. Neither the anticipated failure of the potion nor Snape's characteristic commentary materialized. Instead, the cauldron contained a translucent, pale purple potion, a testament to the perfection of its brewing. With an air of reluctance, he awarded a token point to Hufflepuff, and Alan mused that, Had it not been for the substantial support of Professor Sprout's herbology, he might not have even secured that meager point. Professor Snape declared the end of the class. And this incident swiftly became the talk of the students at lunch, for it was a rare occurrence to witness Professor Snape bested. Some young wizards even wagered that Alan's recent lack of vitality was undoubtedly due to clandestine potion study, considering that, despite his commendable performance last year, it had scarcely surpassed the professor's expectations. Detractors among the young wizards scoffed at this notion, asserting that, much like divination, potion-making heavily relies on innate talent rather than the diligent efforts that can elevate subjects like history of magic and herbology. Some individuals are simply not cut out for potion-making, no matter how much they strive to achieve mastery. As for Alan, he could only attribute his fortune to Merlin's blessing. Were these mere notes? He would not hesitate to share them with friends, but now that they were intertwined with the system, he could only express regret. Chapter 8. The Most Severe Theft. Even in the wizarding world, there exists a fundamental logic. No one becomes a genius overnight, nor does a wizard suddenly become inept. Naturally, the young wizards were skeptical of Alan's claims of being blessed by Merlin, yet such matters remain personal secrets, and no one would dare pry. For whatever knowledge they acquired constituted their own intellectual treasure. For wizards, knowledge of spells and potions, along with their methods of casting, is revered as a family heirloom, akin to precious magical artifacts, while Hogwarts professors impart only the most basic incantations. Why are the Death Eaters, who follow Voldemort, so formidable? Because they benefit from the Dark Lord's tutelage, which offers them improved spells and innovative magic. What grants a seemingly ordinary flame in Dumbledore's hands its tremendous power? Surely, it is not solely due to Dumbledore's profound magical abilities. Rather, it is largely a result of his own modifications to the spell. Just as Ron, educated alongside Harry, could cast a jinx in his second year, each wizarding family possesses its unique magical heritage. Harry, upon graduation, could scarcely master a handful of offensive spells, while Hermione's lack of combative prowess stemmed from the school's reluctance to teach many offensive spells. Consequently, those young wizards of Muggle descent, unless exceptionally gifted to enter the Ministry of Magic or remain on staff, often find themselves in similar positions post-graduation as Voldemort. As for offensive spells, substantial learning occurs only during the rigorous 3-year training to become an Auror, a path fraught with difficulty, as it is not uncommon for years to pass without a single wizard achieving that status. This is not due to the Academy's stinginess. Rather, it is the outcome of extensive negotiations between the school, the Ministry of Magic, and ancient families. Moreover, the widespread dissemination of offensive spells would inevitably lead to chaos, a scenario no one desires. The leak of dark magic would pose great challenges for the Ministry of Magic. However, what Alan faced was even more dire. He discovered that something had been stolen. The theft could be dismissed as a mere prank, akin to the antics of the eccentric Luna. It also bore the sinister possibility of avarice. Alan had once feared the discovery of the books hidden beneath the box, yet the loss he now faced, should his roommates uncover the contents of his box, was 1,000 times graver, for those books merely threatened to lead his roommates astray, whereas the current loss was potentially catastrophic. That night, upon deftly opening the door to the room of requirement, he approached the slate he had already memorized a portion of. If all went according to plan, he could fully inherit the legacy of a new hero within a week, albeit at the cost of dedicating himself to intensive study. However, as he prepared to memorize the slate, as usual, he discovered that a significant portion of the text was missing. This revelation sent a chill of dread through him, prompting him to attempt to recall the remaining sections. Regrettably, apart from a small fragment, the rest was as disconnected as a jigsaw puzzle missing its most vital piece. Damn it! Who could have stolen this knowledge? Alan's fist struck the slate in frustration, and amidst the throbbing pain, he gradually regained his composure. Things were not as dire as they seemed. The disjointed legacy he had intercepted would render it nearly incomprehensible to anyone else. The pressing question was, who was responsible? How had they managed to extract part of a legacy written in characters he did not recognize? And who were they? Did they know Alan's identity? Or was it too late to eliminate him? Was it a wayward student? An inadvertent house elf? Or perhaps a professor? A ghost? Even Dumbledore himself? The possibilities were endless, including the notion that the mute Mr. Fair might coincidentally resonate with the magic of Valoran and the slate. All was uncertain, and Alan could only strive to mitigate the damage, attempting to memorize as much as possible before the thief returned. Regrettably, his efforts yielded little success. The missing legacy was beyond his capacity to recall, Even with his formidable memory, he could not fully inscribe the knowledge, leaving the remnants incomplete. Akin to a slate eroded by centuries of sandstorms, missing countless characters. As he reached the limits of his memory, Alan, with a pounding headache, cast one last glance at the slate. All the heroic legacies had been rendered incomplete. At that moment, neither he nor the thief could hope to claim even a single complete inheritance of a hero. The ensuing task was to capture that thief and deal with them. He envisioned apprehending them in the restroom and submerging them, or ensnaring them in the forbidden forest where he would lay their bones to rest. Since they were so interested in Alan's possessions, he would gladly send them to meet Merlin. With a vengeful spirit, he kicked the slate with force. Then, Alan stood frozen. Fortune does not come singly, and calamity does not strike alone. An incident of lost inheritance coincided with another occurrence at the same time and place. In the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that grotesque male wizard statue alongside that ludicrous wig. However, the object adjacent to the wig had vanished. To be more precise, the Horcrux that had lain in wait beneath Alan's very nose, akin to a duck ready for the pot, had just disappeared along with the remaining inscriptions. Heaven! Alan felt as though he might lose his mind. The loss of a Horcrux. Was Voldemort on the verge of resurrection? He had altered certain world lines, but there was no reason for such a monumental shift to occur. Wait a moment. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within his heart and meticulously examined the patch of land that had gathered dust due to his infrequent visits. 2 rows of footprints lingered there, remnants of someone who had passed through this place. Alan's heart, once suspended in anxiety, began to ease slightly. The Horcrux had been taken by another, rather than having resurrected itself. This implied that Voldemort's return was still some time away, even if that person had been drawn in by the Horcrux. Hence, the burden upon him grew heavier. He must eliminate the wretched thief and reclaim the Horcrux before it was too late. Chapter 9. The Relentless Curse. As the hour approached midnight, and having been thoroughly exhausted by the sudden emergence of troubling matters and forced memories, Alan resolved to return and rest for the night. Despite his urgency, the insufferable thief was unlikely to appear before him, and tomorrow held tasks of its own. Dragging his weary body, Alan reluctantly cast a stealth charm upon himself. For he had endured enough vexations. He did not wish to invite further complications. Navigating through the familiar, unchanging staircases, Alan swiftly arrived at a corridor's corner. Ouch! He exclaimed softly, having tripped over something. Meow! The sound echoed simultaneously with Alan's utterance, belonging to Mrs. Lorelei, Mr. Fair's cat. Thanks to the numerous fish treats Alan had provided, credit due to the diligent support from the kitchen next door, Mrs. Lorelei chose not to vocally summon Mr. Fair, instead casting a discontented gaze at Alan. I don't have any fish treats right now. Perhaps next time, Alan said, bending down to stroke Mrs. Lorelei's head. The cat, having almost become a fixture at Hogwarts, let out a dissatisfied meow and, after giving Alan a disgruntled look, sauntered away with a distinctly feline grace. Watching Mrs. Lorelei's retreating figure, Alan chuckled softly, feeling a significant weight lift from his shoulders. The urgency had dissipated considerably. However, he soon realized something was amiss. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently emerged from his stealthy state after colliding with Mrs. Lorelei. While this was of little consequence, since no one else was around, the significant point was that by crouching to pet Mrs. Lorelei, he had placed himself beneath the starlit sky, streaming through the window. Though the legacy from the Widowmaker allowed him to disregard such basic light source issues while entering stealth, the caution of a top-tier assassin would never permit him to develop a habit of stepping into the starlight. Therefore, he had instinctively walked in the shadows until now. Due to his extreme fatigue today, Alan had failed to notice the nearly silent approach of Mrs. Lorelei. It was precisely because of her that he had crouched into the starlight. Thus, beneath its glow, the power inherited from the Child of Stars, Soraka, automatically activated. As a chill washed over him, Alan sensed the murderous intent that had once filled his heart gradually ebbing away, replaced by a sense of foreboding. He had always set a baseline for himself to avoid becoming a ruthless murderer, yet why was it today that his first instinct was to eliminate the thief? A simple oblivion charm could resolve this matter. Undoubtedly, it was the Pharaoh's curse at play. If it could control Alan's despair, then anger was surely within its reach as well. Silently elevating the priority of exploring Soraka's powers in his mind, Alan contemplated how to summon that obliterated Pharaoh and berate him. Neither Alan nor anyone else had slain him. In truth, he had even avenged that Pharaoh against the vampires, most likely descendants of those who had disturbed his grave. Why, then, was this curse haunting him? With the dead, there was little to argue. After venting his frustrations, Alan rose and retraced his steps, having overlooked many details in his anger. Resolutely, he bit down hard and withdrew a significant portion of the coins he had just amassed after purchasing the Tear of the Goddess from the system, opting instead for a small, inconspicuous item, the True Sight Sentinel. He carefully placed it among a pile of miscellaneous objects. The reason for not utilizing the free trinkets gifted by the system was their brief duration. A mere 2 hours was far from sufficient for Alan to monitor this place he seldom frequented. Upon completing this task, Alan strode purposefully towards the location of the 2 rows of footprints. Under the influence of that curse earlier, he had inexplicably forgotten to examine this crucial detail. The footprints were sizable, albeit not large enough to belong to an adult wizard, which meant Alan could eliminate a multitude of suspects. Aside from a few exceptional students, the owner of these footprints was likely a student of Alan's age, though certainly not an adult wizard, even the footprints of an adult, which would have been slightly larger. Despite his lack of expertise in trace evidence, the footprints before him provided some reassurance. At the very least, they did not belong to Dumbledore or any other professors. Regrettably, wizarding shoes were not differentiated by gender, leaving his target still somewhat unclear. However, he had at least ruled out the most troublesome individuals, especially that one. Alan shuddered at the thought of this fanatical admirer, akin to young Barty Crouch, and what might ensue should they obtain the Horcrux. Hastily erasing the remnants of his presence, Alan exited the room of requirement, hoping the thief would not immediately discover that someone had been there. As for when he would confront those engravings, apologies. But Alan had already clearly envisioned the thief's face, and it was quite possible he was waiting at the door. Having completed all these tasks, Alan let out a sigh. These were the only remedial measures he could think of. He hoped that the greedy individual would be tempted enough to return promptly. Otherwise, he would have to spend time searching Hogwarts wizards one by one, a daunting endeavor. Moreover, he could only rely on the theory that someone with prolonged exposure to a Horcrux would suffer its backlash. After finishing everything, Alan was taken aback as he stepped out of the room of requirement. Before him, a slender white parabolic arc emerged from the deep blue night sky, splashing forth like molten iron, heralding the dawn. In simpler terms, it was morning. This meant that after an exhausting night, Alan would soon find himself seated at the breakfast table, for a new day had begun. However, the unfortunate news was that not only was there no history of magic today, but the first class was Professor Sprout's herbology, followed by potions with Professor Snape. Madame Pomfrey, if I may inquire, does failure in cultivating magic warrant a hospital stay? Chapter 10. The Incident in Herbology. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff and the herbology instructor at Hogwarts, also served as a direct supplier to Professor Snape. She was a kindly, plump witch perpetually smiling, except when she discovered that one of her Hufflepuff students had made a significant error in herbology, leading to a plethora of remedial lessons for that unfortunate student. At this moment, she wore a displeased expression, which astonished the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors alike. Who could have provoked the usually amiable professor so early in the day? The professor still bore the dew from the greenhouse, clearly having just exited. Thus, it was easy to identify the culprit. The only individuals who could have been the greenhouse with the professor at such an early hour were the unfortunate Hufflepuffs summoned for extra lessons. The others would likely be discussing matters in their offices. This revelation instantly invigorated the previously lethargic Alan. He was genuinely curious about who could have acted so recklessly as to incite the professor's ire. He yearned to avoid committing such an error in the future, not merely out of gossip, but with sincere intent reflected in his eyes. Soon, all the students became aware of the true culprit behind the professor's outburst. And to their astonishment, it was a freshman. How did they come to this knowledge? Because Professor Sprout herself had informed the well-meaning but exasperated headmistress, who then conveyed the message to all the young wizards. Well, although I find it hard to believe that anyone else could have committed such an act, I must remind all young wizards that herbology is a subject dedicated to understanding a myriad of herbs and magical plants. It is a precise science of botany, requiring us to classify these herbs accurately rather than merely conjecturing based on their shapes. The young wizards, somewhat bewildered, felt this had little relevance to them. From the very first lesson, they had been learning to differentiate various herbs and their characteristics. Everyone knew this, so why did the professor feel the need to reiterate it? Therefore, I must remind all young wizards that this is a greenhouse for the growth of herbs, not a muggle's nursery for cultivating plants, and thus, they are absolutely inedible. The words inedible sparked a stir among the young wizards. Who among them had the audacity to challenge these plants? It remained a mystery, as the professor did not elaborate on the matter. Consequently, after donning their protective gear, they filed into the greenhouse. Today's featured plant was none other than the infamous mandrake. Renowned as the sole singer of the plant kingdom, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the mythic ginseng fruit. However, it lacked the latter's life-enhancing properties. On the contrary, it was aptly named, for its soulful cries could render individuals unconscious or even lethally incapacitate them. The task assigned to Alan and his peers was quite simple: to act as caretakers. What did this entail? They were to tend to these toxic little beings, akin to the ginseng fruit, transferring them from one crib to another. Regrettably, these babies were far from compliant. Some even exhibited a rather nasty habit of biting, and Fred was unfortunate enough to receive a nip. Intrigued, Alan watched as Fred, after placing the little creature into a larger pot, began to smack it repeatedly with a spade, vowing to crush the creature in his fury. The initial excitement of the task quickly faded, as the monotonous nature of repotting was coupled with the risk of being bitten. The only slight relief came from Alan, who discreetly zapped each little rascal with a harmless jolt of electricity at their most unruly moments, a technique inspired by the famous words of the renowned lightning wizard. Young XX, whatever the problem, a little zap does the trick. Indeed, Alan effortlessly transferred the defiant mandrakes to another pot, drawing envious glances from the other young wizards. Alas, whether due to the professor's orders or a cautionary tale from the great wizard, Alan felt powerless to assist them. It was said that the master was still recovering in St. Mungo's hospital from magical maladies and injuries, enjoying a life of 3 meals a day after a magical backlash during his experiments with new lightning spells. As the students became increasingly fatigued, drenched in sweat and coated in soil, the most delightful sound of the class-ending bell rang out. The students expressed their immense gratitude for this tardy bell as they lined up to return their ear protection to Professor Sprout. However, amidst the cacophony, no one noticed that a pot containing a mandrake had begun to tremble violently, clearly displeased with the stifling conditions of its confinement. With a resounding crash, all the young wizards turned their heads in unison. A flower pot shattered on the ground, and a pale green-skinned little creature emerged from the broken shards and soil. Evidently, this dramatic escape was not well received by the other plants, and in the astonished gaze of the young wizards, the little being clasped its hands over its eyes and let out a piercing scream. Professor Sprout's ear protection was indeed a remarkable invention, offering excellent sound insulation while avoiding the overheating issues of other models, making it a commendable product. Unfortunately, most of the young wizards had already returned their ear protection. Thus, when the scream erupted, many could only hastily cover their ears, except for Alan. Although his abilities from Jera did not allow him to communicate with these newly sentient little beings, he had no trouble sensing their agitation, which was why he dared to zap them without damaging their efficacy. As the flower pot hit the ground, he bolted from the throng of students, but unfortunately, fatigue from a late night had dulled his reflexes. By the time he arrived, the little creature was already belting out its song. He quickly seized it, administering a therapeutic jolt to the unruly creature before hastily burying it back into the mound of earth. After completing this task, he felt the overwhelming strain of physical exertion coupled with the drowsiness that the mandrake's song induced. Initially, he intended to endure it through sheer willpower, but then he suddenly recalled what his next class would entail. Thus, it was only natural that he surrendered to sleep. In this manner, Alan, having narrowly averted a significant teaching mishap, succumbed to unconsciousness under the close proximity of the mandrake's haunting song. Chapter 11. An upgrade to the capture plan, waking up in a hospital bed adorned with pristine white curtains and immaculate linen sheets. Alan quickly realized his predicament. He had been taken to the school infirmary. Clearly, although the professor understood that the juvenile mandrakes posed no threat to one's soul, her concern for her students led to Alan being admitted to the hospital. Upon awakening, Alan found himself feeling utterly weak, devoid of the strength to even rise from his bed. What a joke! The mere scream of a mandrake. Determined, he attempted to move, but found his efforts futile. However, he successfully stirred Madame Pomfrey. "Oh, dear child, you're awake," she exclaimed, gently preventing him from continuing his attempts to move. "Don't fidget, dear. To ensure you have a better rest, I administered a small dose of the draught of living death, a powerful sleeping potion. You've awakened too soon. The effects have yet to wear off. I advise you to close your eyes and enjoy a bit more sleep." Faced with Madame Pomfrey's words, Alan had no choice but to comply. In truth, had it not been for his innate caution, he would have remained asleep for much longer. When he next awoke, it was already evening, and the effects of the potion had faded. Alan felt revitalized, overwhelmed with an urge to exclaim, "I'm back." Unfortunately, the impulse was as beautiful and vibrant as a meticulously edited photograph, while reality resembled an unfiltered image, often quite unflattering. The truth was, He was not permitted to leave the hospital. According to Nurse Pomfrey, he was utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest, far from the state one would expect from a mere 12-year-old wizard. Thus, with Professor Sprout's consent, he was strictly forbidden from leaving until he had completed a full week of confinement. Fortunately, at least the privilege of visitors had not been revoked, sparing him from languishing idly in the hospital. It should be noted that, at Madame Pomfrey's suggestion, he was even prohibited from reading. However, this was not the most distressing aspect for him. What truly concerned him was the wishful response room. Clearly, traversing from the hospital back to the dormitory and then setting off again would consume far more time than departing directly from a dormitory. He lamented that his system level had yet to reach the second tier. If his conjecture was correct, teleportation would be available at a certain level. Unfortunately, all he could do was ponder this. Yet with the foundational support of the true eye, the challenges should not be insurmountable. Once he laid eyes on that individual's face, the urgency of capturing him on the spot would diminish. He would not mind orchestrating a surprise attack to achieve a moment of blissful forgetfulness, to alleviate the solitude of the hospitalized Alan. His friends would visit during the designated visiting hours, including a gaggle of companions from Hufflepuff, such as Annie, a fellow Quidditch player from years past, and a pair of twin brothers. In the hospital room, Alan was regaled with a detailed version of the story about the usually good-natured headmaster being driven to a furious outburst, an account circulating among Hufflepuff. The protagonist of this tale was a first-year student, a half-blood with a name reminiscent of Tess Leong. This girl, whose name bore a resemblance to Chiu Zhang, epitomized a quintessential Hufflepuff. Why? Because she was nearly the archetype of a food enthusiast among the new students, or, to put it simply, a foodie. She had not committed any grievous offense. Rather, during a tutoring session led by Professor Sprout, she had discreetly pointed to a potion ingredient and whispered to her friend, Mia, "Doesn't that potion ingredient over there look like celery?" "Celery? What is that?" "A type of muggle vegetable. My father taught me a dish from the East. Celery and pork dumplings. If I could get my hands on some celery, I would love to prepare a feast for our dorm this Friday. Trust me, it would be a culinary experience you won't forget." The eavesdropping Professor Sprout then cast a glance at the herb-dubbed celery, which was actually wolfsbane, a common plant used to brew deworming potions that could transport the consumer to St. Mungo's hospital from magical maladies and injuries. Naturally, Professor Sprout's subsequent warning led to uproarious laughter from everyone present, resulting in Madame Pomfrey prematurely concluding the visiting hours due to the commotion. A week later, having finally received discharge approval, Alan received delightful news. His extracurricular labor, which was essentially a disguised form of detention, had come to an end. This was a concession won by Professor Sprout from Dumbledore, who believed that Alan's prolonged hospitalization was due to the weekend commitments that had encroached upon his time. Thus, during Alan's stay, she had rescinded that punitive measure. This meant that Alan finally had ample time to allocate freely, rather than meticulously calculating every spare moment, whether after classes or before bedtime, to absorb the ancestral knowledge. Truthfully, had it not been for this hospitalization, Alan would not have realized how close he was to reaching his physical limits. This was Madame Pomfrey's exact phrasing. Without this incident as a breakthrough, he would merely have rested for a week, but the accumulated exhaustion could have compelled him to remain bedridden for an entire month. Therefore, in a certain sense, he felt a sense of gratitude towards this unforeseen event for unveiling what he had dismissed as a minor issue. Post-discharge, everything progressed methodically in a positive direction, save for one matter that weighed heavily on Alan's heart. The thief had yet to make an appearance. For an entire week, it seemed as if he had lost all desire for the inheritance, making no moves whatsoever. This left Alan, who was prepared to capture the thief, feeling profoundly disheartened. The thief's absence implied that his hopes of ambushing him had utterly failed. This would entail a considerable workload with clues that might take an indeterminate amount of time to yield results, especially since Alan had no inkling of what abnormal actions the thief might undertake under the influence of the Horcrux. At that moment, a new hypothesis struck Alan. What if the thief was also observing him? Perhaps he was waiting for Alan to make a move, while the thief clandestinely scrutinized whether any traps had been laid. This was indeed a distinct possibility. Alan clapped his hands, preparing to amend his capture strategy. If the thief enjoyed lurking nearby, then Alan had a comprehensive map at his disposal, one aptly named the Live Point Map. Chapter 12. Escalation of Events. Alan sat in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, he was positioned at the long table in Hufflepuff's common room, beneath a canopy of bright yellow ribbons and various black decorations, the emblematic colors of Hufflepuff. The common room was hosting an unconventional celebration. as they deemed it necessary to commemorate Alan's arduous recovery from a significant injury. However, Alan was acutely aware that such festivities had been commonplace in the past. This time, they simply had a legitimate excuse to expend the school's funds. If one were to seek any distinction, it was that this occasion marked the first time Hufflepuff's common room welcomed an external friend, Annie. It is worth noting that Hufflepuff's common room was the most down-to-earth and humorous of all. As Hufflepuff herself had proclaimed during the initial establishment of Hogwarts and its houses, Hufflepuff welcomes all. Consequently, it housed the largest population among all the Hogwarts houses. As the adage goes, in a large garden, all sorts of flowers bloom, so one could find a diverse array of young wizards in Hufflepuff, embodying the noble founder's vision, as they ventured further down the path of magical exploration. Moreover, due to Hufflepuff's annual intake of the highest number of Muggle-born wizards, the common room occasionally showcased elements from Muggle society. Thus, Alan found himself in a state of utter astonishment at the familiar sight before him. There was a small pot of curvy noodles flecked with a hint of green, floating in a thin layer of red oil, a fragrance that Alan recognized all too well. Indeed, it was a pot of instant noodles. Moreover, it was a primitive version devoid of any vegetables, with only 2 packets of seasoning for the plain noodles. Yet, this was the contribution of a young Hufflepuff in celebration of Alan's discharge. Observing Annie's expression of delight at this peculiar delicacy, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. There was no way my dear Annie could be so easily pleased. However, it was not just Annie. Other Hufflepuffs voiced their discontent, asserting that Leon had been rather stingy, as there simply was not enough instant noodles for everyone. Each person received only a meager portion, while Alan and Annie, being a recently recovered patient and a guest respectively, were allotted a small pot to share. Regrettably, Leon, looking rather aggrieved, insisted that this was his latest culinary discovery, the only dish he could prepare aside from boiling water. Had it not been for Alan's discharge, he would never have parted with his entire stock. Watching the frenzy of his fellow housemates as they scrambled for the instant noodles, Alan quietly pushed his portion towards Annie, resolved to take her on a trip to his homeland before the plot formally commenced next year. He hoped the Wizarding World's cross-border regulations would not be overly stringent, as he felt a pang of guilt seeing her so intrigued by instant noodles after having indulged in British cuisine. Considering his not-so-bulging pockets, Alan silently addressed Hagrid. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hagrid. My dear Annie is simply too adorable, so I had to borrow a tiny bit of spider venom for travel expenses. I hope you won't mind." Clearly, a mere pot of instant noodles would not suffice for these growing young wizards. Soon, other dishes were brought out by those responsible for cooking, and Alan could finally begin to satisfy his appetite. Compared to the instant noodles he had grown weary of, he would much prefer these offerings. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the chefs warming a small pot with their wands, and the familiar aroma wafted through the air. This was the first time he had seen cooks leave instant noodles behind without concern for food safety. The delightful banquet had been ongoing for quite some time when it was abruptly interrupted by an urgent notification that echoed throughout the school. Professor Sprout, her face etched with concern, entered the common room, marking the first occasion that Alan and his peers had witnessed her in the students' dormitory. Upon seeing a group of chatting young wizards, the professor's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Although she did not bestow much attention upon the food laid out on the table, an age-old tradition of Hufflepuff, all the young wizards were promptly instructed to return to their dormitories, with those present in the common room summoned to the hall. The professor, exhibiting an unprecedented authority, issued her commands, which were swiftly obeyed. Those who preferred to study or shunned raucous gatherings emerged from their quarters. Professor Sprout began to count the students one by one. As murmurs arose among the young wizards, they had never experienced such a stern assembly command from her, stirring a sense of curiosity regarding the unfolding events. When the time came for a student not from their house, Annie, to present herself, Professor Sprout visibly hesitated. After glancing at Alan, standing beside her, she nodded and said, "Child, do not return just yet. Wait for me. I shall personally escort you back to the Slytherin common room." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through Alan's mind. What could possibly be happening? The professor intended to personally accompany a student back to their dormitory. Yet, she offered no explanation. After confirming the count of those present, she seemed to exhale in relief and issued a decree to Hufflepuff. All young wizards are strictly forbidden from venturing out alone. Students below 5th year must be accompanied by a 5th-year student while traversing the school grounds, with a minimum group of 5. Upperclassmen must not be fewer than 2. 5th-year students must pair up. Groups of 3 or fewer are prohibited from leaving. It is strictly forbidden to exit the common room at night, even for the kitchen. which is merely a stone's throw away. Subsequently, the two prefects of Hufflepuff were summoned for a private reprimand, as they would be the primary enforcers of this decree. Fortunately, Alan had a good rapport with one of the prefects, and after much inquiry and swearing on Merlin not to divulge the information, the prefect finally revealed a shocking revelation. On this very weekend, a Slytherin had gone mad. If Alan recalled correctly, at that moment, Hogwarts should have been an utterly safe and tranquil place. The onset of change had begun with Harry's enrollment. Of course, Alan had no intention of placing the blame on Harry. Hogwarts was a resilient institution when students were attacked. It remained steadfast when professors fell. It continued when the basilisk prowled. It persevered. Though there were attempts to cancel classes, they proved futile when the infamous murderer infiltrated. It stood firm when students perished. It steadfastly carried on. Even after the Dark Lord's return, it remained resolute, and even in the wake of the headmaster's sacrifice, it continued to function. What an indomitable spirit! So long as there was learning to be had, the pursuit would not cease. However, Alan remembered distinctly that before Hogwarts showcased its unyielding nature, it had been a place of peace. Even if he had dispatched a few spiders, such matters were trifling. Yet, the fact that a Slytherin had lost their sanity was certainly no trivial affair. Regrettably, due to the school-wide lockdown, Alan found himself unable to glean any information about the incident. As for the chattering young wizards, their gossip was utterly unreliable, each one speculating wildly without any true understanding of the situation. The following morning, at the dining table, Alan finally obtained first-hand information. While enjoying breakfast, Annie recounted the events of the previous day. The one who had gone mad was an upperclassman from Slytherin. According to the first student who discovered him, he had been lying in a dark corner, his gaze vacant, drool occasionally trickling down his chest, his wand tightly gripped in his left hand, the nails digging into his flesh. Unfortunately, the wand's owner could no longer wield it to cast even a single spell. Instead, he curled up his body in a manner akin to a frightened insect, incessantly murmuring, "Please forgive me, I was wrong." The student who had found this Slytherin informed Annie that Madame Pomfrey from the hospital had disclosed that the mad Slytherin had suffered catastrophic torment. It was the result of countless curses. Madame Pomfrey asserted that it could only have been caused by a convergence of the most malevolent spells unleashed upon him, the 3 unforgivable curses. Each of these curses was synonymous with Azkaban, and the perpetrator's actions were enough to warrant a life sentence there, especially under the British legal principle that lacks a death penalty akin to that of the American Ministry of Magic. Last night, Warlow, who had worked tirelessly throughout the night, conveyed to Alan that the entire campus had undergone a thorough inspection. Those who had ventured to Hogsmeade during the holiday were urgently summoned back, and half of the professors had spent the night searching the castle for any illegal intruders. Regrettably, they found nothing. At least, that was Warlow's assessment. As Alan and his peers began to speculate, the doors to the Great Hall were violently thrust open. A tall, irate wizard entered, accompanied by a tear-streaked young witch. Under the astonished gazes of the students, he surveyed the hall before hastening towards the staff table, his target being Professor Snape. "Severus Snape," the man bellowed, his voice filled with fury as he lunged toward the professor, grasping at his robes. This attempt, however, proved futile as Professor Snape deftly evaded the assault and drew his wand. "Severus Snape, you filthy, wretched bastard. What has happened to my son, Green?" The man frantically brandished his wand, unleashing a violet curse toward Professor Snape. Accompanied by a shield charm, the man's spell was deflected, and with a countercharm, the wand flew from the man's grasp, landing in Professor Snape's hand. The loss of his weapon did not dampen the man's fighting spirit, as he attempted once more to charge at Professor Snape, aiming to land a blow. However, his efforts were thwarted by a stunning spell cast from behind him, his wife. The tearful witch had regained her composure and was more adept at managing her emotions. "I apologize, but please forgive a pair of parents for their frenzy upon hearing such news. I'm gonna see my son now." She bit her lip, striving to suppress her tears as she continued. "Green, where is he?" Professor Snape, maintaining a somber demeanor not due to the sudden attack, but rather a consistent state he had held since morning, responded in a tone of gentleness that Alan had never before witnessed. "I am truly sorry, madam. He is still in the hospital wing, but I believe we should first confer with Dumbledore." The woman's voice escalated into a shriek. "No, absolutely not. I demand to see my Green this instant." The entire hall of young wizards was startled by her near madness until an elder voice broke through, the voice of Dumbledore. Under Dumbledore's calming presence, the couple, now with dried tears, followed Professor Snape and Dumbledore to the hospital wing. Once the hall regained its composure, the chaos resumed as the woman's frenzy led the bewildered young wizards to conjure the direst of scenarios. Only Alan understood who the true culprit was, yet he remained silent. Undoubtedly, it was Voldemort, or more precisely, one of his Horcruxes. Aside from him, it was likely that few at the school could proficiently wield the Cruciatus Curse. Clearly, that foolish thief had committed the most foolish act of all. He had placed the diadem upon his own head. This also elucidates the reason behind his ability to pilfer a fragment of the legacy. That diadem, aside from serving as a Horcrux, possesses an additional purpose. It is the most cherished crown of Rowena Ravenclaw, reputed to bestow greater wisdom upon its wearer. Although the reasons for his failure to attempt a further theft of the legacy remain unclear, it appears that he has gradually succumbed to the web of darkness intricately woven by Voldemort, biding his time like a spider awaiting a soul, ready to savor this succulent delicacy. Chapter 14. The Blood Incident in the Forbidden Forest. While Alan has come to understand the origins of the events, he regrettably remains oblivious to the most crucial detail, the identity of the perpetrator. Even the illustrious Detective Conan would require an abundance of clues to confidently proclaim that there is but one truth. Alan, despite his desire to emulate such a dramatic revelation, finds himself utterly in the dark regarding the identity of the murderer. In the oppressive atmosphere of the Great Hall, the disordered discussions among the young wizards not only failed to infuse any vitality into the room, but instead deepened its silence. This silence was ultimately shattered when Dumbledore returned, accompanied by the unfortunate family. Behind him trailed a small Slytherin, resembling a timid mouse. Upon entering this familiar hall, he did not joyfully take his seat at his house table, as was customary, but instead curled himself into the protective embrace of his mother. "Be brave, Green. Mama is here." The lady, striving to conceal her own fragility, forced a smile through tear-filled eyes, gently patting her son's head, who had regressed to a state akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Turning to Dumbledore, this resolute woman made a request that astonished all present. "I apologize for the selfishness and madness of a mother, but I have decided to personally apprehend the one who harmed my son, Green." Taking a deep breath, she articulated her decision. "Therefore, I hope the school can provide us with a suitable room where we can care for my son and seek out the perpetrator." She bowed deeply to Dumbledore. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore's voice resonated. "Very well. Green is a strong child. You may utilize an available staff lounge. However, I advise that you consider staying at the hospital, as it would be more conducive for Green's recovery." As the couple had suggested, they soon joined the ranks of Hogwarts nighttime patrols, sometimes as a husband, sometimes as a wife, while the other remained behind to care for their child. The wizard on patrol meticulously scoured every corner of the castle in a frantic search. Yet, despairingly, they found no trace of the criminal. It seemed as though the perpetrator had committed the act with an unconsciousness that allowed him to erase all evidence of his presence. However, the shadow of this crime did not fade with the passage of time. The two wizards relentlessly searching for the true culprit were a constant reminder of the recent tragic events that had transpired here. Yet Alan, too, found himself powerless to assist them. Their riddles were far removed from the naive soul of Tom Riddle, who merely understood how to open hidden chambers rather than conceal himself and await resurrection. The essence of this diadem was undoubtedly placed here by Voldemort during his most triumphant era. Thus, logically, he should comprehend the immense constraints that such a brutal attack would impose upon him, especially with Dumbledore still present. Why, when faced with the Cruciatus Curse, did he opt for the simplicity of the killing curse instead of choosing to kill the boy outright? Why inflict torment that would drive him into madness? The answers eluded him. After much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished this line of inquiry, realizing he could gain no insight from it. He was entirely unable to fathom the mind of the Dark Lord, and even knowing it could be a breakthrough, he chose to abandon the thought. Consequently, Alan sought assistance from the twins, who eagerly agreed to lend him the Marauder's map on the condition that he would take them along when capturing the culprit. Frustrated by the audacity of these impetuous children, Alan feigned acquiescence. He could not expect those who dare to hurl snowballs at the Dark Lord to grasp the concept of fear. He could only hope to resolve everything before they intervened. Nevertheless, the Marauder's map yielded no results. Even with Alan's every spare moment spent scrutinizing it, he discovered no suspicious movements among the young wizards. The entire affair seemed to have reached a stalemate. It was not until a week following the tragedy that new developments emerged. At the moment when the entire school was enjoying lunch, the Great Hall's entrance was obstructed by a towering figure. It was a giant of man, his face nearly obscured by a tangle of unkempt hair and a bushy beard, yet his beetle-like eyes shone brightly from beneath the disarray. This was Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He was one of the few individuals in the entire school who held unwavering trust in Dumbledore, and indeed, He was among the most trusted. He was the direct executor of Harry Potter's growth plan, dispatched by Dumbledore at once to protect Harry, guiding him into the magical world, and serving as a mentor and friend throughout Harry's tenure at Hogwarts. A clumsy yet gifted communicator with magical creatures, he tended to the myriad of magical beings residing in the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, his face was etched with urgency, as if he had received some dire news. And only upon spotting Dumbledore seated at the staff table did he find a semblance of calm. Something terrible has happened, Dumbledore. 5 unicorns have been slain in the Forbidden Forest. This announcement instantly sent shockwaves throughout half the school. As the other young wizards quickly grasped the implications of this news from the panicked expressions of their peers. Unicorns, the darlings of the magical realm, are the purest of creatures. The blood of a murdered unicorn is tainted. It can contaminate all that it touches and condemn those who attempt to drink it to a lifetime of curse. In an era when even the mightiest of wizards required materials shed naturally by unicorns, the murder of 5 unicorns could only signify one thing. The perpetrator is a madman. Moreover, this also implied that the murderer had not fled the scene. However, Alan was unfazed by the ensuing discussions. If he recalled correctly, the resurrection of a Horcrux did not necessitate blood at all. While he was unaware of the typical methods for reviving a Horcrux, according to that diary, it merely required the total devotion of a young wizard, which would pose no challenge for Voldemort. As the young wizards chattered animatedly, Alan fell into profound contemplation. Voldemort? What could he possibly be planning? Chapter 15, The First Victim. Hagrid's words detonated like a drop of water in a boiling pot of oil, causing a chaotic uproar within the Great Hall. And like those splattering droplets, they wielded immense destructive power. Fear spread throughout the hall until Dumbledore rose to his feet. The elderly wizard's voice not only interrupted Alan's reverie, but also roused the young wizards from their discussions. Dumbledore's stern gaze swept across the room. But this severity did not weigh upon the young wizards. Rather, it dispelled the shadow of dread that had settled over them. You need not worry. The school will handle everything. Your only concern should be your safety. All young wizards must heed the directives of their heads of house. The school will dispatch a team to apprehend the perpetrator. During this period, all students must return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock. No student is permitted to leave the dormitories after this time. Each class will be escorted by a teacher. In the absence of teachers, no student is permitted to utilize the lavatory. All Quidditch practices and matches have been postponed. No activities shall take place in the evening. I cannot guarantee how long this situation will persist, but the one certainty I can provide is that if another wizard falls, it shall not be any of you children. All young witches and wizards, under the leadership of their head boy, are to return to their common rooms, while all professors are summoned to my office. Dumbledore's words were swiftly enacted, and soon Alan and his peers were ushered back to their common room under the guidance of the head boy. The once vibrant atmosphere of the common room was now shrouded in a heavy silence. Several attempts at conversation fizzled into stillness, leaving everyone in a state of hushed contemplation. In this oppressive ambience, one of the Hufflepuff students excused themselves back to the common room, prompting the others to disperse as well. Alan buried himself beneath his bed curtains, retrieving the tattered parchment of the Marauder's map. Due to his age, he was unable to partake in the search for the missing wizard. Yet this did not preclude him from monitoring the situation. On the contrary, with the majority of the school population evacuated, the previously chaotic map became remarkably clearer, facilitating his surveillance efforts. Alan scrutinized the entire map, endeavoring to identify anyone not belonging to the patrols. Regrettably, as of the 3rd day, the search had yielded no results. However, on the 4th day, as dusk descended and hope waned, Alan habitually glanced at the map while studying the powers of heroes. When an unexpected name materialized upon the parchment, Alan sprang from his bed, determined to intervene. Unfortunately, it was dusk, and he found himself obstructed at the entrance to the common room. His excuse to venture to the kitchens was promptly dismissed. They had prepared an abundance of food for him, gently yet firmly insisting that he could not leave, for the outside was perilously dangerous. He felt an impulse to incapacitate them and rush out, but alas, half of the upperclassmen were stationed in the common room's hall to prevent any mischievous young wizards from slipping away. Reluctantly, Alan returned, knowing he could not persuade such a stubborn group, even at the cost of revealing the existence of the Marauder's map. He realized he had discovered the name too late. By the time he noticed, it had already reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, which was not displayed on the map. Without concrete evidence, they could at most inform Dumbledore, and that wasted time would surely allow for further delays. Even if he managed to convince them, they would never agree to let Alan venture into the Forbidden Forest at that moment. Returning in defeat, Alan lay on his bed, his wand discreetly aimed at Marshall. "I'm sorry," Alan silently thought as he murmured the incantation. Soon, Marshall, who had been reading in the adjacent bed, stood up and swiftly made his way to the door. Behind him, Alan cast a disarming charm upon several of his dorm mates. He intended to follow them stealthily as they accompanied the suddenly urgent Marshall. The plan unfolded successfully. Alan navigated the castle at his fastest pace, a challenging endeavor as teachers. Prefects and ghosts patrolled the corridors in pairs, scanning for any signs of irregularity. After ensuring the coast was clear, Alan pushed open the castle's wooden door and raced toward the Forbidden Forest. Although he had lost considerable time, he still hoped to arrive in time. He could not disclose to them the terrifying entity they were searching for, even if it was merely an incomplete fragment of a shattered soul. Upon the rugged paths of the Forbidden Forest, Alan, clutching a green lantern, dashed forward, guided by the powers of Jella that enabled him to sense the snaring vines, which saved him much trouble. Following the soaring form of Waylo in the sky, Alan dared not hide, for he knew whom he was confronting. He had never anticipated facing this man, whose very name was a forbidden one, so soon. However, the distant sounds of explosions jolted him from his thoughts. Accompanying the noise was the acrid scent of blood, one of the reasons he dared to pursue the threat within the Forbidden Forest. The blood of the Zwan Fury Beast. Warwick was upon the air. With the arrival of this sanguine scent, Alan felt a peculiar awakening of strength within him, surging with vitality. He propelled himself toward the source of the explosions at a speed surpassing his earlier pace. Yet, someone was swifter. Before he could cover half the distance, another explosion reverberated, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air, followed by tremors beneath his feet. Undoubtedly, the only one capable of arriving so quickly was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the most renowned white wizard in history, after Merlin, who could apparate within Hogwarts. Thus, Alan re-entered a state of concealment. If Dumbledore could resolve the situation, it would be difficult to explain his presence there. Amidst the sounds of battle, Alan swiftly infiltrated the area where the confrontation had erupted. Then, he froze in shock upon seeing the lifeless body of the Slytherin father before him. He lay in quiet repose, as if merely asleep, yet he would never awaken again. Chapter 16. The Battle of the Forbidden Forest. Alan had witnessed death numerous times and had blood on his hands from several fatalities, yet to him, those were merely enemies, unfamiliar adversaries. This was the first time he experienced the loss of someone familiar beside him. Even though they had never formally introduced themselves, Alan knew who he was, what he did, and why he had fallen. He knelt, striving to avoid touching the deceased body, both as a sign of respect and to prevent Dumbledore from discovering anyone had been there. He had no doubt that Dumbledore would emerge victorious. Even Voldemort at his peak would hesitate to claim unassailable victory over this first white wizard, let alone the weakened version of Voldemort in his Horcrux state. It was evident that this honorable father had perished after a fierce battle, although the signs of resistance around were almost negligible. After casting one last glance at this respected figure, Alan prepared to observe the conflict unfolding nearby. Even though the incomplete version of Voldemort was far from his zenith, he still possessed enough power to challenge Dumbledore, and Alan wished to witness the true extent of Dumbledore's might. However, that final glance left him stunned. He noticed a dark mark on the Father's left arm. Alan carefully used his wand to lift the Father's sleeve, revealing an unfamiliar yet eerily recognizable symbol, a skull biting a serpent, unmistakably the dark mark. His confusion dissipated in an instant. This man had once been a Death Eater. Undoubtedly, the deranged young Slytherin, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, had caught the Dark Lord's eye. The Voldemort that emerged from the diary represented a youthful memory, while the Voldemort from the crown embodied the peak of his prowess, armed with an extensive knowledge of dark magic. He was manipulating his way toward a teaching position to influence the entire magical community. Unlike the living, humble soul hiding in fear, he could resurrect with the patience cultivated through years of being pursued by Dumbledore, enduring the betrayal of his Death Eaters who continued to revel while he languished in despair. The Voldemort resurrected from this Horcrux could not tolerate betrayal. To him, a Cruciatus curse seemed merciful. He yearned to rend the traitors apart. Thus, when he encountered those cowardly servants daring to encircle him, he could no longer contain his rage and struck out. Although the reasons behind the previously cautious Voldemort's sudden fury remained unclear, the reality was undeniable. He acted, and Dumbledore detected the commotion. As Alan stealthily approached Voldemort, if one could even consider that amorphous entity as such, found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Deprived of his customary wand and corporeal form, it was astonishing that he could contend with Dumbledore to such an extent. At that moment, Voldemort struggled to shield himself with a silver barrier against Dumbledore's relentless onslaught. Surrounding Dumbledore were 3 towering treants, their leafy arms swinging to protect him from Voldemort's feeble counterattacks. Dumbledore, still possessing the energy to converse, remarked, "So, it is you again, Tom?" Accompanying his words, a pale red spell erupted from his wand, ensnaring a trent's foliage in its path, causing it to vanish as if it had never existed. A thunderous sound, reminiscent of iron being poured, echoed as the spell struck Voldemort. However, the silver shield held firm, albeit weakened. The formidable spell merely diminished the silver sheen, granting Voldemort the opportunity to retaliate. A plume of black smoke emerged from his wand, gradually coalescing into the shape of a serpent, which then burrowed into the ground. Although the destination of the smoke remained a mystery, a foreboding instinct compelled the lurking Alan to retreat. After withdrawing several meters, the serpent violently erupted from the earth beside Dumbledore, detonating in a burst of chaos. In the obscuring smoke, the surrounding vegetation rapidly began to yellow, and before falling, it was left with nothing but its veins. Though Dumbledore swiftly incinerated the surrounding toxic mist with a ring of fire. The 3 guarding treants suffered the effects of the noxious fumes, their limbs withered and lifeless, as if a mere breeze could strip away their leaves. In this moment, Voldemort roared back at Dumbledore's inquiry. "You always do this, Dumbledore." "Yes, it was me, and today I can assure you, your demise is inevitable." In response, rampant vines surged forth, yet Dumbledore appeared devoid of murderous intent. Perhaps he merely wished to confine Voldemort. "Tom, I cannot comprehend the foolishness that grants you the audacity to disrupt my school, but regrettably, today is the day I rectify past grievances." However, much to Dumbledore's astonishment, the vines failed to serve their intended purpose. From the very moment Voldemort was ensnared, he seeped away. Indeed, that formless entity, barely recognizable with its 2 slits of red eyes, flowed like sand through the woven trap. Subsequently, this flowing sand rushed towards Dumbledore himself. Alas, the attack missed its mark, and with an explosive burst of flames, Dumbledore reappeared outside the perimeter of the treants. Soon after, the immense trees, requiring 2 to embrace, collided with a thunderous crash akin to 2 speeding vehicles colliding, sending a cascade of leaves spiraling down. The colossal impact compelled Alan to instinctively cover his ears. The great trees, having expended their final vigor, succumbed to the earth amidst the swirling dust, their mission fulfilled. Yet Voldemort remained, sustaining a fragile shield on the brink of collapse. The humanoid mass was missing a left arm, surrounded by scattered yellow sand, painting a dismal picture. Nevertheless, Voldemort continued to laugh, his madness unabated. "Is this all Dumbledore has to offer? Huh, you cannot kill me. I shall surely return." A dark green flame erupted from him, a roaring inferno beginning to engulf everything nearby. Then, Voldemort transformed into a cloud of yellow sand, fleeing into the distance. Chapter 17. Pursuing Voldemort. This battle presented numerous advantages. The familiarity of the environment and support could easily overwhelm the opposition. Yet at times, such local advantages could turn into liabilities. Currently, Voldemort, despite having a significant chance of escape, defiantly unleashed a devastating fire, driven by the desire to inflict as much chaos as possible, even if he could not be stopped. Though one might say that setting fire to the mountain could lead to dire consequences, it was evident that Tom Riddle had no intention of learning from past mistakes. If he were to be captured by Dumbledore, the repercussions would not merely involve imprisonment. Death would be the gentlest of outcomes. Thus, Dumbledore was faced with 2 choices: to continue the unlikely pursuit of Voldemort, risking the Forbidden Forest being consumed by uncontrollable flames, or to temporarily abandon the nearly half-dead Voldemort, leaving the reckoning for another day. To wait for others to handle it. Nonsense. Such a delay would most likely result in catastrophic losses in the Forbidden Forest, where an entire centaur tribe resided. Even a powerful wizard like Dumbledore found himself stretched thin. Alan observed as the elder effortlessly extinguished the rampaging flames and made his way towards the fallen wizard. It was time for action. Alan waited until Dumbledore had moved further away before emerging from his hiding place. The pursuit, which proved challenging for Dumbledore, was a mere trifle for him. The stench of Voldemort's blood still lingered, provoking a wave of nausea. Following the scent, Alan swiftly navigated through the forest. If Voldemort's condition had deteriorated to such a state, how could those he had considered nourishment possibly fare any better? Before long, Alan discovered Voldemort's hideout, a rudimentary clearing, where damp logs formed a soggy platform, some even retaining rough bark. At the center of the platform, lay a familiar figure, a red-haired man resting peacefully. An antiquated and absurd crown, the diadem of Ravenclaw, perched upon his head. Alan recognized him well, Percy Weasley. If Alan's assumptions were correct, he had likely caught a glimpse of Percy during his endeavors in the Room of Requirement, where he had been tirelessly working to lift the curse and acquire the legacy. A Muggle wizard might be oblivious to magical artifacts, but Percy was certainly not. The Weasley family, despite their poverty, had not lost their long-standing heritage. Alan could vividly imagine Percy's exhilaration upon discovering the diadem of Ravenclaw. For someone burdened by ambition and pressure regarding the headboy position, this item, promising wisdom, radiated an irresistible allure. Regrettably, upon donning it, he realized it was not the original diadem. Rather, it was laced with poison. Voldemort's soul had successfully ensnared this young wizard, stealing a fragment of his legacy in the process. Yet, for Voldemort, the act of resurrection was far less significant than his own preservation. The means of revival lay before Alan. Surrounding Percy on the platform was an imposing altar, where Voldemort feasted upon the grains of sand, soaked in unicorn blood, each granule glistening crimson. Voldemort had never shied away from transforming his body through various magical means. Now, with each intake, the scars left by Dumbledore began to show signs of healing. Alas, for both emotional and rational reasons, Alan had no intention of allowing him to regain his full strength. If one were to consider the existence of natural enemies, Tom Riddle would undoubtedly deem Dumbledore his nemesis, his guide into the magical realm, his transfiguration professor for 7 years, and his lifelong adversary. From the moment he enrolled, his life had been overshadowed by Dumbledore, who had used magic to intimidate him, compelled him to return his spoils, and shattered all his psychological advantages with mere words. During his school years, he had been adored by his teachers, regarded as the most exemplary student, a model for all, except for Dumbledore. As he endeavored to instill education from a tender age, the one who sought to thwart him was none other than Dumbledore. When he emerged with unprecedented might, poised to unify the wizarding world, it was Dumbledore who organized the Order of the Phoenix to resist him. Even now, as he faced the prospect of resurrection, it was still Dumbledore who intervened. Let's take a moment to ponder the vast psychological shadow cast upon Tom Riddle. Of course, Voldemort was far too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. His foremost concern was the restoration of his own corporeal form. The child, who had been drained of considerable vitality, was of no further use to him. The unimaginable power he had acquired from that stone did not stem from its sheer strength, but rather from its entirely different system of power. Regrettably, his obsession with resurrection had prevented him from fully comprehending the myriad wonders that stone contained. The primary challenge lay in deceiving the young boy, a task that proved more arduous than he had anticipated, consuming a significant portion of his time. Resolving that encountering Dumbledore signified the perilousness of his current situation, he determined to heal himself with utmost haste and depart from his place. He bore little remorse regarding the assassination of the traitor and the madness inflicted upon his son. Although this very act had led to Dumbledore's discovery of his whereabouts, he felt no inclination to repent for his actions. His only regret was the temporary inability to obtain those arcane texts. He was convinced that entering Hogwarts alone would surely spell his doom. Damn the scarcity of unicorn blood. He would need to hunt down another. As for the curse, his body, composed of sand, was impervious to pain and devoid of those base emotions. In truth, even if he did not achieve the ultimate effect, he remained quite satisfied with the resurrection spell he had devised, for it embodied the feeling of corporeality rather than that of helplessness. Were all to be completed, perhaps he would be able to subdue Dumbledore from today's experiment. He could discern that the amalgamation of this newfound power with his original magical prowess was formidable enough that, despite not having fully regained his strength, he could still contend with Dumbledore. Wait, he raised his wand, prepared to probe the source of his unease. Alas, it was already too late. The ominous caw of crows suddenly echoed in his ears. Chapter 18, The Asymmetrical Battle of Power. Though his choice of the Scarecrow had been a mere slip of the hand, for Alan, the Scarecrow's devastating damage, coupled with Hualawa's presence, had aided him on multiple occasions. Even in the absence of adequate equipment and magical energy, the explosive force of the Crow Storm was the highest damage he had ever achieved through inheritance. With such a record, Alan felt confident in the damage he could inflict. Paired with Hualawa's complementary power, this assault would grant him overwhelming dominance. Regrettably, this evening, the Crow Storm, which had always been his trusted ally, faltered for the first time, while it still inflicted considerable harm upon the injured fragment of Voldemort's soul. Its efficacy was barely half of what he had anticipated. Amid the chaos wrought by the magically conjured flock of crows, Voldemort managed to escape Alan's range of attack, leaving behind only a handful of sand, thereby wasting the considerable magical energy Hualuo had prepared for a second strike. Avada Kedavra, caught off guard during his recovery. Voldemort had no intention of engaging in dialogue with Alan. Alan was not Dumbledore. He was merely an ordinary young wizard unworthy of conversing with him. As the incantation resonated, a beam of green light shot directly toward Alan. However, he deftly evaded this lethal curse, unlike Cedric, who had succumbed to a brief disorientation after using the portkey. With a flourish of his wand, a purple raven materialized from its tip, soaring like an arrow toward Voldemort, the harbinger of doom. A silver light flickered around Voldemort, indicating he had no intention of testing his fate. Alan's earlier crow storm had already made it clear that this young wizard was not to be underestimated. The spell did not yield the results Alan had anticipated. Much like before, Voldemort's soul was immune to the silencing effect of the spell. With no other adversaries present, its formidable splash damage lost its potency. The sandy visage revealed a terrifying smile, capable of silencing a child. Is that all you have, young wizard? What emboldens you to challenge the living embodiment of fear, the great Voldemort, future ruler of the Wizarding World? With a flick of his wand, a cerulean spell surged toward Alan, prompting him to leap back in haste. Fortunately, the fortitude bestowed by his passive abilities had grown even stronger upon actual acquisition, and the enhancement from Warwick's blood allowed him to remain agile, enabling him to narrowly escape the horrific curse. Under its influence, a caustic substance corroded a large expanse of land as though it had encountered exposed steel. Oh, a nimble little mouse? Voldemort remarked with a hint of derision as he advanced. If the movements of that cloud of sand could be deemed steps, he raised his wand high, unleashing another spell. Alan evaded once more, retaliating with a counter-curse. Yet this assault bore no fruit. The luminescent shield that appeared in Dumbledore's hands seemed impervious at this moment. Have you exhausted your repertoire of divine tricks? Or is fleeing your only remaining skill? Accompanied by a violet spell that grazed past Alan, an unforeseen explosion unleashed a shockwave that caught him off guard. Damn it, it's an area spell. It was only fitting. If even Wormtail could unleash a spell capable of demolishing an entire street, how could his master, Voldemort, not possess such power? The explosive force may have fallen short in direct damage, but the area effect precisely countered Alan's greatest asset, his ability to evade most spells. Voldemort had sacrificed the potency of his incantation to leave him with nowhere to hide. Clearly, this assault yielded satisfactory results for Voldemort, as the featureless sandy face revealed a gaping, dark void. A similar spell surged forth once more toward Alan. Disregarding appearances, he rolled away. Even so, the residual force of the explosion inflicted wounds upon him as Splintered Wood left deep gashes across his face. Is this all you can manage, little mouse? No. This is not nearly enough to satisfy my craving. Alas, he failed to achieve his objective. Alan effortlessly dodged the singular spell. Interesting. Are you still struggling? I wish you could continue in earnest. Another explosion erupted beside Alan. However, to Voldemort's surprise, this time the young wizard began to retreat at a speed far surpassing his initial pace, even outpacing the explosions. Alan had activated his life-saving skill, Ghostly Dash. Regrettably, Voldemort had no intention of allowing this audacious mouse to escape unscathed. He transformed into a whirlwind of sand, rapidly pursuing the fleeing Alan. Then, amidst this tempest of sand, a crow's caw resonated, abruptly interrupting Voldemort's transition. Damn crows! The earlier ambush had instilled a profound loathing for such creatures within him. Yet, as he prepared to eliminate this accursed raven, that previously fleeing young wizard inexplicably veered back onto his original path, as if driven mad by Dumbledore's foolish affection. With a swift motion, his wand aimed at the frantically charging young wizard. At this distance, even the most agile of movements could not evade Avada Kedavra. A green curse shot forth from his wand, and in the aftermath of this incantation, only one of the undead would remain. Clearly, no one was willing to cast protective spells at the cost of their own life for this little mouse. All would come to an end. However, within the depths of his incredulous gaze, a faint, nearly translucent shield materialized around the diminutive mouse. In that moment, his proud incantation alongside the shield melted away like snow under the fervent rays of midsummer sunlight. The young lad charged toward him with a velocity that far surpassed his previous retreat, wielding a short sword that now glimmered with a delicate golden light. Garen's fatal blow struck the shield, a last defense hastily conjured by Voldemort. Yet, just as he prepared to mock the mouse for its audacity, a cacophonous cawing pierced the air, as that accursed crow unleashed 2 spells simultaneously upon him. Concurrently, a binding spell ignited around him, a manifestation of Rise's formidable power. At the same instant, a soul-targeting incantation from Alan was unleashed. And under the influence of these multiple forces, Voldemort found himself momentarily ensnared. However, this merely added a layer of mockery to his expression. He was convinced that the young wizard could not breach his shield in such a brief span of time. He had already devised a plan to torment this overconfident child. Yet, he was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable dread emanating from the depths of his soul. Chapter 19. The Destruction of the First Horcrux. Voldemort's mocking demeanor gradually transformed into one of terror. Beneath him, in that fleeting instant, a slender, pale green thread emerged from beneath his feet. This delicate filament disregarded the shield, piercing through the seemingly impregnable barrier that had deflected countless attacks, even treating his body, constructed from sand and unicorn blood, as inconsequential. Merging seamlessly with him. In that moment, Voldemort felt as though an essential part of his soul had become bound, tightly ensnared, unable to break free. With the tightening of the first thread, more threads sprouted from his feet, frantically weaving into his being, binding his very essence. Ultimately, these horrific strands formed a chain upon his exterior, and it was only when he momentarily escaped Alan's control that he discerned the source of the chain. At its end was a lantern, half buried in the earth, glowing a pale green. Though it appeared insignificant in the darkness, for Voldemort, it represented the most lethal of prisons. Furthermore, the threads that constituted the chain incessantly gnawed at his soul, akin to a gluttonous silkworm ravenously chewing on its cherished mulberry leaves, his very soul. Mr. Tom Riddle? Alan smiled, greeting Voldemort as he unleashed a torrent of skills, momentarily sapping his strength. Or shall I address you as Mr. Voldemort? Alan's salutation received no response. The Dark Lord's countenance was etched with fear, a vulnerability he could not conceal. Despite his status as the most formidable dark wizard, he remained haunted by the specter of death. To stave off its approach, he had audaciously crafted 7 Horcruxes. Sir, please do not flaunt your theatrics before a child. I am well aware of your intent to eliminate me. Alan adjusted his grip on the short sword, a weapon forged from the essence of werewolves, which he found to be remarkably effective. He had regained a semblance of strength after expending considerable magical energy. Though I would like to elucidate my perspective. Villains often meet their end through excessive dialogue. Though I do not consider myself a villain, Alan labored to rise, leaning on his short sword. I know full well that this soul lantern cannot contain you for long. He shuffled closer, struggling to maintain his footing. Thus, we require a touch of assistance. Upon reaching Voldemort's side, Alan raised his short sword high, and for the first time, terror flickered in Voldemort's eyes as he sensed the impending breath of death emanating from the blade. Farewell, sir. Alan lifted the sword above his head, its tip aimed directly at Voldemort's heart. Demacia, as Alan thrust the short sword downwards, a colossal specter of a light sword cascaded over Voldemort's form. The body, comprised of sand, lost its vitality. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the sandy figure to disintegrate into particles, scattering into the wind. After delivering the final blow, Alan succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, while the soul lantern began to voraciously absorb Voldemort's remnants at an unprecedented pace, feasting upon the souls that had lost their will to resist. Valua landed beside Alan, taking on the role of guardian to ensure his master's safety as Alan succumbed to unconsciousness from magical depletion. As the soul lantern completed its final consumption, a small, smoky soul slipped through the chains, attempting to infiltrate Alan's body. Unfortunately for it, Waluo's protection thwarted its intentions, leading it to choose the path of a passing snake instead. As for Waluo, prioritizing Alan's safety above all else, he abandoned the notion of attack. After casting a resentful glance at Alan, the serpent slithered away without a backward glance. After a considerable time, Alan finally awakened from his magical exhaustion, blissfully ignorant of the preceding events. He could not constantly monitor Waluo's senses. Otherwise, Waluo would relay every trivial detail, from snatching owl food to catching insects. At that moment, the soul lantern was still consuming the last remnants of Voldemort's essence. Its once dim glow had brightened significantly, indicating that Voldemort's soul was particularly delectable to the lantern. As Alan reached out, a wave of warmth surged from the lantern, not only rejuvenating his strength, but also enhancing it. Thanks to the lantern's response, Alan regained approximately 40 to 50% of his vitality, granting him sufficient capacity to return without drawing undue attention to himself. He had no desire to assume the role of a savior, especially not one groomed by Dumbledore. Moments later, Alan returned to the location where the battle had initially unfolded. Aside from the areas ravaged by Voldemort, everything else remained intact. He hurried forward, and at the center of the altar, Percy lay unconscious, still adorned with a now-defunct Horcrux. However, judging by the gradual restoration of color to his face, he would soon awaken. Alan cast a stunning spell upon Percy. He certainly did not wish for Percy to regain consciousness while he was still in the midst of his preparations. Having completed these tasks, Alan donned the crown and made his way to a nearby clearing. Shatter. Flames ablaze. Under the assault of the incantation, the crown, stripped of the power of the soul, crumbled effortlessly, rapidly becoming soiled. Alan had no intention of preserving this relic, even if the system's power would suffice for him to learn from it. He would never recklessly don an item once belonging to Voldemort, who knew how many traps and dark designs he had laid. After fulfilling his task of destruction, Alan placed the shattered crown back upon Percy's head and transported the remnants of Voldemort's sandy form beside him, confident that Percy would not object. Next, Alan began erasing the remnants of the battle on the opposite side. With a wave of his wand, the traces of conflict vanished one by one. A different individual might not have achieved such perfection, but with the power of Jella, Alan could ensure that the vegetation grew as if no battle had ever transpired. After completing everything, Alan stowed his wand, adopting a disheveled appearance, and began to release his return to the castle. As for Percy, having caused such considerable trouble, he could lie there and reflect on his actions. Chapter 20. Healing. Upon returning to his cozy bed, Alan was immediately greeted by the sight of the pillow he had stuffed beneath the covers to simulate a person. Gazing at the closed curtains, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that Marshall's return had not led to a thorough inspection of his bed, though it was a small probability. He could not help but feel a twinge of concern. However, everything seemed to be in order now. It is no longer his concern. After all, he has successfully vanquished the fragment of Voldemort's soul. As someone who never aspired to be a savior, what more could one expect from him? As for the speculation surrounding the Forbidden Forest, let them indulge in their imaginations. Percy, with his substantial family background, though the latter is up for debate, can be considered a half-victim and should face little consequence. Not to mention the immense influence of the Weasley family within the magical community. Any attempts by others to interfere with affairs at school must first contend with Dumbledore. Having witnessed Tom Riddle's return firsthand, he may choose to suppress that information. But he would never cast blame upon a victim simply for wanting to keep matters under wraps. However, the remnants left by Alan at that location could at least inform Dumbledore of one crucial fact, that the menace plaguing their school, Tom, has been eliminated. Whether it was due to an overwhelming surge of emotion leading to his own demise or his injuries proving fatal is a matter for him to ponder at his leisure. As for Dumbledore, discovering the Horcruxes in advance, let him, without Harry, he would be unable to acquire the most vital piece of the puzzle concerning the number of Horcruxes in existence. Frankly, Alan does not mind if Dumbledore were to eliminate Voldemort ahead of time, who decreed that only Harry could vanquish the boss. Nevertheless, such matters hold little significance for Alan. Compared to his worries, a warm bed is far more appealing to him. Weary from the aftermath of the battle, Alan quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Alan was roused from his rest by the boisterous Marshall, who was vigorously shaking his bed as if an earth-shattering event had occurred. In response to Marshall, Alan merely extended his wand and cast a petrification spell. What nonsense! He had barely slept for 5 hours, especially following the battle. Even if Dumbledore himself called for him, he would still remain unperturbed. Did the concept of waking up grumpy not exist? However, for Marshall, an unfortunate twist of fate was that the ban had been lifted early that day, granting a day off. Consequently, the pent-up little wizards erupted in a frenzy of outdoor revelry, and confinement within the walls became a torturous ordeal for a group of rambunctious children. Thus, Marshall found himself without any assistance until 2 hours later, when Alan reluctantly opened his eyes to find him standing there like a statue. With a hopeful expression, Marshall lamented, "Alan, I came to remind you, and yet you cast a spell on me. I was merely trying to let you join the others outside after everyone had been cooped up for so long, and you retaliated with a petrification curse. I was immobile for 2 whole hours." Regrettably, Marshall was not an adorable girl, and thus, instead of receiving sweets, he was greeted by Alan preparing to cast a silencing charm. This prompted him to quickly abandon his plans for further tears, and instead, make a compensation request that left Alan both amused and exasperated. Marshall demanded to see the book Alan had hidden under the covers the previous day, claiming he had exercised immense restraint in not waking Alan to ask for it. "Well, had you shouted, I would have undoubtedly had to use a forgetfulness charm on you last night," Alan retorted. begrudgingly rummaging through his trunk to retrieve a book gifted by his former employer, tossing it to Marshall with a casual, "Here you go." This elicited an immediate transformation in Marshall's expression, blooming like a chrysanthemum in autumn, all golden and vibrant. Through Marshall's account, Alan learned of the events he had missed during breakfast. 2 teams of Aurors had arrived at Hogwarts the previous night at Dumbledore's request to assist in searching the Forbidden Forest. Upon hearing this, Alan imagined Hagrid must be quite anxious, considering he had nurtured so many prohibited creatures within. However, it was evident that Dumbledore's reputation was so formidable that the Aurors selectively chose to ignore those magical beings. Reports indicated that the criminal had been slain, his remains reduced to dust by powerful magic. This outcome did not surprise Alan. Had they not dealt with the perpetrator, the panic would have persisted. The only issue was that it was not Dumbledore who had eliminated the threat, but rather the assisting Aurors. Frankly speaking, if credit were to be assigned to Dumbledore, Alan would certainly concede. Had he not severely weakened Voldemort, Alan would not have dared to take the risk to eliminate him. Thus, it was likely that most of the credit belonged to Dumbledore. However, it posed a significant problem if the Ministry of Magic attempted to claim the glory. Clearly, the minister had begun to show signs of a rift with Dumbledore, trying to extricate himself from Dumbledore's towering shadow. Yet, Alan had no intention of entangling himself in such trivial affairs. When Voldemort returned, that fool would ultimately understand his missteps. For now, Alan had far more pressing matters to attend to. That night, within the Hogwarts campus, in a staff lounge, a sorrowful witch lay on the floor. Startled by Alan's surprise attack from behind, with an expression of disbelief, Alan exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing awake at this hour?" Although he had engaged in breaking and entering, he felt no remorse. Approaching the small bed, Alan gazed at the frightened little witch, her countenance still reflecting her terror. With irritation, Alan placed his hands beneath the window, conjuring a cluster of starlight. Once the starlight coalesced into a radiant orb, he laboriously positioned it upon the young witch's chest. Soon, as sweat beaded on his brow, the starlight fully absorbed into her being. This spell proved far more taxing than Alan had anticipated, effectively dashing his plans to rival Street, Mungo as hospital from magical injuries. Following the previous day's battle, Solarca's most formidable skill had finally pierced through the veil, granting him the ability to dispel the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Yet, inexplicably, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He had never been particularly close with Slytherin. Discomfort aside, observing the 2 mother and child, who could only rely on one another, Alan sighed and departed the small room. It was late, and he needed to return his rest. Chapter 21. The return to normal school life. The turmoil wrought by the attack did not linger long at Hogwarts, especially as the victims returned to school, allowing the young wizards to quickly forget the incident. Children's memories are inherently fleeting. Even a terrifying attack by a basilisk failed to leave a lasting impact, despite its prolonged threat that nearly spanned half a school year. Within a week of the incident, time had dissipated all fear, and the young Slytherins resumed their habitual antics against Alan. After effortlessly incapacitating a little troublemaker attempting to cast a curse upon him, Alan nonchalantly kicked the unconscious boy into a corner. The lighting in certain areas of the castle was poor. What if someone else tripped over him? Once again, it was a bright and sunny day, and Alan had been specially invited to observe a ceremony, the selection of players for Hogwarts teams. Do not ask why a Hufflepuff like him was granted this privilege and not dismissed. Cough. The Gryffindor prefect and the Quidditch captain were his friends. Would he dare to fabricate such a tale? As for why the selection was delayed until this late hour, it was thanks to several weeks of incessant rain and Voldemort's interference. Fortunately, it was not too late, allowing ample time for them to bond and prepare. This year, the Hufflepuffs have not conducted any Quidditch tryouts, having already selected a full second team last year, and none of the veteran players at this level have graduated. Alan observed several training sessions, where the players were engaged in intense competitive training, hoping to secure victory for the Academy in the upcoming House Cup before graduation. However, Alan had no intention of confiding in the 3 Weasleys. Despite their familiarity, the Academy's nature demanded discretion regarding such confidential matters, especially since Alan was the one who proposed this training program. The tryouts were to be held on a vast expanse of grass at Hogwarts, thanks to the diligent efforts of the House Elves, which flourished beautifully without any intimidating slogans warning against failure. A primary reason for Alan's invitation was that the twin brothers also intended to participate in this election, as Hogwarts had graduated a plethora of seasoned players last year, creating an urgent need for fresh talent. The majority of Gryffindor had arrived at the scene, as this was the most significant entertainment event for wizards. closely tied to house points, underscoring its popularity among them. It can only be said that wizards, lacking in entertainment spirit, were still tuned into the radio while muggles had long since moved on to television, thus compressing all their leisure into Quidditch. The overwhelming presence of spectators inevitably took a toll on Alan's ears. The twins had initially resolved to take on the challenge. Yet the sheer number of Gryffindors present instantly diminished their confidence. Clearly, both the onlookers and the eager wizards waiting for the tryouts added considerable pressure on them. Normally mischievous in smaller gatherings, they were evidently unaccustomed to the weight of so many gazes. You can do it. It's not that daunting, trust me. Most of them hardly excel in flying, Alan encouraged, attempting to quell the twins' nervous chatter. Look over there at that fellow with the brand new broomstick. I have a feeling he will soon be recruited for the team. George pointed towards what he believed were several skilled contenders. Don't be ridiculous. I reckon some of them can barely scrape by in flying class. Staying on their brooms is an achievement. Alan retorted dismissively, half observing and half guessing. How do you know, Alan? While we acknowledge your prowess in flying, you must realize that flying and Quidditch are entirely different matters. Fred chimed in, clearly siding with George. As far as I know, you were never selected for the Hufflepuff team. And I've heard plenty about players who are excellent flyers, but lack the skill to play the game from Charlie. Cut it out, you unfortunate souls. Are you going to tell them that you know everything directly from the future? Alan mused, having never underestimated Charlie's enthusiasm for Quidditch, which ensured that player selections were strictly based on merit rather than familial connections. In fact, the twins would likely face stricter scrutiny from him unless their performances were outstanding. Charlie certainly wouldn't allow these troublemakers to join his team without justification. So the question arose, if the twins could easily outshine the others, who else could possibly be a formidable contender? The two impudent rascals glanced at Angelina, who remained serene and, aside from a hint of nervousness, showed no signs of being loquacious. Wait, it seems that this girl might outshine all competitors and become a glorious chaser for Gryffindor until graduation. Alan recalled that one year. She had even led the team as captain, instilling fear in Harry. How terrifying. Was the Silent One truly the big boss? Or had that shy girl from back then disappeared too? Suddenly, Alan pondered when it had become commonplace for him and the twins to converse in the presence of this girl. It appeared that the once timid girl had gradually become a mutual friend of his and the twins, unbeknownst to him. Fred, run. You can't compete with her. Yet, this unfortunate lad remained oblivious, continuing to insist that Alan, having never truly engaged with Quidditch, could not grasp the significance of strong ball-handling skills for players over mere flying ability. At that moment, a nearby Gryffindor interjected, his face vaguely familiar to Alan, although he had forgotten his name. Enough of that nonsense, Fred. I might believe you about others being novices, but Alan, he pointed at Alan, who was still trying to remember where he had seen this Gryffindor before. I witnessed his match firsthand. It was absolutely spectacular. I assure you, had you seen that match, you would never utter such silly, naive comments. He adjusted his expression, speaking with a seriousness that suggested he was imparting a profound truth. I can confirm that Alan is one of the finest chasers at Hogwarts. Chapter 22. The tryouts conclude, although not for Hufflepuff. Imagine it. After diligently leveling up in a game to level 30 and painstakingly climbing from silver to gold in ranked matches, you boast to your friends about the hardships of ascending from bronze to silver and the transformative leap from silver to gold. Yet just as you spin your tales, a fellow nearby, with a look of admiration, turns to your friend and exclaims, "Oh, esteemed master of the game, I had the fortune of witnessing your brilliant highlights." What a show it was. How substantial would your psychological shadow be at that moment? Clearly, the twins found themselves in such an incredibly awkward situation. Fortunately, their dear brother quickly alleviated their predicament, as the top two candidates for assessment were indeed the two of them. You can do it. I believe in you. Alan smiled, giving them a double thumbs up, though he had no intention of bringing them together, as that would alter the atmosphere entirely. The twins nodded and stepped onto the field. Their formerly jovial expressions replaced with solemnity, fully aware of their brother's temperament. They knew that any hint of levity would result in immediate dismissal, leaving them with no opportunity to compete. Thankfully, their performance was commendable, even in Alan's eyes. However, the next candidate that followed the twins was somewhat unfortunate, as he was unceremoniously knocked off his broom by the quaffle, crashing to the ground and howling in agony. This incident prompted Charlie and the others to pause the tryouts as they rushed to attend to the unfortunate individual. Luckily, he had merely dislocated his arm rather than suffering a more severe fracture, though it was still a painful ordeal. Phew, it's just a dislocation. Wood nodded to the others nearby. Are you kidding me? Get me to the hospital now. Came a scream akin to a pig squeal. accompanied by a crack as Wood took hold of the injured arm. Injuries are commonplace in Quidditch. Such minor ailments are treated routinely by seasoned players. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to include the numbing charm, Wood said with a look of regret, though he could not hide the glimmer of mischievous delight in Alan's eyes at witnessing the chaos. Evidently, as the fervent future captain of the Quidditch team, he was quite displeased with those who feigned incapacity to disrupt the game. Alan found amusement in the situation. He possessed the capability to render the injured player pain-free, and with his current magical prowess, he could even levitate the fellow. But why should he? Was it not delightful to see someone who had caused disruption be dealt with in such a manner? Let's not speak of him any longer. Even the individual seated beside him from Gryffindor expresses discontent regarding this bothersome fellow. He constantly boasts that his failure to be selected for the house team was merely due to a bout of diarrhea. How embarrassing for him now. For Gryffindor, the selection ceremony for team members holds immense significance. Otherwise, what compels them to gather en masse to observe the trials? One must not underestimate the Quidditch teams of each house. Most of their members are reserves for the national team. After all, as the only magic school in the country, if the national team does not recruit from them, there would be no candidates left to choose from. It is no wonder that the houses are so fervently passionate about the matches. If all goes as expected, these individuals will likely become members of esteemed clubs, and some may even represent the nation in international competitions. Imagine, as a parent, watching the Quidditch World Cup with your child, pointing to a player and saying, "Do you see that individual over there?" When your child nods in recognition, acknowledging their idol, you might then casually remark, "Ah, do not idolize me. When this lad first entered our house, I was in my 7th, 6th, 5th year. I was the one who showed him the way to school. So please, do not idolize me at all." Similarly, this explains why the captain of the Quidditch team and the head boy receive equal treatment without any complaints. One must remember that he is the head of the student council for all magical schools in Britain. Although the twin brothers from the same house struggled to muster smiles, Alan could distinctly perceive their intent to relax from their eyes. The man who had fallen was, in their words, a significant figure. After a lengthy selection process, Gryffindor finally assembled its team, yet Alan harbored doubts about their chances of victory. Setting aside the secret weapon of his own house, which had been honed through arduous training, the members still faced difficulties stemming from their own issues. An excess of fresh talent might not bode well for them. Aside from the reckless seekers who failed to coordinate with the team, the rest were merely engaged in formations. And these new additions were akin to unrefined components that had yet to mesh with the whole. However, this did not concern Alan. As a Hufflepuff, his priorities dictated that the weaker the opponent, the better. "Charlie," Alan croaked, attempting to greet the twin brothers engaged in conversation. "And Fred, George, well done." He quickly realized that his words might have been somewhat misplaced, yet he was at a loss for how to amend them. "Well, today is indeed a splendid day, is it not? Shall we indulge in a celebratory feast?" He mischievously winked, and Alan instantly understood that this gathering might involve some contraband, such as a fine cup of butterbeer. On a secluded stretch of grass where few ventured, the 6 of them spread out a picnic blanket, and Charlie produced a sumptuous feast from a small basket. As he had promised, drinks were plentiful. Wait a moment, something seemed amiss. Why were there 6 of them? Alan suddenly realized that an additional member had joined their ranks, aside from Hinny, who had hurried over after completing her potions remedial class in Slytherin. There was also the subtly present Angelina. "All right, my dear girl, you win. Fred's training plan has been rendered so unobtrusive by you that I must concede." Observing the oblivious twins celebrating their successful selection alongside a seemingly unaware Charlie, Alan took a hearty swig of beer and toasted, "Good luck to you." Clearly, Charlie was equally delighted with his younger brother's selection. After all, he had taught the twins all they knew about flying. Witnessing them excel as the top candidates for the position of beaters filled Charlie with a joy akin to that of a farmer anticipating a bountiful harvest. Regrettably, amid this joyous occasion, Alan inadvertently played the role of the harbinger of disruption during their light-hearted banter when he casually inquired, "By the way, it has been ages since I last saw Percy. Where has he gone?" Chapter 23. Percy's Circumstances and New Connections. It would be disingenuous to claim that Alan bore no resentment towards Percy. In his efforts to confront the variable that was Voldemort, Alan had nearly exhausted all his financial resources, and all the legacies had been obliterated. Even if he were to vanquish Voldemort, the fragments of heroism remained locked away, and he could no longer pursue the legacies inscribed on the monuments. This was no trivial loss. It was nearly equivalent to the entirety of Alan's current heroic inheritance. Nevertheless, he did not intend to place all the blame on Percy. Had he not been so careless in assuming that location was utterly safe, the Horcrux would not have been so easily accessible to Percy. However, Charlie's somewhat mournful response prompted him to relinquish his quest for accountability. Percy had since returned to the modest abode. According to the doctors, he required absolute rest. The damage inflicted by the Horcrux was far more complex than merely superficial. His magical prowess had been significantly depleted, and his mental state had also suffered a grievous blow, necessitating approximately 6 months of recuperation before he could resume his studies. The doctor remarked that his current magical level was akin to that of a first-year student, and this loss was irreversible, meaning he would forever lag 2 years behind his peers in magical ability. Yet, fortunately, he had retained his life, had he not? Although Dumbledore insisted that this was not his fault, their father still compelled him to apologize to the witch who had lost her husband. That kind-hearted witch chose to forgive Percy, and thankfully, the wounded boy had awakened. However, one might consider this a silver lining. While their mother was somewhat saddened, it felt as though Percy had transformed into a different person altogether. He was no longer as arrogant as before. I suppose, perhaps, he will become more like Ernie in the future. Anyway, let us not dwell on that. Charlie concluded his remarks, raising his glass. Everything will turn out well. Even the darkest night cannot impede the arrival of dawn. Thus, they all raised their glasses in solidarity. Although, perhaps, due to Dumbledore's arrangements, Charlie refrained from elaborating on the events surrounding this incident, merely informing Alan that Percy had been somewhat implicated. However, Alan, having gleaned the complete context, was already privy to all the details. As Charlie had mentioned, it appeared that Percy might never again showcase his exceptional talents under the diminished magical capacity. He would merely blend in with the crowd. This was good news for both parties. Alan's resentment had diminished considerably, and Percy would no longer be insufferably arrogant due to his unparalleled achievements. Thus, let the matter draw to a close. Alan stretched his limbs and stepped into the Hufflepuff common room. The atmosphere within was as lively as ever. It was the weekend, and the Hufflepuffs were indulging in a feast. Alan, care for some roasted meat? Inquired a senior Hufflepuff, who was conjuring up a culinary delight. Of course. Oh, your roasting charm is simply the finest in the entire school, Alan complimented, quickly squeezing into a spot at the long table. Life at Hogwarts, devoid of any lurking dangers, was truly comfortable. Eating, studying, sleeping, and occasionally sparring with Slytherins, there was little of great consequence to disturb the tranquility. All remained serene until the eve of Halloween. The decorations were reminiscent of previous years, and the professors were the same as ever, save for the addition of a particularly jovial and student-favored defense against the dark arts professor. Previously, this professor had undertaken the late-night patrols during times of turmoil at Hogwarts. Yet, fortunately, he had not encountered any attacks. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck, even in his incomplete form. Voldemort's magical prowess was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. Even Alan had learned many combat techniques in class, yet this professor always managed to maintain a balance, allowing the young witches and wizards to sustain only minor injuries while relishing the genuine delight of wielding a wand in battle. Even the Slytherins, who typically opposed their head-s views, found themselves enthralled by the engaging nature of this simulation of real combat. Aside from Professor Snape, the only individual likely to harbor dissatisfaction towards the professor is Madame Pomfrey from the hospital, a sentiment that is easily comprehensible. After all, it is this particular professor who brings in a few injured young wizards to the hospital after each lesson. Nevertheless, this does not hinder her amiable exchanges with the professor during the Halloween feast. At this moment, the professor, whose smile radiates an exceedingly gentle warmth, is toasting with each and every faculty member, despite the prevailing belief among most that his true intention is simply to indulge and drink. Under the flickering candlelight, Dumbledore commenced his customary speech, and all appeared to be proceeding normally. However, toward the end, he inexplicably added a few remarks that made Alan feel as though Voldemort were standing before him, ready to challenge him to a duel. Drawing upon the successful experience of last year's exchanges, the Ministry of Magic has arranged a new venue for our collaboration. I believe this will be a journey both unfamiliar and familiar. As last year, willing young wizards may register with their respective heads of houses. However, in light of certain students' grievances, we shall host this year's Quidditch Cup earlier than usual. Alan observed the once vibrant discussions among the Gryffindors abruptly shift in countenance. Their team had only just recruited a fresh batch of talent this year, and had hardly trained a few times. In contrast, the other houses appeared quite jubilant, particularly Hufflepuff, as they were the only house without any changes in personnel. The whims of fortune dictate the course of events, and thus Alan chuckled, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his brethren. Allow me to revel in my own house's joy for a moment. Thanks to the Ministry's leadership in this exchange, our funding is slightly more ample, eliciting a soft chuckle from a group of young wizards. Therefore, aside from a usual support granted to the prefects, the team that clinches the Quidditch Cup this year will receive free exchange qualifications for all its members. This declaration ignited a fierce competitive spirit among the houses, and Alan even noticed the twins' eyes gleaming with a tangible desire for victory. Free travel, after all. Due to the remarkable performances of Alan and Charlie during the previous exchange, they will retain their free exchange qualifications. Additionally, the first-year student who exhibited outstanding performance this year, Annie from Slytherin, will also be granted this privilege. Indeed, with the Ministry acting as the benefactor, Dumbledore has become particularly generous, alleviating a significant burden for Alan, who is at a loss for how to procure Annie's registration fee. This decision did not incite much debate, for both Charlie and Alan's performances were evidently commendable. Gryffindor lauded Charlie's catching prowess, while Hufflepuff praised Alan's decisive final goal, a feat witnessed by all. As for Annie's title of Best Newcomer, it was widely accepted, especially by the Slytherins who had previously spoken ill of her, only to find themselves bested by her in front of the entire school. Conversely, while Alan faced a barrage of fervent attacks from Slytherin, Annie was met with admiration from within her own house. Indeed, this is a society that values appearances. However, Alan, who had been in high spirits until this point, was jolted by Dumbledore's final remarks. Well then, prepare yourselves. This time, we have ample time to ready ourselves for this exchange, and the school we shall be collaborating with is Ilvermorny in North America. Chapter 24. The Unfortunate Year of Alan. Despair, profound despair. At this moment, Alan feels as though the entire world is conspiring against him. This year began with an inexplicable curse from a pharaoh, followed by the theft of his inheritance, and culminating in a near financial ruin while attempting to thwart Voldemort, with the inheritance still unreclaimed. All of this could be tolerated. He was living contentedly, eagerly awaiting Harry's arrival at school, ready to develop his abilities and confront Voldemort when he appeared. Was that not preferable? Why must the Ministry of Magic insist on orchestrating exchanges? Let them exchange, but why drag him into it? Would it be too much to ask for a larger stipend? Each year, those few galleons barely suffice to purchase a few authentic books. As for why Alan is in such despair, it traces back to the summer 6 months prior. During that idyllic time, he came into some substantial funds, alongside a troublesome stone and a potions notebook that he has only half read. Of course, there is the weighty matter of a rather generous gentleman who, with a kind demeanor, was willing to offer 50 galleons. He is of noble birth, possesses remarkable magical prowess, and is one of the most esteemed employees within the American Ministry of Magic, a respected Auror. Everything seemed fine, save for a minor conflict between him and Alan. As the gentleman sought to imprison Alan, although Alan disguised himself, he could not alter his physical form. He had initially intended to avoid America for several years. While unaware of the current state of that Auror, Alan is certain that the gentleman firmly remembers his friend. Thus, Merlin, may you bless the dear Auror and have him spirited away by a female giant. Or perhaps a female troll might take a liking to him. Even if it were a male werewolf that brought him together with a certain werewolf maiden, Alan would sincerely wish him well. Look at his earnest gaze. Yet alas, such thoughts are mere fantasies. The grim reality is that he has been placed on the list for a public-funded trip. Nay, an exchange, and the one plausible excuse of accompanying his sister has now fallen through. Dumbledore has successfully procured a new flower boy using the Ministry's funds for himself. Therefore, Alan resolved to adopt a new strategy, to remain inconspicuous, to avoid drawing attention to himself. The early bird catches the worm, and he certainly does not wish to be absent while everyone else is joyfully exchanging experiences. Unlike the previous exchange, where individuals busied themselves with research, this time the group was notably less anxious. It was merely America. After all, setting aside other considerations, language would not pose a challenge. It is worth noting that the American Ministry of Magic was established as an offshoot of the British one. In the eyes of the historically rich British magical community, the so-called American Ministry is but a vassal. Consider that Hogwarts history dates back to 933 AD, while the establishment of the American Magical Congress occurred in 1693. For wizards, the most insidious form of discrimination begins with the question of one's magical lineage. Well, of pure-blood wizards, it ultimately boils down to wealth, power, and history. Why did Umbridge claim Slytherin's locket as her own? To bolster her family's historical prestige, which is considered an honor among wizards. In the Muggle world, there exists a saying about the 3 thinnest books, one on American history, another on British cuisine, and the last on German jokes. The history of American magical society is as thin as their national history, which explains the perceptions held by ancient wizarding families towards American wizards. Of course, the significance of history is context-dependent. After all, when impoverished, one must collaborate for mutual benefit, while those who prosper have historically risen independently. Alas, in the wizarding society, this adage fails to hold true, for regardless of wealth or poverty, they have always faced the specter of Voldemort. The proudest of Voldemort's ancestors were those who boasted of their rings and family heirlooms, declaring, "My forebears were once affluent," only to meet their demise alongside their progeny. Conversely, Tom Riddle, having made the right choices, not only successfully reclaimed his family heirloom, but also acquired those of several other families. Had it not been for Gryffindor's sword being hidden within a hat, it too might have fallen prey to his grasp. This is not merely a critique. Rather, it illustrates that the young wizards have little interest in the exchange school. Their minds are wholly consumed by Quidditch. Last year, the exchange led to the cancellation of a match. What if this year resulted in the same? As for the exchange school, let us not kid ourselves. Even their ministry operates according to British practices. What changes could there possibly be? They are merely going to see the sights. What unique qualities could those historyless upstarts, criminals, and wizards who cannot find their footing in Britain possibly possess? It is worth noting that the United States once served as a veritable haven for transgressors of the wizarding community, as those who strayed from the path fled there to evade the horrors of Azkaban. The nascent form of the American Magical Congress was established by British Aurors in their pursuit of wanted criminals, mimicking the structure of the Ministry of Magic in the UK. It is said that those early transgressors were so inept that they could not even best muggles in a confrontation, leading them to frequently relocate. Under such circumstances, what could possibly constitute a reputable school? They scarcely possessed a sufficient collection of books. After all, Hogwarts boasts a plethora of tomes dating back to its inception. Lacking even a proper library, what expectations could be held? Thus, the prevailing sentiment among the young wizards was one of indifference towards their plight. Initially, Alan had intended to investigate the combat prowess of the Aurors over there, anticipating the need for a swift escape should he find himself in peril. Alas, the intensifying competition within his own team compelled him to devote an exorbitant amount of time to Quidditch. Although the rules dictated that the strongest participant should ultimately take the field, the considerable investment in this endeavor led even the headmaster to insist that Alan report daily, resulting in an entire squad of enchanted brooms being allocated. Fortunately, this did not pose a significant inconvenience for Alan, who relished the thrill of flight, a sensation akin to chasing the sun that had initially drawn him to the sport. Amidst the collective efforts and aspirations of the young wizards, the Quidditch match, forcibly rescheduled for the academic term, approached with great anticipation. Chapter 25. The Match of Exceptional Prestige. Quidditch is a game that intertwines teamwork with individual heroism. Victory hinges not only on the extraordinary capabilities of the Seekers, but also on the seamless coordination of the team. Consequently, it became almost inevitable that Gryffindor would be easily dispatched by Slytherin. Given the time constraints, the hastily altered format exacerbated Gryffindor's already precarious situation, as they found themselves engaged in a single elimination tournament. The scoring system, overseen by Professor Hufflepuff, devolved into utter chaos, as they seemed to grasp little of the game's significance, as if merely seeking a conclusion. Notably, all points from this match would not contribute to the House Cup standings, effectively diminishing the importance of this sport during the academic year. It is difficult to fathom how Quidditch could maintain such high regard among professors when it offered no substantial rewards. Even the stern Professor McGonagall permitted Quidditch players to forego their Transfiguration homework. Meanwhile, the opposing team, the Ravenclaws, were astonished to discover that the combat prowess of the Hufflepuffs, absent for over a year, seemed entirely transformed. Their once proud formations crumbled under the Hufflepuffs' cunning assaults. Even though the Ravenclaw Seeker managed to seize the Golden Snitch, it did not alter the fact that Hufflepuff ended the match with a significant lead of 50 points. However, neither Slytherin nor Hufflepuff had the luxury of celebrating their victory, as the final match loomed just a week away. During this week, tensions between the two houses escalated to unprecedented levels. Alan even refrained from meeting and in public. This was not due to the fear of an outright confrontation, but rather the palpable tension reminiscent of a Cold War, which weighed heavily on the usually bold Alan. Supporting this observation was the influx of patients in the hospital. Both Hufflepuff and Slytherin became frequent visitors. While it must be acknowledged that Slytherin generally possessed superior combat abilities, overall, the two houses were evenly matched, with Hufflepuff perhaps holding the upper hand. After all, Hufflepuff is the largest house at Hogwarts. Their sheer numbers instilled a sense of confidence. The incessant bickering subsided only on the eve of the match, for despite the fervor among the young wizards, ultimately, results would speak for themselves, and this battle, devoid of any recorded scores, would yield only a champion. No second or third places to be awarded. It was a bright weekend, and at approximately 11 in the morning, the entire faculty and student body gathered in the vast Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts. At that moment, the stands were dominated by the Badgers representing Hufflepuff and the Serpents emblematic of Slytherin. Yet, Slytherin appeared to be in a visitor's position, their banners and insignia scarcely occupying a quarter of the space. One should not underestimate Gryffindor's resentment. Upon losing the previous match, they swiftly chose to support Hufflepuff, not only to vex their rival Slytherin, but also to stand in solidarity with their friends. Why not, given that they were the smallest house? And with Ravenclaw opting not to display any support, Slytherin found themselves relegated to a corner, hastily arranging their insignia, not due to other houses encroaching on their territory, but simply because of their meager numbers. Unfortunately for Alan, who should have been focused on the pursuit of victory, his attention was drawn to the officiating panel for the match, not just Madame Hooch, but an entire panel of referees. Of course, the ultimate authority still rested with Madame Hooch, but the presence of a full entourage was notable. Among them was a group of sternly dressed adult wizards, including Arthur Weasley, the father of the twins Alan was well acquainted with. Undoubtedly, this was a delegation from the Ministry of Magic, observing the proceedings. Shortly after they settled in, a figure emerged onto the field, eliciting cheers from all the young wizards. It was Dumbledore. What on earth? Alan was perplexed. Why would such a routine annual Quidditch match attract so many prominent figures, even if it was the championship? However, even more astonishing was the sight of a wizard, who appeared to be leading the charge, slightly bowing his head in respect as Dumbledore passed. This individual, a small man with curly hair, extended his hand toward Dumbledore with a rather professional smile. His name was soon revealed to Alan by a fellow young wizard, Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. Undoubtedly, the minister was unwilling to remain in Dumbledore's shadow. While his recent gesture bore an air of respect, it was undoubtedly a declaration of his equal standing with Dumbledore. However, Alan found little interest in the squabbles of these high-ranking officials. He was more curious as to why so many ministry personnel were present for this match. It was clear that the ministry, while not overwhelmed with duties, certainly did not have a staff member named Mundungus Fletcher. Yet, it was indisputable that a seemingly trivial annual Quidditch match would not warrant such a grand display of attention. However, Alan could not fathom the underlying reasons. Even if Cornelius Fudge was intent on making waves, he would still require Dumbledore's consent, despite his attempts to position himself on equal footing with Dumbledore. The very act revealed that his current standing in the wizarding community was far from Dumbledore's. At that moment, the young wizard, who had been the cause of Dumbledore's sacrifice, had yet to make an appearance. What then had prompted Dumbledore to allow such incursions into his own domain? This remained a mystery. However, another event abruptly interrupted Alan's train of thought. Amidst the thunderous cheers and occasional gasps of disappointment, the final whistle of the match blew. The match unfolded with an air of dramatic flair. The commentator had scarcely introduced the visiting officials from the Ministry of Magic when the game abruptly came to a halt. The golden snitch had been captured by the unexpected seeker from Hufflepuff, leaving everyone, including the seeker himself, in a state of astonishment. Chapter 26. What do they intend to do? What is a politician? They are individuals who can maintain an air of confidence, no matter the circumstances, even when their own inner resolve may be faltering. Clearly, this particular test posed a mere ordinary challenge for the Minister of Magic. After a brief exchange of glances, his face quickly assumed the quintessential, polished smile characteristic of standard politicians. Clap, clap, clap. Fudge had begun to applaud, yet he evidently overestimated the political acumen of his subordinates, as his applause reverberated through the grandstands with no one else joining in. Fortunately, the cheers of the young witches and wizards surrounded him, alleviating some of the awkwardness. After a moment of bewilderment, the entourage of ministry officials, led by a few astute individuals, began to clap, restoring a sense of harmony to the atmosphere. Splendid. Fudge's crisp voice rang out after gesturing for the applause to cease. He turned to Dumbledore and said, "Albus, if you don't mind, may I say a few words?" Dumbledore responded with action, stepping forward a few paces to the front of the stands, which incited even more excitement among the previously rowdy young witches and wizards. Some even brandished their wands to conjure fireworks in celebration, though this reckless behavior was swiftly curtailed by the vigilant professors. Dumbledore raised a hand, and soon all the exuberant young witches and wizards quieted down, eagerly awaiting their headmaster's address. However, Dumbledore had no intention of speaking just yet. Beside him stood Cornelius Fudge, though his countenance was far from cheerful. "I'm truly delighted to witness such a spectacular match." Fudge's voice, bolstered by magic, remained remarkably clear. "Ah, no wonder my mother said Fudge enjoys talking without substance." A whisper from Hufflepuff's seeker to Alan remarked, noting that the match had scarcely progressed. Naturally, gratitude was extended to both teams for their splendid performance. They were commendable. After a lengthy string of pleasantries, the minister finally unveiled something of substance. The Ministry of Magic would cover the full expenses for the victorious team's exchange and anticipated an even more outstanding performance from them. Outstanding performance? Alan suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. What could a Quidditch team possibly do to exhibit an outstanding performance? Surely, they wouldn't be expected to engage in the work of Horus. The opposing team was unmistakably the Ilvermorny School team from America, or rather, the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Given the hurried nature of the previous match solely to determine a champion, Alan harbored significant doubts about this upcoming exchange. The urgency with which a Quidditch team had been assembled for competition did not bode well for the nature of the exchange itself. With Quidditch being so fiercely competitive, could a peaceful and amicable exchange truly unfold? The list of exchange students announced by Dumbledore only served to bolster his theory. The roster consisted predominantly of 7th and 6th year students, with 5th years burdened by the OWL examinations this year. It was hardly a list of exchange students, but rather resembled a list of provocateurs, with the younger students being nearly non-existent. The accompanying list of teachers solidified Alan's viewpoint, featuring Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Sprout. Aside from Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, who was absent. The two most competent professors in healing were part of the entourage. No one would doubt that the potions and herbology professors lacked medical knowledge. Thus, was this an event labeled as an exchange, yet read as a troublemaking affair? After the conclusion of this exchange meeting, Alan's first instinct was not to return home to celebrate, but to dash to the library. What a joke! If Ilvermorny were truly weak, would the ministry invest substantial funds in sending an entire team over? A single leaf can herald autumn. If their Quidditch prowess was not to be underestimated, how could their other skills possibly falter? He could not afford to idly wait to be outperformed without preparation. Such a humiliating fate was not the narrative Alan envisioned. He preferred to assert dominance over weaker opponents. Clearly, he was not alone in this sentiment, as the librarian, Madame Pants, was startled by their frantic entrance. However, upon understanding their intent, she pointed sternly toward the shelf brimming with books and declared, "They're all over there, neatly organized at Professor Dumbledore's request. However, if anyone damages a book, you shall face the consequences." Although a sizable crowd had gathered, Madame Pants was evidently well prepared, ensuring that everyone borrowed sufficient materials. After a flurry of reading, Alan's brow furrowed deeper. The depth of knowledge possessed by the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry far exceeded his expectations. He distinctly noted the words, "the legacy of Slytherin." Indeed, the founder of Ilvermorny was a direct descendant of Slytherin, official information, not fabricated. While there were no further detailed accounts regarding Slytherin, those few words sufficed. Salazar Slytherin was the true owner of Hogwarts Castle. The entire Hogwarts was remodeled from his family estate, concealing countless secrets yet undiscovered by wizards. This formidable wizard, whose rank was uncertain but whose wealth was undoubtedly unparalleled, had left his mark on that North American institution. As the saying goes, in poverty we collaborate, in strength we have always. No, it should be friendship first, competition second. Thus, clutching a stack of borrowed materials from the library, Alan hurried back to his own academy. The team competing was his own, and he must remind them to stay sharp and thoroughly examine the materials together. Upon entering the common room, Alan was taken aback. The atmosphere of celebration was even more fervent than he had imagined. Their Quidditch captain approached him, exclaiming, "Alan, your proposal truly worked. The Minister of Magic was exceedingly pleased with our training methods. Do you know? Even our reserve team has been granted full funding. Everyone can now participate in the exchange. Moreover, the Ministry has promised us brand new broomsticks and team uniforms." Alan was momentarily speechless. This treatment was exceptional, yet entirely beyond expectations. What on earth were they planning? Chapter 1. A journey that began unfavorably. Once again, the familiar stone statue greeted him, but the young witches and wizards around it had changed completely. This entirely different exchange meeting had resulted in a near-total turnover of the familiar faces Alan had known, as nearly none of them appeared on the list. At this moment, he realized that the representation of Slytherin in this exchange was disproportionately high. Originally fewer in number, Slytherin occupied a full third of the slots, even counting the additional Hufflepuff reserve team. Unlike the previous amicable interactions, this time Slytherins were evidently reluctant to engage with students from other houses, as most were upperclassmen. The drawbacks of the Hogwarts house system became starkly evident. The older students had developed rifts with their counterparts from other academies, to the point where these differences had morphed into an almost adversarial animosity. Even though a few of the prefects exhibited a semblance of understanding, their influence paled in comparison to that of the adult wizards, particularly regarding the younger students. This palpable atmosphere of estrangement was firmly established on the very first day. Not even the heads of houses, nor the three professors who personally endeavored to quell the unrest, could shatter this impasse. The Slytherins huddled together, and even their own prefect began to experience a subtle rejection from his peers. Consequently, the dinner concluded on an unpleasant note, overshadowed by Professor Snape's grim demeanor. After advising Annie to rest well, she too was subjected to the same exclusion, prompting Alan to hastily depart from the Slytherin common room and make his way toward his own house's quarters. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation. Having been conditioned by the Widowmaker's abilities, he instinctively softened his footsteps to avoid detection. One voice was unmistakably familiar to him. It belonged to their potions professor, Severus Snape. "What exactly do you intend to do? This is beyond the capabilities of a mere group of students." "Not at all, Professor. We are quite capable. Even Minister Cornelius Fudge must rely on our strength." The response was imbued with an audacious confidence from a voice Alan did not recognize. "Such foolish actions will only exacerbate the situation. You haven't even accomplished the most basic of tasks. You couldn't even secure a single game." Snape's voice rose slightly in agitation. "But that proves nothing. Those filthy mudbloods merely stumbled upon the golden snitch by sheer luck. They've never even seen the broader world beyond a Quidditch champion. And they've been reduced to forming a new team by those simpletons. How impoverished they must be." The voice mocked derisively. "Enough, Norris. Your actions will completely disrupt Dumbledore's plans." The mention of the headmaster's name evidently held considerable weight for this Slytherin, as a brief silence followed. Yet, something seemed to have triumphed over Dumbledore's years of influence, for when the Slytherin spoke again, his tone bore an unprecedented resolve. "Even Dumbledore cannot prevent us. Behind us stands an entire board of governors. You should know how formidable their combined power is." "Stop, Norris. If you continue down this path, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures." "What can you possibly do? Deduct points from your own house, or confine me to my quarters?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. "I can assure you that if you were to do so, even with Dumbledore's protection, you would end your career at Hogwarts." As those words fell, footsteps echoed, prompting Alan to press himself against the wall. No one would deliberately walk to the other end of a corner while sticking to the wall. Then, he glimpsed a tall Slytherin with short, golden hair, radiating an aura of ambition. As he rounded the corner, he coldly delivered his parting words. "Mind yourself. My esteemed Professor Severus Snape," pausing briefly before adding, "the shameful two-faced dog of Dumbledore." Alan swore he even caught a glimmer of Snape's wand, but in the end, Snape resisted the urge to retaliate. After a moment's pause, their potions professor silently retreated to his quarters. Meanwhile, in the largest room of the Hufflepuff common area, the Hufflepuffs were still fervently celebrating their recent journey. Each had brought ample provisions before entering the moving castle. They were abruptly thrust into the trip, as though being herded like ducks, which forced them to host their celebration within the confines of this mobile castle. Although the young witches and wizards sensed that this exchange would not be straightforward, it did not hinder their desire to rejoice. The knowledge they needed to grasp was far too extensive. Within the fleeting moments of travel, even the thought of doing something felt impossible. True mastery relied on prior accumulation. Last-minute cramming? The Wizarding World did not subscribe to such notions. Not to mention, just look at these brand new 14 Firebolt 1999 brooms. The Ministry of Magic must be awash with fools and funds. And the brand new team uniforms, the Ministry's insignia pales in comparison to the Hufflepuff crest. They could at least manage to don Hogwarts emblem. As for the Ministry's mark, forget it. Let us stick with the old ones. The joyful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted with the arrival of Professor Sprout, whose presence compelled all the Hufflepuffs to rein in their exuberance. Although it may not be entirely appropriate, I must inform you that during this exchange, caution is paramount. While I am personally reluctant, according to Ministry regulations, those who perform exceptionally will. She glanced at the older students who participated in the exchange, seemingly reluctant to utter the conclusion. will receive an outstanding reward in any 5 subjects for their newts, even if you have not passed the corresponding OWL exams. Thunderous cheers erupted in the common room, nearly overturning the already cramped space with the jubilant shrieks of young Hufflepuffs. That was a reward of 5 outstanding newts. This meant that anyone who excelled could achieve results surpassing those of most ordinary graduates, an ideal reward for many soon-to-be graduates. However, the jubilation quickly subsided, as the professor did not continue her speech, but instead turned and left as if announcing a mere routine notice. The remaining Hufflepuffs exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet, many found themselves daydreaming about the possibility of receiving rewards. After all, these young witches and wizards, most of whom had only recently come of age in a magical world, were still too youthful to resist such a tantalizing temptation. Nonetheless, a few who understood the gravity of the situation wore altered expressions. This exchange seemed far more challenging than anticipated. Yet, no one dared to voice their concerns. The allure of such a significant reward would tempt even the most prudent. What good would it do to explain? Would it not be perceived as an attempt to usurp the accolades of the exemplary students? In this peculiar atmosphere, the gathering swiftly dispersed, leaving a chaotic scene in its wake. Thus, the first day of the exchange journey drew to a close. Chapter 2. An unwelcome exchange accompanied by the sound of puppets breaking ground. Alan and his companions' displeasing journey finally came to an end. For various reasons, no one was willing to engage in further dialogue. Had it not been for the Quidditch team and a few younger students, Alan would likely have conversed only with Annie. As the puppets transformed back into a miniature castle, the young witches and wizards aboard stood together for the first time, uniformly clad in their school robes. Internal conflicts remained internal. They were reluctant to reveal them before outsiders. The moment the castle's doors swung open, all the Hogwarts wizards collectively inhaled the fresh air from the mountaintop and directed their gazes downward. Below lay a sea of sky blue and berry red, as the numerous Ilvermorny witches and wizards lined up to welcome the guests from Hogwarts, if one could even label their demeanor as welcoming. Ilvermorny's location atop the Greylock Mountain meant that the miniature Hogwarts castle emerged onto a grassy knoll. Although the puppetry had damaged a considerable amount of vegetation, the remaining grass appeared freshly tended, barely reaching the soles of their shoes. Gazing along the expansive edge, the gently rolling hills boasted perfect, sinuous curves, and Alan even spotted a distinctly non-magical lighthouse, a clear indication that this school was not as insulated from the Muggle world as Hogwarts. The entire mountain was cloaked in lush vegetation, with a myriad of plants obstructing Alan's inquisitive gaze. In the distance, the snow-covered forest glimmered under the sun. At that moment, Alan realized that the temperature of the land before him was far from the chill of winter. It resembled autumn more closely. Pondering the cause of this anomaly, he lifted his gaze and discovered that the entire canopy was enveloped in a vast, bowl-shaped magical barrier, reminiscent of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. At that very moment, snowflakes began to drift down from above, gently landing on the magical dome and sliding down its gentle curve without ever accumulating. Due to the altitude of the mountain, the leaden clouds seemed to cling closely to the school, casting a gray veil over the landscape. However, in the presence of the falling snow, the scene appeared anything but lifeless. Rather, it exuded a vibrant vitality. Why, you may wonder, did Alan take such a lengthy moment to observe his surroundings? The answer was simple. The small wizards standing nearby expressed not a hint of welcome. On the contrary, their languid postures, impatient expressions, and the hushed whispers that occasionally escaped their lips conveyed a severe disinterest in their guests. One could succinctly summarize it as a clear dismissal. Excluding the headmaster, a young man with a smile so saccharine it was almost nauseating, every other individual present seemed to voice their dissatisfaction with the exchange. Amidst this unfriendly atmosphere, the two wizarding schools unveiled their crests and, under their witness, completed the ceremonial exchange of gifts. The emblem of Ilvermorny was a 4-leaf clover resting upon a ribbon, with each leaf representing a magical creature. As Alan strained to identify the two creatures aside from the Thunderbird and the Puckwudgie, he inadvertently glanced at the exchanged gifts and was momentarily stunned. The items exchanged were a sword crafted by fairies and a wand, both decidedly unsuitable for a first meeting. Nevertheless, neither the headmaster nor Professor McGonagall displayed any outward change in expression. They seemed oblivious to the palpable tension between the young wizards. Our esteemed guests have traveled far, so please follow me, the headmaster continued. Ilvermorny has prepared a hearty meal and ample fine wine for you, in hopes that you may alleviate your travel fatigue in our warm dining hall. For reasons unknown, Alan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a solid punch to his face. He was certain that this individual was the most insufferable person he had ever encountered. Regrettably, the demands of decorum and the throngs of Ilvermorny students surrounding him prevented him from acting on that impulse. Suppressing his disgust, he followed Professor McGonagall alongside the other Hufflepuffs into the unfamiliar school. This castle was far less opulent than Hogwarts. Its ceiling was merely ordinary glass, and the hall bore no distinctive decorations. Yet, after the profound impression left by the vast magical barrier, the young wizards from the various houses refrained from commenting. Perhaps due to the pressure exerted by their headmaster, the visibly displeased Ilvermorny students merely wore cold expressions, offering no sarcastic remarks. The entire procession proceeded through this peculiar environment. However, the moment Alan stepped onto the central floor of the hall, the eerie calm was shattered. Surrounding the hall were 4 wooden carvings, which, in the eyes of Hogwarts students, were mere decorations. Yet as Alan placed his foot on that spot, they emitted a sudden noise, prompting him to instinctively draw his wand and pull Annie close, surveying their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The atmosphere of this exchange was tinged with an unsettling energy, and he was reluctant to place his safety in the hands of others. After all, one could never be too cautious. Upon Alan drawing his wand, the young wizards around him swiftly followed suit, most of them being adults who instinctively turned to their wands in times of danger. This triggered a chain reaction. As the wands of Hogwarts students were drawn, the previously indifferent Ilvermorny wizards also brandished their wands. This was their school, their second home. The previously antagonistic atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Should anyone strike first, it would surely ignite a fierce battle among these carefully selected wizards. "What are you doing?" The identical question echoed from both a male and female voice, as the headmasters noticed the shift behind them. Unfortunately, their words failed to divert the attention of either side. In the astonished eyes of the students, the 4 wooden figures appeared to come to life. The horned serpent's head radiated a brilliant light, dazzling like a star, while the wooden thunderbird began to flap its wings, stirring up a tempest within the hall. The jaguar's roar reverberated, and the final unknown creature drew back its bowstring, the sound slicing through the air amidst the jaguar's cries. What on earth? Alan and the surrounding young wizards were utterly perplexed, yet the Ilvermorny students gazed on with envy. Ignoring their glances, Alan's attention was drawn to the headmaster of Ilvermorny, whose expression reminded him of a ravenous wolf discovering a deer carcass in the snow.